Chapter 167, Chaotic Battle. When the ritual is over, I should be dead, right? Li Huowang slowly raised his sword, and the worms in his abdomen climbed along his robes before wriggling toward his broken stub of an arm. In just a few moments, he had a new left hand that was formed with wriggling worms. After testing his new hand, Li Huowang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he once again looked into the distance, where Dan Yangzi was locked in battle with the 5 people from the sitting Oblivion Dao. From what he could see, Dan Yangzi still had the same terrifying appearance, while the faces of the other 5 had morphed into fleshy mahjong tiles. When he thought about his imminent death, Li Huowang's heart began to calm down. He lifted his sword before walking toward them. When he got closer, he charged forward and sliced off Dan Yangzi's central head. "Master, don't panic. Your disciple is here to assist you." Meanwhile, the 5 from the sitting Oblivion Dao seized the opportunity created by Li Huowang ambushing Dan Yangzi to quickly start levitating in a sitting position. Then, they began to chant while circling the two of them. What is sitting in oblivion? Their voices continuously reverberated throughout the spacious cavern, becoming louder and louder. On the other hand, as soon as they said those words, Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi pushed off each other and simultaneously leapt toward one of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao on either side. At that moment, a black domino flew toward Li Huowang's wrist. Just as he was about to dodge it, Yangzi, put his fingers together and snapped. In an instant, the black shadow beneath the domino and the domino switched their positions. The shadow became the domino, and the domino had turned into the shadow. This caught Li Huowang off guard, causing the domino to pierce through Li Huowang's wrist, leaving behind a square gap in its wake. Without the support of his wrist bones, Li Huowang's hand was about to droop powerlessly. However, that square hole was quickly filled up by those worms, allowing him to once again hold his sword firmly. "Hee, we get what we pay for. Looks like I gained quite a bit from sacrificing my internal organs." Li Huowang thought to himself as he dashed toward Xiaohai, too, in the distance. This time, Li Huowang did not bother with dodging anything the enemy threw at him, using his body to meet it all head-on. Any damage or loss of body parts was quickly filled in by the wriggling worms. With the strength he borrowed from Baolu'S, for the moment Li Huowang was evenly matched with them. Li Huowang, Dan Yangzi, and the sitting Oblivion Dao, these 3 parties had completely different goals and were engaged in a chaotic battle. At times, it was Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi fighting off the sitting Oblivion Dao, and at others, it was Dan Yangzi and the sitting Oblivion Dao fighting off Li Huowang. Dan Yangzi was wielding a fleshy coin sword and had terrifying strength. He could still suppress the sitting Oblivion Dao, even though he had lost one head. On the other hand, it seemed like the sitting Oblivion Dao was more adept at psychological games and not as good at direct confrontations. The 5 of them were even being suppressed by Dan Yangzi. But this was partly thanks to Li Huowang. Though Dan Yangzi was slightly stronger, their 3 sides mutually balanced each other out. None of them wanted to let either of the other parties win. In this chaotic battle, Li Huowang always chose to help the weaker side and fight against the stronger side. He was already giving up his life, and so there was no reason to not take down a few more with him. The best outcome would be if both Dan Yangzi and the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao could die with him. Soon, this intense battle reached a temporary stalemate, with each person calculating their own interests. Taking advantage of the moment when Dan Yangzi was pressuring the others, Yangzi quickly approached Li Huowang and said urgently, "Boss, don't mess around anymore. Can't you see how powerful this half-immortal is? Continuing will only lead to everyone dying. Do you think calling me boss will make me spare you? Even calling me ancestor is not going to help you at all," said Li Huowang. As he spoke, he reached out toward the edges of the wound on his body and abruptly pulled them apart. Immediately, the blood-red worms burst forth from his abdomen and crashed toward Yangzi. Currently, these worms were all under Li Huowang's control. As long as a worm managed to come into contact with someone, it would immediately burrow into their body and pierce through that person's intestines. "Boss Hongzhong, we really have to stop fighting. Feel the skin at the back of your neck. Tell me if I'm lying," said Yangzi. Hearing this, Li Huowang reached behind his neck. Then, the worms burrowed through his flesh before propping up a hard object from within. It was a mahjong tile, Hongzhong 3. This scene left Li Huowang feeling somewhat hesitant. Yangzi hurriedly explained, "Your true identity is that of one of the 3 bosses of the sitting Oblivion Dao. It was you who felt that you had played through everything possible and felt that everything was boring and meaningless. And so, you sealed up your consciousness for us to play with you. Now, Erzi is dead because of you. We can't play any further. After all, we're all brothers. Any more will be too much, and we can't lose our lives just to satisfy your desires. Are you speaking the truth? Li Huowang looked very confused as he stared at the Hong Zhong mahjong tile. Didn't you see that this mahjong tile was dug up from within your flesh? Could there still be? Said Yangzi before coming to an abrupt stop. He suddenly felt that something was amiss as he spoke. At that moment, he looked down, only to see that several worms had already burrowed into his leg. Just as Yangzi's attention shifted onto his leg, there was a cold flash in front of him, and then Li Huowang's sword had directly pierced through his neck. Li Huowang smiled mockingly at Yangzi before continuing to act in accordance with his lies. Yes, I recall now. I'm one of the 3 leaders of the sitting Oblivion Dao, Hongzhong. I even recall that back in the day, you stole my woman, and so I'm publicly seeking revenge now. As long as he could ascertain the identity of a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao, it was very simple to deal with them. Treat anything and everything they said as worthless. Boss, I'm speaking the truth, shouted Yangzi as he desperately clutched onto Li Huowang's sword. I believe you, said Li Huowang as he exerted force with one hand, slicing off Yangzi's fingers and his square-shaped head. After that, the worms within Yangzi's body burrowed back into Li Huowang's chest before he turned around and dashed toward the distant battlefield. One of the liars from sitting Oblivion Dao had died, and it was time to handicap Dan Yangzi a little. Master, Xianyang is here to help you, shouted Li Huowang as he dashed toward Dan Yangzi. Splush. With the combined efforts of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao and Li Huowang, Dan Yangzi's childlike head was cut off quickly. However, even before Li Huowang could catch his breath, an indistinct fleshy and immature infant head had started to grow out from the wound on Dan Yangzi's neck. When Yiwan saw this happen, he quickly turned toward Li Huowang. Your master is semi-immortal, so it's completely futile to keep going on like this. Help us fend him off for a moment, and we'll help you take care of him. But all he got in response was Li Huowang spitting a mouthful of blood at him. All right, fine. We did fool you before, but you have already killed Erzi and Yangzi. Shouldn't 2 lives be enough to soothe some of your anger? And besides, compared to us outsiders, shouldn't you hate your master even more? Asked Yiwan. 1. 1 bamboo in mahjong. 2. 7 characters in mahjong. 3. Hongzhong is also known as the Red Dragon in mahjong. Chapter 168, Cooperation. Swoosh. Dan Yangzi swung his coin sword, forcing Li Huowang and Yiwan to step back and dodge it. At the same time, the other 3 from the sitting Oblivion Dao quickly stepped forward to intercept Dan Yangzi. Taking advantage of this rare moment of respite, Yiwan looked at Li Huowang. How about it? Help us deal with Dan Yangzi, and then we can part ways peacefully after that. However, Li Huowang simply ignored his words, all while steadying himself on the ground, preparing to help the other 3 sitting Oblivion Dao members against Dan Yangzi. Seeing this, Yiwan spoke once again, this time, his words making Li Huowang grind to a halt. You still think it's not enough? Then let me give you a final offer. Li Huowang, you are a strayed one, aren't you? It must not be very pleasant to occasionally end up in a state of bewilderment, right? As long as you help us, then we will tell you the method to free yourself from a strayed one's bewilderment and help you become a regular person. Looking at the surprise on Li Huowang's face, Yiwan continued to explain. That's right. Strayed ones can indeed free themselves from their bewilderment. It's just that the method to do so is extremely difficult. Ordinary people simply cannot hope to find it. Quit lying. Even Abbess Jingxin couldn't find it, and you think you can? Li Huowang spoke firmly. However, he still did not leave. As Yiwan saw his comrade struggling, he spoke rapidly. Shen Hongxiao, that old nun, knew nothing. I'll tell you the truth. One of the 4 joys of the sitting Oblivion Dao, Bei Feng, 1, is also a strayed one. He has managed to live to a ripe old age of 190, and he's still doing well. None of a strayed one's bewilderment or confusion bothers him. As Li Huowang was deep in thought, the other 3 sitting Oblivion Dao members could no longer hold out. At that moment, Dan Yangzi's bronze coin sword pierced one of their chests, and his chest immediately started to swell up. The very next moment, his body exploded, turning into a huge pile of bloody, grotesque flesh that splattered everywhere. Look, now 3 of us are dead. If you don't completely restrain Dan Yangzi, then after our deaths, He'll be the one to reap all the benefits. Will you be happy then? Let's be honest. Even if I openly admit that I deceived you, so what? Do you hate him more or us? 3 of us are already dead, while your master Dan Yangzi has yet to lose even a single strand of hair. Think it through, shouted Yuan. This speech finally seemed to convince Li Huowang. If he had to choose who he hated more, it was very easy for him to select between Dan Yangzi and the sitting Oblivion Dao. Once he made his decision, Li Huowang looked at Dan Yangzi, who was chasing after the 2 remaining members of the sitting Oblivion Dao, and then nodded. Hurry, I'll hold him off for now. Just as Dan Yangzi opened his enormous mouth and was about to bite off the square head of one of the members of sitting Oblivion Dao, Li Huowang arrived in front of him. At this moment, Li Huowang didn't bother dodging, instead choosing to directly stomp his feet toward Dan Yangzi's open mouth. The wriggling worms that formed the profound records were like bloodthirsty leeches. They directly burrowed out of Li Huowang's chest as they flashed their fangs while heading toward Dan Yangzi. Clang. However, Dan Yangzi's mouth closed down before Li Huowang could reach him. At that moment, with his entire body filled with wriggling worms, Li Huowang crashed heavily onto Dan Yangzi's terrifying face. Immediately, all the worms opened their mouths, ready to burrow into Dan Yangzi's flesh. But unexpectedly, all Dan Yangzi did was just pinch his fingers, which were made of wriggling tentacles, together. In an instant, Dan Yangzi's flesh and blood twisted in reverse before directly leaping onto Li Huowang's body, attempting to swallow him. Flesh, blood, bones, organs, and worms. All these objects were confined together in a very limited space as they tried to tear and devour each other. Dan Yangzi could see that Li Huowang was hard to deal with, and thus he wanted to take care of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao first. However, Li Huowang did not allow that. Gradually, both sides began to intertwine with one another. While it seemed that Dan Yangzi was stronger than Li Huowang, it was not so easy for him to just swallow Li Huowang like that. After all, Li Huowang had sacrificed his body's 5 elements and organs. The thing he had received from Baolu'S in exchange was not something that could be dealt with so easily. Those worms were not affected by Dan Yangzi's abnormal body. They just held on to Li Huowang's flesh firmly, preventing themselves from being swallowed. From the perspective of Yuan and the others, Dan Yangzi and Li Huowang, who were fighting in the distance, looked like they had morphed into a mass of constantly wriggling flesh. Master, hope you're doing well. Li Huowang smiled and greeted the head that was now about the size of an orange and seemed to have had its skin peeled. Even though he was smiling, Li Huowang actually really wanted to eat Dan Yangzi's flesh and drink his blood. Hearing this greeting, Dan Yangzi revealed a mocking smile on his face. Evil disciple, do you really think that you can beat me? I'm a half-immortal now. So, what can you, a mere mortal, do? Then why are you still unable to beat a mere mortal like me? Seems like your status as a half-immortal is quite lousy, retorted Li Huowang. Just as both of them were entangled with each other, the remaining 3 sitting Oblivion Dao members began to move. They quickly surrounded the master and disciple pair and sat down cross-legged, then closed their eyes and started to chant. Embark on the path of cultivation. Practice until it turns natural. Cast away the confusion. Sit in oblivion, unmoved by silence. Explore the subtle brilliance. Follow a unique path. Find virtue with no bounds. Expect the marvels that lie ahead. Look for efficiency. Marvelous. Ha ha. As they chanted, patterns of mahjong tiles flowed down from their clothes like water before quickly spreading out onto the ground. These patterns and lines then swiftly formed strange symbols. The strokes between them began to tremble, emitting high and low sounds of laughter. Gradually, the laughter grew louder and louder, infecting the onlookers from among the Ao Jing sect members, as well as Dan Yangzi and Li Huowang in the distance. Soon, everyone's voices began to echo within the cave as they grew increasingly louder. At that moment, Li Huowang's ears finally picked up on something hidden within the laughter. It was something that felt dark and obscure, something that the senses of normal people could not understand. Though Li Huowang could not understand what it was, he felt a sense of familiarity from it. This is the god of happiness. I remember now. This is the same god of happiness from back at the Hu family's ancestral hall. The members of the sitting Oblivion Dao are summoning the god of happiness, said Li Huowang. However, beside him, Dan Yangzi sensed something that Li Huowang couldn't. No, kid, you're wrong. They're not summoning. They are deceiving it. Not only have they managed to deceive Baolu'S, they have even deceived their own god of prosperity. None of their supernatural abilities are their own, and they were all acquired by deceiving others. Li Huowang felt like something was drawing him toward the laughter, toward where that thing in the walls was staring at himself. It was the god of happiness. The laughter by his ears grew louder and louder, and Li Huowang understood that no matter what they were doing, now was a critical moment. Just as the laughter reached its peak, Li Huowang's lips curled up as he glanced at the three members of the sitting Oblivion Dao, his body suddenly shrinking back. At the same time, all the worms that had been entangled with Dan Yangzi's flesh withdrew from his body before flying back to Li Huowang. 1. North Wind in Mahjong. Chapter 169, Made It. This sudden situation caused everyone present to be caught off guard. Dan Yangzi, who had now regained his freedom, did not hesitate. He immediately stepped onto the dark clouds and pounced toward the three people in the distance, looking like a ferocious tiger descending down a mountain. Meanwhile, Li Huowang just remained standing on the spot, watching everything happening in the distance as though it was all just a play. When he saw Yuan staring at him in disbelief, he suddenly slapped his head in frustration with both hands. Oh no, look at what I've done. How could I let Dan Yangzi escape so easily? I'm quite inexperienced, so please forgive me, senior. You actually dare to deceive me, shouted Yuan. Hearing these words, Li Huowang chuckled. Now I can somewhat understand why you guys from the sitting Oblivion Dao like to do this. It's really quite fun to deceive others, ha. No matter what the others thought, the situation was now spiraling out of control. Just as one of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao had their heads sliced into half by Dan Yangzi's sword, three figures representing the gods of happiness burrowed out from within the smooth walls of the cave. The three masses were sticky and chaotic and semi-transparent, resembling a bunch of rotten grapes. The moment they appeared, the onlookers from Ao Jing's sect were no longer able to escape. Everyone present started rolling on the ground as they burst out laughing, their laughter growing more and more terrifying. Eventually, blood started to flow out of their 7 orifices, leading them to their deaths. After the newly emerged figures had gotten used to their surroundings, they locked onto their targets and flew straight toward Dan Yangzi and Li Huowang. At the same time, with the addition of another faction, the battlefield once more became chaotic. However, Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to move, as he watched Dan Yangzi dismember yet another one of the members from the sitting Oblivion Dao. With that, he felt that he had achieved what he had wanted, and it was time for things to come to an end. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him from above. Li Huowang had been enveloped by one of the figures of the god of happiness. As the layers of the god of happiness body brushed past Li Huowang, he suddenly felt like many things had been taken from him. The emotions in his heart, his will to die, as well as a trace of reluctance. A great portion of these things had been taken from him. At that moment, a splattering sound rang out, and some lifeless worms helplessly fell out from inside Li Huowang's chest. Li Huowang sluggishly looked down at the dead worms. He understood that the duration of the 5 elements intercalation was almost over. At the same time, a chattering sound came from above his head. One of the god of happiness figures was about to attack again, an attack that would likely spell his doom. But Li Huowang did not plan to hide anymore. Without those worms, and with his internal organs gone, he was destined to die sooner or later. But it was all right as well, since, at this point, Dan Yangzi's plan to take over his body had completely failed. I'm exhausted. I can finally rest, muttered Li Huowang, his robes fluttering in the wind as he closed his eyes and waited for his end. Get lost. At that moment, a thunderous sound rang out, causing Li Huowang to look up in confusion. There, he saw Dan Yangzi's figure, still covered with his peculiar flesh. He was shrouded within the dark clouds and firmly holding off the god of happiness. He had actually managed to save Li Huowang this time. As he saw this, Li Huowang scratched at his chest, causing some more dead worms to slip out and onto the ground. At this point, his missing sense of pain was gradually starting to return. Why try to save me? Do you think I won't die just because you saved me? Li Huowang said as he stood on the spot and watched the scene above him unfold. At this point, given that he could see the other 2 gods of happiness swim over as well, it was likely that Dan Yangzi wouldn't have a good ending either. Before his death, Li Huowang stood on the spot, planning to watch Dan Yangzi suffer. However, he suddenly thought of something, and turned to look toward the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. There, he saw bodies scattered all over the ground. All of them except for one was dead. At this moment, one of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao was clutching at his stomach as he stumbled out of the cave. Damn, one of them got away, muttered Li Huowang. Letting the member of Sitting Oblivion Dao escape alive was even more unbearable for Li Huowang than death itself. Just a moment ago, he had been ready to die. But now, it seemed like he suddenly saw a ray of hope as he dashed toward the last member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao. From the looks of it, that person had been injured during his battle with Dan Yangzi and was not able to move fast. On the other hand, Li Huowang was not particularly fast either. After all, his sense of pain had started to return. Every step he took at this moment was excruciatingly painful, almost as though countless needles were piercing him. His body was slowly collapsing. One chased, while the other hurried away. Then, the member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao suddenly turned a corner and vanished from Li Huowang's field of vision just like that. With his sword in hand, Li Huowang dragged his collapsing body around the corner, only to be stunned by what lay before him. It turned out to be a dead end. At this moment, some women were hiding here, huddled together while holding their children, as they trembled in fear. These people were likely the family members of the Ao Jing sect's disciples, and were hiding here to seek refuge. That member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao seemed to have changed his appearance before hiding among them. After a moment, Li Huowang bent his aching back before staggering toward them, the sharp sword tip scraping against the ground and causing a piercing friction noise. To the women hiding here, this noise seemed like a death knell, causing them to cry out in terror. For a moment, Li Huowang looked through these people as he tried to search for the member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao hiding among them. However, this was no easy feat, since there were far too many people here. Splush! At that moment, Li Huowang's left hand crumbled and fell to the ground, turning into a broken red bamboo slip. There's not much time left for me to find the bastard. Since he won't come out, then I'll just kill them all. As Li Huowang's thought reached this point, he gritted his teeth and raised the blade in his hand toward the elderly, women, and children. Hold on. Daoist, what are you doing? They are innocent. They haven't done anything wrong, shouted the monk from his hallucination as he suddenly tried to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's eyes showed some hesitation, but then he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and swung it down forcefully. In an instant, blood splashed, and screams filled the air. At the same time, Li Huowang's robes were stained with an even deeper shade of red. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Monk cried out. He started jumping around frantically as he tried to go over and stop all this, but couldn't touch Li Huowang at all. Amidst the bloodbath, one of the women's bodies suddenly twisted, and her face quickly morphed into a new one as she tried to use the chaos to escape. However, just as she had taken a few steps, some worms flew out from the blood on the ground and entered her body. She fell to the ground and started howling in agony, while something started to slowly prop up her flesh. As her struggling ceased, some spluttering sounds rang out as distorted red bamboo slips burrowed out from her face like a screw. With this, the final member of the Sitting Oblivion Dao had died. All 6 of the Sitting Oblivion Dao members who had deceived Li Huowang were now dead. Monk furiously watched as Li Huowang stopped his massacre and then tore off the cloth from his sleeve before throwing it on the ground. Then, he pointed at Li Huowang with trembling fingers and shouted, "Daoist, it seems that I've misjudged you. We're no longer related. The Li Huowang I knew would never have done such a thing." Hearing this, Li Huowang, who was almost completely exhausted, slowly looked up slowly at him. It was as if he was coming to a slow realization. He lowered his head to look at his own battered body, his expression suddenly becoming ecstatic as he shouted, "That's right. Li Huowang would definitely not have done something like this. But I, Dan Yangzi, definitely would. Ha. I've made it." Chapter 170, Dan Yangzi. Ha. This is it. Dan Yangzi, who was standing amidst a scene of carnage, now grinned wildly. At this point, he had finally come to an understanding. He had finally understood what that senior in the heavens had said to him about killing the 3 corpses. He had always assumed that he had to turn Li Huowang into the 3 corpses and then kill him. But his understanding had been incorrect. Those seeking immortality had to first eliminate the 3 corpses, be calm and without any desires, and possess a serene spirit. As it turned out, there was no Li Huowang in this entire process. Li Huowang was just a part of his past, an inner demon, and a part of his 3 corpses. It was because he was filled with mortal energy that he had prevented himself from becoming an immortal. Now, he had completely become himself, meaning that one of the 3 corpses had been killed. Back when he had taken the medicine was the moment that another corpse had been killed. That was precisely why he had become a half-immortal. Overjoyed, he laughed while using his blade to slaughter the remaining people. Whenever he was happy, he wanted nothing more than to kill people. While he did not know where the final corpse of his 3 corpses was, Yangzi had a premonition that at this point was already capable of passing through the southern heavenly gate. The others in the cave were no match for Yangzi. Soon, he was the only one still alive within the cave. Yangzi stopped and once again looked down at his youthful body before laughing out triumphantly. Huh, I'm finally going to become a true immortal. On the other hand, Monk watched him with an astonished expression on his face before gradually vanishing. However, not long after, Yangzi suppressed his joy. It was not yet time for him to be happy. Without the support of the 5 elements intercalation, this battered body, without its 5 internal organs, was about to collapse. He could not afford to die now. First, he had to merge with his true body. A mere inner demon wanted to ruin my path to immortality? Now, I am an immortal, muttered Yangzi. Then, he took out the bronze bell in his possession and shook it quickly. Soon, the surroundings morphed into chaos and a few wandering gods appeared before him. Yangzi hummed his orders to them, and then they quickly flew away. When they returned, they brought along a cinnabar brush, some yellow paper, a piece of wood, a lump of soil, a torch, a jug of water, and a golden ingot. Yangzi staggered over to the lifeless bodies on the ground and picked one of them for each of the elements: water, fire, earth, wood, and gold. Then, he lifted his sword and beheaded them. After that, he opened the mouths of one of the dismembered heads before stuffing the golden ingot within. Then, he used some of the yellow paper to seal the mouth. Next, he held the cinnabar brush in his hand and quickly drew something on the yellow paper. As soon as he finished the last stroke, the head suddenly emitted a creaking sound and began to shrink. Soon, its skin, hair, and facial features all fell away, until the head shrank down to less than half its original size. At that point, Yangzi picked up the head and stuffed it into his own chest. Following the same procedure, the other 4 heads were also stuffed into Li Huowang's empty chest, replacing the positions of the 5 organs. When the last head occupied the position of the heart, Yangzi nodded with satisfaction. While this sinister method that he had stolen from the Lion Dance Palace would not last long, it would suffice for now. Satisfied, he took out the sacred text and gazed at it with mixed emotions. Even if he did not understand a single character on it, it was what had led him down the path of immortality. I wonder if I'll still be able to meet that immortal after passing through the southern heavenly gate. If I do meet them, then I must sincerely express my gratitude. After all, it was only because of his help that he would be able to enter the southern heavenly gates and live as long as the heavens and earth. Fucking useless. This unexpected sound of someone cursing caused Yangzi's expression to freeze. He quickly turned toward the source of the voice, yet there was nobody there. Everything continued to remain motionless. Who's there? Show yourself now, and I'll leave your corpse intact if I'm feeling good. Yangzi's enraged voice echoed through the large cave, but there was no response. With a furious expression, Yangzi snorted, picked up the sacred text, and walked out of the cave. The situation within the cave was very strange. The god of happiness was not a friendly entity either, and it was best for him to leave this area first, and then find a quiet place to wait for his own body to return to him. As long as he became a true immortal at the end, everyone in this mortal world would be nothing more than an ant to him. When Yangzi came back to the battlefield, he found that the surroundings outside were extremely quiet. He was the only person in the entire cave who was alive. The rest of them were all dead. Ao Jing Sek's entire stronghold within these mountains had been completely wiped out. Baldy, do you really think you can become an immortal? How can a despicable wretch like you do it? Swish. Hearing the voice, Yangzi threw out his sword, which stabbed firmly into the solid cave wall while trembling with a low hum. Ring, ring, ring. At this point, Yangzi could no longer sit still and decided to once again ring the bronze bell. Immediately, wandering gods appeared all around Yangzi. At his command, they all began to frantically search around for the person who had spoken previously. But even after searching for 15 minutes, the wandering gods, entities that could fly up high and through the ground, had still not found anyone. Even their search underground and within the walls didn't yield any results. What's going on? Could it be an ambush set by the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao? Yangzi was rather unsettled as he mumbled to himself while looking at his unfamiliar surroundings. After 2 times, Yangzi dared not let down his guard anymore. He pointed with the bell in his hand, and the wandering gods quickly flew out of the cave to find his true body. Then, he raised his sword and waited on the spot. After about 30 minutes, Yangzi heard some commotion from outside. His heart leaped with joy as he quickly turned over to look. However, he found that it was not his true body that had walked into the cave, but a strangely dressed woman. He had traveled extensively for many years and had seen all kinds of things, but he had never seen a woman dressed like this. Her clothes looked like they were made of silk, and she carried a peculiar rectangular box under her arm. Her hair was tied up in a bun. She seemed to be around 40-odd years of age and had a round face, large eyes, short hair, and seemed a little tired. Where is this person from? Was the person who cursed me just now her? Why did she come here at such a critical juncture? Is she one of my old enemies? Just as Yangzi was racking his brain, he saw the woman smile apologetically at him. Son, we're late because the hospital had to handle some paperwork. Your external injuries have almost completely healed, so your dad and I have found a new hospital for you. Right after she started speaking, Yangzi noticed the bright cave around him collapsing rapidly and changing. Soon, the bright cave around him had turned completely white. At the same time, he noticed that while he should have been standing inside the cave, objects were quickly piling up on his own body. Chapter 171, Strayed One. When Yangzi came back to his senses, he saw that his left arm had regrown. He tried to move, but found himself strapped to a metallic bed. His limbs were being tied down by leather straps. He couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, he tried muttering some chants to use his supernatural powers, but none of them worked. Given the situation, he was no different from a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yangzi felt humiliated. Ever since he started murdering people at the age of 10, he had never found himself in such a situation. Who's there? Who is trying to use illusory tricks on me? Yangzi howled at the woman in front of him. He was unfamiliar with the place. I don't care who you are, just you wait. Once my main body arrives, all of you will die. Yangzi growled. His outburst visibly shook the woman in front of him, causing her to run out while shouting, Doctor! Doctor, come quick! Something's wrong with my son. While she was gone, Yangzi tried to escape his restraints, but it was no use. After a while, he calmed down and surveyed his surroundings. The sitting Oblivion Dao? Maybe it's them. There might have been more than 6 of them, and now they are attacking me from the dark. After some time, Yangzi saw the woman walking in with 2 men in white. 3 people? They have restrained me and yet haven't done anything to me. What is their goal? While he was thinking, one of the doctors asked Huowang. Xiaoli, look carefully. Who is she? Asked the doctor wearing a pair of round frame glasses while pointing at Sun Xiaoqin. Yangzi calmed down. Talk. Who sent you over? Since when did you start following me just so you can stop me from achieving immortality? The doctor was not surprised by this response and just nodded calmly before writing something down on his tablet. Do you still remember your name? Asked the doctor. At this point, Yangzi decided to change his strategy a little and said seriously, Zephyr Temple, Temple Master Yangzi. You tied me up when you don't even know who I am? Which sect are you from? I've lived for almost half a century and traveled across the lands. I've met many people. It's even possible that your elders were my friends at some point in time. Let me go and help me achieve immortality. If you do, then I will reward all of you handsomely. Hearing his response, Sun Xiaoqin panicked. Son, what are you talking about? You are not Yangzi. You are Huowang. Huowang. Yangzi's eyes were filled with doubt before he shook his head. No, there's no Huowang. There's only Yangzi. Huowang was nothing more than a part of my 3 corpses. Sun Xiaoqin wanted to say something, but was stopped by the doctor. Madam Sun, please calm down. Let us finish questioning him first. Sun Xiaoqin gripped her bag and nodded before retreating to a corner of the room, her heart burdened with anxiety. On the other hand, the 2 doctors talked to each other and discussed a strategy. Once done, they decided that one of them would question Huowang while the other would note down his responses. The doctor asking the question sat on a stool beside Huowang. Yangzi, let me ask you a question. What is 1 plus 1? Yangzi was confused by the purpose of the question. What was this man in white trying to do? But he was more than happy to entertain him. After all, as long as his main body returned, it would be his win. And so, both of them began to probe the other, neither of them getting the answer they wanted. As he watched this interaction, the doctor recording their exchange was confused. That's strange. Why is he suddenly exhibiting a new symptom after his illness had been stable for so long? Madam Sun, did your son receive any stimulus from the outside world? No. My son is still very good. He even talked to us during his birthday, replied son Xiaoqin truthfully. The doctor thought about it and suggested, we should transfer him. Your son's internal fistula has been resolved, and he can now defecate normally. We can transfer him to a normal psychiatric hospital. The doctors there are much more skilled in treating cases like this. Don't worry, we will record all his symptoms in his medical history and will not delay his treatment in the slightest. But how can we transfer him when he's like this? Worried son Xiaoqin. Don't worry. It's not unheard of for an illness to rebound. Please give your son some time. I will give your son some risperidone and olanzapine. Nothing will happen to him while we are transferring him, explained the doctor. Soon, Dan Yangzi saw two burly men approach his bed before wheeling him outside. Where are you taking me? Put me down. I will kill all of you when I become an immortal, shouted Dan Yangzi. Hearing this, the nurses scoffed at him, causing son Xiaoqin to be upset. What are you laughing at? My son is a patient. Do you think it's funny to laugh at a patient? Shouted son Xiaoqin. Then, she placed her hand on Li Huowang's face and gently caressed it. Don't be afraid, son. I am here. No one can bully you while I am here. At that moment, Dan Yangzi was stunned. The soft feeling on his face and the earnest gaze of the woman in front of him unlocked a distant memory within him. Gradually, son Xiaoqin's face grew hazy before being superimposed on an unfamiliar face. Dan Yangzi trembled. Mother! Just as he uttered that word, his surroundings crumbled. The white walls all around him quickly disappeared, and he was once again in the cave filled with the stench of blood. What is happening? Dan Yangzi stared at his surroundings warily. He had seen many bizarre things in his life, but nothing as crazy as today. After a moment, Dan Yangzi took his sword and carefully inspected everything around him. Where's my main body? Why is it not here yet? At this point, Dan Yangzi started panicking. Even though everything looked normal right now, the hallucination from just now was definitely not something a normal human could induce. The one who had trapped him in that hallucination was definitely someone very strong. Master! At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Chapter 172, Disciple. Master! Dan Yangzi immediately turned around and saw a familiar face. It was Zheng Kuan, the disciple he had cared about the most. Currently, Zheng Kuan was wearing a green Daoist robe as he stood there without any hatred in his eyes. Zheng Kuan looked extremely real. It was as if he was actually alive. But Dan Yangzi remembered that he was the very person who had crushed Zheng Kuan's head, and so it was impossible for him to still be alive. After a moment, Dan Yangzi finally snapped out of it and roared in anger. Who dares to try and trick me? You are courting death. As he spoke, Dan Yangzi threw his sword high into the air. Then, he bit his fingers and drew a bloody rune onto the falling sword. The 7 stars of the heavens, ruler of the skies, pierce through all illusions and heed my words. Cut down all evil and chase them back up the mountains. Heed my orders and treat them as the supreme law. As he chanted, the sword turned black from the bits of talismans that stuck themselves to it from the heavens and earth. Dan Yangzi held the blackened sword and stabbed it toward Zheng Kuan. On the other hand, Zheng Kuan didn't try to hide from his master's attack. Instead, he just stood there as he tried to say something. But the moment Dan Yangzi's enchanted sword slashed across Zheng Kuan's body, he smiled and disappeared. After that, Dan Yangzi stood around in the cave warily. Everything had turned quiet. Nothing happened even after he had waited for half an hour. Looks like you know when to back off. I don't care who you are, but if you cross me, then I will kill you, shouted Dan Yangzi. However, while Dan Yangzi was speaking fierce words, he was merely bluffing. Dan Yangzi did not lower his guard and continued to monitor his surroundings as he slowly walked outside. Once out of the cave, he immediately ran down the mountain. He kept running and running until he arrived at the ghost town located at the bottom of the mountain. Dan Yangzi did not want to run too far away. He was afraid that his main body might not be able to find him. He just needed to wait at a quiet place. After choosing a location, Dan Yangzi started to use the items brought to him by the wandering gods to set up a formation. Blazing sun, flashing thunder, kill those who are cursed, or try to change this formation, protect the righteous, and kill the evil. All evils shall perish. Nothing is unstoppable, for everything can drown in water and burn in fire. Heed my words and treat them as the supreme orders. Just as he finished chanting, the yellow flags planted on the various graves shook at the same time. Then, An invisible line connected all of the yellow flags and formed a massive formation. Yangzi sat in the middle of the formation and waited. I have all night. So let's see you try and trick me again. Then, Yangzi knocked over one of the gravestones before sitting on it and waiting. He looked at the various mounds around him while worrying about his main body. It might be annoying to deal with those 3 figures of the god of happiness, but the main body should be strong enough to fight against them. Even if it can't fight them, it should still be able to escape. Why is it still not here? As Yangzi sat there and waited, he felt anxious. After a while, he used his sword and started drawing something on the ground. Master, what is this formation? When Yangzi heard someone trying to butter him up, he scoffed. Just sit there and watch. It is not yet time to teach you. However, he suddenly stopped speaking and slowly raised his head. He was surprised to see Xiaoqin standing in front of him. Xiaoqin was currently standing in the middle of the formation. Even though he had used so much time to set up this formation, it turned out to be useless. Impossible. Even if it can't block you from entering it, it should alert me about your presence, shouted Yangzi as he swung his sword, which once more phased through Xiaoqin's chest, leaving him completely unharmed. As Yangzi tried to figure out how to deal with his disciple, he suddenly heard the mound on his left move. When he turned around, he saw his other disciple, Xiaoqin, standing there. Master, long time no see. I've missed you somewhat, said Xiaoqin. Just as Yangzi took a step back in fear, 2 more men walked up to him and made a seal with their hands. Both of them had swords strapped to their back. Disciples Chongming and Chongren greet Master. Congratulations on becoming an immortal, said the 2 men. But this was merely the start. More and more people started appearing from the surrounding mounds and started talking to Yangzi. Some of these people were not from the Zephyr Temple. Instead, they were people that he knew in the past. Yangzi, you thief. To think you would refine pills using live humans. I should have slapped you to death. Baldy, to think that you would betray your own sworn brother. Why did you sell our daughter? She was your wife. You fucking ingrate. Why did you kill our father? Why? My father even fed you the white noodles that we ourselves couldn't afford to eat. How could you kill him? As more and more people appeared within the formation, the voices became more and more chaotic. At this point, Yangzi started panicking. What is this? Fear welled up from the depths of his eyes as he lowered his head and took a deep breath. He recognized all of these people. Finally, the fear in his heart exploded when he saw a big fat man appearing. Enough, shouted Yangzi as he stomped and started waving his sword around. Soon, the lines that formed the formation became white smoke that ascended to the heavens. At the same time, thunderclouds covered the skies, and Yangzi stabbed the sword into the ground. Crack! A huge amount of purple lightning illuminated his surroundings. The purple lightning shot toward the formation before radiating toward the surroundings, turning everything it passed through, including the gravestones and the houses, black. However, when Yangzi raised his head, he was surprised to see that none of the people around him were harmed. What is this? Who are you guys? The sitting Oblivion Dao? You guys dare to go against an immortal? Yangzi howled at them. Yangzi was shaking with anger when someone suddenly started laughing at him. It was none other than the big fat man. Isn't this young Danzi one? You are already so old. Haha. I still remember how you used to kiss my ass and grovel on the ground just so you could learn from me, said the big fat man. The fat man's words made everyone else laugh. All of them started laughing at Yangzi. Mere mortals like you dare to mock me. I am an immortal. You need to respect me, shouted Yangzi. At the same time, he started using all his techniques to try and kill the people surrounding him. But it was no use. None of his methods worked. After a while, Yangzi sat on the ground, tired from using all the methods that he could think of. After a while, he took a long piece of wood before stabbing it into his right, and then his left ear. He intended to pierce his eardrums to stop the voices. However, the sound of laughter just became even louder. Quade! Screamed Yangzi as he picked up a piece of stone and started whacking his head with it. Just then, someone pushed through the crowd to come closer. He was the only one who didn't laugh. Yangzi recognized him. It was none other than Huowang. Huowang approached the sorry-looking Yangzi and chuckled. Master, how does it feel occupying my body? One, also known as goat testicles, after his name is moved around. Chapter 173, The Southern Heavenly Gates. Master, how does it feel to inhabit my body? Hearing this, Yangzi glared at Huowang. You? It's you. You cheated me before, so this must be your doing. As he roared, Yangzi tried to stand up and cut Li Huowang down with his sword. But all he managed to do was pass right through Li Huowang. Dan Yangzi was shocked and stared at Li Huowang as the latter smiled and explained calmly, "Oh, please forgive me, master. I forgot to tell you that I am an illusion, and so you can't kill me." Then, Li Huowang pointed toward the rest of the illusions. "Not only can you not kill me, but you can't kill any of them either. They are all illusions that will follow you to the edge of the world." At that moment, Dan Yangzi saw as the illusions closed in on him, causing his heart to start pounding in fear. Their faces slowly melted and became a wall that surrounded him from all sides. He realized that he would never be able to run, and that he would never be able to hide. He realized that he would have to suffer for an eternity. What is this?" Dan Yangzi shouted as he slashed at his surroundings in a frenzy. He had always resorted to using violence to settle things. He would steal, rob, lie, and even kill to get what he wanted. But now, all of these methods were useless. Everything he had learned throughout his life was now completely useless. "Master, that is the body of a strayed one. Enjoy it as much as you want." Li Huowang laughed, his laughter joining the rest as all of them laughed at Dan Yangzi scornfully. When Dan Yangzi saw Li Huowang acting so haughty, he gritted his teeth with envy. He threw his sword in anger and shouted, "You think you've won? Stop dreaming. I will spare you for now. Just wait until my main body comes back." As soon as he said this, the laughter stopped. All of the illusions stared at him at the same time. At that moment, Dan Yangzi raised his right hand and slapped himself. "I am not Dan Yangzi. I am Li Huowang." As soon as he did this, the illusions around him started disappearing one by one, causing doubt to blossom within Dan Yangzi's heart. Who am I? Am I Dan Yangzi or Li Huowang? No, I am not Li Huowang, so I must be Dan Yangzi. Scram, get out of here. I am Dan Yangzi, not Li Huowang. No, you scram. I am Li Huowang, not Dan Yangzi. The youth continued struggling. In the meantime, the illusions around him disappeared one by one, until there was only an old monk left. However, in a bit, he too disappeared. As the youth fell onto the ground while struggling like a maggot, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. This black cloud was none other than the monstrous Dan Yangzi. The current Dan Yangzi looked injured and was missing many of his organs. His body was dark and without color. He had used a majority of his strength just to escape. Dan Yangzi slowly floated downward and approached the youth, his long tentacles easily lifting the youth into the air. "Which one are you?" Dan Yangzi asked. The youth struggled for a long time before calming down. Then he opened his eyes and calmly said, "I am Dan Yangzi. The 3 corpses have been slain." Hearing those words, the monstrous Dan Yangzi revealed a satisfied smile before hugging the youth with his hideous body and sucking on the youth's face. As he did this, something flowed out from the youth's 7 orifices and into Dan Yangzi's body. Soon, the youth's body stiffened, becoming lifeless. At that moment, Dan Yangzi finally revealed a satisfied smile. The last remaining essence had once again entered his body. "I can finally become an immortal." Dan Yangzi laughed maniacally and flew into the dark cloud above. He flew higher and higher, his heart pounding from excitement. 74 years. That was how long he had lived for, and he had never been as excited as today. He passed through the layer of clouds and continued flying upward into the starry skies. As he went up, he flew past the stars and saw many monstrous beings. Some of them were nothing more than a gray gloop, their bodies stabbed with numerous incense that burned forever as they expanded and contracted rhythmically. There was also a blind golden bodhisattva with a pink tentacle extending from its crotch. The tentacle rummaged around as if it was sucking on something. Dan Yangzi even caught a glimpse of the wishes of the devotees. There was also a blob of shimmering light that was encircled by numerous black cranes. Every time they touched each other, a hoarse cry could be heard. But this was not all. Dan Yangzi also saw the god of happiness, the immortal households, and even his senior who had taught him how to slay the 3 corpses. All of them were half-immortals. As he saw all of them, Dan Yangzi scoffed. They were beings destined to be stuck here until the end of time. They no longer had a way of ascending. But he was different. He was now an immortal. He flew faster and faster as he passed through the sea of stars until he arrived at a colorless jade plate in the middle of nowhere. The jade plate was being hung from something hidden within the darkness. As the formless darkness moved, the jade plate bobbed up and down. There were 3 large characters written on it. While Dan Yangzi was illiterate, he was certain that these characters spelled out the words, "Southern Heavenly Gate." This was because he recognized the final character that was shaped like a gate. 3 characters that ended with the character for gate? Due to this, he was certain that this was the Southern Heavenly Gate. At this moment, there were various monstrosities surrounding the jade plate as they tried to make their way inside. "Scram! Get away! Don't stop me from becoming an immortal!" shouted Dan Yangzi as he blasted everything in front of him away and monopolized the area in front of the jade plate. Through the jade plate, he saw the hazy-looking immortals. There were immortals, bodhisattvas, and arhats inside the jade plate. Compared to their previous unmoving selves, they were all happily eating something and were almost done with it. However, the dense mist that covered the interior of the jade plate made it so Dan Yangzi couldn't see the situation inside clearly. What are they eating? Are those the immortal peaches and pills? Fearing that he might not even get a bite, Dan Yangzi panicked, choosing to immediately charge toward the jade plate. But just as he was about to pass through the jade plate, he felt an invisible wall blocking him from entering. It was as if the jade plate was denying him entrance. "Let me in. I've become an immortal. Let me into the immortal realm." Dan Yangzi shouted into the darkness as he floated near the jade plate. At that moment, up in the formless darkness, Dan Yangzi saw the 2 massive snakes that were holding up the jade plate. The snakes had no tails or heads, but somehow took a look at Dan Yangzi before ignoring him. "I've killed my 3 corpses and become an immortal. Let me in. What right do you have to keep me outside?" Dan Yangzi howled at the darkness above and at the jade plate. But then, Dan Yangzi suddenly recognized the 3 words etched onto the jade plate. Oxtail Gate. Chapter 174, Opening the Gates. Oxtail Gate. Dan Yangzi was shocked at being able to recognize the characters on the jade plate. He felt his brain buzzing from shock. The 3 characters had revealed themselves to him just like that. How could this be the Oxtail Gate? Wasn't this the Southern Heavenly Gate? Is the immortal realm not behind it? Weren't those immortals? He looked down at the stars, and then looked up into the darkness. He wasn't sure what to do now. It was as if everything had lost its meaning. "You are still clueless? There's no such thing as the immortal realm. You've been fooled and your entire life has been nothing more than a joke." A familiar voice rang out, causing Dan Yangzi to turn around. However, there was nothing there. Just as he thought that the illusions from earlier were about to appear once again, he found the source of the voice. It was one of his 3 heads. Currently, his leftmost head had been replaced by Li Huowang's head. "Impossible. I've already slain my 3 corpses." "Who are you?" shouted Dan Yangzi as he raised the coin sword in his hand and placed it on Li Huowang's neck, threatening to cut him off. However, Li Huowang was unfazed. "Hee, why don't you take a guess?" "You fucking ungrateful disciple," raged Dan Yangzi as he tried to slash downward, but couldn't. He noticed that a mysterious force was stopping him. Suddenly, Dan Yangzi raised his other arm and slapped his own face. On the other hand, as he saw Dan Yangzi growing more and more infuriated, Li Huowang laughed even harder. Back when Dan Yangzi had sucked out his essence from Li Huowang's body, the latter had barely managed to regain consciousness. At the time, the first decision he made was to never let Dan Yangzi live peacefully. And so, he followed the other Dan Yangzi and allowed himself to get sucked into Dan Yangzi's main body. Now that he was in here, he had some degree of control over Dan Yangzi's body. "You dare to hit me?" Dan Yangzi was angered and tried to cut off Li Huowang. Unfortunately, since this was Dan Yangzi's main body, he was the one who had more control over it. Soon, Li Huowang lost control and the coin sword started to cut into his neck. However, Li Huowang was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he started laughing like a maniac. "Baldy, did you know? I've tried so many methods to kill and get rid of you, but none of them worked. Then I had a thought. Why should I kill you? All I have to do is to torture you until death seemed like a paradise. And to think that the torture that I've endured all these years will become useful now," said Li Huowang. Before Dan Yangzi could even figure out what was happening, numerous voices suddenly appeared all around him. "Young Danzi, you stupid brat, you deserve to die. Li Huowang, kill him. Take revenge for me. You filthy ass kisser, why don't you just die? Daoist, kill him quickly. Take the place of the heavens and exact revenge for us." Gradually, illusions belonging to both Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi started appearing one by one. At this moment, Li Huowang's bewilderment and sense of doubt had appeared within Dan Yangzi. Soon, the illusions elongated in the darkness and became like seagrass, twisting and encircling both of them. Following Li Huowang's will, his properties as a strayed one had started manifesting themselves within Dan Yangzi. As he saw Dan Yangzi start panicking, Li Huowang chuckled. How is it, master? Do you like it? This is how I will show my respect for you. Even though you've managed to kill me, you will continue to suffer as a strayed one. You crazy lunatic. Dan Yangzi dared not attack him anymore as fear gripped his heart. I'm a lunatic? It's all thanks to your guidance, said Li Huowang. As the two of them continued arguing, something massive started to move within the jade plate. Originally, the monstrous beings within the jade plate had all been eating something, but now, all of them were staring at Dan Yangzi and Li Huowang through the jade plate. Without any warning, the jade plate disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, a wondrous phenomenon manifested itself at the location where the jade plate disappeared from. With this, both Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi caught a glimpse of the inside. Instantly, a primal fear gripped both of their hearts. The evil beings within far exceeded anything they could comprehend. At that moment, a gentle breeze floated out along with a sigh, slowly approaching Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi. The Bayou capital resides in the heavens, with 12 pavilions and 5 cities. The immortals caress our heads, and we shall become immortals. Is this the legendary Bayou capital? Shouted one of the illusions, a divine-looking Daoist. He was clearly very excited. When Dan Yangzi heard those words, he immediately took action. He completely ignored Li Huowang and rushed straight toward the Bayou capital. I want to go to the Bayou capital. I want to become an immortal. I've become an immortal, shouted Dan Yangzi as he rushed toward the Bayou capital. On the other hand, Li Huowang tried his best to pull him backward. Don't stop me from becoming an immortal. You can't stop me. Dan Yangzi struggled against Li Huowang's control, using all his energy to run inside. As the two of them struggled over controlling the main body, they gradually closed in on the bizarre phenomenon. All the while, the immortals were patiently waiting for them. The being closest to them within the Bayou capital was a bodhisattva. Her movements were fluid and elegant, and her floating shawl gave everyone the impression that they were underwater. The pale halo of light could be seen resting at the back of her head. Both Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi failed to see her appearance until they were very close to her. The light emitted by the halo wasn't just regular light. Instead, it was a halo made from numerous white eyes. However, this was the most normal thing within the entire Bayou capital. Soon, they saw more and more monstrosities, each worse than the last. As he stared at the bodhisattva in front of him, Dan Yangzi's heart was instantly gripped with fear. His instincts were telling him that this was a dangerous place, one that he must avoid entering at all costs. No, this is not the Southern Heavenly Gate. This is the Oxtail Gate. These are not immortals. At that moment, Dan Yangzi finally snapped out of his obsession with becoming an immortal. However, at that moment, just as Dan Yangzi was trying to pull back, Li Huowang's voice suddenly rang out. Master, are you ready? Then let me help you become an immortal. At the same time, Li Huowang suddenly stopped pulling Dan Yangzi back and instead pushed him forward. Failing to react, Dan Yangzi was propelled straight toward the face of the bodhisattva. Chapter 175, Crazy. Stop. You will also die with me. As they got closer and closer to the bodhisattva, Dan Yangzi's voice was filled with fear for the first time in forever. However, Li Huowang just grew excited. Who the heck cares? The life of a disciple is nothing compared to helping his master achieve immortality. Between the force of Li Huowang's push and the slight tug of the gentle breeze, all of Dan Yangzi's struggles were rendered useless as they slowly approached the open oxtail gate. As they got closer, the pale white light coming from behind the bodhisattva enveloped both of them. At that moment, all of Dan Yangzi's feathers started transforming into a white shawl similar to the one on the bodhisattva's body. Dan Yangzi's body, regardless of whether it was the wriggling flesh or his organs, died the moment they were enveloped by the white shawl. As Dan Yangzi felt his body slowly dying, his survival instincts kicked in. He refused to die just like this. Huowang, you don't have to do this. Your physical body can still be used. We just need to go back down, and then you can go. After that, I will leave you alone, and we won't meet each other ever again. While Li Huowang ignored Dan Yangzi's word, one of the bandit-like illusions spoke out. Young man, don't listen to him. He has never spoken the truth. He's still thinking about how to get rid of you. Just as Dan Yangzi glared at the illusion, a portion of the white shawl enveloped one of his heads, causing it to die. When Dan Yangzi's other head witnessed this, he was extremely shocked. Immediately, he threw aside his dignity and started pleading with Li Huowang. Huowang, you've won. Please, Let's just run away. Otherwise, both of us will die, and who knows what kind of fate awaits us after that. We might even suffer from a fate worse than death. Please, I am even willing to kowtow to you and call you master. Just let me go." At that moment, the white shawl covered Li Huowang's eyes, but he was still smiling happily. "That won't do, master. You promised me that we will become immortals together." Just as he finished saying that, Dan Yangzi's body was completely covered by the white shawl and brought into the oxtail gate. The moment they passed through the gate, Dan Yangzi's body was separated from Li Huowang's head. Staring at Li Huowang's translucent head, Dan Yangzi barely managed to say something before his body popped like a bubble. At that moment, Dan Yangzi, who had tormented Li Huowang for so long, disappeared just like that. His death was swift and quiet. In the spot where Dan Yangzi had died, numerous different color types of energy spread out before floating into the depths of the gate. Li Huowang recognized what that was, and yet he couldn't find words to accurately describe it. If he tried, the only thing he would be able to come up with was that it was the energy representing desire, greed, persistence, hate, and killing intent. While Li Huowang did not die like Dan Yangzi, his current condition wasn't much better. At that moment, the massive bodhisattva used one of her rotting skeletal hands to reach out for Li Huowang. Just as the massive shadow enveloped Li Huowang, a voice rang out from the depths. The voice was quite similar to that of a Swana. As soon as he heard the voice, Li Huowang felt his 5 senses morphing and melding together. He had instantly obtained 5 different ways to see the world. At that moment, he saw that the bodhisattva was composed of a mountain of corpses, and that she had an umbilical cord dangling from her abdomen. In fact, pretty much everything within the oxtail gate had an umbilical cord dangling from its abdomen. However, it was not only his sense of sight that had changed. At present, he could sense so many different things that a mortal should never be able to sense. A mass of foreign senses were worming their way into him. Amidst all this, Li Huowang started moving deeper and deeper into the Bayou capital. The deeper he got, the more he sensed. No. As he went deeper, Li Huowang learned more and more about Bayou capital, but at the same time, his mind almost crumbled from the overwhelming amount of knowledge. Li Huowang shouted in despair. The deeper he flew, the more he learned. Then, he stopped and slowly flew back the same way he came from. At this point, Li Huowang had learned everything about the world, and he finally knew what had been worming into his very senses. It was a bundle of pain and suffering. It was Bahui. Back within the kingdom of Si Chi, on a beautiful mountain, a group of people were standing around a newly constructed grave while wearing funeral clothes. At this moment, they were scattering a bunch of bronze coins and paper ingots while grieving. "Senior Li, Buho, why did you die? What's going to happen to us now that you are dead?" Puppy bawled, his eyes red with tears. However, halfway through he quieted down and stared at Bai Lingyao. Compared to his somewhat extreme display, Bai Lingyao was eerily calm. She did not cry, and instead just silently burned the pieces of offering paper one at a time. Seeing her current state, Puppy sighed and started sniffing. Then, he laid his body onto the grave and started bawling his eyes out. "Senior Li, how did you die without any illness or accidents? Now that we are without you, we will end up being bullied by everyone else." Just as he was doing his best to grieve, the dirt on the grave moved. Puppy thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes, only to see a hand explode out from within the grave. "Aowa, his body is moving." Puppy cried out and fell onto the ground. On the other hand, Bai Lingyao reacted immediately. The walls surrounding her heart crumbled away as she started crying while clawing at the dirt, trying to remove as much of it as she could. After a moment, the others reacted as well and moved to help her. However, before they even finished digging away the dirt, Li Huowang suddenly appeared from within the grave, wearing his grave clothes. He held his head with a twisted expression, his face twitching as he mumbled something, causing most of them to be scared away. "Senior Li," Bai Lingyao ran over to him tearfully, but was caught by him. As he looked at Bai Lingyao, his eyes were bloodshot. "Alive. You are alive. This world is alive." At that moment, Chun Xiaoman sighed in relief and sheathed his sword. "That's good. Looks like he's alive." His body did not just reanimate by itself. On the other hand, as she faced Li Huowang, who was behaving strangely, Bai Lingyao did not feel afraid. Instead, she was concerned. "Senior Li, what's wrong? Listen to me. I know what's wrong with this world." Li Huowang's shout dampened all the noises around him. "This world is alive. That means that anything that could happen to a human could happen to the entire world as well. I'm not the crazy one. This world is crazy. It's truly lunatic. As he spoke, Li Huowang pushed Bai Lingmiao away before pointing one of his fingers toward the heavens and the other toward his chest as he tried his best to reassure himself as much as he could. The entire world is crazy. It's even crazier than me. After repeating those words tens of times, his body finally gave way and he crashed onto the ground. 1. A musical instrument. Translator's thoughts: the artist drew a very good rendition of that eldritch being. Credits to Guzidav Lanchi Badzao on Douyin. Also, this is a Suona. Chapter 176. Talk. Dak dak dak. The sound of horse hooves rang out nonstop as the horses trotted along rhythmically. The wheels of the horse carriage trailed the hoofprints before their marks were replaced by Gao Zhijian's massive footprints. A group of people could be seen following a carriage along a small path. All of them were deep in thought, with some of them taking glances at their leader, Li Huowang. They had been sure that Li Huowang was dead. Even if his body hadn't attracted any flies, after checking many times, they had been certain that he was dead. However, now he was back just like that. It was too bizarre. But that was not all. Not only did he rise out of his grave just like that, he was shouting about the world being the crazy one before passing out. Everything had happened so fast that they still hadn't managed to react to it all. Were it not for the fact that Li Huowang still looked the same as ever, they would have thought that something was possessing his body. But they were glad that he returned to normal after he woke up. Whenever they asked him about what happened, the only answer he gave them was, "Everything is over." Since he just said that it was over, everyone stopped asking. They were just glad that he was still alive. "Let's rest here and have dinner," said Li Huowang. Immediately, the carriage came to a stop and everyone started doing their job. Some went and fetched water, some others collected firewood, while a few of them went and collected wild vegetables to eat. After having traveled together for so long, they worked together quite well. Meanwhile, Li Huowang didn't do anything. He just sat there and used the remaining sunlight offered by dusk as he studied the fiery scripture. He could recognize the characters written in Yangzi's notes. After Dan Yangzi had died, Li Huowang's literacy had returned. He could now read perfectly. Since he was literate once more, he was certain that this time around, Dan Yangzi was well and truly dead. The characters used in the fiery scripture had been translated by Yangzi, and Li Huowang gradually learned how to use them by comparing them with her notes. But it was not that simple. One crucial element that he needed to use the fiery scripture was a heart of compassion. Li Huowang had never expected that he would need to focus on one particular feeling to be able to use it. As he chanted in a voice filled with uncertainty, the white wax on the book gradually melted, trying its best to form a shape. However, Li Huowang's practice was soon cut short. "Seniorly, seniorly? Are you busy?" Puppy approached Li Huowang with a smile, while carrying some firewood. He looked around, and after making sure that Bai Lingmiao had yet to return, he whispered, "Seniorly, to show my sincerity, I burned 2 female paper dolls on your grave when Senior Bai was not around." Li Huowang raised his eyebrow. Puppy checked his surroundings once more and whispered, "Seniorly, did you receive the 2 women on the other side?" Li Huowang was speechless. "But I didn't die. I know that you are alive right now, but weren't you dead before? If you really managed to receive 2 women on the other side, then I have thought of burning some female paper dolls for myself when I die. But since I never died, I didn't receive them," said Li Huowang with a straight face. "But you were not breathing. We even made sure to bury you only after 3 days just to confirm you were indeed dead. Did you not follow Oxhead and Horseface and report yourself in hell? Wait, what did the place look like?" Puppy questions came in like a tide. Being annoyed and wanting to end the conversation quickly, Li Huowang just said, yes. I did receive them. Hooray, that is good news." Puppy was overjoyed. He slapped his hands and danced around before thinking about his future. "What did you receive?" Hearing the voice of a woman behind him, Puppy was frightened. He turned around and saw that Bai Lingmiao and Chun Xiaoman had come back from picking wild vegetables. Flustered, he quickly changed the topic. "Nothing, I was just talking with Senior Li. Tonight's dinner consisted of gnocchi. It was a meal that was simple to make and eat. Mix flour with cold water, knead it, and then squeeze out the irregularly sized orb-shaped pieces of dough into boiling water. Once the clumps of gnocchi floated to the surface, Bai Lingmiao mixed in a large scoop of lard into the pot, followed by the wild vegetables. Soon, the wild vegetable soup and the gnocchi started boiling. Taking in the fragrant aroma, everyone swallowed their saliva. Their journey was long and now, They needed to replenish their stamina. Haha. To think that there would come a time when I, Chow Chow, would be eating white flour every day, exclaimed Puppy happily as he took his bowl. The first bowl out from the steaming pot was naturally Li Huowang's. As Bai Ling Miao gave him the first bowl of gnocchi and saw him accept it with his own 2 hands, she smiled happily. Senior Li hadn't lied to her. His arm really had grown back. Why are you staring at me? Are you not going to eat? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao nodded and took her bowl. Then, she sat quietly beside Li Huowang and started eating. They didn't have that many people, but with both Gao Zhijian and Bai Ling Miao eating a large amount of food, the large pot of gnocchi was finished in no time. As they washed their utensils, the night descended upon them. Since there was nothing to do at night, they just lit up a bonfire and went to bed. Gao Zhijian was the one on watch tonight. At the same time, with Bun's keen sense of smell, Li Huowang had nothing to be worried about. And so, he washed up beside the river and soon fell asleep inside the horse carriage. Just as he had closed his eyes, he felt something soft entering his blanket. Li Huowang just kept his eyes closed and hugged her as he went to sleep. However, after some time, Li Huowang felt her hugging him tighter and tighter, to the point that she almost buried her entire body into his. At the same time, she started sobbing, her tears making his shirt wet. Why are you crying? Li Huowang gently caressed Bai Ling Miao's hair. My mother used to teach me that a good wife must be hard-working, good at maintaining the household, be kind, good at communication, and never bother with her man's business. But I'm very scared that you will just be gone just like that day, and that this time around, you may never wake up. Within the silent horse carriage, Li Huowang the sincere emotions contained within her sobs. Her sobbing did not stop as she continued. Senior Li, why do you always try to endure everything on your own? Why can't you tell me? Am I nothing to you in your heart? That's because I don't want to hurt you. Since everything is already over, then let me tell you everything, said Li Huowang as he kissed the top of her head and sighed. Then, he started telling her about the things that had happened, one thing at a time. He told her everything, from the Zephyr Temple up to the Oxtail Gate. And then he stopped. And then what happened? Did Dan Yangzi die? How did you come back? Sensing that this was an important event, Bai Ling Miao started pressing for details. But Li Huowang was visibly struggling, veins bulging on his face as he grabbed the sides of his head. Those things. I can't describe them. I can't describe them. Translator's thoughts. The artist also did some renditions of the Oxtail Gate. Here's version 1 credits to Guzha de Lanchi Badzal on Douyin. Chapter 177, Horse Carriage. Senior Li, what's wrong? Bai Ling Miao was frightened by his suddenly bizarre behavior. She tried holding him down, but was surprised to find that his skin was burning hot. Senior Li, stop. Don't think about it anymore. I won't ask you again. Bai Ling Miao started sobbing as she hugged him despite the heat. Hearing her voice, Li Huowang closed his eyes, trying his best to think about other things. But it was futile. The broken pieces of memory within him soon joined together. A suffocating image popped up in his mind, one that he was supposed to forget. The image was both still yet moving at the same time. He tried his best to describe it. Behind the jade plate was a place called the Bayou Capital. I've seen things that I cannot describe. They are massive and cold. Li Huowang's voice was hoarse and deep, but he stammered a lot. His body trembled uncontrollably as he continued. Mortals must never set foot there. If they do, they get taken away and decomposed into bits and pieces of abstract items. Humans were all made by them. If everything that constitutes us is taken away, then we would disappear as well, just like Dan Yangzi. But then something within the depths of the Bayou Capital pulled me in. It sucked me into the depths where I saw the entire world. And then, I felt it. I felt what it was thinking. At that moment, another pair of hands pushed down on Li Huowang's forehead. The hands pushed down stronger and stronger, the pain from the pressure alleviating Li Huowang's headache a little. Li Huowang didn't know who it was, but continued talking. I could understand it, and what it was thinking. Only I could do it, and no one else. It had gone mad. Li Huowang felt the image within his mind slowly escape his grasp. The beings within the image stared back at Li Huowang. I saw the past. In the past, it was not like this. It was perfect. But now it's crying. It is crying. Who is it? A cold female voice came from behind Li Huowang. The veins on Li Huowang's forehead bulged to the point of rupturing, but he somehow held it in as he used all his remaining strength and shouted, "Denuang! It is Denuang!" The moment he said it, the atmosphere within the horse carriage became bizarre, and cold winds seeped into him despite the fact that he was covered by a warm blanket. At the same time, a blurry voice mumbled within everyone's ears, causing the horses to start panicking and Bun to bark out loud. Li Huowang knew that this voice did not belong to Danua. It had gone mad and would never pay attention to him. The one causing the animals to start panicking was something else entirely. Scram! Li Huowang shouted, and everything around him became quiet once more. Li Huowang sat on the floor and panted. Bai Ling Miao's sobbing voice rang out from beside him. Senior Li, I'm sorry. Please stop thinking about it. I'm already very grateful that you can be beside me. I won't ask you again. After she said those words, 2 hands propped him up within the dark carriage while another hand carefully used a towel to wipe his forehead. A bowl of water was given to him, and he carefully drank it. With the 4 hands working in tandem to calm him down, Li Huowang's breathing soon became normal. The buzzing in his mind and the sharp noise disappeared as well. Li Huowang looked at the girl in front of him weakly. That's what happened. That night, Li Huowang didn't know when he fell asleep. By the time he woke up once again, it was already bright outside. He looked down and found that his clothes had been changed as well. Staring at the top of the horse carriage and the space beside his blanket, Li Huowang sighed and massaged his temples. At this point, everything that he had tried to remember yesterday had been forgotten once again. Some of his memories had also become very hazy. Still, Li Huowang learned something from it. Those who worshipped the flesh Buddha in the righteous monastery, the dirty, slothful, and greedy nuns of the benevolent nunnery, the liars and swindlers of the sitting oblivion Tao, and even the shamans who summoned the immortal families using someone's lifespan. All their powers were supernatural and bizarre. Especially evil beings such as the 18th Lunar, the Wandering Gods, the Mountain Grandma, and the God of Happiness. He had originally thought that he had transmigrated into a bizarre and crazy world. But from the looks of it, this was not the case. There was something wrong with this world, something extremely wrong. It was as if the whole world was sick, just like him. However, this was not how it was supposed to be. Instead, it was supposed to be a more normal world. What's wrong with this world? Li Huowang mumbled. And that being, it's called Danua? Is it related to the Nua opera? According to Lu Zhuanyuan, the Nua opera was an ancient show, possibly the ancestor of all the other shows. Looks like the Nua opera performers worshipped Danua, but Li Huowang recalled the performers who got duped by the members of the sitting Oblivion Tao. They were neither strong nor influential. They were even weaker than the bandits. AI, Li Huowang sighed, too lazy to be bothered by such details. Regardless of what happened to Danua, it didn't matter to him. He was just a normal man, so he should be thinking about his next step. How should he live here? That was his next question. Not only had he traveled to the depths of Bayou Capital, but he hadn't disappeared like Dan Yangzi. In fact, he was still alive. Is this the power of a strayed one? Or was it because Bahui saved me? Li Huowang made some random guesses, but it was not easy to come up with a satisfying answer. It was great to be alive, but he was afraid that there might be consequences. After a moment, Li Huowang sat up and put on his clothes. He stared out from the horse carriage and gazed at the river, only to see Bai Ling Miao's hair swaying gently with the wind. At this moment, she was concentrating on washing clothes. The morning sunlight lit up a part of her face and made her look like an ethereal beauty. Staring at the girl who was willing to go through heaven and hell together with him, he felt touched. Since she is willing to stay by my side, then no matter how I came back to life, I will have to continue living. Thankfully, everything has ended now. Translator's thoughts. This is the second rendition of the Oxtail Gate. Credits to Guzidav Lanshi Badzao on Douyin. Chapter 178, Village. As they traveled, Bai Ling Miao followed Li Huowang closely, occasionally taking out her handkerchief to wipe off his sweat. The hottest days of the year were upon them, and the weather had become extremely harsh and hot. Even though they were traveling when the sun was still low in the morning, sweat continued to pour out from their bodies. After wiping off Li Huowang's sweat, Bai Ling Miao proposed, Senior Li, it's too hot to travel in the afternoon and evening. We should probably rest now and travel earlier tomorrow. Li Huowang nodded and took out the map from within the horse carriage before examining it carefully. They were still within the borders of the kingdom of Si Qi. Thankfully, they had not thrown away this map. How about we skip lunch for today? There's a village not too far from here. If we don't stop and increase our pace, then we can reach there and stay for the night. Everyone perked up when they heard they might be able to sleep on a bed tonight. After traveling for 2 whole hours, they finally saw some fields in the distance. By now, their throats were completely parched. Behind the fields were houses with black roof tiles. They had finally arrived at the village. Look, there's even flowers beside the fields. Such a pretty red flower, said Bai Lingmiao. Just as she was about to pick some of them, Li Huowang stopped her. Wait, those flowers don't look right. Li Huowang carefully inspected the red flowers. The flowers had curled petals that splay outwards. These are spider lilies, said Li Huowang. Even though he no longer remembered who told him about them, he recalled that these flowers were ominous in nature. Hearing his words, everyone was speechless. It was clear no one knew what Li Huowang was talking about. Haha, you are even worse than me at recognizing flowers. At that moment, a cheerful laughter came from the distance. Everyone turned and saw a barefooted young boy was walking around with a bamboo basket on his back. He looked roughly 7 or 8 years old. These aren't spider lilies. These are crab flowers. My mother told me that we can't feed these flowers to the pigs, or they would end up getting diarrhea, said the young boy. Then, he took out a sickle from his bamboo basket and cut away some of the crab flowers. It was clear that the boy had seen the flowers many times. He was most likely someone staying at the village. Li Huowang pondered his options and approached the boy. Boy, what are you doing? I'm harvesting some grass for our pigs. We have 2 pigs at our home, and I have to collect food for them every day. How many pigs does your home have? Asked the boy. When he heard that Li Huowang didn't own any pigs, he laughed. Haha, your house is so poor. To think that you are even poorer than our family. Yeah, my house is very poor. Are you staying in the village? Can you show us the way? Asked Li Huowang. Of course. The young boy didn't suspect them and brought them into the village. Are you guys still at war? Asked Li Huowang. War? There's no war here. My third uncle was drafted, but he recently came back. Oh, that's good. It's good that there's no war. Li Huowang easily obtained the information he needed from the innocent young child. This village was called Qinjia Village. There were barely over 100 people living here. To survive, the villagers often tended to the fields during summer and went into the forest to forage during winter. There were plenty of such mountain villages in the kingdom of Siqi, and so it was not a weird sight. Villages like these often shunned outsiders, but under the strength of money, Li Huowang and the rest managed to get a place to sleep within the child's house. Li Huowang placed his 2 heavy swords onto the table in the guest house, his body instantly feeling much lighter. Just as he moved to remove profound records hanging from his waist, all he felt was empty space. The profound records had been lost during the previous battle. Sigh. Li Huowang was somewhat sad about losing the profound records. Even though the price to use it was steep, it didn't require him to cultivate or practice to be able to use supernatural powers. As long as he was willing to pay the necessary price, he would be able to obtain an equivalent amount of power. Without it, he could only rely on the sword that the abbess had gifted him. Oh, and this too. Li Huowang took out the fiery scripture that was covered in white wax and slowly started studying his notes. Now that he had lost the profound records, he needed to learn more methods to preserve his life. At the very least, the fiery scripture would allow him to heal his wounds. Bai Lingmiao had just brought in a bowl of roasted sweet potatoes, but she tiptoed out of the room when she saw Li Huowang was studying seriously. She thought about it for a moment and chuckled before walking to Xiaoman's room. Xiaoman, do you want to eat some roasted sweet potatoes? However, Bai Lingmiao had just entered Xiaoman's room when she saw that the latter was vomiting profusely. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao was shocked. She placed down the bowl and quickly started patting Chun Xiaoman on the back. After a while, Chun Xiaoman finally stopped vomiting and sat on the edge of her bed as she tried to catch her breath. Did you eat something spoiled? That can't be right. Everyone ate from the same pot, so why are you the only one vomiting? Asked Bai Lingmiao. Xiaoman shook her head. It's fine. I probably kicked off the blanket last night and just got sick. But you don't kick off your blankets when you sleep. Chun Xiaoman averted her gaze and made a request. Could you just help me boil some ginger soup? It would help me a lot. Then, all right. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Lingmiao went out of the room. When Chun Xiaoman saw Bai Lingmiao leave, she finally sighed in relief. She lifted her blanket, revealing a blood-red bamboo slip. Back in the cave, Chun Xiaoman had found a copy of the profound records and hid it. She had seen Senior Li use it a few times before and knew what the associated risks were. But she had overestimated her own tolerance. When she recalled the cruel sacrifices written on the profound records, she almost ended up vomiting once again. She finally knew just how much Li Huowang had sacrificed for all of them, and just how painful all of it had been. After she vomited once more, she steeled herself to read through the profound records once more. Compared to her suffering, She was more concerned about just how indebted she was to someone else. She hated how Senior Li was the one who fought for them every time something happened. She hated how weak she felt. After she had killed her own father, she had sworn to herself that she would no longer continue to be a weakling. If Senior Li could withstand it, then I can withstand it too. Chun Xiaoman gritted her teeth and read through the profound records once again. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Miao was cooking some ginger tea in the kitchen. As she stared at the flames, she suddenly felt worried. She was vomiting so much and her behavior seemed odd. Is she pregnant? Then, who's the father? It's impossible for Senior Li to be the father, since I sleep with him every night. Could it be Puppy? Gao Zijin? Sun Baolu? But when did Xiaoman get so close? When she thought up to this point, Bai Ling Miao blushed. Still, she was worried about Chun Xiaoman. The journey ahead was still long, and it would be quite hard for her if she really had gotten pregnant. Just as Bai Ling Miao was worrying about Xiaoman, she suddenly felt a presence behind her. Smelling the same scent as her own, Bai Ling Miao frowned. What's wrong? The second deity's voice rang out from behind. Bring the drum. There's work in this village. Chapter 179, I'm back. The multicolored ribbons adorning the drum trailed behind Bai Ling Miao as she gingerly walked past the old houses. At times, an old farmer guiding a cow or a woman holding a baby passed by as they stared at her. They had never seen a girl like Bai Ling Miao before. Bai Ling Miao was nervous. Even so, she kept walking toward the location pointed out by the second deity. Soon, she arrived at a short house. The house had a smaller house attached to its side. She took a deep breath and walked into the courtyard. Woof, woof woof. Hearing the sudden barking sounds, Bai Ling Miao was shocked. Thankfully, the dog was securely leashed. However, she felt quite embarrassed by how surprised she was. At that moment, the door opened and a heavy voice rang out. Who are you looking for? Asked the farmer as he stared at her warily. Bai Ling Miao didn't know what to say. After all, she was still quite new as a shaman. She thought about it and then carefully asked, Is someone in your house possessed? Bam! The door slammed shut. Eek! Bai Ling Miao jumped in surprise as she stood there without knowing what to do. She turned around and used telepathy to communicate with the second deity. See, they closed the door on us. Maybe they are fine. However, Bai Ling Miao was disappointed by the second deity's answer. I know that the immortal families are urging me to work, or they will punish me. But this family... All right, fine. I will try again, said Bai Ling Miao. She approached the door and knocked once again. Please open the door. I am a shaman that can exorcise evil spirits. If you are troubled by them, then I can help. She kept knocking at the door for a while. Just as she was about to give up, the door slowly creaked open. A yellow eye stared at her from within the darkness. How did you know that we have someone who was possessed? Asked a voice. On the other hand, Bai Ling Miao was relieved that the eye belonged to a human. Bai Ling Miao couldn't think of a good excuse. Old man, please don't worry about how I got to know. All you need to know is that I can help you. Evil beings cannot be allowed to remain on a person's body for too long, or there might be trouble. How much money will you charge? 50 coins. No matter how strong the evil spirit is, it will be 50 coins. Bai Ling Miao told him the price for a shaman's aid. The moment she gave them the price, Bai Ling Miao heard a young man's voice from behind the door. Father, let's just ask for her help instead. A shaman will be much cheaper than a medium. At that moment, the door closed once again. Bai Ling Miao didn't know what the father and son duo were discussing, but she decided to wait patiently. Soon, the door opened once more. A burly farmer appeared in front of Bai Ling Miao. He was short, but looked strong for his old age. He was carrying a pole while walking out of his home. He re-evaluated Bai Ling Miao and reconfirmed the price. 50 copper coins, that was the price you told. Don't you dare change it afterward. Bai Ling Miao sighed and nodded before entering the house. She was surprised by what she saw inside. The entire room was decorated like a mourning hall, but the coffin was nowhere to be seen. Old man, why is the memorial tablet placed here instead of the ancestral hall? Asked Bai Ling Miao. The old farmer sighed. I would if I could. Come, let's go sit down, and I will explain the situation. They walked past the back of the house into a small courtyard where several chickens were being raised. The father and son duo were nervous as they brought Bai Ling Miao into the courtyard. Once there, they gave her a bamboo stool to sit on while they squatted down on the floor and explained their circumstances. My wife passed away 8 days ago at the age of 71. She had led a good life, free of sins and vices. It was supposed to be a normal burial service, but on the 7th day, our nephew heard someone knocking the coffin, explained the old farmer. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao was frightened and scanned her surroundings. However, everything looked normal. At that point, we were quite afraid, and so we decided to quickly bury her. But then, on the second night after the burial, she came back, continued the old farmer. Even though the old farmer tried his best to make the story sound as normal as possible, Bai Ling Miao was already sweating from fear. This was different from what had happened to Senior Li. My supposedly dead wife opened the door and asked for meat. That night, both me and my son were scared out of our minds. We were afraid that if we didn't give her any meat to eat, then she would just eat us. We had to take down the ham that we hung up on the rafters to save for the upcoming new year. The piece of ham consisted of half a pig's leg that had been cured, but my wife ate it just like that. After she ate the entire ham, she walked away and said that she would come back again tomorrow, said the old farmer, his voice filled with worry. It's not that we don't want to feed her, but at this point, she's no longer my wife. The manner in which she ate that piece of ham was akin to that of a beast. Her teeth had transformed into sharp fangs that could tear through even the tough ham meat. Now, we are terrified and we have no idea what to do. We already had to sell off 2 of our pigs for her burial service. If she comes back again, then she might just eat us if we don't have enough meat to feed her. If you can return her to the cycle of reincarnation, then you will truly be our Bodhisattva. After saying all this, the old farmer lowered his head as he wallowed in the pain of his wife's death and her transformation afterward. Did the corpse get reanimated and the body possessed? Bai Ling Miao carefully analyzed the situation to get a rough idea of how dangerous this task could be. After discussing it with the second deity and being reassured that it wouldn't be too dangerous, Bai Ling Miao accepted the job. Old man, the sun is setting soon. Since I am here now, let me stay for the night. What do you think? Since she was here, it would be best if she dealt with it tonight instead of waiting for another day. After traveling with Senior Li for so long, she was confident in dealing with a small issue like this. Really? You will help us? Asked the old farmer excitedly. He had originally thought that the girl was too young and inexperienced and hadn't held much hope. Bai Ling Miao nodded. In response, the old farmer stood up and caught one of the chickens. All right. As thanks, please come eat dinner with us. There's no need to be shy. Soon, an entire chicken was placed in front of Bai Ling Miao. However, she didn't get to savor it in peace. She was nervously waiting for nighttime. When the time came, both the father and the son went to sleep. On the other hand, Bai Ling Miao waited patiently in the hall. She could see that the farmer was indeed poor. They only had a single oil lamp that flickered occasionally, causing the shadows around them to dance. The atmosphere within the hall was quite ominous. Chapter 180, Strange. Bai Ling Miao hugged her drum as she waited nervously. At that moment, the second deity suddenly appeared behind her silently and stared at the bolted door. I know that I can't always rely on Senior Li, and so I don't intend to do so this time. No need to remind me, Bai Ling Miao whispered. Really, it's fine. Plus, what does Senior Li have to do with you? Hearing those words, the second deity placed her sharp fingernails on Bai Ling Miao's neck. You know very well just how much Senior Li has to do with me, with us. Bai Ling Miao was visibly upset when she heard those words, but said nothing. As the hall was once again plunged into silence, Bai Ling Miao started feeling scared. What if I don't help the immortal families do their bidding? Just what would they do to me? I'm not saying that I don't want to help, but what if I was so busy that I couldn't do it? When she heard the answer in her mind, she became even more upset. Is that so? I wonder how we can stop them. At that moment, a knock came from the front door, surprising Bai Ling Miao. Bam! Something crashed into the door, causing a crack to appear on the wooden door. Bai Ling Miao peeked through the crack and saw a pair of eyes, ones that did not belong to the living. It's here. Instantly, Bai Ling Miao passed her drum to the second deity and covered her face with a red veil. At the same time, a shrill female voice rang through the night. Summon the gods. Bam! The door was knocked down, and an old lady with white hair stood in front of Bai Ling Miao. The old lady was still wearing the red grave clothes. There were bloodstains on the old lady's mouth, while her eyes looked completely soulless. She just stood there like a zombie in the night, striking fear into everyone who saw her. Bam! The old lady passed through the doorway and leaped into the house. Her feet were tied together with black ropes, and so she could only resort to jumping. The sun set on the western mountain, and the skies went dark. 9 of the 10 families had locked their doors, and only one remains. The chant was fast, but the old woman paid no heed to the second deity. Instead, she was searching for something within the house. When she didn't find what she wanted, the old woman stared at Bai Ling Miao before approaching her slowly. The east and west dipper come together, The Big Dipper examines the cosmic dust. The grass grows in spring and dies in autumn. The pines remain eternal and persevere through the summer and winter. A faint star in the heavens fell onto earth and brought about life, chanted the second deity. As the chanting continued, four incense sticks appeared in Bai Lingyao's hand. She swung her hand, and the incense sticks instantly lit up without a fire. The heavens have their rules, and hell has its own laws. You've lived your life in the past, so begone and let go of the present. Following the rhythm of the chant, the white smoke emanating from Bai Lingyao's incense sticks billowed toward the old lady. But something was wrong. As if entering a body of water, the smoke disappeared the moment it came into contact with the old lady's clothes. At that moment, the old lady opened her mouth and bit into Bai Lingyao's arm. However, rather than flesh, the old lady was met with a mouthful of black porcupine quills. The quills pierced through her mouth and her jaw. Dong dong dong, Master read. Send your infantry. Dong dong dong. The first drum means the soldiers have eaten. Dong dong dong. The second drum means that the soldiers have donned their armors. Dong dong dong. The third drum means the soldiers have brandished their swords. Dong dong dong. The fourth drum means that the soldiers have started clashing with the enemies. As the drum continued beating, clumps of white fur flew out from within Bai Lingyao's sleeves and extended from beneath her red veil. At the same time, a foxtail slowly grew from underneath her skirt. The fur was akin to a living animal as it flew into the old lady's orifices. The old lady wanted to struggle against the attack, but it was no use. She gradually became weaker and slower. After a while, the old lady suddenly collapsed. Then, something soft and black came out from beneath her grave clothes and immediately ran out into the night. Dong dong dong, leave if you want to. The sovereign has given you the horse's reins. Undo the restraints and ride the saddle. The immortal family will spur the horse forward. Time to go back. Ai hi, iho hey, dong dong dong. After the chant finished, Bai Lingyao returned to normal and removed the red veil. Then, she sighed in relief before letting out a happy laugh. This was her first solo exorcism, and she had done it perfectly. She was very confident now. At the very least, she would be able to help Senior Li whenever he was in trouble. As the saying went, the wife should always follow the husband. Bai Lingmiao would never complain about Senior Li's matters, and she would always help him if she could. How should I go about becoming stronger as a shaman? I feel like my strength is still inadequate. You want me to learn how to sing and chant instead? But you are the one doing it. Oh, okay. I will try, said Bai Lingmiao. After that, Bai Lingmiao carefully tidied up the old lady's grave clothes. The old lady was no longer moving. Looks like I was right. Something was indeed possessing her corpse, but I don't know what it was since it ran off so quickly. After making sure that the old lady's grave clothes looked presentable, she called for the father and son duo. They gave her 50 coins before sending her off. Bai Lingmiao had just walked out of the house when she was surprised by a black shadow sitting beside the door. Who is it? The shadow approached her and grabbed her hand. At least let me know if you are doing something like this next time. Then, I can at least keep watch. It was Li Huowang. He was worried about her and had been sitting outside for quite some time. Bai Lingmiao was surprised by his actions and felt loved. Feeling shy, she hugged his arm. Okay. Both of them walked on the muddy path back to their house, enjoying the silence. They didn't talk at all, but the silence was soon broken. A hunchbacked old lady was carrying a basket while holding a bamboo in her hand as she approached them. Talk, talk, talk. They saw her sweeping the bamboo stick left and right. She was blind. When she heard their footsteps, the blind woman stopped and asked them, "Do you know the way to Qin Yoshing's house? Someone in their house was possessed, and I am here to help them exorcise the evil spirit." Grandma, I think you are too late. The evil spirit has already been exorcised, said Bai Lingmiao. What? How dare they fool a blind woman like me? Raged the old lady. The blind old woman was so mad that she shouted out profanities that neither Li Huowang nor Bai Lingmiao had ever heard of. She was cursing all of Qin Yoshing's ancestors. At this point, even the dogs around them had started barking. Seeing this, Li Huowang stared at the fierce old lady with interest. You are already so old, and yet you can still exorcise spirits? May I know your name and which sect you belong to? Hearing his question, the old lady calmed down. My surname is Chui. You can just call me Lady Chui. Do you need my help? As she spoke, she suddenly felt that something was off, prompting her to place her bamboo stick under her armpit and carefully feel her way toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang wanted to dodge, but the old lady homed in on him accurately. In the end, her skinny fingers gripped Li Huowang's face like an eagle. Holy shit. Just what kind of sin did you commit in your previous life? This is so strange. Most people would be missing one of the 5 elements in their life, either fire or water. Worst case scenario, I've seen extremely unfortunate people who were missing 2 elements in their lives. But you are missing all 5 of your elements. Chapter 181, Asking Rice. 5 elements. Missing the 5 elements. Upon hearing that, Huowang used his hand to touch his own abdomen, touching the positions where the 5 organs should be. He subconsciously thought back to his actions from that day, when he had gone to seek revenge from the sitting Oblivion Dao while intentionally seeking death. Back then, he had used the 5 elements intercalation recorded in the profound records and offered his 5 organs up to Baolu'S. If his 5 elements had disappeared from his body, then it should be related to that. However, despite missing his 5 elements, Huowang did not feel like there was anything amiss. As he was thinking, Huowang reached within his blood-colored Daoist robes to touch the gruesome scar that he had carved out on himself. Unexpectedly, the skin there was now smooth, with not a single scar remaining. Huowang tried hard to think back on what had happened, but found that he had no recollection at all. What's going on with my body? How come it's completely all right? Puzzled, he looked up at the blind lady before him. Lady Cui, if a person was missing their 5 organs and 5 elements, could they still survive? The blind woman was shocked. Missing their 5 organs and 5 elements? At that point, how could they even be considered a person? At most, they would be a dead person. At that moment, Huowang felt as though something within his mind snapped. A sharp pain started spreading from his chest and gradually grew more and more intense, making it difficult for him to breathe. What's happening? Did she do something? Is this some sort of supernatural ability used with words? Did she see through the fact that I'm a strayed one? Is she trying to harm me or scheme something? Huowang endured the sharp pain as he stared at her, who was dressed just like a common grandmother. Just as Huowang was about to stagger and fall to the ground with an ashen look, she spoke again. However, you lack the 5 elements and are still able to survive. So, it may not be the best to speak in such absolute terms. This time, the sensation of pain in Huowang's body vanished immediately. He clutched his chest and looked at the old woman doubtfully. He was no longer certain about Lady Cui's intentions. If she had been the one to cause the intense pain earlier, then why had it suddenly disappeared? If she didn't cause it, then what's wrong with my body? The intense bout of pain he had felt was definitely not something simple. It had almost felt like he was about to die. However, I advise you to recover your 5 elements as soon as possible. If not, you will run into trouble sooner or later, advised the old lady. Huowang stretched out his hand to block by Ling Yao behind him, and then asked with a mix of curiosity and probing. Then, Lady Cui, do you have any solutions for someone like me? I don't, but others may. If you want to find out, then I can inquire for you. You should hurry up and recover your 5 elements. Otherwise, even if you survive, things won't go well for you, said the old lady. Ask who? I am a medium, so who else can I ask but Rice, said the old lady in a matter-of-fact manner. Asking Rice. Something new again. Soon after, Huowang and Bai Ling Yao brought this so-called Lady Cui back to their residence. Once there, they borrowed a few kilograms of rice from their host, and then Lady Cui began the so-called process of asking Rice. First, she took out various items from her basket. A small bronze mirror was placed on the center of the table. Before the mirror was a palm-sized clay cauldron, along with 13 short yellow incense sticks. Next, the borrowed rice was placed into the basket, followed by 13 chicken eggs that were placed atop the rice. Once done, Lady Cui faced the basket filled with rice and eggs, and then poured a cup of wine, a cup of tea, and a bowl of rice. Then, Lady Cui closed her eyes and placed both her hands on the eggs. With this, the process of asking Rice had begun. Observe the moon with great respect as it protects our homes. Masters and ancestors, please come forth, spirits and immortals from all directions. All come together to bless us. As she continued to use her slang while muttering incomprehensible words, she grabbed the rice from the basket and threw it onto Huowang's head. What's this ritual? Asked Huowang, his guard fully raised. After going through so much, he was wary of everything, and carried a trace of doubt when looking at things. After a while, Lady Cui suddenly stopped and reached out her right hand toward Huowang, her fingers trembling. Huowang did not quite understand her meaning as he looked at the old hand. Fortunately, Bai Ling Miao explained it to him as she took out some pieces of silver and placed them in Lady Cui's hand. With eyes closed, Lady Cui picked up the pieces of silver and put them in her mouth to bite them, prompting a satisfied look to appear on her face. Young man, don't be distracted. Report the 8 characters, one of your date of birth. What? 8 characters? I don't have them, responded Li Huowang. Lady Cui sighed, then pinched her fingers toward Li Huowang before continuing to sing. Even now, Li Huowang could not understand the lyrics. However, this time was different from before. Not long after, Li Huowang's body tensed up. With his heightened senses, he subconsciously looked toward the dark doorway, and then toward the empty rafters atop. Some things were coming over. Burp. This sudden sound made Li Huowang turn toward the front to look at the medium that had begun to shake her head. He could sense that the Lady Cui standing in front of him was now completely different, as though something else was occupying her body. Why does this feel similar to the methods used by the shamans? Since they summon the immortal families, then what does one summon when asking rice? As he thought up to this point, Li Huowang vigilantly distanced himself a little. Who is there? What questions do you have? Burp. At that moment, an aged male voice rang out from Lady Cui's mouth with a noticeable theatrical tone. Initially, Li Huowang had wanted to ask about his missing 5 organs, but decided not to. If he had indeed been lacking his 5 organs, then he would have already died. Though he did not know what method Dan Yangzi used to restore his 5 organs, he put that concern aside for now. The urgent matter at hand was to recover his missing 5 elements. Do you have any way to restore my missing 5 elements? Asked Li Huowang. Who is there? Burp. Report your name, asked Lady Cui as she took a deep breath, her nostrils drawing in the white smoke from the nearby incense. Li Huowang. Who are you? Or should I say, what are you? Li Huowang replied cautiously, instinctively grabbing the hilt of his sword. I am the Imperial Palace ruler of 9 heavens, the supreme celestial being, and the pardoner of sin's little strayed one. How amusing. Burp, said the voice. Li Huowang's eyes shrank. The other party could tell he was a strayed one. Don't be afraid, ha ha ha. Burp, said the voice, their laughter causing an eerie wind to blow through the entire house. Clang. Instantly, Li Huowang unsheathed the sword, causing a strong aura to disperse the chilliness in the house. At the same time, the incense sticks inside the black cauldron were also instantly extinguished. 1. Basically year, month, day, and time of birth. It's used to predict your life and personality. Chapter 182, Great Deity. The commotion caused by Li Huowang unsheathing his sword startled Lady Cui, instantly jolting her awake. What's happening? Weren't you asking rice? Why are you so worked up? She asked in a flustered voice, as though genuinely unaware of what had just transpired. Li Huowang had been ready to strike, but paused and looked at the bewildered Lady Cui with an uncertain expression. He couldn't determine whether she was pretending or whether she was truly perplexed. Logically, if they were interested in him as a strayed one, then they shouldn't be acting this way. Are you going to ask or not? If not, I'm leaving, Lady Cui said as she lifted her basket and prepared to leave. After a moment, Li Huowang decided that he did not want her to leave. He dragged over a nearby wooden stool and sat down with his sword. I want to continue asking questions. Summon that supreme being back. Hearing this, Lady Cui hesitated for a few moments, then placed down her basket and relit the incense sticks. The same sequence of actions as earlier were repeated, and then the male voice reappeared. After learning that Li Huowang lacked his 5 elements, the voice gave a very strange answer. Change your name and surname. Lack 5 elements, fill 5 elements. Then, Lady Cui reached into the basket and grabbed a handful of rice, scattering it onto the ground before Li Huowang. Jin Shanzhao 1. These words appeared before Li Huowang. Change my name? Li Huowang looked at the name on the floor and was rather puzzled. Could having the 5 elements in my name really compensate for the missing elements? Is this person just trying to deceive me? After pondering for a while, Li Huowang decided to once again test the ability of this entity. He faced Lady Cui, who was drinking the tea and wine, and then asked, Thank you for the clarifications. I have another question I wish to ask. Could you help provide an answer for it? Ask, why has the process of decay stopped in this world recently? Asked Li Huowang. If this unknown entity could provide a real answer, then Li Huowang would immediately change his name. The disappearance of decay had to be related to the abyss. He was deeply troubled by her death and wanted to know what was going on. The Bodhisattva, out of compassion, sympathizes with all living beings in the world who endure the suffering of decay, said the voice. You liar. You are exposed. There is no Bodhisattva or Buddha. Beyond the heavens, there are only those, said Li Huowang before trailing off. Soon, fear was revealed in his eyes, and he could not continue anymore. He did not know how to describe those entities, those things that he had intentionally avoided thinking about ever since waking up. He had believed that by not thinking about them, he could just pretend that they did not exist. Those beings were immensely more powerful than ordinary humans, and had the ability to easily annihilate anyone and everyone if they so desired. However, when he thought about them again, Huowang could no longer ignore them. Instantly, his expression grew agonized and his breathing became more rapid. At the same time, some indistinct voices started echoing in his ears. "Senior, stop thinking about it." Bai Ling Miao's anxious voice pulled Huowang's attention back. As Huowang looked at the worried, delicate face before him, he took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right, I won't think about it. I won't think. Yes, that's right. Regardless of what those things truly are, or no matter whether what she said is true or false, this world has gone mad. Since I can't do anything about it, I just need to live my life peacefully." With constant reassurance from Bai Ling Miao, Huowang gradually calmed down as he placed the things he should not be thinking about aside. With renewed composure, Huowang once again looked toward Lady Cui. At this point, his trust in her words had significantly diminished. "I have another question for you. What exactly is the strayed one?" asked Huowang. This question caused her to pause. She looked over with her blank eyes. At that moment, Huowang could instantly feel 8 gazes examining him. "As a deity, I of course know. But if I were to tell you, then you would die on the spot," said the voice. This reply caused Bai Ling Miao to grab onto the hem of Huowang's clothes tightly. "Humph," Huowang sneered, his trust in Lady Cui vaporizing completely. "Playing tricks with me, huh? The sitting oblivion Dao has taught me one thing, not to follow the path of someone else." Then, he raised his sword that radiated killing intent and pointed it toward Lady Cui's head. "Get lost. No matter what you are or what intentions you have. Scram. Do you hear me? Little strayed one amusing, very amusing since it's like this. Then I shall inform you what a strayed one is." Burp, said the voice. However, before they could say anything more, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The black cauldron, the basket filled with rice, and the bronze mirror had all been sliced into 2 halves. The sword's edge was already on Lady Cui's neck. "Oh my, what's going on?" asked Lady Cui, her voice returning to normal. "This again? You're quite skilled at pretend acting. I'll repeat this one last time. Get lost," shouted Huowang. At this point, it was evident that Lady Cui was quite frightened by Huowang's killing intent. In a panicked state, she picked up her belongings from the ground and stumbled outside. Clang. Once she left, Huowang sheathed his sword, and the room gradually returned to normal. "Let's go get some sleep. We should have a good rest while we still have a bed," Huowang said. As he stepped into the inner room, he put on the bronze coin mask. Feeling the weight of the mask, he let out a sigh of relief. "I'll need to bring this thing with me from now on. My identity as a strayed one is too enticing to some people." "Master, what if what she said was true?" asked Bai Ling Miao. "That was the only reason I didn't strike her body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her leave through the door. Also, don't call me master," said Huowang. That night, Huowang hardly slept, fearing a nighttime ambush by the other party. Next day, even though nothing had happened, Huowang had everyone hastily pack their luggage and leave this troubled area. It was only after they arrived at the bustling streets of the border town of the kingdom of Siqi that Huowang finally relaxed. Compared to before, there was much less tension over here, suggesting that they might no longer be at war. Huowang and the others took some time to rest in the town, and then prepared to re-enter Hoshu. But before that, there was something that they needed to do. At the Hotu escort office, the burly chief escort read the recommendation letter in his hand, while scrutinizing the peculiar red-robed Daoist with a mask of bronze coins on his face. After much consideration, he placed the letter back. "All right, since Leader Zhao is taking your guarantee, then I'll trust you. However, let's make it clear beforehand. If you're escorting goods, then we'll take a 20% cut from each deal. After all, we're the ones signing the contracts. Is this agreeable?" "Yes," Huowang readily agreed. Escorting cargo was quite convenient for his group, and the earnings were essentially free money. "If the goods are lost, I won't hold you accountable. We have our own guarantors too. Since you said Leader Zhao is your friend, don't disappoint him," said the chief escort. 1. The 3 characters of the name Jin Zamu has the radicals of the 5 elements, Jinjiaomo. Chapter 183, Village Protector. Since the chief escort had agreed, their next steps were quite simple. Accept the contract, take the deposit, and placed their handprints. Li Huowang turned around as he observed the items being loaded onto his carriage, and then turned to the chief escort. By the way, chief escort, I'd like to ask, wasn't there a war recently? Did it also affect your business? Why wouldn't we be affected? The escort business does make more money when the world is in chaos. But if the entire world is in total chaos, then we wouldn't be able to make any money either. You should know that once military troops are involved, those high-ranking officials won't follow any rules. Thankfully, the war has ended. Hearing this, Li Huowang was surprised. Chief, do you know what happened? Why did the war suddenly stop? He recalled that a significant number of people had died during the battles. It hadn't just been any normal skirmish. According to normal procedures, it shouldn't have ended like this. There must have been some reason that caused both sides to rein in their hostility so abruptly. No, not just both sides, as there seemed to have been more than 2 countries involved in the war. Yet now, they had all stopped so abruptly, almost as if they had all agreed upon it beforehand. Due to this, it was very strange. How would I know? If I did, wouldn't I be sitting on the throne of the kingdom of Siqi right now? However, I've heard from the conscripts that while everything was normal in the beginning, one day, out of the blue, the dead suddenly stopped rotting and no longer even attracted any flies, explained the chief escort. Hearing this, Li Huowang's expression stiffened. It all related back to the abbess's body. This unexpected ceasefire was related to the sudden disappearance of decay. Could it be that those in power feel that the disappearance of decay is more important than conquering cities and seizing more land? So the emperors and the kings stopped the war to join forces and deal with this issue? Perhaps the disappearance of decay would lead to major changes in the world. Li Huowang speculated aimlessly as he looked toward the other side of the street. The border town was very lively, with horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, and even camels passing by. They all seemed to be completely unaffected by the disappearance of decay. From the looks of it, there were many significant events happening in this world, but they were unrelated to him. Currently, he was no different from these commoners. He was just another one of them. There will always be someone dependable when calamity strikes. Perhaps the disappearance of decay was something very important. But ever since the abbess's death, he no longer had any further connections with this matter. Unknowingly, they finished loading the goods they were meant to escort. Since their 2 carriages were now full, they would have no choice but to sleep underneath the carriages at night. Young man, as long as you deliver these goods to the Fengting escort office in G City of Hoshu, you will receive a reward of 70 taels. 1. 70 taels. Li Huowang was stunned by the reward. He remembered that back then, the Liu family troop only managed to earn 10 taels back when they performed for the dead. It seems that the escort business is very profitable in these chaotic times. Don't think it's too little. It's your first time, after all. As long as you do a good job, your business will naturally become more lucrative. This is the escort contract. Keep it safe, continued the chief escort. Hearing this, Li Huowang reached out for the contract and bowed courteously. Chief escort, till we meet again. Take care, and have a smooth journey, said the chief escort. After leaving the escort office, Li Huowang took another look at this small town that they had visited several times now and sighed with mixed feelings. He had no more attachments to the kingdom of Siqi, and this was likely the last time he would come to this place. Where is my home in this vast world? Once everything was prepared, the carriage wheels began to roll again as he led his group toward the barren land of Hoshu. Now that they were acting as escorts, they were moving much slower than before. After all, they were carrying more goods, causing the horses pulling the carts to be tired out much quicker. To avoid facing the revenge of the relatives of the Nuo opera performers, Li Huowang deliberately took a longer route and went around the previous town. Due to this, they only saw another village after about half a month of travel. Worn out by their long time on the road, they had cracked lips and wanted to go in for a rest. Not having enough water for washing up hadn't been the biggest issue for them. The real problem was having to eat dry rations every day, causing all of them to grow more and more irritable. Li Huowang had also developed a large ulcer on the corner of his lips. Wu Bun held out. Seeing this, Li Huowang patted its smooth, yellow head and said, "Keep quiet. This is someone else's place." While enjoying being licked by Bun, Li Huowang looked at the small village. All the houses here were painted a conspicuous red, as though to contrast them from the desolation outside. However, there was nothing else remarkable about this place. When Li Huowang saw a man in ragged clothing step out of one of the houses, he immediately led his group forward. "Excuse me." Li Huowang had just begun to speak, but stopped. There was a trail of green mucus hanging from the face of the man, and it extended all the way to his chest. Its thickness showed that it had accumulated due to the air drying it over time. Huh? Outsiders. The person just stood there with his legs bowed inward, smiling foolishly at Li Huowang. Li Huowang raised his hand to adjust his bronze coin mask as he watched the man warily. He was uncertain whether this man was genuinely foolish or just pretending. Fool, the Wu family is having a celebration. Come over and help. There will even be baked buns afterwards. When he heard the shout from an old person in the distance, this man's eyes brightened, and he turned to rush toward the source of the voice. What sort of person is this? Just as Li Huowang was feeling puzzled, Gao Zhijian, who was standing beside him, stuttered, Village. Protector. What? Li Huowang turned to look at him as he came to understand what that term meant through Gao Zhijian's stuttering explanation. Some of the villages had a fool, and they were usually called village protectors. It was claimed that they were lacking in mental faculties, but they were destined to help ward off disasters for the village. However, this was just a nice way of putting it. The majority of village protectors lived difficult lives and often went hungry. The only time they enjoyed decent meals was when they helped out during village celebrations. Li Huowang nodded in understanding. I see. I've never encountered them before, and so it's my first time learning about this. When he thought up to this point, Li Huowang was suddenly startled as he looked up at Gao Zhijian's honest face. You are slow with almost everything else, so how did you know about this so clearly? Were you also a village protector before? Gao Zhijian shook his head vigorously, no. I am not. Li Huowang nodded upon seeing his anxious expression. All right, you don't need to explain. I know that you're not. At that moment, Puppy chimed in as well. Yes, you are not. I really am not. Gao Zhijian turned red with embarrassment. 1. Interesting note. A tael is a unit of weight and equal to 1.3 ounces, and when associated with silver in this context, it means that they will be paid 91 ounces of silver. Chapter 184, Getting Married. Seeing Gao Zhijian getting so anxious, Zhao Wu, who was driving the horse carriage, spoke up. Puppy, don't tease him too much. If you end up making him lose his temper, then I'll smack you. Seniorly, seems like there's a celebration going on inside the village. Should we go over to take a look? Most of the village people should be there, suggested one of them. Li Huowang looked up at the fiery sunset, then nodded and led his group toward the village. The customs in Hoshu are a little strange, huh? They hold their weddings at dusk. Seniorly, we also have weddings at this time back home. Is that so? Why is that? Asked Li Huowang. No particular reason. It has always been tradition. As they chatted along the way, Li Huowang gradually made his way into the village. Locating the family hosting the wedding was not difficult. Some of the villagers carrying buckets filled with rice and eggs directly pointed out the direction for Li Huowang. They were not just carrying plain rice and eggs. Some of them also carried baskets filled with other lavish offerings, such as live chicken and lambs. The villagers here seemed like their faces shining more and more brightly as they deliberately walked slower while swaying their shoulder poles flamboyantly. It was as though they were boasting to the others. Li Huowang followed these people and quickly found the wedding house. The 2 stone lions at the entrance suggested that this family was different from the others in the village. 2 ushers at the entrance wore warm smiles as they rushed to welcome Li Huowang's group. You can leave your carriages at the door, and we'll keep an eye on them. After finding out that Li Huowang's group were escorts, and after verifying the escort contract, they were surprisingly no longer wary of them, and even passionately invited them in. It seemed that having more guests during a wedding would add to their social prestige. With this, Li Huowang was even more convinced that his choice to become an escort was correct. However, there was also a possibility that their attitude might have been influenced by their attire. Most people here wore bamboo hats and veils to protect themselves from the sandstorms. If this were within the kingdom of Si-Chi, the people would not readily invite a group of veiled strangers in. After going in, they sat around a small table. Li Huowang picked up his chopsticks and took a small portion of each dish, then discreetly passed it to Bun, who was under the table. Though it may look unsightly, Li Huowang did not care. He was more concerned about the possibility of the village being a bandit lair, and that their food might have been drugged. They had endured through many chaotic things, and it would be quite interesting if something went wrong here. After a while, Bun licked its face and wagged its tail, clearly wanting more food. Seeing this, Li Huowang nodded to the others. Eat. After their long journey, everyone seemed to have forgotten their manners. They could not resist the delicious dishes on the table. However, Li Huowang did not start eating. Instead, he picked up the cup of strong tea and drank it. Given his heightened senses, the ulcer on his lips felt like constant torture to him. He had to find a way to quickly relieve himself of the heatiness. 1. Hoshu's cuisine was quite different from that of the kingdom of Si-Chi. There were very few vegetable dishes. The majority of the food items were meat and dairy products, as well as baked buns and date cakes. The only other options were the dried fruits that were arranged on the beautiful plates and the tea water. Thus, Li Huowang's choices were very limited. Zhao Wu, try these baked buns. They are really good, crispy on the outside and fragrant on the inside. Very delicious, said one of them. However, not everyone just cared about the food. Bai Ling Miao stretched her white neck and curiously looked toward the entrance. There, she saw the bride, covered in a red veil, and being helped down from the wedding sedan. At this point, a handsome young man with sharp brows who held a gong in his hand struck it and announced in a loud voice, "The bride enters. May wealth follow abundantly." Good. The others stood up to applaud, prompting Li Huowang to nudge Gao Zhijian, who was just wolfing down his food. After that, they stood up as well. Bong. The gong rang again. The bride crosses the brazier. 2. Red and fiery. All right. Well spoken. The entire courtyard erupted in cheers. Bong. The bride crosses the saddle. 3. Peace and prosperity. As he looked at the joyous expressions of the people around him, Li Huowang's mood involuntarily improved. At the same time, he also noticed the strong look of envy in Bai Ling Miao's eyes. He reached out and pinched her soft hand, causing her to turn around and give him a reassuring smile. Seniorly, everyone is giving them gifts. Shouldn't we give one as well? It's only right to do so, suggested Bai Ling Miao. All right. We can give them some candied fruits produced in the kingdom of Si-Chi, since they can't be found here. This will be enough to represent our goodwill and wouldn't cost us much, said Bai Ling Miao. Just as she said this, a fourth gong sounded. Worship the god of prosperity. What? Li Huowang could hardly believe his ears. What did he say to worship? From his perspective, the warm and merry atmosphere instantly vanished, and a bone-piercing chill enveloped him. Seniorly, they said to worship the god of prosperity, said Sun Baolu, his mouth filled to the brim with lamb meat. Li Huowang watched on with shock as the newlyweds were led into the hall by their cheerful relatives. Then, they knelt in front of a red and round character that represented prosperity 4. Just as the smiling youth was about to strike the gong once again, he saw Li Huowang in the crowd, causing his expression to turn unpleasant. Brother, what are you looking at? Strike the gong. As soon as the youth heard the groom's soft reminder, he struck the red-clothed mallet onto the gong. Bong. The jarring sound of the gong rang out once again. Congratulations to the eldest son of the Ho family, Ho Chiao, on marrying Luo Tian as the bride. The bride is virtuous and dignified, and we pray to the god of prosperity to bless their family to bear many children and descendants. Hee. Good. At that moment, the atmosphere reached its peak with everyone smiling and cheering. After the newlyweds left through a side door, the others gradually sat down and continued to eat and chat. This just made Li Huowang, who was standing there on his own, seem even more conspicuous. When he felt someone tug on his sleeves, Li Huowang sat back down, albeit looking rather displeased. According to the information he had received before, the god of prosperity was in existence even more terrifying than the god of happiness. Perhaps it was one of the things behind Bayou Capital. And now, such an existence had become the god of blessings for weddings. It was undoubtedly ironic. Though he did not know how this custom came about, he was certain that the people offering their worship had no idea what the thing they were actually worshipping was. Seniorly, what's the matter? There's nothing wrong here. So why the displeased expression? Are you having an episode again? Asked Puppy. Li Huowang glanced at Puppy and then pointed at the red, giant, round character on the wall. Do they have to worship that thing at weddings and other places too? An example of the double happiness character. Not sure if copyright rules apply. 1. A traditional Chinese medicine concept that is believed to be related to causing blisters or ulcers. 2. A Chinese custom to step past a brazier, believed to help dispel evil spirits with the fire and hope for a prosperous life. 3. I can't find any relevant info about this online, perhaps a wedding custom unique to this story. 4. The term used is actually double happiness, commonly used as a symbol for marriage. Translators thought this is how the character for double happiness looks like. Chapter 185, Toast. Worship, the god of prosperity? No, at least not in our Liang kingdom. I remember that when my second brother got married, They had to first pay their respects to heaven and earth, and then to her parents. But in marriages, we also have the same circular character pasted on the doors and windows, said Puppy, while holding onto a lamb hoof and pointing toward the red-colored double happiness character in the banquet hall. However, this reply didn't manage to improve Li Huowang's expression by much. He just stood in place for a while, and only sat down after seeing that there were no peculiarities with the red-colored round character for double happiness. Let's eat quickly and find a place to rest afterwards, said Li Huowang, prompting the others to speed up their pace. Meanwhile, Li Huowang took a dried date from the date cake and began to slowly munch on it, all while looking around warily. He couldn't let his guard down completely. However, he couldn't be blamed for being overly cautious. Being too careful was never a bad thing in this crazy world. Moreover, he had accumulated many bitter experiences. Li Huowang did not want to know the reason behind these things. The only thing he wanted was to live on safely with the people around him. As the evening grew darker, the torches on the walls were lit up, and the entire banquet hall grew even more lively. The host family had been busy toasting with those seated at the other tables, and Li Huowang had assumed that they would not come and raise a toast with their group of outsiders, who knew that one of them would actually be dispatched to their table. The youth who had been striking the gong to welcome the bride now walked toward Li Huowang with a smile. He held a cup of wine in one hand and a wine jug in the other. He came to their table and filled up his wine cup first, and then held it up to Li Huowang. Thank you everyone for rushing here for my brother's wedding. I am Huowang, and I would like to raise a toast to you escort masters. May everything go smoothly for you. Given the situation, the others could not remain seated and raised their cups in return. Even Li Huowang did the same, using tea as a replacement for wine. After all, it was very good for them to receive such treatment as outsiders. Huowang held his cup with both hands and emptied it down his throat, and then immediately filled it up once again before facing Li Huowang. Daoist, I offer a separate toast to you. Here's to hoping that you attain the Tao and ascend to immortality soon. These were kind words, but to Li Huowang, a fake Daoist, they sounded quite uncomfortable. You're too courteous, said Li Huowang as he raised his cup of tea and drank it, the cup obscuring his view. Li Huowang could acutely sense that the man before him was staring at himself. No, more accurately, it was not at himself, but at the sword on his back, the one gifted to him by the abbess. When Li Huowang put down the cup of tea, that gaze quickly vanished, and he was once again faced with the young man's smile. If not for his heightened senses, it was likely that he too would have missed it. Why is this person staring at my sword? Does he recognize its power? No matter what Li Huowang thought, the youth didn't do much after the toast. He just picked up his pot of wine and turned toward the other tables. From the looks of it, the purpose of his visit had just been to raise a toast. Enjoy your meal, and leave only after you are happy, said the departing young man. Li Huowang had a complex look on his face as he watched the youth depart. He turned to the others and said, We should be done. Let's go. Hearing this, the others looked reluctantly at the unfinished dishes. But since Li Huowang had spoken, they could only stand up and follow him. After the feast, not only had they had their fill, it was also easier for them to find a place to rest. A landlord saw that they were the escorts who had eaten at the same feast as him, and agreed to shelter them temporarily. He even had to pretend to decline by Ling Yao's offer to pay rent. Since you came to dine at the banquet, you are our guests. There's no need for any money here, said the old man. But in the end, the elderly man with the loud voice still accepted their coins happily. Money was indeed quite handy, and he quickly cleared out an old two-story clay building for Li Huowang's group to stay in. Even though it was old, it was a standalone structure with its own courtyard, which suited Li Huowang's preferences quite a bit. As the night grew darker, the lively village also gradually grew quiet. At this moment, Li Huowang stood at the window by the second floor as he gazed at the red lanterns of the house where the wedding had taken place. Bai Ling Miao was sitting on the side of the bed as she wet a thread with her mouth. Then, under the illumination of the candlelight, she carefully threaded it through the eye of a needle before starting to sew some useless cloth onto the chains on a nearby stool. She continued sewing until her eyes grew tired, and then looked up toward Li Huowang's broad figure. Seniorly, perhaps he was just casually glancing at your sword. He may not necessarily be scheming against you. I have two swords on my back, so why did he focus on this one? It's better to be safe than sorry. When you go down later, inform the others in the house to take turns keeping watch throughout the night, said Li Huowang. Bai Ling Miao obediently nodded before spreading open her blanket. Li, what's the matter? Li Huowang looked down at the courtyard, to see Gao Zhijian looking up toward himself. I'm really not a village protector, said Gao Zhijian, clearly concerned about this matter. All right, I know that you're not a village protector. But then, where are you from? You couldn't have popped out from a rock, right? Asked Li Huowang. Due to Gao Zhijian's limited intelligence and stutter, Li Huowang and the others were not keen about engaging in a conversation with him, since he often tended to be long-winded. Due to this, aside from knowing that he was literate, Li Huowang did not know much else about Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian appeared conflicted as he paused for a while, and then said, Senior Li, trust me. I trust you. Now hurry up and speak. If you keep dawdling, it's going to be dawn soon. You? Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt me, shouted Gao Zhijian. This was the first time he had used this tone to speak to Li Huowang. I hate it the most when others interrupt me. Li Huowang looked at Gao Zhijian, whose face was turning red from agitation, and also at his tightly clenched fists, and nodded. All right, you can speak. Senior Li, will you be able to believe me? No matter how shocking my words are, I will believe you. Say it. Hearing this, Gao Zhijian stomped his feet angrily and said, I'll come up to tell you. Hearing this, Li Huowang glanced at Bai Lingmiao behind him, and then stopped the agitated Gao Zhijian. Don't come up. Just speak from there, and then go to bed. Chapter 186, Beauty. When he heard Li Huowang tell him to just stand in the courtyard and talk to him, Gao Zhijian hesitated. He looked around warily and then began to speak. I might be an EMP. As he spoke, Gao Zhijian's voice gradually became softer and softer, turning into something akin to a mosquito's buzzing. An EMP? What are you talking about? Speak up, asked Li Huowang. Gao Zhijian was ashamed when Li Huowang talked to him like that, and just returned to his room. Why did he stop talking? What was he trying to say? An EMP? Wondered Li Huowang. He was about to head down and ask, but decided against it. He closed the window and approached his bed. He had many other things to do and had no time to meddle in the private affairs of others. Plus, he was a strayed one. He was not suited to be a counselor, lest he drag the others into his troubles as well. And so, Li Huowang was not interested in what Gao Zhijian was trying to tell him. Gao Zhijian was not stupid. His mind just worked slower than the others. Gao Zhijian must have his own issues to deal with. He knew that there would come a day when Gao Zhijian would naturally tell him everything. After Li Huowang waited and confirmed that Gao Zhijian never came up, he blew out the candle and went to sleep. As he lay on the bed, Li Huowang stared at the roof. Do you still remember where Simpleton wanted to go? Asked Li Huowang. Bai Lingmiao hugged Li Huowang even while her eyes were closed. I asked him a couple of days ago and found that he wasn't sure either. He had said the Liang Kingdom the last time, but then he answered with Qingqiu a few days back. Qingqiu, mumbled Li Huowang as the map surfaced within his mind. Qingqiu was the next kingdom after Hoshu, and beyond it was the Liang Kingdom. Their journey would end once Bai Lingmiao arrived back at her village at the base of Cowheart Mountain. At that time, he would finally be able to settle down there too. What should I do once I'm there? Should I arrange for a wedding ceremony and marry her? But since I will be staying at her house, technically she's marrying me, right? 1. Amidst his thoughts, Li Huowang placed his jaw on the top of her head and snuggled with Bai Lingmiao. Neither of them had fallen into love at first sight, nor had they sworn to love each other. Li Huowang didn't know how to pamper her, and Bai Lingmiao had never flirted with him. Both of them were akin to a small stream. They went on and on until they reached a lake. To Li Huowang, nothing about it felt particularly special. It was just that he felt comfortable staying by her side and wanted to do so for his life. But he was still worried about the one remaining issue he had. His hallucinations. Is there nothing that can cure the symptoms of a strayed one? Li Huowang wondered aloud. This was not only a question of responsibility, but also a future threat. Li Huowang was still unconvinced. He was afraid that he would end up treating the hallucination as the real world once more and abandoned by Lingmiao. For a period of time, Li Huowang was very certain that the other side was fake and that he would never doubt himself again. But now, the reality hit him hard. Everything was possible. He would never be so sure anymore. Li Huowang recalled the final words spoken by one of the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Chen Hongxiu, that old nun, knew nothing. I'll tell you the truth. One of the 4 joys of the sitting Oblivion Dao, Bei Feng, is also a strayed one. He has managed to live to a ripe old age of 190, and he's still doing well. None of a strayed one's bewilderment or confusion bothers him. As he thought about it, he got more and more annoyed. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly realized that he had played right into that person's trap and cursed. Fuck. That bunch of crazy lunatics are still trying to swindle me even after their death. Senior Li, what's wrong? Asked Bai Ling Miao. Staring at the sleepy Bai Ling Miao, Li Huowang was about to say something when he suddenly felt his hallucination coming back. Quick, bring the chains. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao didn't even question him. She immediately found the chain from under the bag and tied up Li Huowang. Tie harder. Don't ever let me go, said Li Huowang. When he saw Bai Ling Miao reassuring him even as she was busy tying him up, Li Huowang sighed and tilted his head back. At that moment, the pillow filled with grain transformed into a soft pillow filled with cotton. Li Huowang gradually raised his head and stared at the white environment. The ward looked quite different compared to the last time. Li Huowang knew where he was. After staying in the psychiatric hospital for so long, he knew that this was the ward where they kept the patients that had to be strapped in. A normal hospital would never have such a ward. He thought about it for a moment and came to a logical conclusion. I was transferred. Li Huowang smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, it was a hallucination and just about anything could happen here. Li Huowang stared at the clean white ceiling and didn't know what to do next. He stared at the straps on his arms. After a moment, he raised his head and spoke into the microphone. Is there a nurse? This is the 13th ward. Could you please bring my phone? I would like to make a call. After some static, a male voice answered him. You are Li Huowang, correct? I've read your report. My surname is Wang, and so you can call me Nurse Wang. Who would you like to call? I can connect them to the microphone and the speaker by your bed. A male nurse? Li Huowang pondered for a moment and asked, Nurse Wang, could you call Yang Na? However, as soon as he mentioned Yang Na's name, Bai Ling Miao's face popped up in his mind. What am I doing? Why am I interacting with a hallucination? Yang Na is fake and Bai Ling Miao is real. Hey, who is it? So annoying. Who's calling me so early in the morning? At that moment, a familiar voice came from the speaker. When he heard her familiar voice, Li Huowang stopped hesitating. Nana, Huowang, Yang Na cried out in surprise and happiness. Why are you still in bed? Where did you go last night? And just how crazy was the night? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing his question, Yang Na started letting out all her complaints. I didn't go anywhere to play last night. The first year of university is more or less like another advanced year in high school. I'm so busy I could die. You no longer have to study late into the night, and you don't even have classes all day long. How could you be busy? Who said that? You can only say that because you have never gone to university before. Once you are in, you will realize that all those teachers in high school lied to us about how carefree being a university student was, said Yang Na. After she said those words, she suddenly became quiet. After a while, she carefully probed Li Huowang. Huowang, I'm sorry. I don't mean to trigger you. Hearing this, Li Huowang stared at the black microphone and chuckled. You think you can trigger me just like that? I'm pretty much unfazed. By the way, did you hear me sing happy birthday to you that day? Yes, I did. Thank you. But I'm still waiting for my birthday gift. 1. Usually in Chinese culture the girl would go to the boy's family after marriage, but on rare occasions where the boy lives with the girl's family instead, they will use a different Chinese character to describe it. Chapter 187, Confrontation. A birthday gift? Sure, what do you want? Li Huowang smiled as he talked to the microphone. He did remember promising Yang Na that he would give her something. Yang Na's voice turned quiet. Huowang, I wish for you to come and fetch me from the university whenever you are healed. I told everyone there that I had a cool boyfriend, but none of my hostel mates believed me. I even showed them our pictures, but they thought that they were photoshopped. Those 3 crazy women. Healed? Li Huowang smiled bitterly. While the hallucination was extremely logical, to the point where it was almost indistinguishable from reality, in the end, it was just that, a hallucination. All right, Li Huowang lied. This was one of those rare cases where he had to lie. Yay, and then we can make sure that they die from jealousy, said Yang Na in a cheerful voice. Soon, both of them started to calm down. How are you in there? Asked Yang Na. This question immediately made Li Huowang uncomfortable. He didn't know what to say. He thought about the various experiences he had so far. None of them were good. Not too bad, said Li Huowang after a pause. Yang Na's voice grew even quieter. When she spoke again, her voice was filled with sadness. Huowang, I love you, I really, really do. But we need to maintain it together. I'm afraid that I can't maintain it on my own. I don't want to be like my parents. They loved each other when I was younger, but that love slowly transformed into hatred. Li Huowang took a deep breath and reassured her. However, Yang Na did not accept it. Li Huowang, Be serious. You always said you would do it, so show me. Your mom told me that you hated seeing the doctors. You can't do that. Do you think I don't understand you? You kept everything within your heart. Where are you trying to escape to? You've always been so stubborn and headstrong ever since you were young. I know it's hard for you to be riddled with this illness, but you need to go and let yourself get treated. I need you to do it so that I can also see that you are trying. If not, I won't feel safe anymore. I keep thinking whether you are trying to abandon me. Hearing all this, Li Huowang clenched both of his fists. Nana, I swear that I will never abandon you, even if you are an illusion. Li Huowang buried those words deep inside his heart. Even if I can't be treated, as long as you are able to endure, then I will never give up either, said Li Huowang. After obtaining his answer, Yang Na's voice returned to her jolly self. Then, she began to talk about her university life. They talked for another half an hour before Nurse Wang reminded them that their time was up. And so, Yang Na reluctantly hung up. Li Huowang sighed while lying on the bed. He knew that the hallucination was logical, but he really didn't know what to do about Yang Na's birthday wish. After what had happened the last time, the hospital would never let him out. He would even be subjected to numerous rounds of assessment just for them to release the straps binding him. Going to Yang Na's university? Forget it. He couldn't even leave his room. You were able to converse quite naturally with her today. Want to try talking with a doctor? Asked Nurse Wang. However, due to being annoyed, Li Huowang decided to ignore Nurse Wang. Young man, even I was touched by the relationship between you two. You can't disappoint such a girl now, can you? Don't give up on your treatment, advised Nurse Wang. This is a private matter. You and I are nowhere near close enough to be discussing this, said Li Huowang, feeling extremely irritated. You don't know me, but I know you. I did everything to take care of you while you were strapped in, including bathing you, changing the catheter, and even changing the poop bucket. Heck, I never even treated my own mother that nicely. But at least we haven't had to flip you over. Your body is still strong and never developed any pressure ulcers. On the other hand, the patient on bed number 19 needs to be flipped every few hours or so. Nurse Wang happily continued to talk to him, whether Li Huowang liked it or not. But this only further irritated Li Huowang. I'm tired. Let me rest, said Li Huowang. Young man, you are almost one with the bed by now. How could you still be tired? Just talk to me for a couple of minutes. This hospital is very unfriendly to us. They don't even allow us to look at our phones during our shifts. If it weren't for the pay and the benefits, I would have long since changed jobs. Are you sure you don't want to see a doctor today? What do you think Yang Na would say if she knew about it? Said Nurse Wang. Li Huowang finally relented when he thought about how Yang Na would feel. Fine, bring the doctor in. Even if this was just a hallucination, he didn't want Yang Na to be sad. Oops, I forgot that today is a Sunday. The doctor is on break today. Would you be free tomorrow? Said Nurse Wang. Are you fucking with me? At this point, Li Huowang was starting to hate the nurse. I wouldn't dare. After all, your mother is very fierce. I don't want her to complain about me to my supervisors. The doctor really is on break today, but I will let them know tomorrow. Will you be fine with that? I've heard the doctor say that your illness is quite unique. They even wanted to name it after you. At this point, Li Huowang closed his eyes and just tuned Nurse Wang out. He was done with Nurse Wang. Amidst Nurse Wang's voice, Li Huowang soon fell asleep. When he woke up, he once again found himself on the wooden bed, his body tied up with chains and covered with a blanket. Seeing this, he sighed in relief. Then, Li Huowang turned to stare at Bai Lingmiao. At this moment, she was sleeping on the side. For some reason, he suddenly felt like Bai Lingmiao's face was being superimposed with Yang Na's. But then he reminded himself that the hallucination was nothing but a fake. Now, he needed to treasure Bai Lingmiao. This was his reality. Numerous thoughts ran through Li Huowang's mind. Bai Lingmiao wants the same thing that Yang Na wished for. At that moment, Bai Lingmiao's eyes gently fluttered as she woke up. When she saw that Li Huowang's eyes were clear once more, Bai Lingmiao smiled. Senior Li, it's only the 4th section of the night. Let me remove your chains, and then we can continue sleeping. Having said that, she removed the blanket on his body before quickly untying Li Huowang. When her face came close to his, Li Huowang suddenly asked her, "Were you envious of the bride today?" Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao blushed but didn't deny it. Yeah, I was very envious. Senior Li, will you marry me when we reach my home? You do not dislike me, right? Li Huowang just gave her a gentle kiss as an answer. On the other hand, Bai Lingmiao was clearly surprised by his actions and froze up. Then, Li Huowang sat up and pulled her into the warm blanket. The next day, both of them woke up very late. Chapter 188, Soldiers. There was a well within the village. There was even a fireplace close to the guest house. Thus, all they needed to do was to place their pot onto the fireplace, and they could easily cook a meal. As he drank the wild vegetable soup and ate the grain bun, Li Huowang felt the ulcer on his lips slowly receding. At that moment, Li Huowang asked Gao Zhijian about the previous night. Did anything come close to us last night? And no on one was he here, replied Gao Zhijian. Li Huowang glanced at Bun and saw that the dog was fine as well. He recalled the strange wedding from yesterday. Even though everything seemed normal, Li Huowang felt that the gaze of the man was off. He wasn't sure when he had obtained the power to determine one's emotions through their gaze, but he could tell that the man who was staring at him yesterday was doing so not out of curiosity, but out of wariness. We will rest for today and depart tomorrow morning. Puppy, since we don't have enough food for our travels, go and gather some rations for our trip today. Gao Zhijian and Chun Xiaoman, both of you can go with him as well. Don't be careless, instructed Li Huowang. Sure, leave this to me, the great Chow Chow, answered Puppy. Li Huowang glanced at Bai Ling Miao, who was whispering something to Chun Xiaoman, before continuing with his meal. Given that this was one of their rare rest days, Li Huowang took the chance to practice the fiery scripture. However, even now he had no idea how to gather or invoke the feeling of compassion within his heart. Just as he had barely managed to gather the white wax into a pile, he suddenly detected someone staring at him. Li Huowang quickly stowed away the fiery scripture and opened the window, only to find the village protector sniffling and smiling at him. Is it him? Maybe I can get some information from him. Li Huowang immediately ran down and took some of the grain buns from the kitchen before approaching the village protector. Li Huowang shook the grain buns in front of him and saw the man was staring intensely at the buns. I will give you a bun for every question you answer. Deal. All right. The stupid village protector nodded. What's your name? Asked Li Huowang. I have no idea, but my mother said my surname is Hua, replied the village protector. All right, here's your bun. The village protector was so happy about receiving a bun that his snot flew out. Here's another question. Who was the man hitting the gong yesterday? What is his job? Asked Li Huowang. That's Ho Lauer. He's a soldier. His brother, Ho Lauda, was the one getting married, so he recently came back here, replied the village protector. A soldier? For the kingdom of Ho Shu, mumbled Li Huowang. That means he's working with the kingdom. Li Huowang had been here for quite a while, but other than the soldiers guarding the borders, he had never met an official or a representative of the kingdom. Now he was quite curious. How did the officials govern their countries that were riddled with evil beings in this bizarre world? The village protector did not answer him, but stared at the grain bun. Seeing this, Li Huowang gave him another bun, and the village protector once again started talking. I don't know what kind of soldier he is nor his rank. All I know is that he's a soldier and that he wields a large spear. The spear is so heavy that I can't even lift it. Hearing this, Li Huowang frowned and glanced in the direction of the Ho family's house. It was just further up the path, with the stone lions protecting the gates. Where is he now? Asked Li Huowang. He left. After Ho Lauda's wedding ceremony was over, he directly left, replied the village protector. Hearing that Ho Lauer had already left, Li Huowang sighed in relief. Still, he would rather face a human than some evil being. Li Huowang didn't know if he would cross paths with that man again, but if his hunch was right, then the state officials were probably very busy with the disappearance of decay from the world. Just then, an old voice came from behind. Village protector, did that man give you food? Li Huowang recognized the old man. It was the father of the groom from yesterday's wedding. The old man was still wearing his hat and coat from yesterday. Greetings, good sir, greeted Li Huowang. Aya, you were already our guest yesterday. There's no need to be so polite, said the old man. While the two were talking, the village protector saw that there were no more grain buns to be had and left. Staring at the village protector's dirty back, Li Huowang asked the old man, Sir, I've heard that the village protectors can protect a village from disasters. Is this true? Did he help this village before? Even though Gao Zhijian had just mentioned it in a passing remark, it was something entirely possible within this bizarre world. It's just a story that we came up with so that a mentally retarded person without any family wouldn't die from hunger. Anyone smart enough would be able to tell, said the old man. I see. You must be quite kind then. I'm afraid not. Our ancestors have told us that a single village can only contain a single village protector. After all, we can't feed too many people for free. That said, will you be passing by G City? I recall that you are offering escort services, correct? Asked the old man. Li Huowang was surprised. From the looks of it, The old man hadn't just found him by chance, and had been actively searching for him. My eldest daughter is staying there. Could you pass a message to her? I need you to tell her that her brother just got married, and so we will be expecting a new addition to our family. How much silver would that require? Inquired the old man. No need for payment. You already invited us to dinner last night. There's no reason for us to request payment just to pass on a message. After hearing Li Huowang's words, the old man did not continue insisting. He then told Li Huowang the address of his eldest daughter. After remembering the address, Li Huowang suddenly recalled about Ho Lauer. I thought your second son just left? Why did you not ask him to pass the message instead? He should arrive faster while traveling on his horse compared to my carriage. My second son is rushing back to his camp. How could he possibly go to G City? In fact, it took him such a long time just to appeal to leave his post for 2 days. Sigh. I hope they are not going to war again, lamented the old man. Old man, what is the rank of your second son within the camp? He must be someone of a high rank, asked Li Huowang. Li Huowang's question was something that the old man loved to hear. He purposely spoke in a louder voice as he started boasting. Of course. He's a small-arms soldier. A small-arms soldier? What is that? Asked Li Huowang. Oh, you don't know? Well, I didn't know in the beginning either. But he told me that the small-arms soldiers are essentially the guards that stand beside the general. How could a soldier guarding the general not be someone of high ranking? Look at my house, my ox carriage, and the 2 stone lions by the door of my house. All of those were gifts from my second son, boasted the old man. Chapter 189, On Their Journey. As he heard a father brag about his own son, Li Huowang gradually learned more and more about the life of Ho Lauer. It was quite inspirational. The Ho family hadn't really been that rich in the past. They were just as poor as the others. Since the few acres of land they owned wasn't enough to feed their entire family, the second son was forced to leave the family in search of a job. Li Huowang was suspicious about the general that the old man kept talking about. From the looks of it, the old man thought that a general was the only high-ranking official within a camp. Sigh. It was even worse in the past. We didn't even have enough food to feed ourselves, and only had a single pair of pants. Back then, whoever wanted to head out got to wear that single pair, said the old man. As he heard the old man's words, Li Huowang nodded. After talking for a period of time, the old man was finally satisfied with his boasting and slowly walked back to his home. Seeing this, Li Huowang sighed and turned back. He was glad that the old man took his leave. After having learned so much, Li Huowang was no longer as cautious about Ho Lauer as before. It wasn't because of his rank and identity, but because of the fact that Ho Lauer had really left the place. There was no way he could come and disturb Li Huowang anymore. Just then, Li Huowang saw Puppy who was on his way back from purchasing some rations. Senior Li, look what I bought. It's a map drawn on leather, said Puppy. That night also passed by peacefully. At dawn, all of them departed with full spirits. As the wheels of the carriage rolled slowly along the path, the dunes around them slowly disappeared. Gradually the path became uneven and stones started replacing the sand. Soon, smaller mountains made of stones and rocks started to appear here and there. Thanks to them blocking the wind, Li Huowang and the rest were no longer buffeted by the sand. There was even some short brown grass growing near the sides of the path. We will walk through here before taking a turn here, said Li Huowang as he pointed at the map and stopped at an icon representing a town. If we do not get lost, then we will arrive at G City over here. As long as we reach there, we will be able to fulfill our escort mission, and we would have traveled halfway through Hoshu. It looks like Hoshu really is a much smaller kingdom, at least compared to the previous 2. As Li Huowang was explaining all this, he felt someone tugging on his sleeves. Senior Li, someone is in front of us. Hearing this, Li Huowang raised his head and saw that there was indeed someone. As they got closer, they saw that it was an old man who was walking with a bamboo cane. He looked like a scholar. Even though he was old, his body was still fit and energetic. He showed no signs of tiredness despite the old bamboo basket he was carrying on his back. At that moment, hearing the sound of horse hooves, Jin Shanzhao turned around. When he saw a group of people wearing black veils, he immediately stepped aside. Who are these guys? Especially that young man in the red Daoist robes. He's even going so far as to cover half of his face with a coin veil. Looks like these are people I shouldn't mess around with. I guess I should hide then. Jin Shanzhao analyzed the situation quickly and calmly. He wanted to slow down and let the group pass by first. However, he had never expected the young Daoist to be the one to approach him and start talking. Old man, could you please lend us your map so that we can verify our map is correct? Asked the red-robed Daoist. Hearing this, Jin Shanzhao rummaged through his bamboo basket and took out a paper map. This map is hand-drawn by me. I've been traveling around for many years, and I'm quite confident that my map is accurate. You can have it if you want. Thanks, but there's no need for that. I just want to compare it with my own map. Once we are done, I will return it to you, replied the red-robed Daoist. Jin Shanzhao was slightly relieved to hear how friendly the young man was. The young Daoist was by no means rude either. Daoist, where are you going? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Maybe you are heading in the same direction as me, asked Jin Shanzhao. We are on an escort mission to G City, replied the red-robed Daoist. However, Jin Shanzhao did not believe them. How could an escort not even know their own route? It was a blatant lie. Oh, you are on an escort mission? That's rare to hear. I've heard Daoists usually don't bother with mundane tasks like these, probed Jin Shanzhao. Even I have to eat, so I might as well earn some money along the way. Old man, why are you out here in the mountains, all by yourself? Isn't it dangerous? Asked the red-robed Daoist. Jin Shanzhao chuckled when he saw how the Daoist was trying to probe him. Just as he was thinking about what lie to tell them, a massive rock suddenly rolled down from the mountain and crashed into the path. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out from all around them. Jin Shanzhao was shocked to see that they were being surrounded by bandits riding on horses. Oh no, we have been trapped by the bandits. But when he turned around, he was surprised to see that the young Daoist was completely calm. He must have a plan if he's able to remain this calm. Thinking about this, Jin Shanzhao immediately hid behind the young Daoist while the bandits approached them from all directions. Tack, tack, tack. As the sound of horse hooves got closer, they saw an imposing bandit appear in front of them. Shoulders together. I'm not an outlier. Is the spring book open? Spoke the red-robed Daoist. Jin Shanzhao was once more surprised by Li Huowang. To think that he knew the code words used by those belonging to the Jianghu. He must be someone extraordinary. But just when Jin Shanzhao had thought that the bandits would reply to the code word, the one-eyed bandit at the front brandished his blade and shouted, "Go! Kill them all!" Immediately, the horses all around them resumed their charge. Unexpectedly, the bandits did not even bother with the code words and directly attacked them. Seeing this, instead of thinking about what had just happened, Jin Shanzhao immediately ran up the boulder as he tried to climb past it. He wanted to try and escape while the two forces clashed with each other. However, just as Jin Shanzhao managed to climb up the boulder, he heard the sound of fighting slowly dying down behind him. When he turned around, Jin Shanzhao got one last surprise for the day. He saw that the bandits had all been defeated. At this moment, the ground was littered with the corpses of the bandits and their horses. On the other hand, the group by the young Daoist was completely unharmed besides some dents on the carriage. What did I miss? Li Huowang ignored the old man as he placed his sword on the neck of one of the last surviving bandits. The bandit had already lost one of its arms. Do you not know the rules? Why didn't you even answer the code word? Demanded Li Huowang. Fucker, you dare to kill my brothers. You are dead. Splurt. One of the bandits' ears was cut off just like that. Meanwhile, Jin Shanzhao was horrified. Yikes. So he had just been feigning to be a kind man before this. He didn't even bat an eye when killing all those bandits. Chapter 190, Bandits. The bandit held his wound and howled in pain. Seeing this, Li Huowang was tired and couldn't be bothered to question him anymore. Just as he was about to kill the bandit, someone shouted, "Senior Li, look at what this is." Sun Baolu revealed something. Li Huowang glanced at the item and saw that it was a well-polished tobacco pipe. The smoke pipe and the bag of tobacco looked quite familiar. Senior Li, this smoke pipe and tobacco bag belong to Troop Leader Liu. They are definitely his. I remember him lending them to me a few times while we were traveling together, said Sun Baolu. Hearing this, Li Huowang checked the smoke pipe, and his face immediately became gloomy. It was very likely that the Liu family had been captured by these bandits. He showed the smoke pipe to the bandit in front of him and asked in a voice that grew increasingly cold, "Where did you get this? Did you recently rob a group of performers? Kill me if you can. I am a man, and I will never sell out my brothers." The bandit roared defiantly. Li Huowang was infuriated, but instead of becoming angry, he smiled. He released the clasp on the goatskin pouch on his waist. Cling. At that moment, the sound of metal clanking together was heard as various torture tools revealed themselves. Li Huowang had been taking such good care of them that they were shining brightly from being polished regularly. "You must be dreaming if you want me to kill you," said Li Huowang. For the next few minutes, Li Huowang slowly ground the bandit's fingers, causing the latter to howl and sob in pain. His voice echoed throughout the stony mountains. As this was happening, the rest of them all turned around. They couldn't bear to continue watching. Finally, when the bandit had his entire left hand ground down to the stump of his wrist, he relented. I will speak. Our leader's mother recently celebrated her 70th birthday, and so he purposefully caught a group of performers to perform for her. They are still up on the mountain. Hearing this, Huowang threw the bloody torture tools in front of the bandit, causing the latter to shrink back in fear. Get up. If you don't want to be tortured again, then bring us to your camp, said Huowang. The bandit no longer dared to act so tough. He just stood up and led them to their camp, just like a defeated dog. Just then, son Baolu, who was rubbing the blood off his sword using a corpse, spoke out in a voice filled with hesitation. Seniorly, maybe we should just leave. We have no relationship with the Lu family, and it would be better for us to not get into any more trouble. Hearing those words, Huowang gave a stern glare to son Baolu, causing the latter to avert his gaze. I am Huowang, not Dan Yangzi. It would have been fine if we hadn't found out about it, but now that we know that they were kidnapped, we will go and save them. Plus, I hate people who attack us out of nowhere. I'm gonna go and give them a piece of my mind, declared Huowang. He was pissed that a group of bandits dared to attack them. At this point, he no longer wanted to live within the shadows. There were definitely monsters out there that he shouldn't offend, but not just anyone had the ability to command his respect. He was more than happy to kill those who tried to kill them for no reason. At that moment, they turned their horse carriage around and followed the bandit back to their camp. Safe travels. I hope we will meet again, said a voice behind them. Huowang turned around and saw that it was the old man who had already crawled past the boulder and was on the other side of the path. After a moment, he waved his arm before continuing with their journey. After forgetting the old man, Huowang focused on what he should do next. The name of the bandit they were following was Lu Weizui. Thanks to him, Huowang quickly learned about how their organization operated as well as what their organizational structure was. Their leader was called Jin Long, and he controlled the area around here. They weren't bandits who wandered the lands, but instead had a nearby camp with a proper structure. What does your organizational structure look like? Huowang asked. According to Lu Weizui, there were various roles and names for all of them. Those in charge of robbing others were called knife heads, and those in charge of managing their resources were called grain stations. The guards within their camp were called fragrant water, and those in charge of strategy were called stack turners. Those who kidnapped rich people were called granaries, while those who blackmailed people to pay money were called flower tongues. Those masquerading as normal villagers to collect information were called planted sticks. And finally, those who were in charge of writing blackmail letters and other documents were called wordsmiths. Their chain of command was also quite simple. The leader was at the top, followed by the second in command, the third in command, the various department heads, and finally the ones who did the odd jobs. The organizational structure of the entire bandit camp was quite rigid and clear. You guys are nothing but bandits. Why do you have such a structure? How many people do you have in your camp? Asked Huowang. I never counted, but probably a few hundred people, replied Lu Weizui. At this point, he had given up on fighting back as he told Huowang everything the latter wanted to know. How strong is your leader? What kind of powers does he have? Asked Huowang. He doesn't have any supernatural powers. He's just big and strong. He uses the hammer as a weapon, responded Lu Weizui. A few hundred people and no supernatural powers. So just normal bandits. Huowang carefully gauged the difference in strength between his group and the bandits. Since the bandits had initially surrounded them while on horsebacks, and Huowang's group was walking on foot, it was almost nighttime by the time they finally arrived near the bandit camp. Soon, they were already halfway up the mountain. There were several torches lit up on the mountain, indicating the location of the camp. GGG. At that moment, the sudden sound of a bird rang out from the side of the forest. Then, Huowang kicked Lu Weizui. Tell them that we are here to talk. It would be best if we can talk this out peacefully, or there will definitely be blood. You've seen how we fight, so just think about how many more of your brothers will die by our hands. Hearing this, Lu Weizui nodded in defeat and whistled, his whistle resembling the sound of a bird. Soon, the forest came alive with the chirping sounds. And so, none of the bandits stopped them during the rest of their trip. They soon arrived at a cave on the mountain with several fierce-looking bandits glaring at Huowang. Brat, you got guts. You dare to come and find us even after killing our brothers, roared one of them. However, Huowang just ignored the normal bandits and directly walked inside. Soon, they arrived in a large hall. Here, Li Huowang saw 3 big, burly men eating meat and drinking wine as they cursed and laughed. When the sound surrounding them slowly died down, all 3 of them sized up Li Huowang. A sharp target or a stinky target? 1. Asked the bald man first. However, Li Huowang was too tired to bother with the code words at this point. Since I can come up here unharmed, you should know just how strong I am. Hand over the group of performers, and I will overlook your sins. Ha ha ha. The 3 men laughed. Jiang. Seeing this, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword, and a dense killing intent filled up the entire hall. 1. A real Daoist or a fake one? Chapter 191, Military Family. Li Huowang pulled out his sword, and a dense murderous intent filled the entire hall, making everyone present feel as if they were suddenly at the heart of a battlefield. The sound of swords being drawn echoed continuously. The bandits wielded various weapons, struggling to charge forward from all directions while resisting the murderous intent. However, some of the bandits amongst them could not bear it any longer, and fear creeped up within their eyes. When the sword was sheathed again, the surroundings quickly became calm. By now, the laughter of the bandit leader had vanished completely. The 3 men who had been drinking and eating were now staring at Li Huowang. Amidst this tension, the bald man, who sat at the head of the table, picked up a fried peanut and popped it into his mouth. On the other hand, a broad-faced bandit with a smile on his face immediately stepped forward to mediate. Esteemed Daoist, please don't be hasty. Things can be discussed calmly. Being able to meet like this can be considered fate, and we can all sit down together to have a drink. Li Huowang was not intimidated by them, and so he went over to have a seat, and then started to pick up and eat the meat that they had been eating. On the other hand, the round-faced man acting as a mediator now stood beside Li Huowang, acting as though Li Huowang was one of his associates. He took out a paper fan with a landscape painting on it, and then gently fanned Li Huowang several times. Then, he closed the fan and pointed it toward a bald man sitting at the 8 Immortals table. This is our leader, Jin Long, said the round-faced man. This is our second in command, Xiaohai, continued the round-faced man as he pointed at the bandit wearing a tiger skin coat, causing the latter to snort coldly. However, he did not introduce the final person. The last man at the table had a gloomy expression as he lifted his bowl and took a big gulp. Apart from his fierce appearance, he had a distinctive look. There was the word Chio tattooed on the left side of his forehead. All 3 men had frames that were significantly larger than the rest of the bandits. Then, the round-faced man tapped his nose with his fan and said, I am Lu Xiang, the village calligrapher. It's a pleasure to meet you, Daoist. Is the play troupe still around? How many of them have died? Asked Li Huowang directly. Just as the bandit wearing the tiger skin coat was about to speak in an agitated voice, he was silenced by a look from Jin Long. Then, with the wave of his hand, a few disheveled-looking people were brought out. These individuals were the Lu family troupe, who they hadn't seen in a while. Upon seeing Li Huowang sitting together with the bandit leaders, Lu Zhuangyuan immediately knelt down and started kowtowing repeatedly. He cried pitifully, Daoist! Save us, Daoist! Li Huowang used his tongue to push out the shreds of meat from between his teeth and glanced across the bandits' faces. Then, he stood up as he prepared to head out of the cave. Seeing this, Lu Zhuangyuan was overjoyed and had tears rolling down his eyes, and even wanted his son to join him in kowtowing. Hold on, did I say that you can leave? An arrogant voice sounded, causing the bandits around them to immediately block off Li Huowang's path. When Li Huowang turned back, he saw that the person who had spoken was not the so-called leader Jin Long, but the gloomy-looking man with the Chio character tattooed on his forehead. He tapped the table with his thick knuckles as he spoke. Come and drink with us. Let's put aside the family troupe for now. What relationship do you have with the Yu family of Si Qi? Yu family of Si Qi? Questioned Li Huowang. The man chuckled upon seeing Li Huowang's confusion. He bit on a soybean and drank a mouthful of wine. Stop pretending. That sword belongs to Yu Zixiong, right? He wouldn't have given you that sword for no reason. At that moment, Li Huowang noticed the man eyeing the sword on his back and slowly started to piece things together. It seemed that this sword held more secrets than he had initially thought. After observing the faces of the trio, Li Huowang felt something was amiss. This person spoke haughtily and did not seem to show any respect to the bandit leaders of this village. And who are you? The third leader of this village? Asked Li Huowang. Third leader, my ass. I am Wang Diqiu. That person suddenly exploded before directly smacking a palm onto Li Huowang's chest, sending him flying. The force of this blow was tremendous. It nearly sent Li Huowang flying outside. As he saw this, Gao Zhijian, with his tall and wide stature, quickly rushed up and firmly caught Li Huowang. At that moment, Li Huowang clutched his chest due to the excruciating pain. He was instantly filled with anger and directly drew his sword and charged at that person. On the other hand, Wang Duqiu just stood there with an astonished look on his face as he watched Li Huowang charging toward him. This person took one of my strikes, and his heart hasn't shattered? He must be rather skilled. This is ridiculous. You are messing with the wrong people, shouted to Jin Long as he kicked aside the 8 Immortals table, and then pulled out a mace to meet Li Huowang head-on. With this confrontation, chaos erupted all around them as the bandits all rushed in as well. Originally, it seemed like there was a wide disparity in the strengths of the two groups, and that Li Huowang's side would definitely lose. However, things didn't turn out like that. Gao Zhijian roared and swung his rod forcefully, sending 3 people flying away. Just as 2 bandits with daggers were about to flank him, a pair of hands with long black fingernails embedded themselves into their necks. Seeing this, a few of the bandits who were standing further away raised their crossbows. In response, Chun Xiaoman opened the profound records and sliced off 2 of her fingernails along with the skin and flesh around them. As she cried out loud, the fingernails were sent flying toward the bandits who were holding the crossbows. Everyone who stood between them was decapitated. Li Huowang did not pay attention to what was happening behind him. His focus was entirely on the 3 people before him. They were the core of this bandit hideout. Clang! Xiaohai's huge ring knife clashed against Li Huowang's longsword, the huge force behind the clash pushing Li Huowang a few steps back. However, this was the limit of what Xiaohai could do. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Huowang's sharp blade easily sliced through the large ring knife, before continuing towards Xiaohai's face. Deputy! De Jinlong roared as he rushed in to help out his brother, but Wang Duqiu was already 1 step ahead of him. Wang Duqiu wielded a pitch-black straight sword, and left behind a phantom image as he sliced it toward Li Huowang's hand. Clang! A clear and metallic sound rang out, and then a dent appeared on the edge of the straight sword. As he saw this, Li Huowang retreated and changed targets. These 3 individuals were clearly more skilled than Li Huowang. However, their weakness lay in their weapons. Before long, they all broke in the face of Li Huowang's assault. In response, the 3 of them started to find ways to restrict him. They did not want to engage in direct combat against Li Huowang. When the pressure on them finally reduced, a woman wearing a red veil came out to help them. Dong 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 when the whip cracks, the drum sounds. The immortals are welcomed, and one's inner spirituality must first be connected. 3 wolf masters and 3 hurdles. As the chanting rang out, 3 wolf heads quickly rose from under the red veil and bit onto De Jinlong's neck, causing the latter to angrily raise his mace and strike down the wolf heads underneath the red veil. The wolf heads were beaten and shrank in size, but they rapidly reformed and bit down once again, biting so fiercely that they even exposed the bones. The spray of blood that stained the red veil gave it an even deeper crimson color. On the other hand, Li Huowang used this moment of respite to slice off Xiaohai's head and then looked toward Wang Duqiu as blood trickled down his sword. They say that there are rules in this green forest, but I've realized that it's all nonsense. The only rule in this world is the sword in your hands, said Li Huowang. Wang Duqiu smiled despite this dire situation. Yes, there are rules, but it depends on the person to follow them. People from Hoshu won't follow the rules when facing the Yu family. What do you mean? Asked Li Huowang. Yu family of Si Qi is a military family. How many people from Hoshu have they killed? So do you really think that we will let you stroll through here so casually? Asked Wang Duqiu. Huh. When did bandits start being concerned with politics? If you're talking about that, then why did you rebel in the first place? Mocked Li Huowang. Hearing the disdain contained in Li Huowang's words, Wang Duqiu smiled but did not reply. As he looked at that smiling face, Li Huowang's expression gradually turned. He had realized the identity of the other party. Hold on, you are not bandits. You are soldiers. Hee, bandits and soldiers. Is there a need for such clear distinctions? Isn't it all about the business of killing people? Chapter 192, Cleanup. Having said that, Wang Duqiu used his right heel to fling a knife lying on the floor into his hand before charging toward Li Huowang without the slightest bit of hesitation. Clang! The sword and knife clashed, producing crisp sounds of collision. As they continued to fight, Li Huowang felt pulse after pulse enter his body from the Yu family sword, allowing him to slowly overpower Wang Dachio. However, the latter's reckless fighting style also posed a great challenge to Li Huowang. With another resounding clang, the noises stopped abruptly. At this moment, the knife had fractured, its pieces rolling on the ground. Originally, Li Huowang had planned to spare him so that he could ask the man some questions. However, the sword in his hand caused him to be filled with an insatiable amount of bloodlust, causing him to not be able to stop himself. As Wang Dachio raised his broken knife to stab it toward Li Huowang's abdomen, Li Huowang also pierced his sword into Wang Dachio's chest. "Just who are you?" Li Huowang gritted his teeth and stared at the person before him. Wang Dachio didn't seem to be the slightest bit troubled when faced with death. He tried his best to gather some saliva and spit it at Li Huowang's face, but the bloody spittle simply slid down his chin weakly. At that moment, Wang Dachio mustered all his strength and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Bastard of the Yu family, you will never get your hands on Ho Shu. As long as we are around, not an inch of Ho Shu will be lost. How many times must I repeat myself? I am not from the Yu family of Si Qi. This sword was given to me by someone else," roared Li Huowang. However, at this point, Wang Dachio could not hear anything as warm blood flowed out from his chest, and his body gradually slumped onto the ground. Panting heavily, Li Huowang gritted his teeth and pulled out the broken knife embedded in his abdomen. Next, he pressed his hand onto the wound and looked at Wang Dachio's body again. He cursed silently under his breath and then went to help the others. At that moment, the entire village was in chaos. But since the leader of the bandits had already died, the remaining brats didn't last long. They were eventually defeated by Li Huowang's group and ran back toward the depths of their cave in a panicked state. Just as Li Huowang and the others were slaughtering the remaining few bandits, a rumbling sound rang out. Immediately, an area of the cave crumbled, and then a stone wall appeared between the two groups. Bang bang! Gao Zhijian whacked his iron rod onto the wall forcefully, causing sparks to appear with each strike. "All right, stop knocking on it. It's obvious that they were prepared and have now sealed this way," said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Gao Zhijian sheepishly put down his hands. On the other hand, Li Huowang sheathed his sword and instantly felt his mind grow clearer. He let out a deep breath slowly, then shook his head. When he looked back toward the hall, he felt rather vexed upon seeing the corpses that littered the ground. So many people had died once again. Truthfully speaking, he did not want to kill anyone. Yet, more and more people were dying at his hands. Li Huowang glanced down at Wang Dachio's body, then reached out and tore a large piece of clothing from one of the nearby corpses and used it to re-wrap the Yu family's sword. In the end, all of this had happened because of this sword. Li Huowang had finally understood this. It was same during the marriage function where Ho Lauer had recognized this sword and mistakenly believed him to be someone from the military family of Si Qi. And now, he had provoked someone like Wang Dachio over, leading to all this trouble. In Ho Shu, there are definitely many people with grievances against the Yu family. I should be careful not to expose this sword casually. Also, we must up our pace in the upcoming period. When the military families of Ho Shu learn that Wang Dachio is dead, they will definitely not let this matter slide easily. At that time, even more people will be sent over. I can't let them find me. Even though Li Huowang had won quite easily this time around, he dared not face off against the entirety of Ho Shu. That would undoubtedly be a disaster. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman held her sword as she walked around the cave. Though her chest was still heaving, she was inflicting a finishing blow to anyone still gasping for breath, preventing any of them from launching any surprise attacks. As she walked by Li Huowang, a hand reached out. "Give it to me." "Senior Li, give you." "What?" Chun Xiaoman pretended to be puzzled. "Stop pretending. Pass me the profound records." "That is not something that you can handle," said Li Huowang. Li Huowang obviously knew what she had been using when he saw her profusely bleeding finger. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoman eyed by Ling Miao, then covered her bosom and took a few steps back, her eyes unusually determined. "Senior Li, this is not the one you had before. I found this on someone else, and it belongs to me." As she saw Li Huowang approach her, she slowly retreated. "You don't understand what you are dealing with. You cannot handle it," said Li Huowang, his tone becoming stern. Backed up against the wall with no room to retreat, Xiaoman instinctively drew her sword. Seeing this, Li Huowang couldn't help but chuckle. "We've been through so many life and death situations together, and now you're drawing your sword against me?" These words caused Chun Xiaoman's eyes to show some hesitation, but determination quickly replaced it. "Sorry, Senior Li. but I must have my own weapon. All right, since you're so capable, then you can go out on your own. Why are you still in our group? Roared Li Huowang. Chen Xiaoman's body trembled slightly, and tears started to well up in her eyes. To her currently, this was the most important thing. Bai Lingmiao quickly appeared between the two, her expression worried. Senior Li, don't be like that. We're all one family. Let's talk it out. I'll repeat myself. Pass me the profound records, said Li Huowang. With reddened eyes, Chen Xiaoman gritted her teeth and took out the profound records. When Bai Lingmiao saw that Li Huowang focused on the red bamboo slip, she quickly pulled Chen Xiaoman to a corner. Sister Xiaoman, Senior Li is right. That thing is very dangerous, and it will hurt you each time you use it. You shouldn't have it with you. This statement caused a burst of anger to appear inside her, and she said indignantly, You know that it's dangerous, and yet you still support him? Are you out of your mind? Can't you distinguish right from wrong yourself? But Sister Xiaoman, Senior Li is different from you. Even if his hand is cut off, it can regrow, but yours can't, argued Bai Lingmiao. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoman looked at Bai Lingmiao disappointedly, and then walked away with her sword. Bai Lingmiao anxiously followed her. Sister Xiaoman, we are still good sisters, right? You won't ignore me, will you? Chen Xiaoman just lowered her head and directly walked out of the cave. She didn't want to be entangled with Bai Lingmiao right now. However, under Bai Lingmiao's constant pleading, her heart gradually softened. I know you like him, but there are some things for which you can't always depend on him. That will only lead him further astray, ultimately causing him harm, said Chen Xiaoman. Just as Xiaoman was about to continue speaking, some choked sobs rang out faintly, causing Chen Xiaoman to instantly draw her sword and stand before Bai Lingmiao. Chapter 193, Sympathy. In the hall, Li Huowang examined the profound records and gently ran his fingers across it. Only when this item returned to his waist again did he finally feel a sense of relief. Even though each use of the profound records required one to pay a substantial cost, it always proved itself to be invaluable in critical moments. After all, enduring some torture was better than death. Daoist, you are the living protector of our Lu family. Without your help, our whole family would have perished. And I on the other hand acted like I was possessed and actually ran away. I deserve to be punished, said Lu Zhuangyuan. As he spoke, Lu Zhuangyuan raised his dirty hand and prepared to slap himself across the face. All right. Are your people okay? Asked Li Huowang, stopping him. Lu Zhuangyuan stopped reluctantly upon hearing Li Huowang's intervention. That bandit, did Jinlong enjoys theater, and so we are not dead. But my daughter-in-law has suffered quite a lot. At that moment, as if suddenly realizing something, Lu Zhuangyuan's body quivered, and he said resolutely, Daoist, from now on, we won't go anywhere, but follow you. We will never forget the debt of gratitude we owe you for saving us. From now, our Lu family troupe will become your personal theater troupe. What do I need a theater troupe for? I can't understand any of it, said Li Huowang. However, even before he could finish his words, Lu Zhuangyuan knelt down emotionally and started kowtowing repeatedly. All right, follow us if you want. But we can't stay here any longer. Do you still have your theater props? Pack everything up and prepare to leave, said Li Huowang. After having spent so much time together, Li Huowang had long since figured out their intentions. They wanted to have him as their bodyguard. However, he had a feeling that they would be useful later. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuangyuan immediately got up from the ground. They are still around. Oh, I also know where they keep their horses. I'll bring all of them here now. To show his value to Li Huowang, Lu Zhuangyuan moved quite quickly and led his family members toward the nearby entrance. After dealing with Lu Zhuangyuan, Li Huowang looked toward the direction of the tunnel that Xiaoman had just entered with a complex look on his face. After a moment, he turned toward Gao Zhijian and said, Go inside and hurry them. It's not safe to stay in this bandit hideout. Tell them to hurry, we're going to leave. Gao Zhijian nodded and tossed aside the iron rod in his hands. He then picked up the mace dropped by one of the bandits and carried it on his shoulder as he walked toward the tunnel. However, before he could enter, Chen Xiaoman and Bai Lingmiao walked out with reddened eyes. It seemed like they had been crying not too long ago. What's the matter? Li Huowang frowned. Chen Xiaoman bent down to pull at the clothes of a fallen bandit. Come in and see. These bandits are complete savages, just like animals. After glancing at Bai Lingmiao, who was also bending down to remove the clothes on the bandits' bodies, Li Huowang headed for the tunnel. At the end of the cave, Li Huowang saw several naked women. All of their gazes were listless as they lay there, shivering on the floor. There were several X-shaped wooden frames around them with ropes hanging from them. From the bruises he saw on women's wrists and ankles, it was clear they were released by Bai Lingmiao and the others not too long ago. Assisted by the others, the women put on the bandits' clothes before gathering at the Bright Hall. If the women captured by the water bandits from the Reed Island could be considered to still have some status, then these women inside the bandits' den were nothing more than tools for these bandits to vent their desires. While this was already bad enough, Lu Zhuangyuan mentioned that since it was quite boring within the hideout, the bandits would often treat these women as their playthings. Thus, their fate was even more tragic. Once the bandits were tired of them, they were discarded and replaced by others. After all, there was no shortage of women as long as they could be captured. As Li Huowang heard these disgusting descriptions, he turned around to look toward the collapsed rocks, a strong killing intent glinting in his eyes. Instantly, a bronze bell appeared in his hand. Ring, ring, ring. As the piercing sound of the bell rang out, the edges of the world congregated and gave form to a wandering god. Then, Li Huowang pointed toward the rock wall. The wandering god nodded, and then disappeared into the wall. Not long after, Li Huowang keenly heard some faint cries from within the wall. After about 15 minutes had passed, the wandering god re-emerged from within the wall, nodded toward Li Huowang, and then dissipated. The ringing sound of the bell gradually faded. Then, Li Huowang turned toward the women behind him and said, "Don't worry, all the bandits are dead. Not a single one remains." However, there was no emotion on their faces, no excitement, sadness, or joy. They just appeared to be listless. Li Huowang looked at them with sympathy. They had suffered so much, and now, they had been mentally broken. Wait, is this feeling sympathy? As he thought up to this point, Li Huowang paused, and then took out the fiery scripture. Then, with the emotions he felt now, he began reciting the cryptic incantations. Immediately, the white wax condensed into a fiery centipede which then crawled up his pants and toward his abdominal wound. Then, with a sizzling sound, the gruesome wound was quickly sealed. With this, the missing portion of the fiery scripture was finally restored. This item that Yangzi had left for him could finally be used. This should have been a joyous matter, but now was not an appropriate time to be happy. As Li Huowang looked at these muddle-headed women, so as to not forget the feelings he had felt just now, he engraved them deep in his heart. After thoroughly searching the entire hideout, the group left this place that reeked of death. By the time they left, it was already deep into the night. As Lu Zhuangyuan said, the bandits indeed had many horses. They also found some supplies such as dried food and blankets. However, there wasn't much of anything else, especially no silver. It appeared that they had hidden their silver behind the collapsed wall. Now, there was nobody alive in that cave, and so the silver would be forever buried with the bandits that the wandering god had killed. That night, they continued to travel without rest, all the way until noon of the next day. Also, they could distance themselves from the bandit hideout. Once here, Li Huowang and Bun stood guard while the rest of them took this chance to get some sleep. When all of them woke up in the evening, Li Huowang immediately laid down and fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was the next morning. As he rubbed his eyes sleepily, he saw Bai Lingmiao distributing some porridge to the women they had found. At the same time, he heard the voices of Sun Baolu and Puppy talking beside him. Chapter 194, Disguise. As Li Huowang observed those women, he overheard the conversation between Sun Baolu and Puppy. "Old Sun, those bandits were really wicked, but all the women they captured look pretty decent. Should I pick one of them to be my wife? I don't mind if they are dirty. It's fine as long as they can bear children," wondered Puppy. "Forget it. They've just come out from that place. Don't bully them," said Sun Baolu. "TSK, what are you saying? I'm not taking a concubine, but openly marrying a wife. I may not be that good looking, but they would definitely be climbing up the social ladder if they were to marry me," said Puppy. After a moment, he continued, "Old Sun, do you want one too? If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to find such pretty wives. Forget it, they are all so pitiful. Hey, we are helping them. Think about it. Even if they return, people will still gossip about them, and they won't be able to marry anyone. At least with me, they will be able to have warm meals," said Puppy. At that moment, Li Huowang reached to remove his blanket and stood up. He ignored Puppy, who was spouting nonsense, and made a beeline for Lu Zhuangyuan, who was drinking porridge. The Lu family troop appeared a lot more refreshed after a night of rest. Their faces were cleaner, and their clothes were neater. As he saw Li Huowang approach them, Lu Zhuangyuan hurriedly stood up. At the same time, He stuffed the bowl he was holding to his younger son, and his expression turned into one of utmost respect. "Is this yours?" Li Huowang returned the tobacco pipe to its rightful owner. "Ah, yes." Lu Zhuanyuan nodded and received it. "Sorry for the trouble. You had to return this small thing to me personally. If you feel guilty, then do me a favor." "We need your assistance," said Li Huowang. Lu Zhuanyuan was surprised. This Daoist had supernatural abilities, and so was not sure what kind of help he could offer. On the other hand, Li Huowang turned to look back at the others who were eating. "Help us put on a disguise and some makeup." Soon after, everyone's faces had theater makeup. Even Li Huowang's coin veil was decorated with a long beard. Once all of their weapons were stashed onto the carriages, they could no longer be recognized as a messy group of escorts, but a large theater troupe of about 20 people. "From now on, you will lead this theater troupe. That means we are all under your command. You will be the one to answer if anyone asks questions," said Li Huowang as he looked at Lu Zhuanyuan. Ho Lauer had pointed out that they were quite conspicuous. Hence, Li Huowang's objective was for them to change their looks. Lu Zhuanyuan also understood the situation immediately and patted his chest while assuring them that there would be no problems. "Senior Li, will this do?" Puppy asked. He had a white circle drawn on his nose. Li Huowang's beard shook with his head as he said, "No matter what, we have to try. We'll be found far too easily if we continue like before. We can't fight the entirety of Hoshu." Currently, Li Huowang's entire face was black, he had a fake beard, and he was wearing a set of theater clothes. It was completely different from his look as the red-robed Daoist from before. He was completely unrecognizable. "Senior Li, have some food," said by Ling Yao, who was wearing an opera costume as she poured some porridge for him. Li Huowang was about to begin eating, but as he scanned the rest of them, he noticed that Chun Xiaoman had not applied any makeup. Bai Ling Yao hurriedly explained, "Sister Xiaoman has too much facial hair. She needs to shave it off before applying the makeup. Then shave it off quickly, don't waste any more time. Who knows when those people will catch up with us?" said Li Huowang as he threw over his sharp sword and began to eat his porridge. "There's no need for that thing. We're not beheading anyone. I will shave her face," said Luo Wanhua. Then, she removed 2 strings from her wrists and walked over to help. The string heads intertwined, and the black hair on Chun Xiaoman's face was quickly shaved off, revealing her white skin underneath. By the time Li Huowang finished eating his porridge, Xiaoman's face had also been completely shaved off all the hair. At this point, the other disciples from the Zephyr Temple looked at her curiously. Chun Xiaoman's face had always been covered in hair, and this was their first time seeing what she truly looked like. Luo Wanhua had been extremely meticulous, even shaving off the hair on her neck cleanly. Chun Xiaoman looked at the rest of them nervously. In reality, even she herself did not know what she looked like either. Xiaoman quickly walked up to a mirror and examined her face carefully. At that moment, she saw a young maiden about 16 years of age, with a delicate, slightly round face and a straight nose. She was not some stunning beauty, but could still be considered pretty. While Chun Xiaoman did not know about the others, she was definitely satisfied with her appearance. She felt extremely moved as she used her hairy hands to support her face. After all, nobody would want to remain as a hairy monster their entire life. She also wanted to be like other women, to get married and to bear kids. Xiaoman is actually so young. Li Huowang thought to himself, and then began to pester them. "Stop gawking. Hurry and put the makeup on her. No place in Hoshu is safe for us right now." Hearing this, Lu Jiren took up his brush and began to paint on Xiaoman's face. Despite her reluctance, the dense ink gradually covered her appearance once again. Ta-ta-ta. At that moment, horse hooves suddenly sounded as a group of fierce-looking men quickly rode past them. One of them turned back to glance at them, but did not pay much attention to a theater troupe like theirs. Li Huowang instantly had a feeling that this wasn't a good omen. "Hurry. Those people must be related to the bandits and have likely come to look for us." Li Huowang's words instantly caused the slightly relaxed atmosphere to tense up. After they all finished their porridge, they quickly packed up and left. In the following period, Li Huowang avoided all the major roads and took smaller paths. Whether it was due to the makeup or their choice of routes, it took them 10 days to safely arrive at a small town nestled among several rocky hills. This town was not very large, and there seemed to be just one major street running through it. Even so, it seemed quite busy due to the constant flow of travelers passing through this hub. When he saw the bustling street, Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief. They were a little closer to being able to leave Hoshu. "We'll rest here tonight and continue on our way tomorrow," announced Li Huowang before leading the group in. Just a few steps in, Li Huowang's eyes gleamed as he saw the old man they had bumped into along the way previously. Senior? Where are you going? Hearing this voice, Jin Shanzhao turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a long beard. However, the voice sounded quite familiar, and so he asked in surprise, "Oh, is that you, Daoist? Such a coincidence." Coincidence? Li Huowang's eyes shrank, and then he quickly walked up to the old man and said, "Hit me." "Hmm? What for?" Thump. Suddenly, Li Huowang's fist landed onto Jin Shanzhao's chest, causing the latter to stumble back. "Daoist, why did you do that? Have I offended you somehow?" asked Jin Shanzhao as he struggled to catch his breath. Li Huowang did not respond to him, and instead looked down at his fist. "I can touch him, and this sensation seems like he's not a hallucination, unlike Monk." Chapter 195, Play. With Li Huowang's explanation and help from the rest of them, Jin Shanzhao's anger finally subsided. After all, it was up to Jin Shanzhao whether to believe the so-called reasons fabricated by Li Huowang. "Elder, since we're traveling in the same direction, then how about we go together? It will be convenient for mutual support if we encounter any trouble on the way," suggested Li Huowang. As he recalled the corpses of those bandits, Jin Shanzhao hesitated for a moment, but nodded in the end. "All right, I'm getting older and may get picked off by bandits quite easily. Traveling together might just be safer. However, Daoist, you should respect old people just as you do your own parents. Just a few more strikes like those, and I'll have to be placed in a coffin." "Of course not. I was too careless previously," said Li Huowang. Li Huowang finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the old man agree. It was not that he wanted to stick with this stranger, but rather to ensure that the man wouldn't report him to the others while they were on the move. As long as they stuck together, then he could be monitored. The entire town was very busy, and their painted faces attracted quite a bit of attention as they walked through. Quite a few people stood still and pointed curiously toward Li Huowang's group. Can they tell that we are from the kingdom of Si-Chi? However, this thought was quickly dismissed from Li Huowang's head. Lu Zhuangyuan's family wasn't from the kingdom of Si-Chi in the first place, and they didn't perform any plays from there, so nobody would suspect that they were from there. However, the crowd's interest did serve as a reminder for Li Huowang. After all, while they may not be suspected to be from the kingdom of Si-Chi, they may raise suspicions as a theater troupe that didn't perform any plays. After some contemplation, Li Huowang came up with a solution. "Troop leader Lu, since we are a theater troupe, why don't we set up a stage for a play? There's already an audience waiting." Performing a play was something that was expected of them. Hearing Li Huowang's suggestion, Lu Zhuangyuan nodded enthusiastically, and then came to the Lu family troupe and instructed, "Hurry up. Didn't you hear the Daoist? Quickly find an area to set up the stage." "But, Dad, I'm so tired. We just came out of the bandits' hideout. Didn't we sing and dance for long enough over there? Let's rest for a while more," said Lu Xiaoqin. Lu Zhuangyuan glanced at Li Huowang, who was standing nearby, then picked up his tobacco pipe and smacked it on his son's head. "You sing when I tell you to. What's with all this nonsense? You should follow your father's words." Since there were no trees or bamboo poles around, they could not erect a proper stage and had to make do by draping a large red cloth over a broken wall. The carriages that were led behind the broken wall served as the backstage. Though it was quite crude, the townsfolk were not picky. They soon gathered around when they saw that there was a play. Li Huowang was not one to sit by idly. "Go and help out. Remember our identities. Right now, we are a theater troupe. We can find an inn to rest after the performance." Li Huowang's words caused everyone besides Jin Shanzhao to start moving. Since all of them weren't really skilled as performers, they could only assist them off stage. But even this lightened the burden on Lu Zhuangyuan's group massively. Dressed in black, Lu Jiren raised his knife and stepped on the stage, causing the buzzing crowd to gradually become quiet. There was no applause, but a curious sense of expectation filled their eyes. While the new opera was famous in Hoshu, the people were not dismissive of other types of plays either. Dong Dong Jiang. As the Lu family troupe began to play their music, Lu Jiren followed their rhythm and started singing. "Today for justice down mountain pass blade to assist the battle." Meanwhile, Li Huowang observed the audience, using his keen senses to search for any potential risks. Fortunately, after searching for a while, the only noteworthy thing was a thief stealing some money at the periphery of the audience. He also saw Jin Shanzhao engrossed in the performance. "Seniorly, previously, I didn't refuse to give you that bamboo slip. I just..." At that moment, a hesitant voice rang out behind him. When he saw Chun Xiaoman, Li Huowang raised his hand to stop her. "I know that you were sold by your family, and often feel uneasy. But the Profound Records is a very sinister item and not suitable for you. If you use it improperly, it can end up costing you your life. Then, seniorly, how come you can use it? Asked Xiaoman. Li Huowang touched the smooth surface of the Profound Records and smiled bitterly. I am just used to it. Sorry for being harsh with you. That's just my temperament. Please bear with me. As he said this, Li Huowang reached out to pass the bronze bell to Chen Xiaoman. Take this. Although it requires your lifespan, at least it's safer than the Profound Records. Chen Xiaoman accepted the bell with a look of surprise. They had spent so much time together, and she understood this bronze bell's power quite well. She was amazed that he would entrust it to her. With this, the unease in her heart finally vanished without a trace. She wanted to say something, but all she could say was, "Thank you, Senior Li." Li Huowang sighed. He did not want to give any of these items to others. It was not out of selfishness, but because each of them was extremely dangerous. In this crazy world, one had to sacrifice something if they wanted to obtain something else. Just as Li Huowang was instructing Xiaoman on how to use the bell, an unexpected scene began to happen. It was not the arrival of enemies, but Lu Jiren's emotions suddenly seemed amiss on the stage. He seemed to be overly engrossed in his performance. Even with Li Huowang's limited knowledge of the plays, he felt that there was something off with the lines. Rouge and powder like enchanting drugs. The lotus-like face is the source of this bewitching charm. The little golden lotus, this malicious spirit. The willow-like waist, akin to a snare for horses. Those charming eyes force me to wear a cuckold's hat. A pair of jade-like wrists serve as a pillow for 1,000 men. Scarlet lips, savored by countless guests. Doesn't matter if it's Zhang, Wang, Li, or Zhao. On the Mandarin duck pillow, he calls out affectionately. As he finished singing the last verse, Luo Wanhua, Lu Jiren's wife, raised the gong and pounded it indignantly, before dashing toward the backstage with tears streaming down her face. Clang. For a moment, the entire stage and the audience fell silent. Then, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. Amazing. Encore, encore. This is so much more energetic than the new opera. What kind of show is this? Let that lady who just struck the gong come back on the stage. I'll reward her generously. Various coins and silver pieces, and even some food, gradually littered the ground. This was the most rewarding response the Lu family troupe had received in all their years performing. 1. Common surnames. Chapter 196, Kill. As the leader of a theater troupe, Lu Zhuangyuan easily managed to reign in the chaos. He ran up the stage, stood in front of Lu Jiren, and apologized to the customers with a smile on his face. After that, he gave his younger son a look and immediately pulled Lu Jiren to the back of the stage. Lu Xiaoqin understood what needed to be done and quickly somersaulted onto the stage. He grabbed the gong and used it to quickly collect the money on the stage while performing. The Lu family. It seems that they have trouble, muttered Li Huowang as he approached the carriage. He knew about what had happened to Luo Wanhua within the bandit camp, but there was nothing he could do. When Li Huowang was close to the carriage, he saw Lu Zhuangyuan raising his smoke pipe and smacking it on his son's head. She's your wife. How could you say all that on stage? You are embarrassing yourself and the entire Lu family, shouted Lu Zhuangyuan. Lu Jiren suddenly grabbed the smoke pipe and pulled it out of his father's hand, causing the latter to fall over with his eyes wide open as he stared at his son, shocked. Embarrassing? What do you mean I am embarrassing the Lu family? We are performers. We are already the lowest of the low. We are already embarrassed enough. Even prostitutes have a higher status than us. Who else could we even compare ourselves with? Didn't you see how she acted when she was within the bandit camp? She was laughing with them. She even did that in front of the bandits. Father, I've had enough. Why is my life so miserable? Lu Jiren kneeled on the ground and continued pounding his fist on it, despair evident in his eyes. Why do you think I was laughing with them? I did it for all of us. If I didn't do that, then they would have killed Chui'er. You think you are the only one who is miserable. I'm miserable too, but I am not a noble. I'm only the wife of a performer. However, even while I'm miserable, I have to endure and pretend like nothing is happening. You think I'm a shameless woman who would sleep with just anyone? What choice did I have? Shouted Luo Zhuanhuan through her sobs while hugging her large belly. Looking at this scene, Li Huowang sighed. The root cause of this situation were the bandits. As long as bandits continued to exist, there would be many others who would suffer the same fate as Luo Wanhua. The soldiers were supposed to suppress the bandits, but to think that they became the bandits themselves. Wang Deqiu was right. Soldiers and bandits were more or less the same. What a fucking horrible place this is. There was nothing much Li Huowang could do. He whispered to the members of his group and told them to keep everything in mind. Soon, Sun Baolu and Puppy huddled around Lu Jiren, while Bai Lingyao and Chun Xiaoman approached Luo Wanhua. Meanwhile, Li Huowang approached Lu Zhuangyuan and patted him on the shoulder. Troop leader Lu, don't just sit there and stare. The performance has not ended. Lu Zhuangyuan looked tired. It was as if he had suddenly aged considerably. He walked toward the stage with empty hands. Jiren had never acted like that before. However, when he emerged from the backstage, he saw that all of the customers were gone, and the few remaining residents looked afraid as they congregated near the edges of the town. Seeing this, Lu Zhuangyuan had no time to care about his family problems and shouted as he ran back inside. Daoist! Daoist, quick, come out. We have trouble. Hearing this, Li Huowang ran out to check the situation while the others prepared themselves to escape. Knowing that something was wrong, they quickly packed their belongings and prepared themselves. Wait here, I will go and see what's wrong, instructed Li Huowang. Li Huowang immediately hid his sword within his robe and ran toward the entrance of the town. On the way, he had to pass through a dense group of villagers and camels before he could see what was happening. The entire town had been surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers weren't wearing their standard uniform. Instead, they were all wearing mismatched armors and holding a variety of weapons. Every single one of them had a green Xiao character tattooed on their heads. When Li Huowang saw Ho Lauer within the group carrying a large spear, he immediately knew that they were here for him. Ho Lauer and the rest of the small-armed soldiers were all riding horses and carrying the same type of large spear. At this moment, all of them were encircling a massive general. The general was huge, with a body that was at least 4 times as large as that of a regular human. The general was wearing full-plate armor with a helmet while holding a massive halberd that was at least 12 feet long. The general just stood there unmoving, but waves of oppressive aura was radiating from their body. Even standing as far as he was, Li Huowang still feel it. Li Huowang had a bad feeling about it. If he had to describe the general, then he would say that the general was nothing short of a landmine that could blow up any moment. Meanwhile, the residents of the town buzzed in fear. Even though they were people native to the country of Hoshu, they looked more uncomfortable than Li Huowang. Heavens, it's the outlaw soldiers. What should we do? We need to run. How can we run? They've already surrounded us. As he observed the situation, Li Huowang blended into the back of the crowd and thought about how to escape. They are probably here for me, but most likely don't know who I am. If they knew, then they would have rushed into the town to get to me by now. Should I wait for them to conduct an inspection or make a run for it? They don't look very disciplined, so maybe I can try bribing them. While Li Huowang was busy thinking about how to escape, a fat man wearing silk robes approached the soldiers. When he got close to the general, he lowered his head and started saying something. Looking at his outfit, Li Huowang deduced that the fat man was most likely the person in charge of maintaining relations with the outsiders. This is a busy town where a lot of traffic intersects and numerous outsiders come and go. They probably can't find me even with the help of the villagers. But what happened next shocked Li Huowang. The massive halberd rose and fell down. Instantly, the fat man's body was split in half. As this happened, a soft breeze blew past the faces of everyone within the town. Then, the general stepped forward and removed their helmet. Li Huowang saw that it was a man with a woman's face. No, it was a woman. Her face also had a tattoo, just like the others. The words "loyal to the nation" covered half of her face, making her look incredibly vicious. Everyone, there's a spy from the kingdom of Si Chi within the town, so please forgive us, shouted the general. The general's voice was melodious, but her words caused everyone who heard them to tremble. After her declaration, she once again wore her helmet. Brothers, we will not sheath our weapons today until we kill them all. We need to ensure that the spies do not escape, commanded the general. Immediately, the soldiers brandished their weapons and pointed them directly at everyone within the town. Chapter 197, Longteng. Li Huowang finally realized what was happening as the outlaw soldiers began charging toward town. These bastards weren't trying to find the spy through verifying people's identities, but through killing the entire town. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum struck fear in the hearts of everyone present. Amidst the chaos, the outlaw soldiers showed no mercy as they continued their charge toward the unarmed civilians. As he stared at the army, Li Huowang immediately knew that assassinating the general wasn't a good idea. It had a low probability of being successful, and he didn't know how strong the general was. All he knew was that the general had to be significantly stronger than Wang Diqiu. The best course of action is to run and escape their encirclement. After deciding this, Li Huowang chose one of the directions with the least amount of soldiers and immediately ran back into the heart of the town. At the same time, everyone else started running as well, the entire situation turning chaotic. When Li Huowang finally got close to the center of the town, he heard the sound of metal ripping through the air. Everyone, including Li Huowang, turned around and saw that the female general was directly pointing at them with her halberd. Then, her strong and clear voice resonated in the air. Charge into the heavens and earth and become a dragon. Flying dragon formation. Kill them all. The outlaw soldiers shouted and ran into the town. Seeing this scene, all the civilians were horrified, and the only thing they could think about was escaping. However, a lot of the people were trampled to death as they tried to flee the scene. Splat! The sharp knives held by the soldiers easily stabbed into the bodies of the civilians and took their lives. The soldiers who were supposed to fight off the enemies were now killing civilians without the slightest remorse. The civilians started dying in swathes. On the other hand, the outlaw soldiers enjoyed such a massacre. Some of them even started salivating as they saw the flying blood and flesh. Meanwhile, Li Huowang continued to run while weaving through the crowd. Even so, there were far too many people. After a while, Li Huowang finally gave up and leapt up onto a roof before finally finding a path back to his group. Then, he ran back as fast as he could. All of them were still waiting there for him, oblivious to the threat. When he saw that they hadn't tried to blindly run away, Li Huowang sighed in relief. At this moment, Li Huowang's group was staring at the escaping civilians and feeling anxious. They didn't know what had happened and could only wait for Li Huowang to return. Bam! At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly fell from the skies and onto the ground, surprising the rest of them in the process. Run? I will explain everything while running. We need to leave the town now. They are killing everyone. Run, barked Li Huowang. Even though they didn't know what was happening, none of them questioned Li Huowang and immediately started running with their carriage in tow. The horses ran as fast as they could, while those on the carriage held on for dear life. When he finally had the chance, Li Huowang explained to them what was happening. How dare they? Those murderers. Jin Shanzhao was livid. Li Huowang stared at Jin Shanzhao intently. Do you know them? Do you think you can stop them with your identity? Li Huowang didn't know Jin Shanzhao's true identity. He was a mysterious old man. If his true identity was that of someone influential within the kingdom, then they might be able to save themselves right now. Jin Shanzhao shook his head. The outlaw soldiers have already started massacring all the people within the town. There's no hope anymore. All the more reason for us to run then. At this moment, Li Huowang and the rest were running toward the north exit. Even though the outlaw soldiers had surrounded the entire town, at the very least the north exit was further away from the general, and so they had a higher chance of surviving. As they ran, they saw the civilians in front of them turn around and start running back. Zhao Wu, hold the reins and don't let the horses get spooked, commanded Li Huowang. Their horse carriages were akin to a boat trying to go up against a strong current, causing them to be slowed down considerably. Suddenly, the crowd of civilians was no more. Just as Li Huowang raised his head, he saw something sharp aimed straight for his neck. He twisted his body and saw who it was, the Qiu character on their forehead revealing the identity of the attacker. Li Huowang's group had finally met up with the encirclement of the outlaw soldiers. Immediately, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword and swung it as hard as he could, cutting the solder in half. Charge! As long as we exit their encirclement, we will be able to survive, roared Li Huowang. At the same time, he raised his sword and charged into the encirclement. The rest of them dared not stop and followed closely behind Li Huowang. In the face of Li Huowang's attacks, the outlaw soldiers were caught completely off guard. They had never expected there to be a group of fighters hidden within a traveling theater troupe. Tens of soldiers were dead in no time. When the soldiers finally reacted, they immediately started working together. They used their spears to keep Li Huowang and the rest at a distance, using their advantage in numbers to stop Li Huowang's attacks. I can't drag this anymore. As he thought this, Li Huowang used a metal tong to pull out 2 of his teeth. The pain shot through his spine accompanied by a sour taste in his mouth. Then, he unfurled the profound records and caused the 2 teeth to explode in front of the soldiers. Instantly, the white shrapnels tore into the soldiers, causing them to cry out in pain. A large group of soldiers died just like that. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the horrid sound of the bronze bell started ringing. In response, wandering gods flew out and started phasing through a large swathe of the soldiers, killing them in the process. As more and more soldiers died, Li Huowang finally saw a path to escape the encirclement. Finally, just as he had thought that they would be able to escape, Li Huowang was enveloped by a killing intent so intense that he almost crumbled under the pressure. Li Huowang instantly knew that he was in danger, but he couldn't move. It was as if his body had been frozen solid. At the critical moment, a dragon roar rang out from the sword on Li Huowang's back, neutralizing the killing intent. Freed from the killing intent, Li Huowang ducked and rolled as the sound of air being torn was heard. A massive halberd flew over and crashed into the position Li Huowang had been in just moments ago. The impact caused pebbles to fly in all directions, peppering Li Huowang's face and causing him to grimace from the pain. After a moment, Li Huowang turned around to look in the direction of the town. Da-da-da! A massive horse donned with heavy armor was carrying the female general as she trampled over the civilians and rapidly approached them. At this moment, the horse's legs were stained in red, just like Li Huowang's robes. As she got close, fear gripped everyone's heart. All of them suddenly felt the urge to give up. Her very presence was enough to cause them to feel despair. Ho ho, I finally forced you to come out, Si-Chi spy. Her voice was quite soothing to hear. This sword was given to me. I'm not a spy from the kingdom of Si-Chi, denied Li Huowang. You carry the sword of the Yu family. Also, if I, Peng Longteng, say that you are a spy, then you are one. Who cares if you are really a spy or not? Translator's thoughts. Here's a rendition of Peng Longteng. Credits to Guzidav Lanchi Badzao on Douyin. Chapter 198, Move. As it charged toward Li Huowang, the massive horse crushed the corpses of the civilians under its feet. At the last moment, Li Huowang rolled out of the way and raised his sword, but Peng Longteng's halberd was already being swung toward his face, the wind from the downward slash blowing his hair backward. Li Huowang dared not use his sword to block such a powerful attack head-on. Even if the sword did not break, his bones definitely would. However, even as Li Huowang dodged, she easily redirected her halberd and stabbed it straight toward him. At that moment, a massive man suddenly charged in from the side. It was none other than Gao Zhijian. As soon as he charged in, he swung his mace against the halberd. Dang! Gao Zhijian managed to knock the halberd slightly off course. However, immediately after, she managed to easily hook the halberd back, causing Gao Zhijian to be sent flying away. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the wandering gods appeared and charged toward Peng Longteng. But just as they were about to touch her, the wandering gods' bodies twisted and missed her completely. The wandering gods dared not touch Peng Longteng, who was cloaked in dense killing intent. As Li Huowang scanned his surroundings, he saw that Gao Zhijian's right arm had been wounded quite badly, to the point that even his bones were showing and he was bleeding profusely. I will hold her off, so all of you run now. She only wants me, shouted Li Huowang. However, not one of them followed this instruction, choosing to firmly stand right behind him. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves rang out once again and Peng Longteng stood still. She observed everything that was happening and smiled sadistically. Brat, looks like they are all very important to you. How about fighting me one-on-one? If you win against me, then I will let all of you go. How about it? Without even waiting for his reply, the general pulled on the reins as she once again charged forward. Seeing Peng Longteng charge toward him, Li Huowang rolled toward the left. I need to get her down the horse. As he thought up to this point, he narrowly avoided the halberd and swung his sword toward the horse's hind leg. However, at that moment, he felt a strange gaze coming from the horse's body. Almost as if the horse had already expected his actions, it dodged his attack and delivered a powerful kick, sending Li Huowang flying and crashing into a small house. As she saw Li Huowang crawl out of the debris, Peng Longteng chuckled. Not bad for a spy from Si-Chi. Looks like you were able to take on some of my attacks. Li Huowang just spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as he glared at her. This general was too strong. If he wanted to survive, then he was going to need to pull out all the stops. As soon as he made up his mind, Li Huowang unfurled the profound records and placed his left arm on it. Then, he took out a dagger and immediately cut his wrist. As she saw what was happening, Peng Longteng slightly raised her chin. At that moment, a dark shadow shot toward Li Huowang's face. He dodged it, but he realized too late that the shadow was nothing more than a distraction. Splat! A massive black spear pierced through Li Huowang's palm, nailing it to the ground. Meanwhile, Peng Longteng slowly approached him while dragging her halberd against the ground. Then, She picked up the profound records and threw it onto the roof of a nearby house. To think that spies from Siqi are now colluding with the crazy bastards from the Ao Jing sect, muttered Peng Longteng. On the other hand, Li Huowang snarled at Peng Longteng, questioning her. Was this what you meant when you proposed fighting one-on-one? You actually believed it? Don't you know that the first rule of battle is to use any and all means to obtain victory? Any and all methods to achieve victory are welcomed here. Just like what we will be doing now. Guys, go kill those performers. But kill them slowly. I want them to continue wailing in pain for as long as possible so that this brat can't focus on the battle, ordered Peng Longteng. As soon as he heard those words, Li Huowang was enraged. You damned. However, he couldn't finish his sentence when he saw Peng Longteng swing her halberd down toward him. No, I can't die here. Who knows how they will treat Bai Ling Miao and the rest of them once I am dead. Li Huowang wanted to dodge, but he had been pinned to the ground by the spear. He could only watch as the halberd came closer and closer to him. Move. Move now. Even as he continued to scream, the halberd stabbed into Li Huowang's skull. Then, Peng Longteng pulled out the halberd and swung it down once more. But Li Huowang was unharmed. In fact, there were no wounds on his head. At the same time, Li Huowang suddenly realized that he could move once more. He didn't know what had happened, but there was no time to think. He quickly picked up his sword and climbed up the horse before stabbing his sword at Peng Longteng's helmet. Peng Longteng kept attacking Li Huowang, but for some reason all of her attacks were landing just a few inches to his left side. Jiang. As he stabbed at Peng Longteng's helmet, Li Huowang was surprised to find that he couldn't stab through the helmet despite how sharp the Yu's family sword was. Realizing that stabbing wouldn't work, Li Huowang took out the fiery scripture and placed it on the helmet. Then, he looked at Peng Longteng pitifully and started chanting. Soon, the wax on the book melted and slipped into the helmet through the hole as it tried to find a wound to cauterize. At that moment, the sound of sizzling flesh was heard as Peng Longteng shouted, "Shit! It's in my eyes." As she shouted, she pulled up the front guard and quickly tried to remove whatever had entered her helmet. But in that moment, her hand wasn't the only thing clawing at her face. Seeing the opening, Li Huowang also stabbed his sword. In that split second, as soon as she sensed the danger, she twisted her head and managed to avoid a fatal blow. At the same time, she raised her halberd to counterattack, but her blow once more landed beside Li Huowang. Li Huowang did not fail to see such a big opening. He immediately stepped on the horse's head and stabbed his sword again, this time with even more strength. Splurt! Peng Longteng's body stiffened up and fell down from the horse. General! The general! The soldiers shouted and quickly ran toward her. On the other hand, Li Huowang leapt up from the horse, grabbed the profound records before running toward the horse carriage. Run! Run while they are still confused. Her skull was too thick and I couldn't stab deep enough, shouted Li Huowang. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoman rang the bronze bell as hard as she could. In response, numerous wandering gods flew out and slaughtered the soldiers blocking them. The soldiers' morale was quite low after they saw their general falling off her horse, causing them to no longer be able to put up a good fight. Soon, with the help of the wandering gods, Li Huowang and the rest managed to escape. But they did not stop. They were afraid that the soldiers would catch up to them. They ran until they reached a fork in the road. At this point, they quickly grabbed whatever was necessary before running down the smaller path. At the same time, they directed the horse carriage to run down the main path instead, hoping to use the marks left behind by the horses and the carriage wheels to confuse the soldiers. They continued to run until some of them could run no more. It was only then that Li Huowang allowed them rest near the base of a mountain. There were several large boulders at the base of the mountain that were suitable for them to hide themselves. Only after calming down did Li Huowang realize just how much of a miracle it was for them to have been able to escape. What just happened? Why did the general only attack the left side of my body? Is there something on my left? Li Huowang turned to his left, but didn't see anything besides a boulder. Senior Li, where are you? Asked Bai Ling Miao. When he saw that she couldn't find him, Li Huowang panicked a bit. Are her eyes all right? How can she not see me here? He stood up and walked toward her. Just as he was walking toward her, everyone shouted in shock and took a few steps back. He looked at what all of them were staring at and once again turned to his left. This time, he finally saw it. He saw a figure in a red Daoist robe and half a head. The man was split in half, one part stuck inside the boulder while the other was outside. Li Huowang instinctively grabbed his sword and slowly retreated. However, the figure did the same thing as Li Huowang as well. As soon as Li Huowang took 3 steps back, the man did the same and exited from the boulder. At that moment, Li Huowang finally realized who it was after looking at the robes and the bag of torture tools. It was himself. After a moment, Li Huowang looked down and saw that his body was invisible. There was nothing there. It was as if he had turned into a floating camera. Li Huowang raised his head and stared at his body double. The body double mimicked what he did. Good heavens, it's moving. Chapter 199, Change. His body was indeed moving, but in a very convoluted way. When Li Huowang straightened his back, he saw that his body did the same in front of him. Then, he raised his right arm, and it once again mimicked his actions. There was no mistaking that it was his body. Li Huowang looked down again, and saw that even though he could feel his body, there was nothing there. It was just that he couldn't see it. He touched the coin veil, and saw the image of his body doing the same thing in front of him. It was as if Li Huowang was performing a shadow play, and the image of his body was the shadow. However, compared to knowing what this was, Li Huowang currently was more concerned about how this situation came to be, and how he could go back to normal. Wait, I remember that earlier when I was nailed to the ground, the general had been constantly striking the left side of my body. Li Huowang recalled how the general kept attacking to the left of his body. That was the only reason he managed to find such a big opening to attack her. He hadn't thought about it before, but it seemed that the general had been attacking his illusion. What is going on? How did I suddenly obtain this superpower? It's as if there is a bug in the world. Is this world fake? Li Huowang felt scared when he thought about the possibility of this world being fake. As he stared at his illusion, the situation felt more and more surreal. Soon, his breath became rapid, and he quickly hugged his own head. He kept reassuring himself that this world was the real one as he tried to calm himself down. No, this is the real world. I cannot think otherwise. This must be a special power that belongs to a strayed one. Yes, that must be it. I've been unlucky for so long that I finally got a stroke of good fortune. Li Huowang, stop doubting yourself. This is the real world, and the other side is fake. When Bai Lingmiao saw how Li Huowang looked to be in a lot of pain, she approached the illusion and tried to hug him, only to pass right through. I'm all right, said Li Huowang as he recovered a little and took a few steps back. However, Lu Zhuangyuan was horrified as he asked in a meek tone of voice, "What do you mean you are all right? We can't even touch your body. You have become a ghost. Daoist, did you forget about your own death?" At this point, no one could help Li Huowang. He could only think of a way himself. After half an hour, Li Huowang finally calmed down. I'm not dead. It's just that my body gained a new ability, said Li Huowang. While they were all resting, Li Huowang roughly told them about what had happened just now. Oh, so it's one of your superpowers. Lu Zhuangyuan nodded, finally understanding what had happened. Meanwhile, Bai Lingmiao wandered around and finally touched Li Huowang's invisible body. She was quite worried as she asked, Senior Li, will you remain like this for your entire life? Wait, let me try something, said Li Huowang as he took a deep breath while trying to remember the feeling from before. Move back and overlap with my real body. He kept trying for a while and opened his eyes. He saw that the illusion of his body had once more overlapped with himself, but it was not a complete overlap. He saw that only the top half of the illusion was above ground. The bottom half was buried completely underground. Even though the illusion showed him to be stuck halfway into the ground, Li Huowang's real body was still above ground, or at least his feet were still stepping on solid ground. His illusion had overlapped with him at the wrong height. Senior Li, I think I know what this superpower is. It's a method to travel underground, right? Puppy was excited to see what Li Huowang could do. On the other hand, Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to answer him as he tried again. When he opened his eyes this time around, he saw that his illusion had come above ground, but he was now staring at the illusion from the top down. It was as if he was viewing himself in the third-person view. As he saw his illusion mimicking his every move down below, Li Huowang felt as though he was stuck in a game. Again, I must get back. Li Huowang tried again as he willed his body and illusion to overlap once more. However, it was not as easy as he had thought. Rather than achieving it by just saying the word over and over again in his mind, it was more like he had to channel a very intense feeling of moving through space. It was very difficult to pull it off successfully. After persevering for 2 whole hours, Li Huowang finally managed to overlap his illusion with his body, albeit in a somewhat imperfect manner. At this moment, his vision was slightly above his eye level, somewhere around his forehead. This is the best I can do for now. We still need to escape. All right, we've rested for long enough. Let's leave now and try to escape from Hoshu as fast as we can, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, everyone nodded and grabbed whatever belongings they had left. My love, I can't run anymore. I'm still pregnant. At that moment, Li Huowang heard Luo Wanhua whisper to her husband, causing him to look back and see Lu Jiren carry his wife without any objections. The once prosperous town had now been reduced to a pile of rubble. Some of the houses were still burning, but no one bothered with them. The dead bodies of the civilians were piled up in a small mountain. On the other hand, the outlaw soldiers were all sitting beside the various fireplaces they had made, drinking and eating meat. At that moment, a pale fat man was holding a handkerchief to his nose as he weaved through all the rubble. He accidentally stepped on something slippery and saw it was an entire section of intestines, causing him to let out a scream. Aya! Good heavens! Seeing this scene, the other outlaw soldiers all laughed. Officer Chow, come and have a taste. We just roasted it, offered one of the outlaw soldiers without any warning. Yuek! At this point, Xiaohai couldn't stand it anymore and started vomiting. Relax, it's pork, not human meat. See, its hoof is still on there, said the soldier who offered the roasted meat. Xiaohai felt slightly better when he saw there was indeed a hoof attached to the meat. Even so, he carefully declined the pork leg. I'm looking for General Peng to discuss something. Have you seen her? I checked the main camp, but she's not there, asked Xiaohai. If even you don't know, then how would I know? I was busy taking my share of money and women until just now, said the soldier. Just as Xiaohai was thinking about where to look for the general next, someone suddenly extended their hands into his pants. Startled, Xiaohai took a few steps back and saw that it was a young man. On the other hand, the man was looking at his hand in surprise. I think I just felt something over there. Old man Xiao, it seems that there's still a little bit left over. Were you thinking about extending your bloodline when you left behind some of it? Asked the young man. Xiaohai ignored his teasing and hurriedly asked, Huowang, you are one of the general's small-arm soldiers. You must know where she is, right? Hee hee. Do you want to know where she is? Huowang chuckled and gently patted Xiaohai's butt. However, when Xiaohai retreated in surprise, Huowang patted the front instead. Hiya, stop teasing me. I'm really looking for the general. This concerns her future, shouted Xiaohai. Hearing this, Huowang stopped his teasing and pointed toward a house. The general is currently injured. So, be careful, she's in a bad mood. After confirming the direction, Xiaohai ignored everything else and ran toward the house Huowang had pointed out. It was one of the very few houses that still remained intact. Translator's thoughts. Just to make it clear, he can throw out an illusion of his body and move it anywhere while rendering his real body invisible. Chapter 200 Both Parties. Xiaohai gingerly opened the door and saw Peng Longteng lying down on a bed. At this moment, there were two doctors bandaging the wound on her neck. Aya, Xiaohai approached her and started to stomp the ground beside her bed in frustration. Are you crazy? You just killed thousands of civilians. Peng Longteng replied with her eyes closed. Who would want to fight for the country if they don't pay us? It's so much harder to ask them for money than it is to kill them. Since the nation is having such a difficult time paying us, I might as well take matters into my own hands. After all, I cannot mistreat my soldiers after fighting the war for so long. You. Xiaohai was infuriated. It's just a small town of a few thousand people. Why are you so anxious about it? I'm already very merciful for not plundering a city instead, said Peng Longteng. You talk as if it were that easy. Those were all the civilians of Hoshu, shouted Xiaohai as he wiped his tears. Everyone within the palace is busy dealing with the natural disaster, and you are just adding to their troubles. You just offended all of them. When she heard this, Peng Longteng sat up and pushed the doctors away. I don't care about the natural disaster. Even if the heavens were to fall, the soldiers need their money. And why are you so afraid? It's not like this is not the first time a natural disaster has occurred. If you wanted money, you could have just taken it. Why did you kill all of them? Asked Xiaohai. However, even as he complained, he still used his handkerchief to wipe the blood off of Peng Longteng's armor. We just came back from the battlefield and had lost quite a few men. Then, we didn't even get our money. My soldiers were starting to reach their breaking point, and if I hadn't done anything then it would have caused a mutiny within my camp, said Peng Longteng. Hearing this, Xiaohai's voice became soft. There's no way you will be able to cover this up. Those within the palace should already know about this by now. So what if they know about it? You think I don't know how they would act? They already embezzled the money that was meant for my soldiers, so they should have already known how I would act. Relax, they won't make a big deal about it, and their superiors will even work to cover it up. If word of this got out, then everyone would be at a disadvantage. This is the best situation for them. Not only do they not have to pay us, we still receive our money too. It's a win-win situation. Plus, I have my own justification. We already discovered that there were several Si-Chi spies within our kingdom, said Peng Longteng. As she recalled the spies, her face became gloomy and she touched the left side of her face. The tattoo on the left of her face had mostly been burned off, leaving behind only the character representing loyal. Even this tattoo had become distorted, giving her a much more fearsome appearance. Her left eye was also blinded. It was now white in color. Damned brat. Not only did he escape, he even managed to injure me. Officer, go and find the surveillance bureau. Tell them to find the location of the spy and let me know immediately so that I can go and kill him, commanded Peng Longteng. So I just let it go. Since he's from the Ao Jing sect, it's no longer under your jurisdiction. Let's head back to the camp, said Xiaohai. No, I am Peng Longteng, and I refuse to leave this grudge alone. Since he offended me, then I will kill him, said Peng Longteng. But what are you going to do? You can't just bring your soldiers and mobilize all of Hoshu. You are not the emperor, asked Xiaohai. I am a general, someone that protects the people from their enemies. I will destroy all of the enemies of Hoshu, declared Peng Longteng. Xiaohai was speechless. Since when did they harm Hoshu? Weren't they just beaten and chased off by you? No, they are the enemy, retorted Peng Longteng as she smashed the bed with arm. Her immense strength caused the solid wooden frame of the bed to break apart. At that moment, a mace was swung downward, instantly killing a 2-meter-long snake just like that. Gao Zhijian took the snake and smiled happily. Then, he placed it on his shoulder and walked back to their resting place. The mountains were filled with boulders and stones, but at least it was not as barren as before. There was some green vegetation here. Soon, Gao Zhijian returned and saw everyone inside a cave. Make, stuttered Gao Zhijian as he brought the snake inside the cave. Make what? Seniorly told us we can't light up a fire. Go and eat your ration, reminded one of them. However, Jin Shanzhao thought otherwise. He cheerfully took the snake and said, we can still eat this without needing a fire. We can use it to make sashimi. As he spoke, he took out a small knife before carefully skinning the snake and slicing the flesh into small pieces. Then, he plated the neatly cut pieces of flesh nicely. When he was done, Jin Shanzhao took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and used it to dip a piece of snake flesh into a chili dipping sauce and ate it. It's delicious. Come and try it yourselves. Hearing this, everyone huddled together and started eating. Puppy was eating happily with everyone else when he suddenly stopped and shouted for Li Huowang. Seniorly, come and eat. It's surprisingly tasty. It reminds me of fatty pork. But Li Huowang ignored him. At this moment, he was in the middle of training himself to utilize his newfound power. Shua. When Li Huowang opened his eyes again, he saw that everything around him had turned upside down. Directly below him was his own head. Closer, closer. Careful. Don't go too fast now. Li Huowang carefully willed himself to get back to his original position as his line of vision slowly became one with his body. This time, he managed to overlap himself perfectly. Li Huowang could finally overlap his illusion and himself perfectly after training for so many days. He then looked around and saw Ban. After a moment of thought, he willed his illusion to appear directly in front of Ban. Ban was surprised by Li Huowang's sudden appearance and fell backward. Then, it crawled back up and started wagging its tail at Li Huowang's illusion. Li Huowang was happy with the results of his training. I don't know how I got it, but this power is very useful. At least I will be able to use it to confuse and surprise the opponent next time around. But I still need to practice more to become used to it. Li Huowang's current limit was projecting his illusion anywhere within 10 feet of himself. During this time, he wouldn't be injured even if the enemy attacked his illusion, just like how the general failed to injure him before. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to use it frequently. The opponents he would be faced with will not be idiots. They wouldn't be surprised a second time. Seniorly, how is your training coming along? Asked by Ling Miao as she brought him a bowl of snake sashimi. Not bad, replied Li Huowang as he picked up his chopsticks and began eating. Even though snake sashimi wasn't that delicious, it was still a much better meal than eating dried rations. Seniorly, how much longer until we are out of Hoshu? Asked by Ling Miao. Hearing this question, Li Huowang stopped eating and took out Jin Shanzhao's map. We can't walk on the main paths anymore, and so we have to take numerous detours. We probably can't travel through some of the smaller paths either. However, given that they don't know where we are, We at least have the advantage in that regard. We will arrive at this place in 2 days, and then we have to travel for another week before we arrive at the border. And since we cannot go through the official gate, we will have to take yet another detour and hike out of Hoshu. After that, we will be safe. But we can't travel for that long. Even if we eat our rations sparingly, our food supply will at most last another 2 days, pointed out by Ling Miao, worried. Chapter 201 Village. Having returned their appearances to normal, Li Huowang's group continued to travel along a muddy dirt path. At this point, it had been several days since they had escaped from that town. Currently, all of them had weary looks on their faces. They had not been eating well and were not dressed properly, so this outcome was inevitable. When they got to a slightly flattened area, Li Huowang used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Let's take a break. Hearing this, everyone immediately sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Bai Ling Miao carefully took out their last yellow biscuit and broke it into half, and kept one of the halves. Then, she passed the remaining half to Li Huowang. Senior Li, have some food. Li Huowang looked at her and pinched her shrunken tummy. This action made Bai Ling Miao feel embarrassed, but she didn't deny him. Don't hold yourself back. I know that you have a large appetite. Eat while you can, and don't go hungry. I'll figure the rest out, said Li Huowang. I'm really not hungry. You can have it, said Bai Ling Miao as she once again pushed the biscuit over. However, Li Huowang didn't bother to take it. Instead, he opened the map while trying to think of ways for them to restock. They were running out of supplies and needed to find ways to replenish them soon. He had considered robbing those bandits, but dismissed the idea when he thought of the relationship between the bandits and the outlaw soldiers. It was difficult to tell whether or not those bandits were acting as that woman's sentries. Given how difficult it was for them to shake them off earlier, he felt that it was not worth it to provoke the outlaw soldiers just for some food. Robbing the commoners? However, Li Huowang immediately dismissed that notion. He would definitely not do such dastardly things like his own master. He was Li Huowang, not Dan Yangzi. He suddenly found that it was indeed quite challenging to obtain enough funds and food, yet not rob the bandits or oppress the commoners. At that moment, Puppy snickered as he walked over and reached for the biscuit in by Ling Miao's hands before being smacked away by her. Senior Bai, please give it to me. Senior Li is not hungry, but I definitely am, said Puppy. No, there's only a small amount of ration left. Eat your own, replied Bai Ling Miao. I've finished mine, said Puppy. Then you'll have to go hungry for a few days. You won't die from starvation so quickly, said Bai Ling Miao. Hearing this, Puppy dejectedly scratched his ribs under his clothing. He turned around to look at the others nearby, but this time, he didn't find anyone else eating. Even the most accommodating young Xiaohai didn't have any spare food for him. Gradually, his eyes focused on the group of women they had rescued from the bandit hideout. If I had known that it would come down to this, then we should have left these ladies behind. They don't do anything besides waste our food. They are just a burden, muttered Puppy. Those words instantly caused the women to feel afraid as they huddled together helplessly. Are you even a man? Why are you so full of complaints? Said Chun Xiaoman, unable to stand his complaints. I'm just saying it as it is. Am I wrong? Retorted Puppy. Don't abandon us. We can be useful. We know a place where there's food. It's quite close to this place. We can take you there, interjected one of the women. Those words caused everyone to look toward the group of women. The speaker was a woman with a big mouth. From the looks of it, she could easily attract the attention of the bandits, evidently not just because of her big mouth. As she felt everyone staring at her, she drooped her head uneasily. Is what you were saying true? Can you really help us find food? Li Huowang walked over and asked. He suddenly realized that he had been wasting his time and energy. With the help from this group of locals from Hoshu, he did not even need a map. There's a village nearby, and my fourth aunt has fields there. We can go and ask, said the woman. Hearing this, Li Huowang studied the map in his hands once again, but found that there were no markings close to their location. There are too many small villages around here. I can't mark them all. Jin Shanzhao was embarrassed as he came over and explained himself. Why bother pretending if you don't know? Don't delay our Daoist matters, ridiculed Lu Zhuangyuan. Hearing this, Jin Shanzhao's face turned red. I'm not lying. Do you know how many such villages there are in Hoshu? All right, stop chatting. Let's go over and see. Bring us to your fourth aunt's place, said Li Huowang, his words causing everyone to stand up. The entire group followed the big-mouthed lady as she led them toward a distant rocky mountain. When they arrived at the barren foot of the mountain, she did not stop and continued climbing up the empty mountain. Initially, there was still a semblance of a path, But later, it disappeared completely, and they had to get on 4 limbs to continue climbing upward. There were several times when Li Huowang wondered whether this woman was lying to them. After all, this place did not seem like it had a village. After a lot of effort, when they finally reached the top, they were greeted with a paradise-like scene. This was a flat-topped mountain, and there was actually a village at the peak. More importantly, there were lush green fields, a rare sight in the barren lands of Hoshu. Which lunatic? Did they have nothing better to do? Why would they build a village all the way up here? I'm exhausted, Puppy complained as he rubbed his aching legs. I'm guessing that it's probably to avoid heavy taxes, levies, and conscription. There are quite a few possibilities, conjectured one of them. When you think about it, the people suffer a lot. There are so many things to worry about, said Puppy. Are the Hoshu officials really so strict? They even force people up the mountains. Our officials are a lot more understanding, and they only collect half of the harvest each season. The farmers are also exempt from forced manual labor, asked Lu Zhuangyuan. He found a cheap sense of satisfaction when he compared himself to others. As they conversed, Li Huowang had already confirmed the location of the 4th aunt of that big-mouthed lady and started heading in that direction. This place appeared to be quite peaceful, and each house was bright and clean. It was like a paradise that was unaffected by the turmoil outside. Seniorly, our village is quite similar to this. Even though we only have a few people, they are all good folk, said Bai Ling Miao. She seemed to recall something as a faint sense of joy appeared on her face. When we finally settle down, living with others in a place like this seems like a good choice. Li Huowang thought to himself. At that moment, he heard noises coming from within the houses with his keen senses. A big group of outsiders suddenly entering the village drew the attention, as well as hostility of the villagers. But as the big-mouthed lady accurately reported her 4th aunt's name, the hostility on their faces lessened. Things seemed to be progressing quite smoothly until they heard that this distant relative had come here to borrow food. As soon as they heard that, they refused to open their doors. Seeing this, the big-mouthed lady stood before the closed door and pleaded with tears streaming down her face. I don't know where else to go. On the other hand, the people standing around were starting to get impatient and frustrated. They had to continue to endure their hunger as they had nothing to eat. Translator's thoughts. Here's Jin Shanzhao. Credits to Guzidev Lanqi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 202, Harvest. The atmosphere turned heavy in an instant. Just then, Chun Xiaoman noticed that Li Huowang had no reaction and was about to speak, but stopped. Shoo. Li Huowang placed a finger on his lips, motioning for her to be quiet. Then, he tilted his head toward the south and listened carefully. After a while, a rare smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, the food issue has been resolved. As the others watched him, Li Huowang's body gradually shifted and slowly phased through the nearby wall. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. His voice echoed from nowhere. This is what my second uncle mentioned, the art of passing through walls. The gentleman is truly exceptional in every way, commented Lu Zhuangyuan. On the other hand, Li Huowang concealed his illusion within the wall, while his body continued to remain in a hidden state. He stayed close to the wall and headed toward another building. On the way, he passed through the courtyard where they reared chickens and then stepped into the room. This allowed him to hear the conversation of the people inside more closely. Son, you aren't there yet. Your skills are not fully developed. Go and read the liar's scripture 10 more times, said a man. Yes, replied a youth. Don't blame your father for being strict. This is the foundation of our Wu family. All of our family's assets were amassed by our ancestors by swindling them from others one at a time, said the man. Li Huowang sighed softly. From the looks of it, this place was not the utopia it seemed. People here actually used their skills of deception to make it big. But this fact just worked in Li Huowang's favor. Now, he wouldn't need to worry about his conscience when engaging in illegal activities to take care of their urgent needs. Who knew that the first time I made use of my new ability would be to steal things? I had originally thought of earning money through honest means such as escorting goods and people, but now I'm actually doing things like this. Perhaps legitimate work is not meant for me. As he contemplated this, he began to search through the entire building. Soon, he found a hidden compartment and opened it. It was filled with all sorts of silver and gold ornaments, with various styles and varying levels of wear and tear. It was obvious that these were ill-gotten goods. Seeing these items, Li Huowang's face lit up in delight. He had just found their travel expenses. After a moment, he quickly found a bag and filled it up with the pieces of silver and gold. As this was happening, The father and son duo were still discussing their arts of deception in the next room over. Son, you're the only seedling of our family. You must learn well. If you don't, then our family's legacy will be at risk, said the man. I have memorized all of it, Dad. I will study hard and not let you down, replied the youth. Hearing this, a trace of disdain appeared on Li Huowang's face. This bunch of liars actually felt proud about being from a family of liars. After making one round, Li Huowang found their cellar and walked in. Here, he found all sorts of preserved meats and salted vegetables. He quickly brought all these outside, and then tossed them behind the wall to the people there. This was a very strange scene. The vegetable jar would float up by itself, come to the corner of the wall, and then run off once again. If others were to witness this, they would definitely be very shocked. Meanwhile, the father continued to speak to his son. When you go down the mountain this time around, use your arts of deception to find yourself a wife. I will only consider you a worthy disciple when you succeed in this endeavor. Dad, can you actually deceive someone into marrying you? Asked the youth. Nonsense. As long as you put your heart and mind to it, you most certainly can. Back then, your mom was also hoodwinked by me, and she's still in the dark even now, said the father. The more Li Huowang heard them talk, the angrier he felt. After a while, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. Should I just kill them? Because of his past with the sitting oblivion Dao, Li Huowang felt extreme hostility toward any and all liars, to the point that he felt that it was best to kill off all liars. Daoist, you can't do that. They are indeed in the wrong, but that doesn't mean that they deserve the death penalty. The appearance of a sudden voice beside caused Li Huowang to jump. When he turned toward the voice, he saw that the voice belonged to Monk, someone he hadn't seen for quite some time. Monk circled around Li Huowang and started nagging him with his little pearls of wisdom. After a while of contemplation, Li Huowang finally decided to give up on the idea. Monk was right. He shouldn't kill them. He couldn't just go around killing to deal with issues. That would only make him more and more radical. If he only held a hammer in his hands, then everything he saw would look like nails. While a death sentence could be avoided, a life sentence was inevitable. He had decided that he would completely empty their house and allow them to savor the feeling of losing everything. After coming to his decision, Li Huowang emptied everything from their house, taking away everything as long as it was edible or worth some money. Son, when you deceive others, you can't just make things up. It is necessary to use a mixture of truth and falsehoods. That's how you will get others to believe you, explained the father. Dad, I know that. But how much truth should be mixed with falsehoods? The liar's scripture does not elaborate on that, questioned the youth. Fool, that obviously depends on who you are dealing with. When dealing with those that are easier to deceive, use less truth and more lies. Against those that are less believing, especially the more stubborn types, speak more truth in front of them. Then, they will believe you when you try to deceive them later. Remember, a competent liar's words must have some truth within. I understand. Li Huowang was about to leave, but after overhearing their conversation, he went back into the room. When he emerged again, he was holding a slightly worn-out book with the words, Liar's Scripture, written on it. I'll let you guys lie even more. How's it going? Did you guys get everything? Asked Li Huowang as his illusory body merged with his actual body and he appeared before the others once again. Yes, we got everything. It's to the point that we can't fit anymore. But, Senior Li, where did you get all these items from? Asked Puppy, already munching on a piece of cured meat. That's good. Come, we will talk on the way, said Li Huowang. As they left the village, the miserable cries of the father-son duo rang out in Li Huowang's ears before gradually fading away. Dad, our liar's scripture has been stolen. Dad, our chickens have been stolen. Dad, the pots on our stove have been stolen. After a lot of effort, they finally managed to move everything down from the rugged mountain path. When they looked at all the heavy things that they were holding, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They wouldn't need to go hungry anymore. The first thing they did when they got down the mountain was to find a source of water, make a fire, and enjoy a meal. After they had eaten their fill, their anxieties disappeared, and even their tempers improved. Sister, I apologize for my thoughtless words from before. Puppy beamed as he once again approached those women. Get away. Who doesn't know what your actual thoughts are at this point? Once you're full, you directly start thinking about dirty things, said Xiaoman, shooing him away. Sister Xiaoman, look at the way you're talking. My words were not intended to harm anyone, but were for the greater good, said Puppy, trying to defend himself. Meanwhile, Li Huowang listened to them bickering before reaching into his pocket and passing the heavier bags to Bai Lingmiao. This is the loot from those liars. There are quite a few pieces of gold and silver. You can count them. Okay, replied Bai Lingmiao. As watched the others who were now full after their meal, Li Huowang finally felt at ease. They had managed to resolve their worry about supplies, and now all they had to do was to get out of Hoshu. Then, their current troubles would be over. He pondered for a moment, then flipped through the liar's scripture that he had gotten earlier. There's actually a manual that specializes in teaching people the art of deception. It's my first time seeing something like this. There are even tactics and strategies for deception here. Originally, Li Huowang had just been planning to pass some time by flipping through the book. But as he continued to look through it, his expression became more solemn. He found that the members of the Sitting Oblivion Dao had also used some of the tactics mentioned in the book. The Sitting Oblivion Dao's words had indeed contained a mixture of truth and falsehoods. Chapter 203 True? False. What happened to Senior Li? I don't know. He was fine until just a moment ago. How come he seems like he suddenly got possessed after glancing through that book? Junior Bai, do you want to go and take a look? Is his illness acting up again? Under their urging, Bai Lingmiao nervously walked over and squatted beside Li Huowang. She asked, Senior Li, are you all right? As she spoke, Bai Lingmiao sneaked a glance at the rows of words that Li Huowang was staring at. She was illiterate and did not know what they meant, but from the looks of it, they seemed to be important to him. When she saw that Li Huowang didn't respond, Bai Lingmiao paused, then took out the whip that she used to knock the drum. Then, she used it to knock the book aside, sending it flying. Senior Li had been reading this book before he became like this. Perhaps it is something ominous. She then asked him again, Senior Li, are you all right? On the other hand, Li Huowang, who usually had heightened senses, now could not hear what the others were saying. He was entirely focused on the lines of text that he had written on the ground. I am Peng Zhi, one of the 3 corpses. False. I am Hong Zhong, one of the 3 leaders of Sitting Oblivion Dao. Earlier, the members of the Sitting Oblivion Dao lied to me because I instructed them to do so. False. I killed the people in the dead town. False. Among the members of Sitting Oblivion Dao, there is a high-ranking person who is also a strayed one. He has lived to the age of 190 and has completely shaken off the hallucinations brought about by being a strayed one. As Li Huowang looked at the 4th line, he contemplated various possibilities. Could this be real? Since everyone wanted to capture strayed ones, he knew that they were clearly valuable. If they could make use of strayed ones, then why could the strayed ones themselves not use their own powers? Due to his newly acquired abilities, Li Huowang deduced that the potential of a strayed one far surpassed what he had imagined. If there's a way, then that would mean that this illness can be cured. Then, I can become a normal person. No, I may even be able to completely control this strength. If that were the case, then no one would dare to deceive or harm me anymore. With excitement bubbling within him, Li Huowang felt a surge of strength course through his body. Even his mood turned from being gloomy to becoming more impassioned. However, he gradually calmed himself down. Everything hinged one major premise, that the Sitting Oblivion Dao member was speaking the truth back then. But based on their past interactions, it was rather uncertain. Li Huowang did not know the probability of the last statement being true. But even if there was only the tiniest sliver of a chance, it was already extremely tempting for him. After all, he was desperate. His desire was not just for more power, but it was for a way out of his suffering. His random bouts of switching between reality and hallucinations was too tormenting. He did not want to go through the excruciating pain he had gone through before. It was something that was even worse than death. I can't do anything right now, but after we escape from Hoshu, I can start gathering information on this slowly and analyze it rationally. I also need to be cautious and not rashly believe any of the words uttered by the members of the Sitting Oblivion Dao. Be it true or false, I need to take things one step at a time, only using the truths as my reference. After sorting out his thoughts, he stood up. When he looked around, he noticed that the others were watching him with strange expressions. Why is everyone staring at me? Is there something on my face? Asked Li Huowang. No, there's nothing, said Xiaohai as he tried to pick up the large pot and place it on his back. However, Gao Zhijin suddenly reached out and lifted it with his big hand. At the same time, the rest of them also started to pack up their belongings, as though they were preparing to set off. Li Huowang looked around, then picked up the liar's scripture that was lying in the distance, and started preparing to continue their journey. But at this point, he suddenly had a thought. Hold on, could those 2 liars also be from the Sitting Oblivion Dao? Are they planning to deceive me again? No, I need to go back there. With a grim look on his face, he threw the liar's scripture on the ground and started heading back toward the flat-topped mountain. The others were bewildered by this, unable to understand what was going on. For a while, everyone remained silent. I'll keep an eye on him, in case his illness acts up on the way, Chen Xiaoman said, then picked up her sword and followed him. As the rest of them waited, for hours quickly passed, and it started turning dark. At that moment, they saw Li Huowang once again coming down from the flat-topped mountain, with Chen Xiaoman following behind him with a disturbed look. On the other hand, Li Huowang's expression was clearly better than it had been before he had gone up the mountain. It was as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. What happened? Puppy ran to Chen Xiaoman and whispered, "Those two liars are pitiful. It's really terrible. They were just deceiving others and did not deserve to die," said Xiaoman. "Why did Senior Li do that?" asked Puppy, surprised. Faced with this question, Chen Xiaoman hesitated, unsure of how to explain. He wanted to see how many faces those two had. Evidently, they only had one face each. Hearing this, Puppy hissed, his scalp tingling. "Quit chatting. We should hit the road before it's completely dark. Don't forget that we are still being pursued," said Li Huowang. Li Huowang's words prompted both of them to pick up their pace and catch up with the others. They both stopped discussing what had happened on the flat-topped mountain. Just then, another unexpected event occurred as they were preparing to set off. "Senior Li, what's happening? Are you okay?" At this moment, Li Huowang had an extremely distressed expression on his face as he clutched his head with both hands. He shouted, "Chains! Chain me up quickly. It's coming. Senior Li, we don't have the chains. They were all on the carriage. Then quickly dig a hole and bury me. Hurry, don't let me run around." Before they had finished digging the hole, Li Huowang had already returned to a ward filled with the disinfectants. There was a person standing before him. It was a young, bespectacled man in a white coat. The man smiled slightly and pushed his glasses up. "Li Huowang, you're finally awake? Let me introduce myself. I'm your attending physician, Dr. Ho. How are you feeling now? It seems that you have been having fewer and fewer periods of wakefulness compared to before." Li Huowang looked around and asked, "Where's my mom?" Hearing this, a warm smile spread across Dr. Ho's face, and he said amiably, "Your mom had something to attend to outside. She had been here until just a moment ago, but you had not yet awoken. Li Huowang, if you truly care about your mom, then you need to cooperate with my treatment. The sooner you recover, the earlier you can repay her for all she has done for you. Let's have a chat. I know you think that this place is a hallucination. That's all right. Then how about we talk about your real world there? From the looks of it, many interesting things have happened over there." Chapter 204, Wang Wei. When he heard Dr. Ho reveal his identity, Li Huowang immediately turned away and stopped talking. He had no interest in listening to the nonsense of a doctor within the hallucination. When Dr. Ho saw his patient's resistance, he did not say much either. He just tapped a few words on his tablet and left the room. As soon as he stepped out, Li Huowang heard a new pair of footsteps entering the room. "Little buddy, I heard from Dr. Ho that you are awake. Can you go to the restroom by yourself? I'd rather not have to change your catheter bag. Please take some pity on me." Even without opening his eyes, Li Huowang recognized this distinctive voice with its characteristic chattering. It belonged to Nurse Wang, who had talked to him over the phone. Suddenly, a warm towel was placed on his face and it began rubbing. "Here, young master, let me wash your face." Li Huowang pushed the towel aside and glared at the newcomer. This was a plump man with an unmemorable face. There was a blue nurse's cap on his head, and he was also wearing a blue nurse's uniform. The only distinctive feature on his face was a mole on the left side of his chin. Young master, you are awake? Do you need my help with anything?" asked Nurse Wang. Li Huowang looked at him, annoyed. "Can you stop talking? Do you enjoy chatting with mentally ill patients? Aren't you afraid that you'll go insane yourself?" "Well, mentally ill patients are quite interesting. Yesterday, the patient in bed 89 next door was being quite picky with his food. Do you know why? He said that the eggplants seemed shifty, and that he was afraid they would do something bad to his tummy." "Ha ha," laughed Nurse Wang. After laughing, Nurse Wang resumed his duties. He picked up the urinary catheter bag and headed to the bathroom to empty it, and then he returned. "Your urine is too yellow. Looks like you've become more heaty. Young people are really quite something. It's even possible to become heaty through hospital food," commented Nurse Wang. Then, without waiting for Li Huowang to reply, he continued, "Hey, kid, back at the nurse's station, I heard that you say that you obtained some supernatural abilities. Why, have you turned into an immortal over there? Is that any of your business?" asked Li Huowang. This nurse Wang was like a fly that buzzed around him incessantly, making him feel extremely vexed. Tell me more. I love to hear your nonsense. It's really interesting. I can't play with my phone when I'm on shift, so I rely on you to pass time. I also heard that you found a woman over there. How is it? Is it lifelike? If it is, then you've hit the jackpot. Anger flared in Li Huowang's eyes as he glared at the man who was making inappropriate comments about Bai Lingmiao. But the next moment, the rage on his face vanished, and it was replaced by a deep distrust. What's your surname? Didn't I tell you just now? My surname is Wang. You can call me Nurse Wang. Or, you can follow beds 65 and 31 and call me handsome. I don't mind either, said Nurse Wang. Wang? Are you Wang Diqiu? Asked Li Huowang. No? What kind of crappy name is that? My name is Wang Wei, said Nurse Wang. Hearing this, the doubt in Li Huowang's eyes vanished, and only chilliness remained in his gaze. You're lying to me. You are no nurse. Your true identity is that of a doctor. Puzzled, Wang Wei scratched his head. What? Is your illness flaring up again? You led my mom away because she has an honest personality, and you were afraid that she'll expose the situation. Previously, you kept provoking me with your words in an attempt to elicit a response from me. Hearing this, a helpless smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. He bent down to connect the urine bag, and then turned to the door and said, Come in. The ward's door opened, and Dr. Ho from before walked in. Then, he bowed and greeted Wang Wei. Teacher, did you see that? The patient is still rather sensitive. They only lose self-control when their illness acts up. In stable conditions, they're just like anyone else, probably even smarter than normal people. So, you must treat patients normally. Don't treat them like fools just because they are mentally ill, said Wang Wei. Then, he turned back to Li Huowang. Let me introduce myself. I am your attending physician, Dr. Wang Wei. It's a pleasure to meet you. Why pretend to be a nurse? Questioned Li Huowang. Because you have a strong aversion to doctors. So I thought of using a different identity to talk to you. But there's not much difference between a doctor or a nurse. We're all here to serve patients, said Wang Wei. After uncovering the man's true identity, Li Huowang closed his eyes and stopped interacting with him, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Since he had the time, then he would rather think about how to quickly leave Ho Shu than to waste time talking nonsense to him. Li Huowang, do you really think that it's possible that I am nothing and just a figment of your imagination? Asked Wang Wei. Li Huowang opened his eyes. Seeing the patient respond, Wang Wei continued. I often wonder why our self-perception is so fascinating. If someone believes that they are something, then they will become that thing. Did you know that not all conscious beings work the same way? For example, in the minds of some animals, or even infants, there is no concept of self. Beings like them can never suffer from mental illnesses. Speaking of which, mental illnesses can be considered to be a more advanced condition. What are you trying to get at? You're all over the place. Dr. Wang, go and take a break if you can't do this. Don't end up having a nervous breakdown of your own in the midst of attempting to treat a patient, said Li Huowang. Let me correct you, said Wang Wei as he continuously circled around Li Huowang's bed. It's not nervous, but mental. There are many professional diseases amongst doctors, and mental breakdown is one of them. So strictly speaking, you're not wrong. Li Huowang couldn't be bothered with him and closed his eyes again. Li Huowang, based on my analysis of your previous recorded conversations, it seems that you've acquired some sort of an ability there, like a power to displace yourself, right? Did you know that this corresponds quite well with schizophrenia? You're already quite ill now. You can't afford to get any more sick. It's all right if you don't respond to me. After all, my salary will still be the same. But your mom will be very saddened. She paid quite a large sum to hire me after all. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. This is a private hospital, and the rates here are quite high. And since it's private, very little of it is covered by medical insurance. Do you really want to stay here like this for the rest of your life? Have you ever thought about the burden that you're placing on your family? As the saying goes, there is no dutiful child before the sickbed. It will be the same for your mother and the others. You're so stubborn and never cooperate with the treatment. Be it your girlfriend or your mother, they will all eventually leave you. I've seen that happen far too many times. Ultimately, you'll likely be locked up in a cheap hospital, unable to come out your entire life, and grow old in loneliness. Chapter 205, Fight. As Wang Wei continued to speak, his tone gradually became heavier. Of course, aside from your mother, there's also your girlfriend. They will all eventually come to despise you because nobody wants to be around a lunatic. Seeing Li Huowang lying on the bed and continuing to glare at him, Wang Wei continued. Do you know how long it takes for her to get here by train? How many transfers she has to take. How many excuses she has to come up with to explain to her parents. No, you don't know. Because you only think about yourself. That lady named Yang Na has been sacrificing so much for you. But what about yourself? You have been uncooperative with the treatment and unwilling to take even a single step out of your comfort zone. Li Huowang, what kind of man are you? As heard all this, the veins on Li Huowang's forehead throbbed. Li Huowang, you don't deserve her. Yang Na should have long since given up on you and gone away to find someone better. Then, the final outcome would be her getting together with someone else and bearing their children. And all the while you would just continue to lie here on the sickbed and imagine them together in bed, continued Wang Wei. Shut up, creak. The straps restraining Li Huowang began to tear as he glared at Wang Wei intensely. Wang Wei could see the hostility in Li Huowang's eyes. Even so, he wasn't the least bit afraid as he walked over to the bedside and removed the restraints. As soon as he was free, Li Huowang pounced on Wang Wei and grabbed his nurse's uniform, and then threw a punch. What do you know? You're just a hallucination. Do you know anything about what I've been through? You don't know anything. Wang Wei also started to fight back. Soon, a fist landed on Li Huowang's face, causing his nose to start bleeding. At that moment, Wang Wei's expression seemed to have become as crazed as Li Huowang's. His teeth were clenched as he stared back at Li Huowang. Then let me tell you. I do know. You think you're the only one who has experienced hallucinations? Wrong. I was once like that as well, but I managed to overcome it, and now, I'm a qualified doctor. So, I'm far stronger than you coward, shouted Wang Wei. As they continued to fight fiercely, a syringe suddenly plunged into Li Huowang's arm from the side. Immediately, Li Huowang felt as though his brain had rusted as his movements became sluggish, and he suddenly felt very weak. Wang Wei, along with his student, supported Li Huowang and restrained him to the bed once again. Then, Wang Wei stuck his fingers into his mouth to massage his slightly loosened teeth while gasping for air. This young man hasn't had any exercise for a long time, but his strength is still quite impressive. Teacher, you, Dr. Ho looked puzzled. Though he had heard of his unique style of doing things when they first met, he still found it quite unusual to see a doctor engage a patient in physical combat. Wang Wei stood by the bedside and looked down on Li Huowang, whose face was bruised and battered. Meanwhile, Li Huowang continued to stare at this person as his mind slowly became a whirling mess. Gradually, the two figures before him began to change and grew much larger. Their voices echoed, and it seemed like drumbeats were echoing along with their speech. His condition is more unique in that he has very high psychological barriers. It's to the point that he's almost emotionally isolated. Our first step is to increase his interaction with the real world, to allow him to meddle in this world through his own senses, explained Wang Wei. But the books don't say that, questioned Dr. Ho. The books don't say? Then do they describe such a case in the books? Don't be too rigid with what you've learned. Sometimes, you have to be flexible and adapt, retorted Wang Wei. Li Huowang didn't know what happened after he passed out. The only thing he remembered was that it was very messy. When he woke up again, he found that the world in front of him was upside down, with a large round moon hanging below him. It took him a while to realize that it wasn't the moon that was upside down. Instead, it was him who was turned upside down. It seemed that he had used his new ability while he was unconscious. He slowly adjusted his body, and then retraced his steps with the help of the chaotic marks on the ground. It didn't take long before Li Huowang spotted Puppy peeking out from behind a rock. Didn't I instruct you to bury me? How come you let me escape? Asked Li Huowang. Puppy had an innocent look on his face as he said, Senior Li, we did bury you. But the problem is that you stepped out from the ground again. Stepped out? What do you mean? Demanded Li Huowang. Just like that time, when we were mourning for you, and you climbed out of the grave, explained Puppy. Puppy's words instantly made Li Huowang's expression worsen. He hadn't really considered this aspect previously. Gaining a new ability had indeed made him stronger. And perhaps, this was a good thing to others. However, that may not necessarily be so for himself. After all, Li Huowang understood very well that he was a lunatic. If there was anything more dangerous than a lunatic, then it was a lunatic trained in using a weapon. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. That was true for others. But for himself, the greater the power, the more danger he posed to others. No matter what happens in the hallucination, I must try to remain as calm as possible. Li Huowang pondered these matters as he silently walked back. On the way back, Li Huowang saw the others looking around while carrying torches. It seemed like they were all looking for him. From the looks of it, he had walked quite far. Li Huowang could see the fear in their eyes. He did not say anything, and just continued to walk back. When he returned to their previous location, he saw that everyone was back. Li Huowang appeared behind Bai Lingmiao and said, "I'm back." Hearing his voice, Bai Lingmiao shuddered and slowly turned around, revealing the bruised right side of her face to him. When he saw this, an intense sense of self-blame washed over him, making it hard for him to breathe. It was clear that he was the one who had inflicted those injuries on her. On the other hand, tears welled up in Bai Lingmiao's eyes as she hugged Li Huowang. "That's great, Senior Li. I thought I'd never see you again." Seeing this, Li Huowang wrapped his trembling hands around Bai Lingmiao, as if he wanted to pull her toward him. Once his sense of self-blame lessened, a strong sense of fear swept over him. It was fortunate that he had only punched someone this time. But what if he had a knife next time around? Despair-inducing images flashed through Li Huowang's mind, causing his pupils to tremble slightly. Even though he didn't say a word, Bai Lingmiao seemed to be able to sense what he was thinking as she reached out with her fair hand to stroke his back. "Senior Li, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it. It's just a little bit of swelling. It'll be gone in a few days." However, her words couldn't improve Li Huowang's mood. He whispered softly in her ear, "Promise me, if there's a next time, you will stay further away from me." "All right." Bai Lingmiao nodded obediently, her true thoughts remaining unknown to him. Li Huowang's gaze slowly moved past Bai Lingmiao's shoulder, and his emotions became increasingly resolute. In the end, his gaze settled on the line of words that he had carved into the ground. "Among the members of Sitting Oblivion Dao, there is a high-ranking person who is also a strayed one. He has lived to the age of 190 and has completely shaken off the hallucinations brought about by being a strayed one." Chapter 206, Jin Shanzhao. The ox cart steadily moved forward as it creaked here and there. Meanwhile, Li Huowang and the rest were slowly walking beside the ox cart. After placing their luggage onto the cart, they didn't have a lot to carry and were thus much more relaxed. All of these ox carts were bought by Sun Baolu from a small town that they had just passed by. They still had to travel a long way, and so it was necessary to purchase these ox carts. However, Jin Shanzhao was still carrying his bamboo basket as he hummed. He felt much better being surrounded by the lush green grass. Since such an environment couldn't be seen in the central region of Hoshu, Jin Shanzhao knew that they were close to the border. At that moment, he opened his map and tried comparing it with their current location. "A few more days, and we should be able to reach the border," muttered Jin Shanzhao. Once he finished checking the map, he stored it once again and clasped his hands together toward Li Huowang. "Young Daoist, we will be reaching the border soon. Congratulations. As long as you exit the border and enter Qingqiu, you will be fine." Li Huowang was still busy reading the liar's scripture. Hearing Jin Shanzhao's words, he raised his head and nodded before continuing with his reading. "Where are you planning to go? Will you travel with us to Qingqiu and the Liang Kingdom?" asked Li Huowang. "No, I will not be joining you on your journey. I will send you off to the border and return," replied Jin Shanzhao. "Return? Where to? Aren't you afraid they will capture you?" asked Li Huowang. Jin Shanzhao smiled confidently. "No worries. I have my methods of protecting myself." Hearing this, Li Huowang turned to look at him. He had a feeling that the man was just bluffing. Back then, Jin Shanzhao was scared shitless by the outlaw soldiers, but now, he was trying to put on a brave front. They were both still chatting when they saw a village in the distance. Once they got close, the group stopped outside while Jin Shanzhao and Li Huowang entered the village to buy some food. Having just two people helped them avoid garnering unwanted attention, and Jin Shanzhao was good with his words. It made communicating with the villagers much easier. Li Huowang had no intention of stopping here. They had decided to quickly buy the food and continued with their journey. They needed to escape Hoshu as fast as possible. Even though it was tiring, they had no choice due to the outlaw soldiers that were looking for them. Just as they had entered the village, Li Huowang caught the scent of something nasty. He followed the scent and saw a pig pen. The pen was built directly below the houses. When he saw what the black pigs were eating, Li Huowang's voice trembled. "Do they feed the pigs that?" Looking at these pigs and the pig pen, Li Huowang recalled the benevolent nunnery and abbess Jingxin, who had died within the pig pen. And why would you say that? Isn't this usually how you rear pigs? This is why I don't eat pork and dog meat. Both of them feast on feces, said Jin Shanzhao. Li Huowang suppressed his sadness and looked at Jin Shanzhao. Wait, you mean to say that everyone else does the same thing to rear their pigs? Naturally. This was how it has been for hundreds of years, said Jin Shanzhao as he picked up a stone and wrote something onto the soft soil. He wrote the character for home. Even though he used a piece of rock, his handwriting was still quite neat and meticulous. Do you see this? The upper part of the character symbolizes the roof of the house, while the lower part of the character symbolizes pigs. 1. A roof over pigs makes the character for home. Hence, people have been feeding pigs with feces ever since ancient times. If we can read characters and decipher their components, we can see how culture and tradition have shaped them, explained Jin Shanzhao. Li Huowang squatted down slowly and stared at the character. After a while, he touched the character with tenderness in his eyes. So this is home. Looks like I might have misunderstood the abyss, muttered Li Huowang. His eyes started to water when he remembered all the help that the benevolent nunnery had given him. Even if the entire world had gone mad, that was one of the only places where he had felt warmth. Now that place is no more. Young Daoist. As Jin Shanzhao saw Li Huowang's emotion become unstable, he took a step back. After traveling together for so long, Jin Shanzhao had long since noticed that something was wrong with Li Huowang. Even though Li Huowang had many powers, his mind was off. Hearing the voice, Li Huowang buried the character for home with some soil and stood up. Then, he once again turned to look at Jin Shanzhao, his gaze back to normal. Old man, your identity must be very special, said Li Huowang. A regular civilian would only recognize some words. Most of them were even illiterate. Then how did Jin Shanzhao write with such a neat handwriting, even with a stone? Jin Shanzhao stood there and considered his question. I've saved your life, and you won't even tell me this. No need then. Let's go and find some villagers to buy some food, said Li Huowang. Just as Li Huowang took a few steps forward, Jin Shanzhao called for him. It's fine. I can just tell you. I am actually a follower of Zhonghongjia. Zhonghongjia. Li Huowang turned around slowly. He didn't know what those words meant. As Jin Shanzhao began to explain what it was, his voice became more and more spirited. The nations divide themselves while trying to unify everyone. The weaker nations would ally with each other to defeat a stronger nation, that is Zhong. On the other hand, a strong nation would try to conquer everything, that is Hong. Hence this is Zhonghong. As Jin Shanzhao explained, Li Huowang slowly understood what he meant. It was a special job that existed only during times when the nations were divided. Jin Shanzhao's job was related to intelligence, to act as a tactician beside a warlord or an emperor, to help his lord with strategies and insights, to unify the nations. To Li Huowang, all he understood was that Jin Shanzhao worked as an intelligent man that helped his lord to unify the nations. To understand the bigger picture, analyze the situation, be good at communicating, able to adapt to any situation, and have both intelligence and bravery while making snap decisions. This is what it means to be a follower of Zhonghongjia, explained Jin Shanzhao. When Li Huowang saw how proud Jin Shanzhao was of his work, he interrupted the latter. Since you are so great, then why did you not try to persuade that general from before? Hearing this question, Jin Shanzhao became sheepish. I'm afraid that in this case the sword is mightier than the pen, especially since we were dealing with the outlaw soldiers of Hoshu. Hehe. Hearing this, Li Huowang just chuckled and walked further into the village with Jin Shanzhao following him. Young Daoist, I know that you don't believe me, but don't worry. Once you leave the kingdom of Hoshu, I will make sure to do my own job and stop them from obtaining your whereabouts through me. Since you've saved my life, I will definitely repay you. Once I become an officer of the kingdom of Hoshu. But you still don't have a lord. Doesn't that mean you are jobless? Interrupted Li Huowang. No worries. I will get a job soon. Once I become an officer, I will never forget your help, assured Jin Shanzhao. Sure, let's talk about it once you have a job. But I would probably be in the Liang kingdom by then, said Li Huowang. As they continued to chat, the atmosphere around them was quite pleasant and everything was going fine. However, at that moment, Li Huowang suddenly grabbed his sword as if preparing for a fight. Young Daoist. Jin Shanzhao followed Li Huowang's gaze and saw several black jars, each of them plastered with a red sheet that had the upside-down character for prosperity. 1 Jia. Chapter 207. Someone staring. What's wrong, young Daoist? Jin Shanzhao asked as he took a few steps back upon seeing how agitated Li Huowang was. To Jin Shanzhao, those black jars looked quite normal, just like any other clay jars that were used to pickle vegetables. The only difference he could spot were the red sheets with the upside-down character for prosperity. However, Li Huowang did not let his guard down. Something just looked at me from within those jars. Looked at you. Jin Shanzhao was confused and re-examined the jars once more. Could there be someone inside? but the jars are too small to fit a person. I didn't say it was a human, said Li Huowang as he unfurled the profound records and shot one of his fingernails toward the black jar, shattering it in the process. Splash! The black jars broke one by one as the brown brine and pickled vegetables sprayed everywhere. Li Huowang kept his guard up and carefully walked over, using his sword to pick up the pieces of the jars as he inspected them. However, Li Huowang couldn't find anything wrong. They were ordinary jars used to pickle vegetables. The sound of jars being broken immediately caught the attention of the people inside. An old lady with a walking stick walked out. "You rascal! Why did you break my jars? Pay up!" Li Huowang sheathed his sword and threw some fragmented pieces of silver toward her. Then, he carefully retreated, his eyes trained on the old lady. "Daoist, where are we going? Aren't we supposed to buy food?" asked Jin Shanzhao hurriedly. "We need to leave this place now. We can buy food somewhere else," said Li Huowang. He had lost any and all the trust he had in this village. He would rather have guessed wrongly than be ambushed by something he didn't know about. He had grown to be wary of everything in this bizarre world. The old lady didn't stop them from leaving. She just grumbled as she picked up the pieces of silver. After leaving the village, Li Huowang brought everyone with him and resumed their journey once more. This time, they didn't stop until midnight. When they stopped, they were in a bamboo forest. At this point, Li Huowang felt that they were far enough away from the danger regardless of what the thing inside the jar was. They set up a campfire and started cooking. Even though everyone was tired, they still needed to eat or their body would fall apart. Li Huowang did not partake in the cooking. Instead, he stood guard while standing on the ox cart. His eyes were extremely sharp and could see even within the darkness. At the same time, Bun, who somehow understood what Li Huowang was doing, placed its nose on the ground. Then, it started sniffing the area to make sure that there was nothing suspicious. Nothing happened even as the meal was prepared. It was as if the gaze he had felt within the village was nothing more than an illusion. Did I make a mistake? Li Huowang started doubting himself. To be honest, he didn't even fully trust himself. But then he immediately tossed those doubts to the back of his mind. Everything was in the past, and there was no need to be hesitant anymore. "Senior Li, the food is ready. Come and eat," called out one of the assistants. Tonight's meal consisted of bamboo shoot noodles. They had collected the fresh bamboo shoots from within the bamboo forest. The bamboo shoots were quite crisp and sweet. Even though there wasn't any meat, since they had used pork lard to cook the meal, it smelled heavenly. Li Huowang gladly ate the meal without a complaint. All of them were huddled around the campfire as they ate their meal. The sounds of munching and slurping did not stop. After eating their meal, all of them felt sleepy. Soon, they were lying down and covered in their blankets as they fell asleep. However, Li Huowang was on night duties tonight. He trusted no one else to do this. At this moment, there were no other noises in the bamboo forest besides the crackling of the flames. Li Huowang sat beside the fireplace as he carefully caressed Bun's soft fur. Unfortunately, given that he wasn't a robot, he too soon felt sleepy. He shook his head in an attempt to stave off his sleepiness, but it was to no avail. Then, he took out one of the sharp pikes from his bag of torture tools and used it to stab his right palm. The blood that poured out made his robes become an even deeper shade of red. Li Huowang's body instantly tensed up from the pain, and he no longer felt so sleepy. "Young Daoist, why not switch with me? An old man like me doesn't sleep much anyway." Li Huowang didn't need to see who it was to know that the voice belonged to Lu Zhuanyuan. The footsteps and the smell of the smoke gave him away. "Troop leader Lu, go and sleep. We have a long way to travel tomorrow, and you should rest, or you might collapse." Lu Zhuanyuan approached Li Huowang and sat beside him, his face filled with even more wrinkles than before. Then, he carefully took out 3 strips of tobacco before mixing them with some dried leaves and placing the mixture within his smoke pipe. "Daoist, what do you think of my youngest son?" asked Lu Zhuanyuan. Li Huowang looked at Lu Xiaoqin, who was currently sleeping with his older brother and sister-in-law. He had never really thought highly of Lu Xiaoqin. Not only was he cowardly, he was also very hesitant and didn't have much self-confidence. "Young Daoist, I know that this is just wishful thinking, but I would still like to give this a chance. Could you take him in as a disciple? He's technically not a performer yet because he still hasn't perfected his singing. I hope that you won't dislike him. I don't expect you to teach him everything you know, but at the very least our ancestors would be happy if he manages to learn even one of your powers," said Lu Zhuanyuan. Just as Lu Zhuanyuan finished speaking, Li Huowang suddenly stood up. "They are here. Everyone wake up!" Li Huowang shouted while the rest of them tried their best to shake off their grogginess. "Prepare yourselves. Li Huowang warned the others as he slowly approached one side of the bamboo forest. The darkness within the forest made it look even more sinister. It wasn't long before Li Huowang saw two white urns within the bamboo forest. The urns weren't large, only around the size of the watermelon. There was a long sheet of red with words plastered on each of the two urns. One of them read Deceased Mother, Yang Fengling, while the other read Deceased Grandfather, Li Gongquan. It was clear that these were cremation urns. There were even signs of worship in front of them. Seeing this scene, Li Huowang hesitated. Should I smash them? Or would something pop out if I smashed them? After much consideration, Li Huowang carefully retreated. At the same time, the bonfire disappeared as all of them ran. It was only after some time had passed that the lids of the two urns slowly lifted up. Then, the head of a child popped out from each of the two urns, both of their faces smeared with white powder. They were not normal children either. Their heads were roughly the size of a man's fist. The red makeup on their cheeks amplified the paleness of the rest of their faces. Both of them looked at each other and chuckled. Then, they raised their pale white arms and legs before climbing out from the urns. Both of them were just about to leave when a shadow fell from the skies and blocked their path. Li Huowang gritted his teeth as his bloodshot eyes glared at the two weird things in front of him. Chapter 208, Danger. The children were surprised and afraid when they saw Li Huowang's towering figure. So you do no fear, said Li Huowang as he unsheathed his sword while releasing a thick murderous intent. With just a single stroke of the sword, the urns were smashed and the two children were beheaded. But they did not bleed. Instead, brown ash flew out from their pale bodies. Within the brown ash were bits and pieces of white bones. The children were made from the ashes of the cremated. Hang on. This doesn't look like an evil being that spawned naturally, muttered Li Huowang as he checked the urns and saw fingerprints on some of the shrapnels. Sha sha sha. At that moment, the sound of paper ruffling through the bamboo leaves rang out from all directions, causing Li Huowang to stand up. Knowing that he was in a difficult position, he snarled. There weren't just one or two sets of eyes gazing at Li Huowang. He could feel numerous gazes coming from every direction. He was surrounded. Then, Li Huowang saw what it was. These beings were different. They had a body, with each of them wearing funeral clothes that were usually worn by the dead. They also had white urns instead of heads. Each of the urns had a strip of red paper plastered to it, the gazes seemingly coming from the paper itself. They flickered amongst the darkness of the bamboo forest, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Li Huowang knew that they were moving, but he couldn't see how they moved. They were slowly approaching him using an unknown method. After a moment, Li Huowang unfurled the profound records and grabbed his pliers, ready to pull out his teeth at a moment's notice. Just then, something red appeared on his face and covered his vision. It was a red talisman, similar to the yellow talismans attached to the foreheads of zombies he had seen in movies. Li Huowang quickly ripped it off and saw the words written on the red talisman. Deceased, Li Huowang. Staring at the words, Li Huowang's mind quickly raced with all of the information he knew about this world. Are they trying to convert me into them? Who are they? No, wait. I think I've heard about them before while I was at the Zephyr Temple. At that moment, a single name appeared in his mind. Mountain Grandma. They are the Mountain Grandmas. As his thoughts reached this point, Li Huowang raised his pliers, but not to pull out his teeth. Instead, he intended to sacrifice his left eye. Pop. As he sacrificed his left eye without any hesitation, a sinister light enveloped the surroundings. Immediately, all of the nearby mountain grandmas were covered by this sinister light. And then, they disappeared. Everything that was enveloped by the light had vanished. Li Huowang took this chance and quickly ran back up the path. Everyone else was still waiting for Li Huowang on the path, but they didn't know what had just happened. Run, leave the bamboo forest. It's too dangerous here, shouted Li Huowang. When they saw Li Huowang's missing left eye, none of them objected to his command. As blood continued to drip from his eye socket, all of them disregarded their fatigue and ran as fast as they could. They didn't stop even after they had exited the bamboo forest. What awaited them was a grassy plain. Even then, they continued to run on the endless field of grass until dawn. At that point, Jin Shanzhao threw his bamboo basket down onto the ground and sat down, his shirt drenched in sweat. He panted rigorously while trying to catch his breath. Then, he plucked some of the grass before placing it back down powerlessly. Qing. We are almost in Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Li Huowang was once again perched on the ox cart. This time around, Because of the fact that there was nothing blocking his view in the plains, he could maximize his sharp vision and survey everything around them despite only having a single eye at the moment. If the mountain grandmas were pursuing them even after they had run so far away, then Li Huowang would have no choice but to fight them. Thankfully, the sun continued to rise, the warm rays of sunlight washing away the coldness within Li Huowang's body. He could no longer feel any gazes. Back within the bamboo forest, the mountain grandmas were long gone. Then, one of the stones on the ground suddenly spoke. What should we do? It doesn't seem like he is someone we can defeat. Even the mountain grandmas we lured toward them were defeated. Should we request for backup? The stone had just finished speaking when one of the bamboo shoots spoke up. Why even bother wasting our time with them? I remember that Peng Longteng was trying to find that brat. We should just tell her where they are heading instead. You are right. In the end, if she somehow ends up causing a mess of things, then we can just push the blame onto her. On the flip side, if she is successful, then we will also get some merits at least, replied the stone. Then, the stone and bamboo shoot became quiet once more, never to speak again. Meanwhile, Li Huowang and the group rested on the grassy plain for an entire day. They had no choice. As much as they wanted to continue running, they were still human. Thankfully, nothing else happened, except for a few people walking past them. At this moment, Bai Ling Miao was sitting beside the sleeping Li Huowang, her heart aching at the sight of his wound. Even though Li Huowang was sleeping, it was not restful at all. He continued to move in his sleep, murmuring something all the time. As she saw this, Bai Lingyao gingerly placed her hand onto Li Huowang's bloody eye socket. How painful this must be. Bam! Li Huowang suddenly woke up and moved rapidly, both his hands already placed on Bai Lingyao's neck. Everyone was shocked to see what had happened, including Li Huowang. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Huowang immediately let go and inspected Bai Lingyao's neck. When he confirmed that she was not hurt and was merely shocked, he felt relieved. Then, he hugged her and kissed her, refusing to let her get out of his embrace. Senior Li, everyone is still watching, muttered Bai Lingyao. Hearing this, Li Huowang finally stopped and sighed. Please stay further away from me when I'm sleeping next time. But, we've always been sleeping together. Listen to me. I'm a bit tense during these times, so we can sleep together again once this crisis is over, okay? Said Li Huowang. All right. But Senior Li, your eye. No worries. This is better. At least like this, they will have a harder time recognizing me, reassured Li Huowang. Li Huowang and the rest continued their journey the next day. They walked for 3 more days before they saw the border on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The border was essentially just a short wall with a few soldiers. At the same time, the walls were quite crooked, a clear indication of the sloppiness. This is only natural. Qing Qiu and Ho Shu have always been allies. They never had to be wary of each other, explained Jin Shanzhao upon noticing Li Huowang's curiosity. Allies? Doesn't that mean that the outlaw soldiers would be able to cross over into Qing Qiu? Asked Li Huowang as he stared at the busy street in front of him. Impossible. If the soldiers of Ho Shu entered Qing Qiu, then it would mean war. It would be a much more serious situation than killing a few thousand of their own civilians, replied Jin Shanzhao. Hearing that, Li Huowang felt slightly more relaxed. Then, he recalled something and looked back at the old man. Will you be turning back now? Jin Shanzhao smiled and bowed. Young Daoist, may we meet again. I will never forget the fact that you saved my life. If I do end up becoming an officer, then I will repay you graciously. Li Huowang chuckled. No need. Just find a place and live out your life quietly. Might as well retire before you even start working. Hearing this, Jin Shanzhao suddenly became serious for once. The only reason I've learned so much is for the sake of my future lord. How could I not use the knowledge I've accumulated over tens of years? My dream is to stop the wars between nations. I will bring peace to the lands. As he spoke, Jin Shanzhao's eyes were blazing with passion. Li Huowang was impressed by Jin Shanzhao. Even though the latter looked cowardly, his dreams were magnanimous. He could sense the seriousness behind Jin Shanzhao's words. After a moment, Li Huowang bowed respectfully toward Jin Shanzhao. Then, I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Jin Shanzhao smiled and bowed back. Thank you, Daoist. We will go our own separate ways from here on out. Shoo. At that moment, something flew through the air as it approached them rapidly. Shriek. Jin Shanzhao was still smiling when a massive halberd flew through the air and crashed into his waist. Instantly, he was cut in half just a few feet away from Li Huowang, barely leaving him alive. Chapter 209 Blood. A single drop of blood splashed into Li Huowang's open mouth. Salty, smelly, and bitter. That was all Li Huowang could think about as he saw the halberd cut through Jin Shanzhao's body and fly toward himself. The owner of the halberd had meant to attack him, and Jin Shanzhao was just in their way. At that moment, Li Huowang subconsciously used his new power and moved his body 2 inches toward the left. Bam! The halberd phased right through his illusion and crashed into the ground behind him, cracking it in the process. Unharmed, Li Huowang looked down at Jin Shanzhao, who had stopped smiling. He suddenly felt confused. On the other hand, Jin Shanzhao opened his mouth to try and talk to Li Huowang, but nothing came out. Soon, his eyes became unfocused and he died. Staring at Jin Shanzhao, whose body was split in two, Li Huowang suddenly felt unsure about what he was supposed to do. This was not supposed to happen. Just a moment ago, Jin Shanzhao was talking about his grand dream, and now he was dead. It was as if he was nothing more than a joke. Dak dak dak. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from far away. Li Huowang looked up, anger filling his heart. As he saw the familiar helmet, he roared furiously, "Peng Longteng!" This time around, Peng Longteng had brought with her a cavalry of hundreds. She rode her armored steed as she slowly approached the border region where Li Huowang's group was. Their group had been hiding for so long, but she still managed to catch up with them. As she approached them, she used her one remaining eye to see that Li Huowang was unharmed. Seeing this, she smiled cruelly. "Looks like you are indeed something. I underestimated you last time, and I won't make the same mistake again. As an acknowledgement of your strength, I will make sure to leave you with an intact corpse. Charge!" As she roared, the hundreds of cavalry behind her followed suit and charged toward Li Huowang, their oppressive aura aimed directly at him. Halfway through their charge, Peng Longteng suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Li Huowang. "Fire!" In response, all of the soldiers raised their bows and shot arrows straight toward Li Huowang. The rain of arrows ensured that he had nowhere left to run. However, in the face of this dangerous situation, instead of running away, Li Huowang did the opposite. He raised the sacred text over his head and ran straight toward the soldiers. Since these were the plains where cavalry had the advantage, he judged that it would be impossible for him to run away. So the only thing he could do was choose to fight. Splurt! An arrow curved and shot straight toward Li Huowang's chest from an impossible angle. However, it did not harm him. He had separated his body and illusion once more. At this moment, he was close enough to see the soldiers' faces. "That's just an illusion. He must be somewhere nearby. Quick! Use the method that we used to take down that black-faced monk before," shouted Peng Longteng. Following her orders, the cavalries all separated and surrounded Li Huowang in a large circle. However, even as they surrounded him, they did not stop their attacks. They continued shooting their arrows into the circle blindly, covering every inch of the open space to make sure that they hit Li Huowang. Splurt! At that moment, a sharp pike with backward-facing hooks pierced into Li Huowang's forearm through his palm. Li Huowang shouted in pain as he ripped out the bone marrow from his forearm before splashing it onto the profound records. In the next moment, the forearms of the horses and soldiers all snapped into two, causing them to fall down onto the ground. This caused a chain reaction that caused the other soldiers to trip as well. With this, the rain of arrows finally stopped. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly saw a shadow appear above his head. Peng Longteng's halberd was just above him. However, she was not aiming for him. Her halberd was aimed at the profound records. Seeing this, Li Huowang picked up the profound records and immediately dodged to the left. Once he was out of danger, he launched himself toward Peng Longteng as he stepped on her armored horse and stabbed his sword into the gap of her helmet. He was attempting to do the same thing as he did last time. Ding! The sound of clashing metal was heard. However, Peng Longteng did not attempt to attack Li Huowang directly. Instead, she swept her halberd in a large arc, causing everything around her to be cut in half indiscriminately. Seeing this, Li Huowang leapt upward and somersaulted to dodge her attack. This was the moment when Peng Longteng's massive amount of battle experience showed its usefulness. She managed to intuitively guess where Li Huowang was and successfully kicked him in the stomach. Li Huowang was launched into a small hut, causing it to collapse. On the other hand, Peng Longteng and her army slowly surrounded the demolished hut as they waited for the dust to settle. But Li Huowang's body was nowhere to be found. A burrowing technique? Just as Peng Longteng had that thought, her senses alerted her of an impending danger, causing her to immediately leap off her horse. In the next instant, her horse was cut in half from the bottom, just like Jin Shanzhao. At the same time, Li Huowang's bloody illusion slowly appeared from underneath the ground. This was a new method of using his power that he had just thought of. All he needed to do was project his illusion below ground. This would effectively render his real body invisible. This is the key to defeat her. Li Huowang lowered his sword and sank his illusion back underground. Then, the invisible Li Huowang slowly approached Peng Longteng, who was now without a horse. However, just when he was almost there, Peng Longteng quickly ran to another soldier and pulled them down before taking control of their horse. Don't think that you are omnipotent just because you have some tricks. Your parlor tricks are nothing compared to a soldier's combat methods. For example, one of our techniques is called distraction, shouted Peng Longteng as she ushered her horse and led the outlaw soldiers to charge in another direction. Seeing this, Li Huowang was stunned. But then, he immediately realized what they were aiming for. They were targeting Bai Lingmiao and the rest. Realizing their intentions, Li Huowang chased after them. However, he was not as fast as a horse. Thus, the outlaw soldiers managed to reach them first. As soon as Li Huowang heard one of the women scream, he unfurled the profound records. His heart hurt when he saw one of them being killed. Instantly, a sharp bone spike shot out from one of his finger toward the soldiers. This is not enough. Li Huowang roared and opened his robes as he used his bare hands to rip open his wounds. Even so, his anger made it so he felt no pain. Then, a huge chunk of flesh fell heavily onto the profound records. Chapter 210, Peng Longteng. Many of the outlaw soldiers fell to Li Huowang's attack. Realizing that she could no longer afford to ignore Li Huowang, Peng Longteng decided to separate her army. Half of the army continued their attack against Bai Lingmiao, and the rest while the other half followed Peng Longteng to attack Li Huowang. Huowang. Just as Li Huowang was on the verge of collapse, a blurry voice rang out. But he shook his head, causing the voice to disappear. Then, Li Huowang raised his head and saw the soldiers that were charging at him. Seeing them, he smiled. You think I don't know the soldiers' combat methods? I call this the torture method. When Peng Longteng was once again in front of him, Li Huowang roared. Come, we fight one-on-one. However, all he got in response was a halberd being swung right at him. Brat, you think I can't defeat you? If it wasn't for how self-harming this technique was, I would have used it before. Roar, shouted Peng Longteng as she raised her halberd. At the same time, the soldiers around her clashed their weapons with each other. A horrible screeching sound resonated through the entire area. But the sound wasn't coming from the weapons clashing against each other. Instead, it was coming from the soldiers. Their screams were impossibly horrifying and guttural, such that they could strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Accompanying their horrifying screeching was a rain of blood. All of them started to bleed from their 7 orifices. However, the blood evaporated instantly, forming clouds of blood that enveloped all of the soldiers. Even Peng Longteng was not spared, her blood flowing out from her helmet. As they continued bleeding, the soldiers soon started shriveling up. Now, all of them were nothing more than demons shrouded in a red mist, their eyes devoid of all feelings, and their only purpose being slaughter. At that moment, Li Huowang's sword suddenly reacted to the killing intent being emitted by the soldiers, causing a faint dragon roar to be heard. It was as if the sword was resonating with them. Roar, roared the outlaw soldiers as they thrust their weapons toward Li Huowang. Seeing this, Li Huowang immediately used his new power and shifted his real body elsewhere. But the enemy's plan involved overwhelming Li Huowang with pure strength. They did not even attempt to locate where Li Huowang's real body was as they started attacking indiscriminately. At that moment, a single drop of blood fell from Li Huowang's body and mixed with a bloody fog. Instantly, all the soldiers turned toward Li Huowang. They had sensed him. As Li Huowang stared into their eyes, he saw nothing but greed and yearning. These soldiers have eaten humans before, and not just once, but many, many times. Li Huowang instantly understood. Men, it's time to eat some flesh, roared Peng Longteng. At the same time, the outlaw soldiers howled like hungry ghosts, their saliva dripping down from their mouths as they charged toward Li Huowang without any regard for their lives, instantly turning the situation extremely dangerous for him. Li Huowang wanted to use the profound records, but he couldn't do it anymore. Every time he tried unfurling the profound records, the soldiers would interrupt him. Gradually, Li Huowang's situation worsened, and he almost died a few times. Just as everything was about to go awry, the sound of a drum was heard. Dong dong dong. At the same time, one of the soldiers was thrown down by a red-veiled woman, his head instantly decapitated. Bai Lingmiao had arrived to help him, finally allowing Li Huowang to have some breathing room. I can't use the profound records like this. It's too easy for it to be countered. After a moment, Li Huowang sheathed his bloody sword and tore open his own skin without any hesitation. Shou San's appearance from back then had given him an idea. If he could become like Shou San, then he could use the profound records anytime he wished without needing to unfurl it on the ground. Li Huowang unfurled the profound records and directly inserted it into his own flesh. The pain was so unbearable that it instantly caused him to start howling. Even so, Li Huowang was unable to embed the profound records into his flesh. Noticing that something was off with Li Huowang, Peng Longteng instantly pointed her halberd at him. Invisible wind, follow the heavens. Just as Peng Longteng shouted those words, the berserking soldiers arranged themselves into a wind formation as they charged toward Li Huowang. On the other hand, as they got closer, Li Huowang's body suddenly burst into flames. Gradually, Li Huowang's skin was burnt completely black, his appearance becoming similar to that of the god that the Ao Jing sect worshipped. At the same time, the flames on Li Huowang's body burst forth and engulfed the soldiers. Given that the soldiers were all clumped together, it was quite effective. However, Peng Longteng charged straight through the flames as she ran toward Li Huowang. Instead of feeling fear, she was excited. Haha, brat. Not bad, but I've already seen through your illusion. You are dead. A massive gust of wind blew Li Huowang's flames back with every swing of her halberd. As she got closer and closer, Li Huowang finally realized just how tall she was. She was at least 2 heads taller than him. Jiang. As he blocked a swing from her halberd, Li Huowang's feet instantly sank 3 inches into the ground. At the same time, Li Huowang's flames engulfed Peng Longteng. Despite being armored quite heavily, soon the skin underneath her armor started to burn and swell. Even so, Peng Longteng was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, she was ecstatic. It was as if her entire existence was meant for slaughter and war. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Come on, fight me some more, shouted Peng Longteng as she knocked Li Huowang away with her halberd. Then, she once again swung it toward Li Huowang. Engulfed in flames, both of them were locked in a frenzied battle where a single hit from the other would mean death. As he saw Peng Longteng's armor slowly starting to glow with a reddish hue, Li Huowang had a daring idea. After a moment of consideration, he charged toward Peng Longteng, lowering his body in the process. One more time, shouted Peng Longteng. However, this time around Li Huowang did not dodge the halberd that was swinging down from above. Instead, he raised his sword and used it to stab through the gap in her helmet. He intended to kill her even if it meant that he would be heavily wounded. Even though he managed to dodge the blade of the halberd, he was still hit by the pole, instantly causing a large cavity to appear on his body. Despite this, his sword managed to find its mark. Just as he had thought, the heat of the flames had made the helmet much softer than before. At that moment, Li Huowang's sword, which was engulfed in flames, stabbed Peng Longteng's neck in the very same spot he had stabbed her last time. As he roared, a cracking sound was heard. Then, with one last burst of strength, he sent Peng Longteng's armored head flying into the air. Then, everything became quiet as the blood fog retreated from the outlaw soldiers. All of them stared at Li Huowang in horror as they immediately disappeared in front of him. At the same time, the flames engulfing Li Huowang scattered as well. Li Huowang's remaining eye had been cooked to the point that it was barely functioning. Still, he looked down and inspected his body. At this moment, he didn't have a single inch of skin left on his body. All that remained was a charred mess. In fact, his body had become quite a bit smaller from being burned so much. Plop! Without his skin, the profound records fell onto the ground. When Li Huowang suddenly felt his back tingling, he turned around in a daze, only to find a round-faced man. Even though the man was scared of Li Huowang, he still held his dagger with a handkerchief as he used it to stab Li Huowang numerous times. For a moment, Li Huowang was confused by that man's actions as he stabbed Li Huowang numerous times, leaving countless wounds on Li Huowang's dried body. Who is this guy, and what is he doing? As he thought about this, Li Huowang swung his sword and ripped open that man's stomach. Xiaohai staggered backward before placing his back against Peng Longteng's body and sliding down. He stared at her unmoving body that was standing even in death, with eyes filled with yearning. General. On the other hand, Li Huowang stood up shakily and staggered back toward where Bai Lingmiao was. Amidst the intense pain, his mind soon started to wander off. It is so painful. Why am I always getting hurt so much? Is living supposed to be this painful? I don't feel like living anymore. But I can't. I must survive. Mom, it hurts so much. Can you make all this pain go away? Just as Li Huowang was hobbling back, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. When he slowly turned around, he saw that the headless Peng Longteng had raised her halberd as she prepared to swing it down toward him. Chapter 211, Keep. The headless Peng Longteng was still capable of moving. This was completely out of Li Huowang's expectation. There was no way he could have seen it coming. Presently, Li Huowang didn't have any skin now, and his senses had dulled by quite a lot. Even his movement speed had slowed down considerably. There was nothing he could do but watch as the giant halberd was swung down toward his head. Am I going to die? He was not afraid. In fact, he even felt a sense of freedom as the end approached. At the critical moment, a shadow leapt up and crashed into Peng Longteng's left shoulder. The impact from the tackle was so massive that it caused Peng Longteng to slightly shift toward her right. The halberd narrowly missed Li Huowang and fell to his left, leaving him surprised at having survived the attack. He looked up and saw that the silhouette belonged to none other than Gao Zhijin. At the same time, another silhouette in red suddenly appeared in front of Li Huowang. Then, the face of a beast emerged from underneath the red veil and picked Li Huowang up by his neck before running away while carrying him. As he was dragged away from Peng Longteng, Li Huowang stared at the white clouds above him. He smiled. Having someone else come rescue him felt quite nice. After dragging the burnt Li Huowang far enough away, the beast released its jaws and placed him down before running back. However, given that their enemy could still move, Li Huowang refused to lay down just like that. Despite the immense pain, he tried sitting up before ordering Puppy, "Go and bring the profound records for me." Hearing the command, Puppy swallowed his saliva. He wanted to prop Li Huowang up, but he didn't know where to hold him. After all, there was no skin left on his body. Then he asked, "Senior Li, where's the profound records?" Li Huowang used one of his few remaining fingers to point toward where Peng Longteng was. But at that moment, someone else made a run for it instead. It was Chun Xiaoman. As she reached the location pointed by Li Huowang, she picked up the profound records. Despite Li Huowang's orders, the situation had suddenly changed. Gao Zhijin had been pierced through by the halberd, his body limp as it was propped up. The difference in strength between him and Peng Longteng was too big. "Quickly give me the profound records." Li Huowang shot up and tried to walk over, but he fell down soon after. At this point, his entire body was essentially burnt into a giant piece of charcoal. Each step he took made a part of him fall off. Chun Xiaoman saw how terrible Li Huowang looked, and then she saw Peng Longteng fling away Gao Zhijin. Seeing their dire situation, she grit her teeth. She unfurled the profound records and placed her sword against her left arm before chopping it off. Once chopped, her left arm quickly lost all color. Then, the hair on her dismembered left arm grew into numerous tentacles. Soon, the entire arm, along with the tentacles, all burrowed into the ground. Just as Peng Longteng raised her halberd and was about to run toward Li Huowang, Chun Xiaoman's dismembered left arm exploded from beneath the ground and crashed into Peng Longteng's body, sending her flying away. The force from the impact almost caused Peng Longteng to let go of her halberd. Just then, the red-veiled woman ran over on all fours and leapt into the air. 3 rotting wolf skulls appeared from beneath the red veil before forcefully biting down on Peng Longteng's halberd. At the same time, the sound of the drum rang out from a distance. Dong dong dong. The turtle carries the earth, while the earth carries the heavens. A pair of magpies observe everything. A single blink from the turtle would shake the earth, the heavens, and earth would topple if the turtle rolls over. Dong dong dong. As the chanting rang out, the red-veiled woman turned her body at an impossible angle in the air. Thanks to the extreme torque generated from her twisting body, Peng Longteng finally lost her grip on the halberd. Without a weapon, the headless Peng Longteng could no longer fight as efficiently as before. Soon, Chun Xiaoman's arm and the tentacles coiled around Peng Longteng's body and trapped her. On the other hand, the red-veiled woman threw the halberd onto the ground before launching herself at Peng Longteng once more, assaulting her with the 3 wolf skulls. After tearing apart Peng Longteng's armor, the wolf skulls made short work of Peng Longteng's body, stripping her flesh off her bones. When he saw that everything was over, Li Huowang finally fell unconscious. Up until now, he had only been keeping himself conscious through sheer willpower. The last words he uttered before falling unconscious were, "Save Gao Zhijian." Even as he lost consciousness, Li Huowang was on the verge of death. His consciousness faded in and out repeatedly. "I'm so tired. No, I can't give up. Someone is waiting for me. Everyone paid a terrible price to rescue me. I can't die? Who? Who is watching me? Who are you?" He wasn't sure how long he was out for, but he finally opened his one remaining eye. The familiar surroundings told him that he was currently on the ox cart. He looked downward and saw that Bai Ling Miao was currently holding an urn as she slowly applied a sticky yellow oil on his body. Looking at her reddened eyes, he knew that she had been crying. Li Huowang tried his best to open his glued lips. As a thin stream of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, he asked, "How is Gao Zhijian?" His hoarse voice caused Bai Ling Miao to jump a little before she carefully approached Li Huowang's head, tears welling up in her eyes once again. "Where is Gao Zhijian?" Li Huowang asked again. He was very worried about how Gao Zhijian was impaled by the halberd before being flung away. Bai Ling Miao wiped off her tears and replied, "He is fine. I summoned the immortal families to heal him." Thankfully, the halberd hadn't pierced through any of his vital organs. "That's good." Li Huowang smiled and tried to sit up, only for Bai Ling Miao to stop him. "Seniorly, you can't move now. I am applying rat oil onto you. My mother once told me that it's very effective at treating burn wounds," said Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang listened to her and continued laying down on the ox cart while Bai Ling Miao started applying layers of rat oil onto his charred body. Then, Bai Ling Miao told him about what had happened after he fell unconscious. No one knew what kind of cultivation method Peng Longteng had. How she was capable of moving her body without a head was anyone's guess. The only thing they knew was that the bloodthirsty general was finally dead. This could be considered her retribution for the dead villagers. Peng Longteng's bones had been extremely dense, to the point that they couldn't be broken. It was only after all the flesh on her body had been stripped away that she finally stopped moving. After the danger had passed, all of them quickly crossed the border and entered Qingqiu to avoid having the remaining outlaw soldiers following them. After Bai Ling Miao finished telling Li Huowang everything, the ox cart fell silent. After a moment, Bai Ling Miao asked hesitantly, "Seniorly, can you teach Chun Xiaoman how to regrow her arm? She lost her left arm. Even though she said that it's fine, she's still so young, and it's such a shame." Chapter 212, Charred and Rotten Flesh. "No," Li Huowang replied, adamantly denying her request. But when he saw how wronged Bai Ling Miao felt, Li Huowang's tone became gentle as he explained, "Actually, there's no method to learn. There's only endless suffering. Trust me, compared to going through that, losing an arm is nothing much. If Chun Xiaoman wanted Bahui to notice her, then she would have to experience the utmost of physical and mental pain. Having experienced that twice, only Li Huowang knew what he had to go through. He didn't want his companions to experience the same sense of despair as him. At the same time, he was afraid that Chun Xiaoman might end up going crazy. "Oh, I just thought that it would be quite a shame for Chun Xiaoman to lack an arm from such a young age," said Bai Ling Miao. "Don't worry. There must be other methods to regrow an arm in this crazy world. We will just have to find them," assured Li Huowang. However, he didn't even know whether he was consoling himself or Bai Ling Miao. Just then, Li Huowang sniffed the air. "Do you smell something? Why does it stink?" "Seniorly, you have a lot of dead flesh on you. Given that it is rotting, it would naturally smell bad," replied Bai Ling Miao. "Rot? Smells bad," muttered Li Huowang. Then, he suddenly started laughing. This was a laughter that came from the bottom of his heart. Decay had reappeared in this world, meaning that the world had started returning back to normalcy. At the same time, since decay had returned, a daring thought popped up within Li Huowang's mind. Does this mean that the abyss came back to life? Li Huowang made a bold guess. It was just wishful thinking, but it could very well be real. After all, in this bizarre world where the laws were twisted, anything could happen. He suddenly had a strong urge to run back to the kingdom of Si Chi and check on the benevolent nunnery. However, it was nothing more than a fleeting thought. He knew that he couldn't go back there in his current state. He had just killed Peng Longteng. Unless he wanted to seek death, he shouldn't think about returning to the kingdom of Si Chi for the next few years. So, decay has returned. Did it return on its own, or did a being bring it back? Li Huowang tried to think about it as he recalled the bodhisattva composed of flies back within the benevolent nunnery. The righteous monastery worshipped a flesh Buddha, and they obtained a power associated with flesh and blood. The Ao Jing sect yearned for Baohui's power, one, and used their pain to commune with it in order to obtain extraordinary power. Does this mean there is a being that is in charge of decay? Does it mean that something happened to the previous being when decay had disappeared? Now that decay is back, does that mean that the being is once again present at its original place? All sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. Thinking back, the abbess's death was too unnatural. How could such a powerful individual die within the pig's pen? Were multiple beings at war with each other, and the abbess was just caught in the crossfire? Li Huowang instinctively thought about the beings within the Bayou capital. Back when he was outside the Oxtail Gate, Li Huowang had seen that the beings inside were consuming something. Was it them? When he tried to recall what had happened that day, Li Huowang suddenly felt sharp pain shooting through his body, and his breath became rapid. "Senior Li, what's wrong?" asked Bai Ling Miao as she noticed that something was wrong with him and quickly held his hand. Li Huowang tried his best to forget about the Bayou capital. "I can't listen. I can't think." "Stop thinking." In order to break his train of thought, Li Huowang quickly asked Bai Ling Miao, "Where is the book? Where is the fiery scripture? Quickly bring me the wax-covered book." Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao quickly rummaged around before giving him the wax-covered fiery scripture. As Li Huowang chanted, the white wax was engulfed in flames before congregating together. The flowing white wax then slowly crawled onto Li Huowang's charred body and slowly started treating him. It crawled slowly, cauterizing the wounds on his body. A pungent smell filled the interior of the ox cart. On the other hand, the pain made Li Huowang relax. He needed the pain to stop himself from thinking. Those things were not for him to think about. After all, the leaders of the various kingdoms should be the one responsible for dealing with the natural disasters. At this point, everything had already been resolved, and there was nothing he could do. All he needed to do was to survive. Only when he became stronger would he have the rights to think about these matters. Then, Li Huowang suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Ling Miao, "Where is the profound records?" The blood-red bamboo slip. When Li Huowang stopped his chanting, the white wax once again changed back into normal wax. When Bai Ling Miao heard Li Huowang ask about the profound records, she was quite hesitant but relented in the end and went outside. A verbal fight ensued outside, but Li Huowang could barely hear it. After some time, Bai Ling Miao returned with the profound records. Seeing her return, Li Huowang used all of his strength to sit up, causing Bai Ling Miao to be surprised. "Come, pull off the scab on my back and shove that thing inside me," said Li Huowang. He wanted to implant the profound records into his body while his skin had yet to grow back. It was a good opportunity to do so. Once his skin grew back, the profound records would be embedded within him. That way, he wouldn't have to unfurl it every time he wanted to use it. That way, it would be easier to attack with it as well. Previously, he had been curious as to why Shou-san would hang the profound records onto his chest. But now he knew. Bai Ling Miao naturally knew why Li Huowang wanted to do so. "Senior Li, do you have to do this? If you do this, then no one else will be able to use the profound records anymore." Li Huowang nodded resolutely. "Yes, that's my intention." This time around, Chun Xiaoman had lost an arm. There was no telling who would lose what the next time a situation like this happened. The profound records was too easy to use. Everyone else could just copy him. Thus, he would rather keep the profound records embedded under his skin to ensure that no one else could use it again. Bai Ling Miao bit her lips, but in the end, she decided to follow his instructions. She shakily placed her pale hands onto the scab on Li Huowang's back and tore it down. Li Huowang's painful scream could be heard from within the ox cart. Underneath the scab was Li Huowang's bleeding tissue. Bai Ling Miao carefully unfurled the profound records and placed it onto his back. Once she was done, Li Huowang turned around and quickly laid down before pressing the profound records deep into his body. After everything was over, Li Huowang finally closed his eyes to rest. It had been a very tiring day. As he was falling asleep, Li Huowang opened his hazy eyes and looked at Bai Ling Miao. "Did you get everything from Peng Longteng's body?" Bai Ling Miao nodded. "Puppy said that the armor could probably be sold for money, and so we placed everything onto the ox cart. We even carried the massive halberd. Even if we can't use it on our own, we can always melt it down and reforge it into weapons we could use." "What else did you obtain from Peng Longteng's body besides the armor and halberd?" asked Li Huowang. 1. Original text states that they worship Baolu'S, which is incorrect. Ao Jing's sex god is someone who wants to consume Baolu'S power and usurp it. Chapter 2:13, Reward. Bai Ling Miao nodded. The general had an identification plate on her. Initially, Puppy thought that it was made of gold, but it was actually bronze. There's not much value to it. An identification plate. Show it to me, asked Li Huowang. Soon, the identification plate was placed in front of him. It was indeed a bronze plate with Peng Longteng's name and position etched onto it. There's an emblem of a tiger at the top of the plate. This must be the identification plate of the soldiers. Li Huowang traced his finger at the top of the tiger's head before asking Bai Lingyao to store it. He decided to keep it. After all, they might be able to make use of it in the future. Even if they didn't use it, it was just a single plate and didn't weigh that much. On the other hand, Dan Yangzi's sacred text was much heavier than that plate, and its usage was very limited as well. Even so, they were still carrying it with them. Oh, Peng Longteng had a book with her as well. Since none of us could read it, Gao Zhijin took it, said Bai Lingyao. Book. Li Huowang was just beginning to relax when he became alert once more. Bring the book over. Hearing this, Bai Lingyao headed outside only to return empty-handed after a while. Zhijin said that the book is just a manual containing different techniques for soldiers to cultivate in. It's not very interesting, said Bai Lingyao. He didn't want to give it to you? Call him over and I will talk to him directly. Li Huowang became even more suspicious. Why does he not want to give it to me if it's just a normal training manual? Soon, Gao Zhijin soon arrived near the ox cart. At this moment, his body was covered in bandages while his face was still pale from his injuries. Then, Li Huowang asked seriously, I know that Peng Longteng was incredibly strong and that she had quite some tricks up her sleeves. I know that you also want to learn them and become stronger, but these training methods have their own risks. If you aren't careful with them, then you can die. Do you understand me? Li Huowang was suspicious that the book contained Peng Longteng's training methods and that Gao Zhijin was secretly trying to learn from it. After going through so much, Li Huowang had understood that in this crazy world, it was impossible to obtain any power without paying a price. To obtain something, one must sacrifice something. Thus, any cultivation or training methods had to have their own inherent risks. Li Huowang did not want Gao Zhijin to turn into another Peng Longteng. This is just a training manual, said Gao Zhijin sheepishly. Since it's just a training manual, then why are you hiding it? Show it to me, demanded Li Huowang. Gao Zhijin hesitated for a while, before finally passing him the book. The book was called Jiang Yuan. Li Huowang turned over the coarse paper with his charred fingers and saw the words written on it. Those who use this manual are bound to the emperor and have to gather soldiers for the military. One must not camp on terrains that are difficult to move on. One must convene with allies at strategic locations. One must not stop at dangerous environments. One must come up with tactics at choke points. One must fight to their death in an environment with no place to retreat. Some paths cannot be taken, some enemies must not be attacked, some cities must not be taken, and some lands must not be contested. Those who do not adhere to the above 9 rules will lose their lives even if they are an emperor. Wait, is this really a manual? Li Huowang was surprised as he looked at Gao Zhijin before turning back to the manual once again. Even though the content was difficult to understand, and Li Huowang struggled to comprehend the latter part of the manual, there was nothing wrong or supernatural about it. It was just a normal manual. Pack. Li Huowang closed the book and stared at Gao Zhijin in confusion. It's really just a normal manual. But why are you so obsessed with it? It's nice to read, replied Gao Zhijin as he extended his large hands and took back the book. When Li Huowang saw Gao Zhijin's bandages starting to get bloody once more, he dismissed him. Go back and rest first. Once your injuries get better, you can continue reading it. Hearing this, Gao Zhijin smiled and nodded before taking the book back with him away. Once he was gone, Bai Lingyao quickly grabbed a thin blanket and covered Li Huowang's body. Senior Li, your injuries are very serious. There's no need for you to worry about things like them right now. You need to rest. Li Huowang wanted to sleep, but the pain from having the profound records embedded within his back was keeping him awake. He stared at the roof of the ox cart, his mind wandering around. He had nothing to do. After some time, he got too bored and called out, Meow meow, please prop me up. I want to see the outside world. Bai Lingyao was quite reluctant, but still did as she was told after some persuasion. When the curtains of the ox cart were pulled open, all Li Huowang saw was a large field of green grass. They were traveling through the grass plains. As he took in the beautiful scenery around him, Li Huowang felt his spirit getting uplifted. It was the same feeling that one would get if they got to drink a large cup of iced water during summer. He could see the grass swaying rhythmically amidst the gentle breeze. Is this Qingqiu? It is so much more beautiful than Ho Shu, commented Li Huowang. Bai Lingyao nodded and agreed. I've heard my father tell me that Qingqiu is located to the west of the Liang Kingdom. He told me that the horses and goats of Qingqiu were of excellent quality. Li Huowang nodded. Qingqiu means green hills. I can see the green, but where are the hills? Bai Ling Miao had never traveled far from her village, and so she didn't know how to answer his question. Who among us is from Qingqiu? Li Huowang asked after a moment. Sun Baolu is from Qingqiu. Besides him, there was another disciple and 2 of the assistants. However, all of them except Sun Baolu are dead, replied Bai Ling Miao. Hearing this, Li Huowang sighed. Find out where they used to live. We will send their bodies back. Too many had died during their travels. But I've heard that the people of Qingqiu do not bury their dead. Let me ask Sun Baolu, replied Bai Ling Miao. Bai Ling Miao continued talking for a while, but didn't get a reply. Puzzled, she turned around and saw Li Huowang frozen on the spot with his single eye open wide from shock. It was as if he had seen something. However, there was nothing but grass outside. Senior Li, what are you? Just as Bai Ling Miao was speaking, her words were cut short when she saw the wounded Li Huowang suddenly grab his sword, leap out of the window, and crash onto the floor. The impact instantly caused his charred left leg to snap like a twig. At the same time, cracks started appearing all over his body. But Li Huowang ignored all of it. Instead, he pointed his sword toward his left arm, making it so that he could cut off his left arm at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Puppy, who was the closest to him, ran over to Li Huowang and hugged his right arm to prevent him from cutting his left arm off. Quick, bring the chains. Senior Li's illness is back. Puppy shouted at his companions. Li Huowang froze and asked Puppy, you can't see them? Puppy didn't know what he was referring to. See what? Hearing his words, Li Huowang's body collapsed listlessly onto the soft grass below as he stared at the sky above with his one remaining eye. He was the only one who could see the headless Peng Longteng standing there like a statue, her shadow covering his entire body. Peng Longteng's armor was still glowing red with blood seeping out from the cracks of her armor. She looked the same as how she looked during her fight with Li Huowang. Why did she become an illusion and follow me? Why? Li Huowang didn't know how it happened. At that moment, he suddenly saw something moving behind Peng Longteng's illusion. It was Jin Shanzhao, or to be exact, only his upper torso. His organs were rotting as they trailed behind him. He too had become an illusion. As Li Huowang was being tied up with a chain by his companions and carried into the ox cart, he saw Jin Shanzhao opening his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. What do you want to say? Asked Li Huowang. Jin Shanzhao's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, no voice came out. Chapter 214, Yang Xiaohai. Splash. Yang Xiaohai closed his eyes as he dunked his head into the clear river water. After shaking his head a few times, he raised his head, feeling quite spirited. With this, he had managed to finish washing up and drinking water at the same time. The water is so sweet here, muttered Yang Xiaohai as he rubbed off the water on his chin before filling a pail of water and hurrying back. After traveling for so long and having had enough food to eat, Yang Xiaohai's body was no longer as skinny as before. He now had distinct muscles, and his face was no longer yellow. He had even grown quite a bit taller. Good morning, Senior Chow Chow. Yang Xiaohai greeted Puppy, the latter circling around some of the ladies. However, when he saw how Puppy didn't have any time to talk with him, Yang Xiaohai just smiled and walked up to the pot. He was no longer the innocent child he once was. He knew why Puppy was working so hard at serving the ladies. Given that most of them were still asleep, they hadn't yet started a fire under the pot. They waited until almost everyone was awake before starting the fire to cook breakfast. After placing down the pail of water, Yang Xiaohai picked up a stick from the fireplace and started observing Chun Xiaoman, who was practicing with the sword, from the sidelines. Then, he started copying Chun Xiaoman by swinging the stick, focusing just as hard as Chun Xiaoman. When she saw what Yang Xiaohai was doing, Chun Xiaoman suddenly sent a stab toward him. Flustered by the sudden attack, Yang Xiaohai fell onto the soft grass. Chun Xiaoman was holding the sword with her one remaining arm as she said, "Get up and practice with me. You can't just learn by staying on the sidelines." Usually, Li Huowang would practice swordplay with her. However, given his current condition, it was almost impossible for him to do so. Hearing Chun Xiaoman's words, Yang Xiaohai got excited and picked up his stick before trying to stab her. Yang Xiaohai was someone who loved practicing with the sword and didn't loathe how tiresome it was. After all, if he managed to learn well, then he wouldn't be bullied by others even if he ended up becoming a beggar once more. They continued practicing until they saw Bai Ling Miao come out from the ox cart. Seeing her, Chun Xiaoman sheathed her sword. Let's go and prepare breakfast. They are awake now. Okay. Yang Xiaohai happily returned to the fireplace and the pot. But when he got back, he frowned upon seeing someone else doing his job of starting the fire. It was a plump woman. She was one of the women Senior Li had saved from the bandits' camp. Many of the women had died back at the border of Hoshu due to the attack of the outlaw soldiers. She was one of the few remaining survivors. Get away, said Yin Xiaohai as he ran over and took the flint from her hands. He was adamant about not letting anyone take his place. The plump woman was not angered by his actions, and instead smiled sheepishly. Little fellow, you are back? Yang Xiaohai had once talked to this woman for a while, but he had never expected her to suddenly claim that she came from the same village as him. He hated her quite a lot. She was particularly good at scheming. After being rescued by Li Huowang, all the women had been eating and drinking without worries. Some of them even ran away at the border. However, more importantly than anything else, the women that were traveling with them had even started taking over Yang Xiaohai's jobs. So he hated them. But the one he hated the most was the plump woman with a beauty mark on her chin. Don't call me little fellow, and I'm not from the same village as you, shouted Yang Xiaohai. There was no way things could be so coincidental. The woman was obviously lying. Seeing his reaction, the plump woman smiled, a dimple appearing on her left cheek. Then, she started talking to Yang Xiaohai as he started the fire. Little fellow, what is the name of that large man? He's so strong. Yang Xiaohai turned around and saw Gao Zhijian, who was gritting his teeth while trying to lift the halberd up. Veins could be seen bulging around his neck as he exerted all of his strength to do so. And why do you care? Asked Yang Xiaohai, annoyed. Little fellow, are you annoyed with me? The woman smiled and dusted off some dirt from Yang Xiaohai's body. Don't touch me, shouted Yang Xiaohai, causing the woman to step back a little. Feeling wronged, the woman asked, why are you doing this? I was finally able to meet someone from my village, and I just want to get close to you. I was sold when I was young, so there's no way you would recognize me. But, in the end, Yang Xiaohai never said those words to her. Don't come and steal my work. Just sit there next time, said Yang Xiaohai. But my benefactor is injured. I was just trying to help, retorted the woman weakly. Hearing her words, Yang Xiaohai turned and stared toward the ox cart. At this moment, Li Huowang was staying inside the ox cart. As Yang Xiaohai recalled everything that had happened to them, he started getting worried. Senior Li was their pillar. He must live. After a while of trying, the flint finally produced some sparks and started a fire. Then, Yang Xiaohai raised his head and ordered the woman, go and fetch some water. The woman was not angry at being ordered around by a child, and instead looked eager. She turned around while carrying an empty pail. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohai patted the dirt on his shirt and approached the ox cart warily. When he got close, he heard someone talking. What are you trying to say? What should I do for you to take Peng Longteng and leave? Asked a voice. Yang Xiaohai moved to the other side of the ox cart and saw Li Huowang perched on the window. Compared to how burnt his body was before, he looked much better now. Even so, his appearance was still quite gruesome. Half of his head was covered in new skin, while the other half was still exposed with some patches of scarred flesh. The skin and flesh from his jaws had been burned off, exposing his white teeth that clacked when he spoke. Not only did the current Li Huowang look scary, his eyes were constantly staring at something distant as he continued to talk to himself. Monk, do me a favor and ask him what other final wishes he had. I know that he's very pitiful, and I do want to help him. But why is he still following me around as an illusion? Shouldn't he be following around Peng Longteng, the one who had killed him? At that moment, Li Huowang's one remaining eye suddenly darted around before fixing itself on Yang Xiaohai. Yang Xiaohai suddenly felt his scalp tingle from fear, almost causing him to run away. Now he knew why Li Huowang's ox cart was usually much further away from the others. Li Huowang himself was almost as scary as an evil being. Is something the matter? Asked Li Huowang. Yang Xiaohai was so afraid that he didn't know where he should place his hands. Senior Li, is everything all right? Asked Yang Xiaohai. Even though he was terrified, he still cared about Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang just ignored him and continued to talk to himself. Yang Xiaohai quickly fled back to the fireplace, only to be stopped by Puppy. How's Senior Li? Asked Puppy. Yang Xiaohai shook his head. I think Senior Li's condition is slowly getting worse. Should we find a doctor? How can a doctor possibly treat him? Even that Baldy could only suppress it in the past, said Puppy as he stood there with a worried look on his face. He too wanted to cure Li Huowang. I remember what the black Taisui looked like. That Baldy used to feed those to Senior Li to suppress his illness. But the question is, where can we find one? Chapter 215, Seniors and Juniors. Gao Zhijin's face was red as he carried the halberd back onto the ox cart. He had to use all his strength just to carry it back. Once he got it back onto the ox cart, even without waiting to catch his breath, he quickly took out a cloth and wrapped the halberd up. Senior Li had told him before that whenever he was done with training, he had to wrap the halberd up. Given that this halberd originally belonged to a general of Ho Shu, it might draw them into a conflict if the officials from Qing Qiu recognized it. After he finished wrapping the halberd, Gao Zhijin scratched his head with a sigh. He had trained for so long, but was only barely able to carry the halberd around. On the other hand, Peng Longteng had been able to easily wield the halberd as if it weighed nothing. He had measured the halberd and had thought about cutting it to make it shorter and lighter. 12 feet long was just far too big for him to use it. While cavalrymen often required their weapons to be 12 feet long, those fighting on foot wouldn't require such a large weapon. After all, it would be too hard to use such a long-range weapon to fight an enemy in close-quarter combat. Then, Gao Zhijin opened the curtains of the ox cart and stared at the messy armor kept within. He had tried measuring it and adjusting the size to fit his body. He was sure that the armor was definitely extraordinary, especially since it was able to block Senior Li's sword. But that woman was larger than him. He would have to find a blacksmith to alter the size if he wanted to be able to wear it properly. At the same time, the other issue was the weight. The entire armor weighed several hundred pounds. His strength was still insufficient to use such a thing. Simpleton, what are you doing? Come here. I have something to talk to you about. It's good news. Hearing the voice, Gao Zhijin begrudgingly turned around and saw that the voice belonged to Puppy. Did you see those girls? Some of them are interested in you, said Puppy. Gao Zhijin looked at where Puppy was pointing and saw that several women were staring at him. After being found out, the women immediately hid behind another cart. Simpleton, do you want a wife? If you want, then I, Chow Chow, will become your Yu Lao one and help you hook up with them, declared Puppy. However, Gao Zhijin completely ignored Puppy as he continued checking the pieces of armor with a sour expression on his face. Are you thinking that they are dirty? You shouldn't do that. You know, they never even treated you like a simpleton. All of us are born with defects, and so we can't choose who we get to marry. So, we might as well settle for one of them. If you miss your chance, then there might not be another one in the future, let me tell you this. I think I have a chance with one of them. Who knows, you might be able to attend my wedding reception soon, bragged Puppy as he rattled on and on. Go, go, go? Yeah, let's go, responded Puppy. Go, go away, shouted Gao Zhijin, causing Puppy to be surprised. Hey, I look up to you as a brother and was worried about your love life. It will be close to impossible to find someone if we miss our chance this time around, said Puppy. But Gao Zhijin just slapped Puppy away, causing the latter to fall onto the ground. After a moment, Puppy grumbled and cursed under his breath while walking toward Zhao Wu's ox cart. PS. On the other hand, Gao Zhijin called for Bun, who was sleeping under one of the horse carts. Hearing the voice, Bun stretched its body and slowly walked toward Gao Zhijin. As Gao Zhijin carefully cradled the dog, he felt its smooth fur running across the palm of his hand, causing him to start smiling. He reached into his shirt and brought out half a piece of cornbread. Seeing the food, Bun instantly started wagging its tail. Then, Gao Zhijin tore off some of the bread and placed it on his palm before silently enjoying the feeling of Bun licking his palm. Bun ate really fast, and the cornbread was finished in just a few moments. As he saw this, Gao Zhijin closed his eyes and buried his face into Bun's soft fur. He really liked dogs. Dogs were better than humans. He had even thought about asking Senior Li to give the dog to him. After a while, Gao Zhijin stopped what he was doing and carefully took out the soldier's training manual and started reading it once again. He didn't know why he never got tired of reading it. While he didn't truly understand the contents of the book, he felt a familiar feeling when he read it. Meanwhile, Puppy saw Gao Zhijin hugging Bun and shook his head. Sigh, he's still a bit stupid. To think he prefers dogs over women. Puppy, I would advise you to behave a bit. If you act rashly against those women, then I guarantee that Chun Xiaoman will kill you. Even Senior Li is too injured to stop her right now, warned Zhao Wu while holding an abacus. He was counting their inventory. Even if you don't support me, why are you admonishing me? I would never be rough with those women even if I'm trying to find a wife. I have many methods to woo them without touching them. Just you wait. I am sure I will be able to get a wife before we reach Liang Kingdom. Do you want to bet? Said Puppy. Sure. You are amazing. Go and try to hook up with one of the girls. I'm a bit busy counting our inventory right now. If I don't do it right, then we will end up without food for days, said Zhao Wu, shooing him away. Puppy scratched the white patches on his face and stared at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's body was still the same as ever, with one shoulder higher than the other. After a moment, Puppy tried to persuade him one more time. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? You should know that people like us would have a hard time finding a wife. If you don't seize your chance, then you will be single forever. At this point, Zhao Wu became annoyed. Senior Li is already injured so badly, yet you still have the time to think about such trivial things? Relax, he can even grow back an entire arm. What are you afraid of? I've finally made sense of Senior Li, and he's bloody amazing, said Puppy as he raised his thumb high up into the air. Relax, even if the Lord of Hell were to come and find him, Senior Li would still be fine. However, Zhao Wu was still worried. He thought about everything that had happened throughout their journey and how Senior Li had managed to survive through every single crisis. All of them had some impairments here and there, but Senior Li's illness was invisible, and it was the most dangerous of them all. What are you worried about? Senior Li is more or less half an immortal right now with so many powers under his belt. Even if we encounter something dangerous, there's nothing we can do to help him. Zhao Wu, didn't I say it just now? We must know our limits. I know I don't have the strength to do much, and so I don't bother with it at all, said Puppy. Why are you so pessimistic? Asked Zhao Wu, irritated. As if you are very ambitious. Except for Senior Li, all of those who were ambitious had already been killed by that baldy back in that cave, Puppy scoffed. The sound of the abacus suddenly stopped before Zhao Wu spoke in a voice filled with hesitation. Puppy, do you think Senior Li could teach those powers to us? The moment Zhao Wu said that, Puppy hugged his stomach and ran away. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the toilet now, so we will talk later. Puppy knew that Li Huowang's powers came at a price. Chun Xiaoman had used it once and lost one of her arms. That was too scary. It was also possible that the reason Senior Li became crazier by the day was due to those powers. He did not want to end up like him. 1. God of Marriage and Love. Chapter 216, Considerations. Ox carts. Although they were a lot slower than horse-drawn carriages, they could carry a lot more weight. Furthermore, there was no need to be concerned about the food required to feed out here in Qingqiu, since it was available everywhere. Li Huowang and his group had a smooth journey after leaving Hoshu, and did not encounter any evil spirits or bandits. Moreover, Li Huowang's injuries were gradually improving. Thus, everyone was in high spirits. As the ox cart continued to move slowly, Li Huowang limped alongside it. At the same time, Bun faithfully circled around him while wagging its tail. Senior Li, why don't you head back into the cart and rest? Your injuries haven't been completely healed, said Bai Lingyao worriedly. Li Huowang's newly grown hair swayed slightly as he shook his head. Lying in the cart all the time makes my limbs stiff. Walking is good, and besides, I'm recovering quite well now. At least Bun is now able to recognize me. Li Huowang still remembered how Bun barked at him back when he first got off the cart, but that couldn't be blamed on it. He did indeed look quite frightening back then. Fortunately, Bun could recognize him now. His skin had healed completely, and just as planned, the profound records was safely embedded within his back. Senior Li, we can take a break now. We'll continue walking for another 2 hours after noon and finally reach Women's Mountain, said Sun Baolu. Being a local, he was quite familiar with the area. Nowadays, Sun Baolu always had a smile on his face. He used to be very quiet, but had become a lot more talkative ever since they arrived in Qingqiu. Are you really going back, old son? Why don't you join us so that you don't get kidnapped again, suggested Zhao Wu. However, Sun Baolu simply smiled brightly and shook his head in response to the suggestion. No, someone is waiting for me. I have to go back home. Meanwhile, Li Huowang raised his crutch and pointed to a nearby stream. Let's head there and start a fire. It was quite challenging to find firewood in Qingqiu, but they were finally able to start a fire after gathering some dried branches. After starting a fire, the others went to fetch water and forage for wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Li Huowang sat alone, once again lost in his own world, detached from the outside noise. He looked up and saw Peng Longteng blocking the sun. Even after all this time, she was still around. His only solace was the fact that she was just standing there motionless and not doing anything. Peng Longteng looked quite towering in her heavy armor. Even without her head, she still easily surpassed Li Huowang in terms of height. Li Huowang estimated that she was at least 2 meters tall when she was still alive. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly heard some unusual sounds. Even so, he didn't turn around to check on it. He knew that the sound was coming from Jin Shanzhao dragging his organs through the grass. Why did both of them turn into illusions and start following me? This was a question that had been filling Li Huowang's mind for a long time. However, he didn't have an answer. It was not just these two either. The earlier illusions of Jiang Yangzi and Monk also left him without any answers. Is this the power of a strayed one? Can the strayed ones control the people they have killed? A new speculation appeared in Li Huowang's mind. How can I make them disappear? No, that's not right either. I didn't kill Monk. In fact, he might still be safe and sound back in the righteous monastery, never to have actually died. But, if they aren't appearing due to my powers as a strayed one, then what could be the reason? Could it be that I actually have a mental illness? Li Huowang was feeling a little disoriented when he suddenly felt an itch, causing him to reach his bruised hand into his new clothes and scratch himself. When Bun noticed his actions, it raced over and started wagging its tail as it squatted down in front of him. Rip! Li Huowang tore a huge piece of dead skin and hurled it toward Peng Longteng. Woof woof woof. Bun barked delightedly while chewing on the dead skin greedily. After finishing the snack, Bun went under Peng Longteng's legs and obediently sat in front of Li Huowang. Li Huowang knew that Bun liked these treats. All of his dead skin from before, as well as his severed leg, had all gone into its belly. As he stared at Bun, Li Huowang stretched out his hand to pat its head, and then gazed off into the distance toward Peng Longteng. After a while, he sighed deeply and mumbled to himself, "Well, at least these two don't talk. They won't be as annoying as Monk." Daoist, am I annoying? I'm not, am I? I haven't done anything, said Monk. Hearing this, Li Huowang just gave a self-deprecating smile and chose to remain silent. Self-assurance was just that. He was more concerned about what would happen next after these three illusions. What if these illusions multiply in the future? What if I end up becoming like Dan Yangzi? Li Huowang shivered as he thought back to the horror of Dan Yangzi and the hundreds of hallucinations. I need to figure out what's going on and get rid of them. If I end up like Dan Yangzi, then I will surely go insane. With these thoughts, the urgency of resolving his issues as a strayed one became even more apparent to Li Huowang. "Baolu," called out Li Huowang, instantly causing Bun's ears to perk up. Then, it turned around and saw Sun Baolu running toward them. After a moment, it took a few steps forward, pushed its head against Li Huowang's legs, nudging him with its black nose. "Senior Li, you called me?" asked Sun Baolu. At this point, Li Huowang closely examined Sun Baolu once again. He was still the same as when they left the righteous monastery, still wrapped up tightly in his clothes. In fact, throughout their journey, he had always kept a low profile, to the point that Li Huowang sometimes forgot that he was even there. "Do you know Qingqiu well?" Li Huowang asked. Sun Baolu nodded. "I'm very familiar with it." Very familiar? Li Huowang was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard anyone say that. Unless met with unforeseen circumstances, a majority of the people in this world would spend their whole lives within the same 20 miles. Sun Baolu's assertion that he knew the entire place very well made Li Huowang skeptical. People in Qingqiu are not like people in other areas. We follow nature. We travel to areas where nature is fertile. From my grandfather to my father, we've moved around Qingqiu all our lives, explained Sun Baolu. Hearing this, Li Huowang finally understood. Oh, so the people here are nomadic. Seeing the vast grasslands, Li Huowang could have guessed as much. People here relied on the land for everything, including their food. "The sun is scorching today. Why don't you take off some clothes?" suggested Li Huowang. But when he saw Sun Baolu just standing there smiling, Li Huowang didn't insist further. "Well, let's get down to business. Are there any experts here? Maybe someone like Dan Yangzi?" asked Li Huowang, finally bringing up the real reason behind calling over Sun Baolu. Chapter 217, Rabbit. Upon hearing this, Sun Baolu's face showed a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. "I don't know if the Lama from Luoism count or not, but my dad and grandfather respect them a lot, and it's said that they can communicate with spirits. I've only heard about that, and haven't witnessed it myself. I've only seen them twice ever since I was young. They came to ask for food, and my dad entertained them." Based on what Sun Baolu explained, Li Huowang got a basic understanding of what the so-called Lama from Luoism were like. According to Baolu's description, they were the ones responsible for hosting the wedding and funeral ceremonies all over Qingqiu. He also learned that they were rather secular, and that they did not place any restrictions on meat or wine. These Lama also claimed that there were no evil spirits in the entirety of Qingqiu because of the protection of their immortal heaven. No evil spirits? There's none at all. Li Huowang looked around, surprised at the stark contrast between this place and the others. Well, at least I haven't seen any, and neither have any of the others, said Sun Baolu. He wasn't as certain as Li Huowang had expected him to be. No evil spirits. Do you want to get in touch with those llama? Perhaps you can ask for information about strayed ones, suggested Sun Baolu. But after careful consideration, Li Huowang dismissed the idea. Even if he had the bronze coin mask, it was too dangerous to recklessly interact with other factions. If he were to be recognized as a strayed one, it would lead to a lot of trouble. After all the things he had been through, in his eyes, none of the factions besides the benevolent nunnery were any good. It was Liang Kingdom after they passed through Qingqiu. For now, there was nothing more important than getting to Liang Kingdom safely. With this thought, Li Huowang came to his decision. We can't bring this group of people there. After sending all these people along their separate paths, I might go and look for them myself. Tell me more about these so-called Lama from Luoism. What's their reputation like around here? Asked Li Huowang. They're still all right, at least in my experience, said Sun Baolu. Li Huowang continued to question Sun Baolu, extracting all the bits and pieces of information about the Lama from Luoism that he could. Senior Li, time to eat, called out by Ling Miao. A bowl of clear noodle soup was placed before Li Huowang, and there were some small, white tubers floating in it. What is this? Asked Li Huowang as he used his chopsticks to pick one up. I don't know. Senior Sun told us that these vegetables can be eaten. He said that he used to dig them up from the grass and eat them as snacks. He called them wild yams, replied by Ling Miao. Li Huowang stuffed a wild yam into his mouth and gently bit into it. He found that they were like bitter potatoes, but the taste was decent. At that moment, Bun, who was lying on Li Huowang's body, suddenly perked up and then dashed toward a grassy area in the distance. Why did Bun run off? Should we follow for a look? Asked by Ling Miao. Let it have some fun. We're usually rushing on the road, and it's tough to find time to relax. Bun understands human nature and will return when it's time to leave, said Li Huowang as he continued to eat. At the same time, Bai Ling Miao squatted beside him as she continued to watch over him. Soon, the bowl of wild yams was quickly finished by Li Huowang, prompting Bai Ling Miao to serve him another bowl. Li Huowang didn't know if it was because his skin was growing back or something else, but his appetite right now was no less than that of Gao Zhijian or Bai Ling Miao's. As she gave him another bowl of noodle soup, Bai Ling Miao reached her right hand out to gently pat off the dust on Li Huowang's body, and she said longingly, Senior Li, after passing through Qingqiu, we'll soon arrive at Liang Kingdom. Once we arrive at my village at the base of the Cowheart Mountain, we can settle down over there. We can use the silver to buy a few acres of land. Then, you can use oxen to plow the land, and I will weave at home. When we have saved enough money for a house, we can share the house with my parents. Working the fields and weaving? Do you want to do that for the rest of your life? Asked Li Huowang as he slurped the rest of the noodles. Hearing his response, Bai Ling Miao responded carefully. Senior Li, you don't want to work in the fields? That's all right, you don't have to. We have oxen. I'm fine with doing anything, but I must cure my illness first, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao grabbed his hand. Senior Li, it's all right. I don't mind you being like this. I can take care of you whenever your illness acts up. Li Huowang recalled Bai Ling Miao's swollen face from before and shook his head firmly. No, it must be cured. He had to cure this illness. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare let himself stay by Bai Ling Miao's side in his current condition. Currently, he was like a ticking time bomb, one that could burst at any moment, capable of doing something he would end up regretting for the rest of his life. Although he still had Yang Na and his mother on the other side, they were merely hallucinations and didn't actually exist. It was time he gave up on them. Senior Li, I beg you. It's fine like this. Don't go looking for anything more. Didn't you tell me before that even the powerful abbess couldn't find a solution either? Begged Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang placed his bowl down and looked at her with surprise. How would we know if we don't give it a try? Don't you want me to be cured of my illness? Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao hesitated, but finally chose to remain silent as she looked down. On one hand, she was worried about Li Huowang's safety, but on the other hand, she was even more concerned that one day, if his illness was truly cured, then he would abandon her when he no longer needed her. A healthy Li Huowang was too good, far too good, someone far beyond her reach. Meanwhile, Li Huowang continued to eat his noodles, his eyes watching Peng Longteng, monk, and half of Jin Shanzhao. He recalled his speculation about the sitting Oblivion Dao, and his gaze grew more resolute. No, I must completely resolve the issues associated with being a strayed one. If Bei Feng from the sitting Oblivion Dao really is a strayed one, then there must be a way. Even if there isn't a way, I must look for one. If I don't, then I would be letting myself down. At that moment, Bun returned while holding a dead rabbit in its mouth. It placed the rabbit in front of Li Huowang and wagged its tail excitedly. Bun's arrival broke the deadlock between the two. Bai Lingmiao reached out to rub the mutt's head. Good dog. You know that Senior Li's body needs nourishment right now. She picked up the rabbit and headed toward the pot. Li Huowang looked at her departing figure, then said to Bun, who had its tongue stuck out, I know that she has my interests at heart, but I really dare not continue to be like that and accompany her for the rest of our lives. Honestly, I'm afraid that I may accidentally kill her someday. Woof woof. Bun barked at Li Huowang and then placed its nose on the ground. Li Huowang reached into his clothes and pulled out another piece of dead skin, then threw it toward Peng Longteng. Seeing this, Bun immediately dashed toward Peng Longteng's crotch. Meanwhile, Sun Baolu used his excellent skills to roast the rabbit, turning it into a delicious meal for everyone. Chapter 2:18, Women's Mountain. Li Huowang walked slowly with the support of a crutch, leading the blindfolded Bai Lingmiao. He couldn't move fast as his severed leg had yet to fully heal. Fortunately, the ox cart wasn't fast either. It sacrificed speed and compensated for it by carrying a greater load while matching Li Huowang's current pace. Is this Women's Mountain? Li Huowang squinted, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked at the distant hills. As he looked at these hills that were devoid of trees and covered with only green grass, he understood why this kingdom was called Qingqiu 1. However, it might also be related to the lower height of these hills. Unlike those mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, these grass-covered hills were akin to clusters of low ridges that were not interconnected. Senior Li, do you see the resemblance? When you squint and look, don't those hills look like half a woman's face lying down? Said Sun Baolu as he excitedly pointed with his fingers. Li Huowang examined them carefully before shaking his head. He couldn't quite make out the obscure likeness between those hills and a woman's face. These oddly shaped hills were very strange, and there were neither too many nor too few. They just seemed to appear out of nowhere in the landscape, with no apparent connection between them. This year is the year of the moon, and according to our ancestral tradition, my family should be camping and grazing about 100 miles from here. It won't be long until I can reunite with them, said Sun Baolu, excited. However, Li Huowang wasn't particularly interested in what Sun Baolu was saying. He was more concerned with their supplies. With there being so many people on this journey to Qingqiu, their food stock was running low. Can we find a market to buy food inside Women's Mountain? If not, we are going to starve to death, asked Li Huowang. Yes, no doubt about it. People from the nearby areas would often go there to exchange goods. I even went there once when I was 7, replied Sun Baolu. With Sun Baolu's explanation, Li Huowang knew that in the vast and sparsely populated Qingqiu, nomadic people would often choose a specific area to facilitate trade. Over time, these areas would become established marketplaces. Officials from Qingqiu also came to these locations to collect taxes. When Li Huowang saw tiny black dots moving at the base of the hills, he realized that Sun Baolu's information was correct. There were indeed people over there. Let's go. But remember to put on your veiled hats beforehand to avoid drawing attention from the locals, said Li Huowang as he donned his veil. His current bruised appearance wasn't any better than the others. As the ox cart approached the Women's Mountain, they followed a small path that led to the inside of the encircled area. In an instant, everything suddenly became clear. A vast area of tents stretched out before Li Huowang and the others. The sound of horse hooves, people shouting, and donkeys braying filled the air. Li Huowang suddenly felt like he was attending a lively fair. Many of the Qingqiu people were dressed quite differently compared to the people from Hoshu. Currently, they were all preoccupied with their affairs, shouting and calling out to each other in this bustling marketplace. At the same time, the sheer number of livestock led to an enormous amount of dung. The distinctive smell filled the air, causing everyone to furrow their brows. The most significant difference between the people from Qingqiu and Hoshu were their rosy faces. The people of Hoshu were covered in heavy freckles, regardless of age or gender. This was perhaps due to the prolonged exposure to the sun. They also noticed that the people of Qingqiu generally had shorter statures compared to Li Huowang and the others, making their group a lot more noticeable. Everyone around them wore rough, makeshift leather garments, and circular bone ornaments could be seen dangling from the braids of the women and around the waists of men. Aside from bones and leather, they used grass for almost everything else, from crafting grass shoes and hats to weaving grass baskets, which were available for sale. When Li Huowang's group entered, they attracted the attention of the Qingqiu people. Faced with foreigners, everyone regarded them with caution and indifference. At that moment, a loud noise and a chopping sound suddenly rang out from a nearby grass stall. A sharp knife was raised high and brought down forcefully, splitting the head of a hairless, grotesque dog into two halves. Startled, Bun whimpered and quickly sought refuge beneath the ox cart, with its tail between its legs. "Are you truly a Qingqiu native? You seem quite different from them," Li Huowang remarked as he glanced through the black veil towards Sun Baolu. Sun Baolu's face dimmed as he explained, "It's because my mother is from another place." However, his eyes quickly lit up as he rushed through the crowd toward the front. He quickly made his way through the crowd, clearly overwhelmed with excitement as he embraced an elderly Qingqiu person and proceeded to engage in conversation. When they got closer, Li Huowang realized he couldn't understand their conversation at all. Of all places, it had to be this one that had its own language. Li Huowang was speechless. He could foresee some communication issues during their time in Qingqiu. Following a brief exchange with the elderly person, Sun Baolu returned to Li Huowang and said enthusiastically, "Senior Li, there is no doubt about it. That person is one of my kin. My family is not far from here. All right, even if it's not far, we still need to proceed one step at a time. First, help us buy some food. We're running low on supplies," said Li Huowang while surveying the lively marketplace. Their inability to communicate due to the language barrier meant that they would have to rely on Sun Baolu for negotiations. Sun Baolu nodded in agreement and was about to dive into the bustling crowd, but was suddenly stopped by Li Huowang. "Wait for a moment. Is there a place to eat around here? Everyone is hungry and could use some rest." Soon, everyone arrived at a noodle stall where green noodles could be seen hanging from the rafters, making the whole place resemble a forest. According to what Sun Baolu told them, here each group would cook their noodles in a shared pot and pay only for what they consume. Although this method of eating was unfamiliar to the rest of the group, it didn't stop them from enjoying the meal. The aroma of the grass-infused noodles, combined with the spiciness of the mutton and spicy sauce, made for quite a delectable meal. The noodle house was crowded with many diners. Fortunately, the presence of the hanging noodles made it difficult for the nearby people to see Li Huowang's group without their veils. "Where's Bun?" Li Huowang suddenly realized that the mutt was nowhere to be seen. As he turned to look for it, he saw Bun returning from underneath the noodle stall, holding something in its mouth. It spat the object out near Li Huowang's feet, and then sat down, wagging its tail while waiting for a reward. As he saw the gleaming white bone near his feet, Li Huowang was puzzled. "What is this?" While the others were unfamiliar with it, Sun Baolu recognized it immediately and explained, "Senior Li, that is a horse bone. Qingqiu people rear horses, and they naturally eat horse meat as well. It's quite tasty." 1. Qingqiu can also be known as Green Hills. Chapter 219, Second Deity. Horse bones. Where did you end up getting one of those? Please don't bring over random things. I'm almost out of scraps of my own dead skin to feed you. Li Huowang turned to Bun. Bun clearly didn't understand Li Huowang's words. It just lowered its head and used its black snout to nudge the horse bone closer to Li Huowang's feet. Woof! Seeing this, Li Huowang patted its head and turned to Sun Baolu, who was sitting across from him. "All right, we are done eating. Since the place is different, the food will also be quite different. Just choose some local goods that aren't easily perishable." After finishing his instructions, Li Huowang nodded in by Ling Miao's direction, prompting her to hand him a money pouch she had sewn for herself using some scraps. Sun Baolu weighed it with his hand, then stood up and wiped his mouth. "Okay, it's on me. It's getting late, so let's check into an inn to rest. Staying outside every day can be quite tiring as well," said Li Huowang as pushed himself up with his crutch. However, they soon faced a new challenge. Without Sun Baolu, they didn't understand what the people of Qingqiu were saying. After some gesturing from Puppy, they finally managed to check in. Bun followed Li Huowang into the tent-like room, circled him a few times, and then settled down before starting to gnaw away on the horsebone it had found earlier. Lying on the straw mat, Li Huowang sighed deeply and closed his eyes, allowing his tense body to relax. A delicate pair of hands gently cradled Li Huowang's head to rest it on a pair of soft thighs. Then, the same gentle fingers rhythmically pressed against the newly grown hair on his head. As he breathed in the familiar scent, Li Huowang gradually drifted off to sleep. "Wait, your fingernails seem a bit long. Li Huowang held her hands and slowly opened his eyes only to realize that the person he was facing was not really Bai Lingmiao, but her second deity. From his current position, Li Huowang could barely make out what was inside of the red veil. It was quite dim inside the red veil. Even with Li Huowang's excellent vision, he could only see the fox-like eyes that were glowing with an eerie light. However, there was something unsettling about the number of eyes. It was not a symmetrical pair, but one larger and two smaller eyes. At that moment, something inside the red veil gently moved and blocked Li Huowang's view. "What do you want?" asked Li Huowang as he looked at her calmly. In the past, trouble from the second deity might have been a more concerning matter for him. But after his many experiences, her affairs didn't seem so important anymore. The second deity grabbed Li Huowang's hand and slowly brought it into her red veil. Li Huowang felt snake scales, fur, and something that pricked his skin, something akin to a hairpin. Then, she suddenly grabbed Li Huowang's hand and quickly pulled it, stuffing it into her bulging clothes. She slowly bent down, and the red veil got closer and closer to Li Huowang's face. As they got closer and closer, some things were faintly appearing in front of Li Huowang through the red veil. There were human-like skulls, animal skulls, and some other objects that couldn't be identified easily. Li Huowang looked at them and said calmly, "I don't know where you're from or whether you're involved in the schemes of the immortal families, but if you dare to harm Bai Lingmiao, then I won't let you off. Since you've always been watching from the sidelines, you must know that I have the ability to back those words, even if it comes at a great cost." Li Huowang threatened her and waited for her response. To his surprise, she didn't get angry or scared in the face of his threat. Instead, she suddenly broke down. The sound of her crying resembled the eerie wails of a female ghost, sending shivers down one's spine. Although it was terrifying, the second deity was really crying. She leaned against him, nestled in his arms, and continued to sob. As Li Huowang gazed at the red veil, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he found himself embracing her. It was as if the one crying in his arms wasn't the second deity, but the girl suffering from albinism with whom he had been through many life and death situations. Li Huowang hesitated as he reached out his hand. After some contemplation, he began to softly caress her head. Amidst the soft sounds of crying, the exhausted Li Huowang started to drift off into a deep sleep. After traveling for so long, his body was indeed weary and in need of rest. "Senior Li, wake up. We've arrived at Cowheart Mountain. We are finally home." Home. Li Huowang opened his eyes to see the massive mountain and the village nestled beneath, as well as the vast golden rice fields nearby. The scene was quite harmonious and completely different from the gloomy visions of his dreams. After a moment, he shifted his gaze upward and examined the mountain's appearance. He good-naturedly asked in surprise, "This doesn't look like a cow's heart at all. Do you guys just name these places randomly?" Turning around, he saw Bai Lingmiao standing beside him. "I don't know. My grandpa taught me this, and his ancestors taught him too," replied Bai Lingmiao as she turned and smiled, revealing her frightening face. Green snake scales appeared to crawl like centipedes on her white fox fur. Black needle-like thorns dotted the fur without hindering the movement of the scales. However, when the snake scales reached the center of her face, they couldn't go any further. Two beastly eyes which radiated an eerie green glow blocked their path. "Senior Li, what is wrong with you?" asked Bai Lingmiao as she took a step forward, causing Li Huowang to step back. With his keen senses, Li Huowang suddenly felt something behind him. He abruptly turned around, and the two beast faces, which were now even more distorted and horrifying, appeared before him once again. "Husband, do you dislike the way I look?" "Ah." Li Huowang was drenched in cold sweat as he opened his eyes, only to see that he was still in the grayish canvas tent. He turned and saw Bai Lingmiao snuggled beside him, then glanced toward Jin Shanzhao and Peng Longteng in the corner. Only then did he realize that he had just had a nightmare. It felt so real. "I haven't had a nightmare in a long time." Li Huowang turned on his side, pulled Bai Lingmiao closer to him, then closed his eyes again. "Is this a new nightmare now?" Li Huowang shook his head. "No, this time, it is not a nightmare. Because Jin Shanzhao and Peng Longteng are here." Not long after he closed his eyes, he opened them again. He sensed someone lying down behind him. At that moment, a bifurcated red tongue slithered from behind and gently licked Li Huowang's bruised neck. "Husband, do you dislike the way I look?" Li Huowang pulled Bai Lingmiao closer into his arms, holding her even tighter. He buried his face in her white hair and slowly said, "I don't mind. but you are not Bai Lingmiao. Chapter 220. The Marketplace. Upon hearing Li Huowang's response, the bifurcated tongue slowly retracted back into the blood-red veil, and its mouth that was adorned with pointed teeth curved slightly upward into a faint smile. Then, the second deity, who was lying on the bed, carefully leaned toward Li Huowang, with Bai Lingmiao by his side. The three of them lay quietly on the bed, not saying anything. The room finally fell silent. As expected, Li Huowang once again overslept the next day. Thankfully, no one was on his case this time around. Seniorly, here you go. A bowl of white liquid was placed in front of the incapacitated Li Huowang. What is this? Asked Li Huowang. He noticed some white substances floating inside. Sheep milk curdled with tofu. I heard from Baolu that a saying in Qingqiu suggests that drinking sheep milk helps wounds heal faster, said Bai Lingmiao. Hearing this, Li Huowang took a big sip from the bowl. It wasn't particularly tasty or unpleasant. He was just not used to it. Nevertheless, as long as it wasn't overly salty or spicy, he wasn't picky when it came to food and drinks. After he finished his bowl, Bai Lingmiao picked up a towel and reached over to Li Huowang's mouth, gently wiping away the milk mustache from the corners of his mouth. How's son Baolu'S progress with the supplies? Asked Li Huowang. He left early this morning. He said that the sheep from the first store were in poor condition, and so he planned to visit a few more places, replied Bai Lingmiao. What? Sheep? I told him to buy food stocks. Why is he buying sheep? Asked Li Huowang. Bai Lingmiao chuckled. I asked him the same thing earlier. He explained that in Qingqiu, live sheep are considered provisions. Sheep's milk is suitable for consumption, and when the sheep's dung dries, it can serve as a source of fuel. Plus, live sheep can move on their own, which is more convenient than carrying around dry rations. Ah, I see. Well, all right. Li Huowang decided to follow local norms in this instance. After keeping away the bowl, Bai Lingmiao went over to Li Huowang and softly held his calf and pulled back his pants, carefully observing the healing progress of his severed leg. Seniorly, look. It has grown down to your ankle. It should be fully healed in the next few days, exclaimed Bai Lingmiao joyfully. As he stared at Bai Lingmiao's delicate face, Li Huowang momentarily got lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but recall the happenings of the night before. Meow meow, have you been keeping something from me recently? Asked Li Huowang. What's wrong? I haven't kept anything from you, said Bai Lingmiao, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. Li Huowang went straight to the point, completely disregarding whether she really knew what was going on. It is concerning your second deity. Has she been affecting you? Or have the immortal families threatened you? No, why would she threaten me? Our lives are connected. If I die, then she will die too, replied Bai Lingmiao. Is that so? Li Huowang thoughtfully regarded Bai Lingmiao. Remember, I'm right here. If there's ever any trouble, make sure to come to me, all right? Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao nodded. Then, with a hint of caution, she asked, Seniorly, there is nothing much to do today. Can we go out for a walk? A walk? Why? Just to go out and have some fun. After all, I haven't been to Qingqiu before. It seemed quite lively outside when we came here yesterday. Bai Lingmiao replied with a rare mischievous grin on her face. Li Huowang re-evaluated the girl before him. Her current demeanor reminded him of the time he watched a movie with Yangzi. At that moment, it suddenly dawned on him that this young girl, despite all her maturity, was still just a teenager. Li Huowang suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't considered this aspect before. All right then, let's go. Let's have a good time today, said Li Huowang as he picked up his crutch and walked out of the rudimentary inn with her support. Once outside, the glaring sun made Bai Lingmiao scrunch up her pink eyes. The sun is so bright today. Li Huowang quickly untied the white ribbon on her wrist and used it to cover her eyes. No, your eyes must be covered up. Otherwise, the sun will hurt your eyes. But this way, I can't see anything. Bai Lingmiao's enthusiasm waned, realizing that she would have to miss this rare opportunity. In that case, you can hold on to me, and I'll describe everything I see to you. How does that sound? Suggested Li Huowang. Okay, that works. The smile on Bai Lingmiao's face immediately returned as she clasped Li Huowang's clothing with both her hands. Meow meow, there's someone in front of us, buying a baby lamb. Here, reach out and feel it, started describing Li Huowang. Bai Lingmiao reached out and stroked the lamb's furry head. In response, the lamb stuck out its tongue and licked her palm from below, startling her into withdrawing her hand swiftly. After a while, she carefully reached her hand out again. Come on, let's continue, said Li Huowang. Then, The one-eyed and one-legged Li Huowang started hobbling around with the support of his crutch. Bai Lingmiao walked slowly by his side in the bustling marketplace, her eyes still covered. Through Li Huowang's descriptions, Bai Lingmiao gradually learned about the ins and outs of the entire marketplace. At the same time, she felt genuinely happy now. Although she could not see anything, she could still feel that Senior Li genuinely cared for her and was there for her. After a while, Li Huowang suddenly came to a halt, causing Bai Lingmiao to accidentally bump into him. She asked, "Senior Li, why did we stop walking? What do you see?" "Oh, there's a group performing tricks up ahead. They're spitting fire. The fire was so high that it ended up burning someone's hair, and now that person is jumping around in a frenzy," replied Li Huowang. Li Huowang's description of the scene amused Bai Lingmiao, to the point that she even felt like taking off her blindfold to sneak a peek. However, Li Huowang stopped her. "Another person is swallowing knives. He just shoved 3 knives down his throat without even blinking," continued Li Huowang. As he continued to describe the scenes of the people around them, Li Huowang and Bai Lingmiao both wore smiles. Meanwhile, the ragged slaves had lifeless expressions, having long become completely numb to their situation. The kingdom of Qingxiu had more to offer than its green noodles and tent-like inns. There was a darker side to it all. They were involved in human trafficking. There's a monkey act next to the fire-breathing show. That monkey is very intelligent, even to the point of being able to whip its owner. Li Huowang continued to relay. "Quick, the monkey is heading our way. Let's go." Li Huowang limped while guiding the blindfolded Bai Lingmiao away from that area. Li Huowang continued to accompany Bai Lingmiao through the marketplace, thinking that they had seen enough for the day. However, they soon encountered an unsettling sight on the market platform. There was a dead body being disemboweled with a dagger. "Senior Li, what's happening over there?" asked Bai Lingmiao. "People are wrestling over there. The guy looks enormous and is probably twice as heavy as you," lied Li Huowang. "Senior Li, I'm not that heavy." Bai Lingmiao blushed and nudged Li Huowang's arm. "That was my mistake. Let me correct that. The wrestler is probably 4 times as heavy as you," said Li Huowang. At that moment, Li Huowang abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the sky. The sky had suddenly been obscured by something. It was a flock of vultures. At that moment, dozens of pitch-black vultures swooped down and covered the corpse, going wild as they tore at it savagely. The vultures competed fiercely over their scarce meal. After gorging themselves, they scattered like flies, leaving behind only a pile of scattered bones and some hair on the ground. Then, the people who had been waiting on the side approached the pile of scattered bones while carrying small hammers and gently started tapping the bones. Once the bones had been properly fashioned into trinkets, they decked themselves with these trinkets, adorning their hair and garments with them. As he saw this, Li Huowang finally understood how the people of Qingqiu got their bone ornaments. "Senior Li, what do you see? I want to know." Bai Lingmiao tugged at Li Huowang's clothes, asking repeatedly, "Da-da-da?" Just then, Bun skipped through the crowd and arrived by Li Huowang's side, carrying half a human skull in its mouth. Then, it dropped the skull by his feet while wagging its tail and sitting there, panting continuously. Chapter 221, The Marketplace, 2. When Li Huowang saw Bun fetch him a human skull, he suddenly realized what the bone from before was. It should have been a human bone as well. Does Bun like the taste of humans now since I kept feeding it scraps my skin? Li Huowang was starting to regret his earlier actions as he watched Bun with a pained look on his face. Woo! Seeing how its owner did not react, Bun tilted its head and used its black snout to push the skull closer to Li Huowang's feet. Seeing this, Li Huowang extended his hands and started rubbing Bun's head. At the same time, Li Huowang raised a dagger and cut off a piece of his own flesh and placed it in front of Bun. Li Huowang held the bloody dagger and aimed it at Bun's neck. He had decided that he would kill the dog the moment it was attracted to the piece of flesh. Even though Li Huowang had come to like the dog after traveling with it for so long, he would never keep a man-eating dog by his side, both for the sake of himself and the others. However, Bun just continued to enjoy the head pats, not the slightest bit attracted to the piece of flesh. After waiting for a moment, Li Huowang slowly retracted the dagger. Bun hadn't become a crazy dog that loved to eat humans. It just loved to fetch things and present them to Li Huowang. But, compared to Bun, one person came to mind when he started thinking about how suspicious all this seemed. It was a human bone, so why did Sun Baolu say that it was a horse bone? Something's up. Why did he lie to me? Li Huowang frowned. Sun Baolu was the only one who could interact with the people of Qingqiu. If there was something wrong with him, then they were all in big danger. Senior Li, what's wrong? Why are you not talking anymore? Are you feeling tired? If so, we can just head back. Bai Ling Miao felt the atmosphere was off and tried to be considerate. Oh, it's nothing. Bun just fetched the hoof of a donkey. It's right in front of us. You can touch it if you want, replied Li Huowang. When Bai Ling Miao felt Bun's familiar head, she smiled. So it really is Bun. I see that it loves to fetch a lot of different things for us. I have to wonder, where did it learn to do that? Just as Bun was about to lick Bai Ling Miao's hand, Li Huowang stopped it and pulled her away. It's definitely a bad habit. Bun, let's go. We should look at the other places in the market as well, said Li Huowang as he kicked away the skull and continued talking to Bai Ling Miao. The incident from earlier did not stop Li Huowang and Bai Ling Miao's little adventure through the market. They continued browsing the place with Li Huowang describing what was going on to Bai Ling Miao. They were going to resume their journey tomorrow anyway, and he didn't want to make Bai Ling Miao worry because of these small issues. At the same time, he also decided to temporarily hide his suspicions about Sun Baolu. In order to prevent Bai Ling Miao from accidentally seeing those gruesome scenes, Li Huowang did his best to guide her away from those places. But due to that, the places they could go to were quite limited. Soon, many people within the market noticed a hobbling man guiding around a blind woman, walking through the market again and again. However, the man would say a different thing every time they passed through the same area. With Li Huowang's crafty storytelling, Bai Ling Miao still managed to see how wonderful the place was without taking off her blindfold. It took them the whole afternoon before they finally decided to stop. The sun would soon set, causing the temperature to drop. Meow meow, it will be dark soon. We should head back, said Li Huowang as he took off Bai Ling Miao's blindfold. Bai Ling Miao blinked a few times and excitedly looked around, but was disappointed. She didn't see any of the interesting things that Li Huowang had told her about. Since it's going to be dark soon, many of them have already closed shop for the day. Let's go back, well, Li Huowang gently explained to her. Bai Ling Miao looked at the sky and nodded. Yeah, you were right. Let's go back. Today was so fun. As he saw Bai Ling Miao smile, Li Huowang's heart ached. Was she satisfied with just this? Senior Li, look. Bun is still following us, said Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang stared at Bai Ling Miao as she rubbed Bun's chin. Don't touch it. The dog has become quite dirty. No worries. Bun is quite clean. Every time we found a river during our journey, Bun would always wash itself in the water, said Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang said nothing. Both Bai Ling Miao and Bun didn't know any better, and so he didn't know how to explain. In the end, he just slowly hobbled back to the inn. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao quickly stopped petting Bun and went to support Li Huowang, helping him distribute some of his weight by letting him lean onto her. Woof! Meanwhile, Bun barked and wagged its tail while circling around them. However, the quiet atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, Li Huowang and Bai Ling Miao saw Sun Baolu standing on the deserted street, accompanied by tens of goats. Sun Baolu was very happy when he saw Li Huowang. Senior Li, look at all these goats. After an entire day, I've picked the best of the best. Oh, Senior Bai, this is the leftover money after I bought all these goats. Li Huowang looked at Sun Baolu. He still looked the same as before. Li Huowang acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, Let's herd the goats back. We still need to resume our journey tomorrow so that you can reunite with your family as soon as possible. Yay! Sun Baolu did not realize that something was wrong with Li Huowang and started herding the goats back. None of them said anything along the way. After arriving at the inn, Sun Baolu quickly herded the goats to the side of the ox cart. Then, he went and boasted to Zhao Wu about how he had chosen the best goats with the lowest price. Sun Baolu, are you really that happy to go back home? Asked Zhao Wu while munching on some cornbread and staring at Sun Baolu. He felt confused. The Sun Baolu in his memories was not someone that was this jovial. I'm really confused. You are just like a regular human without any disabilities. Why did that baldy capture you? Asked Zhao Wu suddenly. Sun Baolu's face froze as he pulled his sleeves down. Did that baldy ever need a reason to capture people? The goats are here, so just count them. They will be our food source for our travels, so please be more careful with them. Zhao Wu nodded, and Sun Baolu left the ox cart. As Sun Baolu thought about how he would be able to reunite with his family soon, he broke out into a smile. He happily skipped around for a while before stopping abruptly. In front of Sun Baolu was Li Huowang, leaning against a wooden beam. At this moment, his gaze looked quite unfriendly. Chapter 222 Baolu. Senior Li, is something wrong? Sun Baolu asked carefully. Li Huowang used his chin to point toward the outside before placing his crutches underneath his armpit and hobbling out. Let's go and have a chat, just the two of us. Sun Baolu hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to walk out. As it got darker, very few people could still be seen outside at this point. The bone-chilling wind blew gently, tugging at Li Huowang's and Sun Baolu's sleeves. Sun Baolu was not having a good time. He was trying to think about how to answer Senior Li's question. After all, he had never thought that his lies would be seen through so quickly. No need to delay this anymore. We still need to resume our journey tomorrow. So tell me, why did you lie and say that the bone was from a horse, not a human? How many more things are you hiding from us? Sun Baolu hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. Senior Li, it's not that I wanted to intentionally hide it from all of you, but I just thought that there was no reason for me to explain the local traditions of Qingqiu to you and everyone else. After all, we are just passing through this place. I was afraid that you would think we are weird. Cutting up a human being, feeding them to the vultures, and then using their broken bones as decorations? I don't think this is a tradition, commented Li Huowang. He was still shocked by what he had seen today. Hearing the doubt in Li Huowang's voice, Sun Baolu explained as best as he could. Maybe outsiders would think that this is crazy, but this really is one of the traditions followed by the people of Qingqiu. Except for those who died from an illness, everyone else is given a sky burial. Since the dead would also rot underneath the ground, we might as well use them to feed the animals and then hunt them down for food. Regardless of what we do, everything is decided by the immortal heaven. All living beings would still go through reincarnation afterward. Li Huowang looked at Sun Baolu calmly. Immortal heaven? Do the people of Qingqiu worship it as a god? Where does it usually reside? This was the second time Li Huowang had heard of that name. Sun Baolu pointed at the moon. It's there. The immortal heaven cannot touch us, and we cannot see it, but it will always have something that we want. Hearing his words, Li Huowang looked at the moon as well. That's the belly button of the immortal heaven, while the entire night sky is its shadow. Its shadow is made from the 2 candles it holds during the night, explained Sun Baolu. The entire night is its shadow? And what about the day? Li Huowang asked. During the day, the sun represents the 2 candles it's holding. The immortal heaven will observe us behind the candles. Thanks to it, we can live a good life, Sun Baolu said as if it was the truth. Hearing those words, Li Huowang began to ponder. The 5 realms of Buddha mentioned by the righteous monastery, the Nuo opera performers that talked about the Nuo, the Bayou capital that Li Huowang himself had seen, and now the immortal heaven described by Sun Baolu. Everyone had their own views about the world. Some of them even contradicted the others. However, Li Huowang had seen it itself and knew that there was no immortal heaven, nor was there any de Nuo or the 5 realms of Buddha. All Li Huowang had seen was a world gone crazy. The humans living within it and the beings living above it were all being tormented along with the world. Li Huowang wanted to ignore all the other worldviews, but he tried his best not to do so. Maybe the things I saw were mere illusions, and maybe what they said is true? No matter what, the world and gods any of them described were much better than the crazy world I saw back then. As he saw Li Huowang just standing there silently, Sun Baolu said with a bitter expression on his face, Senior Li, you don't believe me, do you? Li Huowang thought about it and finally gave his answer. I trust you. But then, what about the people who took the pieces of bones as decorations? That's also one of the rules that has been passed down in Qingqiu. Legends say that the bones contain a person's bravery and strength. If we wear them on our body, it will not only increase our bravery and strength, it could also repel evil. But only the bones of extremely talented individuals are highly sought after. The unpopular ones just have their bones buried under, explained Sun Baolu. Why is the culture of Qingqiu so unauspicious? Questioned Li Huowang. Is it unauspicious? I think it's normal, said Sun Baolu matter-of-factly. After Sun Baolu explained more about the culture of Qingqiu as well as some of their myths, the scene Li Huowang had seen before started to make sense. Even so, Li Huowang was still suspicious and did not let his guard down. Sensing the suspicion in Li Huowang's gaze, Sun Baolu revealed an unpleasant expression on his face. Senior Li, we are all comrades that escaped from the Zephyr Temple. You've already sacrificed so much just so you could let us return home. I would never lie to you. Even if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done so when you were unconscious. After all, you are far too strong and a single hit from you would probably kill me. Li Huowang nodded. That's indeed the case. Then, since you trust me so much, can you tell me why you wrap your clothes so tightly around your body? Something definitely happened to Sun Baolu's body. Li Huowang had never really given it much thought before, but now he wanted to know what Sun Baolu was hiding. Hearing those words, Sun Baolu paled and hugged his shirt tightly before taking a few steps back. He didn't know why Li Huowang would suddenly ask about that. What are you afraid of? You can just show me. All of us have some kind of deformity one way or another. Do you think that any of us would laugh at you? Or do you think that your condition is worse than mine? Pressed Li Huowang. Sun Baolu felt extremely humiliated by Li Huowang's words. His eyes were red as he shouted, Senior Li, I'm really different from all of you. Please, I beg you. If you keep pushing it, then I would rather just kill myself. When he saw just how big his reaction was, Li Huowang hobbled closer. You are going to go home soon, and we will most likely not meet each other again. Do you still want to hide it? Sun Baolu took a deep breath and shouted, Fine. I will tell you, and only you alone once I get back to my home. You must never tell anyone else, or I will die right in front of you. Seeing how serious Sun Baolu was, Li Huowang realized that there was no reason to push him any further. They were comrades and not enemies. At the same time, Li Huowang also realized he had become far too suspicious of everyone after being lied to by the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm just asking, assured Li Huowang. He decided to temporarily trust Sun Baolu as he started hobbling back toward the inn. Hearing those words, Sun Baolu wiped his tears with his sleeves and helped Li Huowang walk back to the inn. Just as they had almost reached the inn, Li Huowang heard something from the right. He turned around and saw that something glowing was headed their way. Li Huowang stopped at the entrance of the inn. Wait, that light is weird. It's too diffused. The light slowly came closer and closer, causing Li Huowang's eye to widen with shock. Baolu, didn't you say that there were no evil beings in Qingqiu? What is that? Asked Li Huowang. That's not an evil being, that's a lion dance. Senior Li, don't you know about lion dance? Asked Sun Baolu, confused. Chapter 223, Leave. Lion dance. Li Huowang still could not fathom it. The thing that was approaching them was not the lion dance that he knew of. The lion dance he knew was festive and glamorous, not a large dirty white sheet that didn't even have a head on it. Underneath the white sheet was a glowing white light. The light illuminated the white sheet from within, as well as the surroundings. Li Huowang noticed that it was the same exact light that he had seen just now. Li Huowang wouldn't have thought that it was an evil being if it was just a glowing piece of white sheet, but what made his hair stand on end were the various dried handprints on the white sheet. Under the illumination of the light, the white sheet was somewhat translucent, and there were handprints of various sizes clearly printed on it. As the lion dance got closer, Li Huowang saw that it had many white tassels attached to it, the same ones that were seen on the funeral banners. Then, Li Huowang looked down and saw the legs of the performers. They weren't wearing shoes, and their feet were caked in mud. If there was one similarity between this and the lion dance that he knew, then it was the hands holding up the white sheet. They were all swaying rhythmically while moving forward, almost as if they were dancing. Every time they moved forward, the sound of pieces of wood smacking against each other could be heard from underneath the white sheet, as if following a beat. Senior Li, it's fine. I also cried when I saw them for the first few times, but afterward I got used to it, said Sun Baolu, trying to reassure Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang just carefully pulled his coin veil up a bit to cover more of his face. Sometimes the things we are used to are not all that safe. Why doesn't that lion dance have a head? That's because they are still disciples. Only the masters have the qualifications to don on the head. The disciples usually practice at night when no one is around, explained Sun Baolu. Once Sun Baolu explained everything to Li Huowang, he shouted toward the lion dance. Based on his tone, Li Huowang could tell that Sun Baolu was cheering on the lion dance performers. But the headless lion dance did not respond to his cries. They just kept moving forward slowly and rhythmically before passing by Li Huowang and Sun Baolu. After a while, the lion dance finally left the street. Now, the lion dance was nothing more than a glowing white light in the darkness, the same as before. During the entire process, the lion dance hadn't even reacted to Li Huowang or Sun Baolu. See, Senior Li, Qingqiu is not the same as the other places. With the protection of immortal heaven, the evil beings dare not come out over here, said Sun Baolu proudly. Li Huowang was still somewhat suspicious when he looked at Sun Baolu before heading into the inn. Then, why is the immortal heaven so selfish? Why is it only protecting this area? I don't know. My family was the one who taught me that, replied Sun Baolu. The lion dance. Do the masters among them gather and teach the disciples so that they can take the mantle as the next generation? Asked Li Huowang. No, they don't gather disciples from the public. They are inherited instead. There's a special place in Qingqiu where they came from, called the Lion Dance Palace, explained Sun Baolu. Lion Dance Palace? Li Huowang mumbled and repeated the name. He had heard of it before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was thinking hard about it, Monk's illusion suddenly shouted and pointed in the direction of the lion dance. Daoist. Something's not right. Something's wrong with the lion dance. Li Huowang turned and looked at Monk's illusion. What's wrong? Did you not count them? The number wasn't right. There were more hands than there were feet under that sheet. Something's definitely wrong with that lion dance, replied Monk. Wait. Li Huowang tried his best to remember what he had seen, and a chill went up his spine. If it wasn't for Monk, he would have failed to notice it. Why were there more hands than there were feet? Senior Li, Sun Baolu retreated a few steps back when he saw Li Huowang mumbling to himself. Just as he was planning to call for the others and ask them to bring the chains in case Li Huowang's illness relapsed, Li Huowang started hobbling back inside. Baolu, we won't be sleeping tonight. We need to guard everyone, shouted Li Huowang while hobbling inside. Oh, all right. While Sun Baolu didn't know why they still needed to stay up at night to stand guard, he did it anyway. During the third section of the night, Sun Baolu saw as Li Huowang stood up and called for everyone to start preparing to move out. The others didn't know why they needed to travel during the night, but they did as they were instructed. At this moment, they had traded their gold and silver for a whole bunch of highland barley and several lambs. Here, let me handle it. I'm great at it. When I was young, I helped some rich people to herd their lambs for 2 years. Lu Zhuangyuan volunteered himself and was temporarily assigned the position of the lamb herder. Soon, they left Women's Mountain under the moonlight. Throughout the process, Li Huowang kept looking backward from time to time. He looked terrible due to the lack of sleep. Given how anxious Li Huowang was, everyone thought that something would happen to them. However, they didn't have the energy to think about other stuff, and so the mood of the entire group became depressing. Chun Xiaoman was carrying her sword as she went over and asked Sun Baolu, "What happened to Senior Li? Wasn't he always by your side? I saw him bringing Senior by to happily play around earlier, so why did he suddenly become like this tonight?" Sun Baolu hesitated for a moment before whispering back, "I don't know either. There shouldn't be a problem." Sun Baolu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito as he continued, "Maybe Senior Li is having one of his episodes again. I remember that every time it happened, there was always someone trying to harm him through his hallucinations." Xiaoman looked at the nervous Li Huowang and ran over to Bai Lingmiao to question her instead. But even as they arrived at a river to rest, Chun Xiaoman still had no idea what had happened to Li Huowang. "Set up the pot, gather some of the lamb feces, and start the fire under it," instructed Li Huowang. Meanwhile, some of them scattered to find some wild vegetables. Puppy's eyes lit up as he caught 2 grasshoppers from the long grass. He plucked off their wings and legs before placing them into a pouch on his waist. "Qingqiu is so fertile. I can't believe that I managed to catch some good food so quickly over here," mumbled Puppy as he started to look for more grasshoppers. After a while, Puppy suddenly found a small, spiny vine. He carefully twisted a part of the vine off before peeling it to reveal the emerald core within. Then, he chewed on the core, feeling satisfied. He had eaten this before, and it tasted quite good, just like a stalk of celery. Just as Puppy was about to harvest the entire vine, a basket fell in front of him, surprising him. He raised his head and saw that it was Chun Xiaoman's basket. She had placed the basket down in front of him as she walked toward Li Huowang. "Please bring these back when you return to the fireplace," said Xiaoman. Translator's thoughts. This is what a lion dance looks like in our world. Some of their performances are pretty amazing. Chapter 224, Riverside. "Hey," Puppy grumbled when he saw Chun Xiaoman so blatantly use him for physical labor. But, in the end, he wasn't able to raise his voice for fear of being chopped up by her. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman approached the sitting Li Huowang. "Senior Li, why are we traveling so urgently today?" Li Huowang patted the ground beside him and said, "There might be an unseen danger. I'm just guessing, but it's better to be safe than sorry." As he spoke, he turned around and looked in the direction of the Women's Mountain. Whether or not the Lion Dance Palace was an established sect like the Righteous Monastery, he was glad that they hadn't noticed his identity. Should I make contact with them and ask them about Bei Feng of the Sitting Oblivion Dao? No, it might be too dangerous. If I want to solve the issues related to being a strayed one, then I need to work on something else first. At that moment, Bun walked over and placed down a stone that it had fetched from somewhere else. Then, it started wagging its tail, hoping for Li Huowang to pet it. "Senior Li, you don't have to shoulder everything by yourself. You already have an illness, and it might even get worse if you just bottle everything up. You can tell us about your worries, and we can figure it out together, said Xiaoman. Hearing this, Li Huowang started patting Bun's head while calmly telling her what he had seen yesterday. So, your illusions told you that there were more hands than feet in the lion dance, and then you recalled that it in fact did have more hands, asked Xiaoman, feeling amazed. She suddenly felt that the whole thing was quite ridiculous and thought that Sun Baolu was right. Li Huowang felt her distrust, but didn't get mad. He just sighed disappointedly as he stared at the 3 illusions in front of him and mumbled, "See? This is why I prefer to keep it all to myself and not tell anyone." If he spoke to others, not only would he not gain their understanding, they would even think that he was crazy if he ended up saying certain things out loud. Daoist, don't worry. I will always believe in you. It's fine if they don't understand you, declared Monk. However, Li Huowang just ignored Monk's illusion and looked at Chun Xiaoman's empty sleeve. Have you gotten used to only having one arm? Chun Xiaoman was slightly surprised to see him taking care of her. Losing an arm was worth it to save everyone's lives. After all, if it weren't for everyone here, then I would long be dead. Li Huowang decided to use this opportunity to explain to her about his power. He placed his fingers into his left eye socket and gingerly touched the dry, but still recovering eyeball. The ability to regenerate an arm. It's not that I don't want my secrets to be leaked, but that it's not something you can just use. The process would be too painful for you to handle. Chun Xiaoman nodded. I know. You would have taught it to me if I could use it. You are not someone that's selfish. Xiaoman wanted to say something else, but in the end, she decided against it. Instead, she just quietly approached Bai Lingmiao. At this moment, Bai Lingmiao was picking some wild vegetables some distance away. Xiaoman squatted down beside Bai Lingmiao and removed some of the wild grass from within Bai Lingmiao's basket. If you want to live with him in the future, then you have to find a way to cure his illness. Right now it's even affecting his daily life. However, Bai Lingmiao was still riding the high of their date from yesterday and just nodded along. Seeing this, Chun Xiaoman gently nudged Bai Lingmiao's shoulder. Did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Yes, I'm listening. Xiaoman, I'm fine even if he's not cured. As long as I get to be with Senior Li, I will be happy, replied Bai Lingmiao. When she saw how stubborn Bai Lingmiao was, Chun Xiaoman sighed. Why are you so stubborn? If it was anyone else who was being this stubborn, then I would have long since stopped caring about them. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao smiled and hugged Chun Xiaoman. Thank you for your concern. I will listen to you. Chun Xiaoman's heart melted when she saw Bai Lingmiao's cute face. Fine, fine. Anyway, the sun is so bright today. You should quickly put on your blindfold. I'm just digging up some wild vegetables. As long as I keep my head down, I will be fine, replied Bai Lingmiao. Given that summer solstice was almost upon them, there were many wild vegetables to be found in the grass field. They ate about half of the wild vegetables they collected while the rest of them were stored, meant to be eaten the next day. Even though there were some rough bits and pieces of vegetables within their soup, they still ate it gladly, all thanks to the lard floating at the top of the soup. After their meal, the men went and washed up in the river. The days were getting hotter, and no one enjoyed having sweat sticking to their body. After the men finished bathing, it was the women's turn. Bai Lingmiao and Chun Xiaoman carefully supported the pregnant Luo Wanhua to the river, while the other women that they had saved from the bandit camp followed them as well. Some of the men were tempted to take a peek at the bathing women, but none of them dared to even look in the direction of the river when they saw Li Huowang sitting there menacingly like an iron pillar, guarding the women from unwanted gazes. Behind Li Huowang was a scene straight from heaven. The setting sun dyed the river a beautiful red. Bai Lingmiao poured the water that was glimmering with a red color onto her jade-white skin, leaving glimmering droplets on her body. Even Chun Xiaoman was astounded by the beautiful scene in front of her. Meanwhile, Luo Wanhua, who also saw this scene, admired her as well. TSK, such beautiful skin. Your man must love embracing and caressing you in bed. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao blushed and lowered her body into the water. Sister Luo, what are you talking about? There are no men here, so no need to be shy. But once you are at my age, you will come to understand that for men, it's all just an act, said Luo Wanhua. Then, she carefully walked over while holding her belly and curiously asked Bai Lingmiao, Say, how is your man in bed? Is he good? Does it feel good? Oh, and how long does he last? Hearing those questions, Bai Lingmiao was so embarrassed that she almost dove down into the water, and Chun Xiaoman had to walk over and rescue her from the embarrassment. Sister Luo, she's very shy. Please don't embarrass her so much. Luo Wanhua sighed pitifully. I'm just trying to teach her since she's so young. But if she doesn't want to, then I won't do it. Plus all this is still quite tame compared to what we used to talk about in my village. There, every woman in the village would bathe together in the lake, and our topics were so dirty that even the old men would run away whenever they heard us talking. Having said that, Luo Wanhua carefully walked away toward another woman. As she watched Luo Wanhua walking away, Chun Xiaoman held by Ling Yao's arm and pulled her up. All right, she's gone. You can stand up now, or you will end up drowning. Bai Ling Yao patted her chest and sighed. I've never seen her be so open before. That startled me. They are already mature adults. They are all the same, said Chun Xiaoman as she used her cloth to help wipe down Bai Ling Yao's body. Do you think that we will also become like her once we reach her age? It's so embarrassing. Bai Ling Yao blushed while staring at Luo Wanhua, who was laughing with the others in the distance. Chapter 225. Reaching home. Chun Xiaoman spoke while still wiping Bai Ling Yao's body. I don't think it's inappropriate. Since you've already slept with Senior Li, it's not really a taboo. So, don't slouch and stand straight. However, Bai Ling Yao was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. She still felt that this topic was something private, and that it shouldn't be discussed with anyone else. The women bathed for a long time. It was only when the skies were getting dark that they dried themselves off and wore their clothes. Because of the fact that they had departed before dawn, most of them were already tired. Thus, all of them went to sleep quite early except for the ones who were standing guard at night. Since I have a lot of hair, I could only dry them halfway. Hope you won't hate them, said Xiaoman. Hearing this, Bai Ling Yao hugged Chun Xiaoman with all her might and shoved her face into Chun Xiaoman's dense hair. How could I hate it? I love my dear Xiaoman. Xiaoman raised her hairy legs, tickling Bai Ling Yao all over. Hey, stop it. I'm ticklish, said Bai Ling Yao. You love me? I think you love Senior Li more than you love me. I think that you will just wait for me to fall asleep before putting on your undies and then get into Senior Li's blanket, said Xiaoman. Senior Li is still wounded, and I'm just going to go there to take care of him, defended Bai Ling Yao. Do you think he needs your care? I think there's only one thing you can take care of for him. Chuckled Xiaoman. Xiaoman, why are you like this too? Both of them were whispering to each other underneath their blanket when they saw someone carefully approaching the river. Who's that? Asked Bai Ling Yao. Who else? It's Sun Baolu. He never bathes with anyone. He's even more afraid of someone peeping at his body than us, replied Xiaoman. Nothing happened that night except for some wolf howls. When Li Huowang woke up, he was hugging Bai Ling Yao. Senior Li, you were having a nightmare, said Bai Ling Yao as she carefully rubbed his chin, feeling concerned. Don't worry. I'm used to it. Li Huowang had bags under his eyes when he woke up. He looked toward the women's mountain one more time before finally deciding to let his guard down for a bit. I never revealed anything, so they probably don't know that I'm a strayed one. Even more so since they were just disciples. Regardless of whether they can be considered good or bad, we should be safe for now. After they finished washing up, Sun Baolu brought a bowl of brown liquid to him. Senior Li, time to eat. What is this? Asked Li Huowang, his sharp sense of smell almost causing him to start retching from the noxious scent. It's fresh lamb's milk mixed with lamb blood and some salt. Not only does it taste great, it's quite good for people with injuries too, said Sun Baolu as he took a sip before giving the bowl to Li Huowang. Li Huowang took a sip and almost puked. However, he somehow suppressed the feeling and forced himself to drink it. While it was definitely nutritious, it was not his cup of tea. Meanwhile, Sun Baolu hopped up and down in excitement. Senior Li, don't you think I was right? As long as we bring enough lambs, we don't have to worry about our meals. Li Huowang used his sleeves to wipe his mouth and gave back the bowl. Sure. Anyway, we should be reaching your home soon after leaving Women's Mountain, right? Sun Baolu's eyes lit up upon hearing this question. Yes. Let's go? They should be just ahead. Even though the scenery around them looked the same to Li Huowang, Sun Baolu was still able to point out the differences. There. That mountain. I used to herd lambs over there. I lost my left molar tooth when I fell down over there. Oh, I also saw a white wolf in the east. I'm not joking, it really was a white wolf. My parents said that it was impossible, but I definitely saw it with my own eyes. And look, do you see the marks on the ground? This must be where my people set up their tents before. We are quite close. As they got closer and closer, Sun Baolu became more and more excited. In the final 2 days, Sun Baolu didn't sleep a wink and stood guard for both nights. On the third day, after they walked over a small hill, they finally saw something different. On the grassy green plains was a herd of white lambs and black cows. There were several large tents close to the lambs, and most importantly, humans. Sun Baolu cried out as he ran toward his people. He abandoned everything and ran as fast as he could. When Li Huowang and the rest approached them, they saw that Sun Baolu was being hugged by a group of crying people. They were his tribesmen. Even though they don't understand the language of Qingqiu, Li Huowang could still feel the strong bond they had between them. Seeing this scene, Li Huowang felt a burst of warmth in his heart. While he was happy about the fact that he had managed to bring Sun Baolu back to his home, he was even happier to see that Sun Baolu was being treated with kindness. At that moment, Li Huowang saw a woman carrying a basin of milk out from a nearby tent. When she saw Sun Baolu, her face froze. Then, she threw down the basin and ran toward him. Her voice instantly caught Sun Baolu's attention, and he started crying when he saw her. Under everyone's gazes, both of them hugged each other and started crying. Wow, so he was telling the truth. He really did have someone waiting for him, said Puppy, feeling jealous. While both Sun Baolu and the woman were hugging each other and cherishing the moment, an old man hobbled over to them. The old man was wearing several colorful ribbons on his neck. Then, he started speaking to Sun Baolu in Qingqiu's native language. From the looks of it, the old man's position was quite high. His words instantly caused both Sun Baolu and his woman to calm down. Sun Baolu talked to the old man for a while before excitedly bringing him toward Li Huowang. Then, he excitedly introduced Li Huowang and everyone else to his tribe. Li Huowang had no idea what Sun Baolu was telling them, but he soon had a rough understanding of what he had said. That night, Li Huowang was served with an entire rack of roasted lamb ribs and honey water. That night, everyone finally had the chance to eat some meat again. None of them held any reservations and eagerly dug into the meat, directly using their hands. The campfire was bright and warm. A crowd of people hollered at Sun Baolu while the latter was busy giving everyone a toast with a cup of wine. Meanwhile, Li Huowang took in the festive scene and drank from his cowhorn cup. Is this bee honey? It's sweet but not overpowering. It's ant honey. It's even rarer than bee honey, replied a voice. Li Huowang raised his head and saw a beautiful lady. Even though she was wearing Qingqiu's garbs, her white skin gave her away as someone who was not born here. When the woman saw Li Huowang staring at him, her eyes became red with tears as she kneeled down in front of Li Huowang. Thank you for sending my son home from so far away. Thank you, Daoist Li. Chapter 226, Wu Yu. Just as the beautiful woman's head was about to touch the blanket, Li Huowang reached out to help her up. Madam, there's no need for such courtesy. We are fellow brothers in distress, so helping each other out is only natural. There's no need for such a grand gesture, Li Huowang said appreciatively in the face of the woman's gratitude. After repeated refusals from Li Huowang, she finally sat down. Then, with a lingering fear in her heart, she said to Li Huowang, after our son went missing, we searched all of Qingqiu, but couldn't find him. I thought that I had lost him forever. Thankfully, he has returned unharmed. With that said, she took out a string of prayer beads from her sleeve. Then, she began to spin them as she bowed toward the north. Li Huowang noticed this and was taken aback. May I ask which bodhisattva you're praying to? Perhaps it was due to many of his experiences from before, but Li Huowang was especially sensitive to religious matters in this strange world. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with such practices here. Hearing his words, Wu Yu misinterpreted them as Li Huowang mocking her. Thus, she explained helplessly, Sir, I didn't mean that. Our son has managed to return all thanks to your efforts. It had nothing to do with some ethereal bodhisattva. Also, I've stopped worshipping bodhisattvas ever since marrying into Qingqiu. Even so, I had been following Buddhist customs ever since childhood, and thus, it's a habit that's difficult to break, she added. Li Huowang assured her, I didn't mean to mock you. I was just merely curious about which bodhisattva you were praying to. Hearing this, Wu Yu was surprised. Bodhisattva? Isn't bodhisattva the one who saves people from their suffering and rescues the distressed? Is there a different one as well? Her reply, which reflected the ignorance of the locals, caused Li Huowang to inwardly sigh. People in this world are so superstitious. They just believe in anything without discrimination. It's all blind faith. They are not that much different from Dan Yangzi. However, looking at it from another perspective, Li Huowang thought that Wu Yu's belief was a good thing. In this insane world, worshipping a real bodhisattva was far more dangerous than worshipping a false one. Madam, please take a seat. I was just asking out of curiosity. By the way, I noticed earlier that Baolu was hugging a woman. Is she his lover? Asked Li Huowang as he tried to change the topic to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. She is his older sister. She has been clinging to him ever since she was a child. They even had an engagement. She was so devastated after Bao'er went missing, Wu Yu explained. Older sister? Li Huowang was surprised by her response. He couldn't comprehend how this parent could be so accepting of this unethical situation. And given that they are siblings, why is there such a significant difference in their skin color? Son Baolu and the woman did not even appear to be of the same race. They don't share the same father. When I left the Liang Kingdom and came to Qingqiu, Bao'er was already in my womb. At that time, Zhuer had already been born. Wu Yu clarified, hinting at her son's mixed heritage. Li Huowang had immediately inferred this after observing the woman in front of him who had a skin tone that was different from the people of Qingqiu. At that moment, a dark-skinned, sturdy Qingqiu man approached them with a smile. He held a cowhorn cup in his hand and spoke in a quick, rhythmic Qingqiu dialect before extending the cup toward Li Huowang. Seeing this, Wu Yu quickly translated. Baolu'S dad wants to thank you for saving his second son and wishes you an eternal life, blessed by immortal heaven. The toasts in Qingqiu are certainly unique. Li Huowang nodded and raised his cup in response, clinking it with the cup in the man's hand. As he drank his honey water, Li Huowang studied the couple in front of him. Son Baolu'S parents did not appear to be the slightest bit compatible with each other. The man was short and stout, with a broad face that could easily be mistaken for a monkey's. He looked completely unworthy of a beautiful woman like Son Baolu'S mother. Li Huowang couldn't help but speculate if Son Baolu'S mother had been bought by the man. Given his previous experiences with the slave trade on Women's Mountain, he couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. "Senior Li," shouted Son Baolu, already pretty drunk. He sobbed and hurled himself upon Li Huowang while mumbling something incoherently. "Senior Li, I can't bear to leave you. I'm not going back. I wish to stay with you and accompany you to the Liang Kingdom." Seeing his son in such a state, Son Baolu'S father quickly put down his cup and pulled his son away from Li Huowang to help him sober up outside the tent. As Li Huowang watched their somewhat disheveled figures, he smiled. Son Baolu was talking nonsense. He was already home, reunited with his family. There was no reason for him to continue traveling with Li Huowang. Furthermore, there weren't that many places left for him to go through. Based on the map, Qingqiu was not far from the Liang Kingdom. In fact, if the Cowheart Mountain wasn't too far away from here, then Li Huowang would even consider returning here whenever he had the chance in the future. Li Huowang returned to his cross-legged sitting position and took a bite of the skewered roasted lamb that was covered in black spice. As he bit into it, the thick meaty fluids erupted on his tongue and a delectable aroma filled the air. He found this roasted lamb to be especially delicious. He felt that it might have something to do with his enhanced senses, but to Li Huowang, having lived in two worlds, this was the tastiest lamb skewer he'd ever tasted. The tender and succulent meat, combined with the salty and tangy seasoning, made every bite incredibly enjoyable. It was no wonder that everyone was so engrossed in their meals that none of them were talking. They were all huddled around the lamb and beef bones, gnawing away at them contentedly. Like everyone else, Li Huowang too couldn't wait to dig into the delectable cuisine and immediately set aside everything else to relish in the meal arranged for them. The Qingqiu guys danced around in a circle and tossed their heads, but it wasn't particularly entertaining. Even so, their exaggerated movements and actions enhanced the festive atmosphere within the large tent, bringing a smile to everyone's faces, including Li Huowang's. After some of them had filled their bellies, they too began dancing with the Qingqiu people, linking arms with them and swaying to the rhythm. Here, the Liu family troops' performance stuck out quite a bit because of their talented singing and acting. The unique melodies and moves that they introduced earned them a large amount of applause and cheers from the Qingqiu people. As he looked over the crowd, Li Huowang smiled. Everyone appears to be having a good time here. However, why is there only sadness and pain when they are with me? As Li Huowang was lost in thought, his keen senses detected someone staring at him. It was Son Baolu'S mother. He turned his head slowly to look in her direction and noticed a deeply troubled expression on her face, completely different from her earlier composed appearance. Li Huowang turned to her and asked, "Madam, is there something you'd like to tell me?" Wu Yu, who had been hesitating for a while, finally made up her mind. "Benefactor, even though we have just met, I hope you don't mind me speaking openly. How about you and your group reconsider going to the Liang Kingdom? It's not a good place. Staying here might just be a better choice." Chapter 227, Beauty. Oh, her words managed to get Li Huowang to refocus his scattered attention. "Why do you say that? I've heard that the Liang Kingdom is the most affluent place here. While the people from other places have to endure droughts and hunger, the people of the Liang Kingdom never go hungry. Everyone says that the Liang Kingdom is good, but how can those who haven't been there truly understand how they treat their people? Asked Wu Yu agitatedly. She seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories as she almost started retching and had to cover her mouth in distress. Li Huowang furrowed his brow at her words. Her description contradicted what Bai Lingyao had said. She had once described her hometown as a carefree paradise. After a moment, Li Huowang signaled for Bai Lingyao to come over. Seeing his signal, she promptly set down her cup beside Xiaoman and joined them. Taking Bai Lingyao's hand, Li Huowang turned to the lady beside him and asked, "Madam, can you tell us some more?" Wu Yu lowered the hand that had been covering her mouth as she looked at Bai Lingyao, who was leaning forward, and eventually shook her head. "I was thoughtless. We shouldn't talk about such things during mealtime as it might ruin your appetite. Benefactor, if you want to know more, we can talk about it tomorrow." With that, she turned around and left, leaving both of them puzzled. "Meow Meow, did you live comfortably in the Liang Kingdom? Did people bully your family? How are the local authorities there?" After a moment, Li Huowang began questioning Bai Lingmiao. In fact, Li Huowang knew very little about the Liang Kingdom, the place where he envisioned living in the future. He knew that the Liang Kingdom was quite large and was the strongest among all these countries, but that was about it. If they were going to spend their whole lives there, then he needed to know more. "We're living very well. Nobody dares to bully us. I have quite a large family, and my grandfather is the village chief. All the other uncles and aunts are very kind to me, and even my elder brothers and sisters treat me quite well. In fact, what Puppy and Xiaoman said about looking down on or disliking someone based on their appearance doesn't happen where I come from at all," said Bai Lingmiao. "Have you only ever stayed in Cowheart Mountain? What about the other parts of the Liang Kingdom? Have you been there?" Li Huowang asked again. "I don't know. I haven't been to other places," replied Bai Lingmiao. Bai Lingmiao's words made Li Huowang slightly concerned about what Baolu's mother had just said earlier. Now, he was genuinely curious about what she had wanted to say. At that moment, Li Huowang noticed son Baolu puking in the distance. He walked over and helped him exit the tent. Realizing that he couldn't wait until tomorrow, Li Huowang decided to ask son Baolu. After all, since he was her son, he should know some things about his mother. "Stop drinking and sober up. I'm here to ask you some questions about your mother," said Li Huowang to the drunken son Baolu, who was leaning against a water bucket. "Drink more." Son Baolu had a silly grin on his face as he raised the empty cup in his hand and aimed it at Li Huowang's chest. "Ah." Li Huowang sighed as he reached for the hilt of his sword behind him, gently unsheathing a fraction of the blade. In an instant, the rising murderous intent made son Baolu start trembling uncontrollably, while the haziness in his eyes was replaced by extreme fear. Clang! Li Huowang sheathed the sword and reached for son Baolu's empty cup, then scooped up some cold water from the nearby bucket and poured it over his face. "Are you awake now?" Son Baolu nodded repeatedly as he took quick, shallow breaths and wiped the water off his face. I'm awake. Is your mother from the Liang Kingdom? Did she tell you anything about the Liang Kingdom?" Li Huowang asked. Son Baolu's expression became somewhat peculiar upon hearing this question. "Senior Li, what's going on? We were all having a good meal, so why are you suddenly asking about this?" Feeling that there wasn't anything that needed to be kept hidden, Li Huowang told him about what his mother said and his own concerns. "If the Liang Kingdom is truly as bad as your mother says, then the rest of us might need to consider finding another place to settle down." With a flushed face, son Baolu raised his head and looked at the round moon in the sky. "Senior Li, can I choose to not say anything?" Hearing this, Li Huowang was slightly displeased. "Does your family really have these many secrets? You act like you can't tell anyone anything, almost as if you're the emperor's illegitimate child or something." Son Baolu gritted his teeth. "Fine. You saved my life and brought me back home. If you want to know, then I'll tell you. What do you think of my mother's appearance?" Li Huowang didn't quite understand where this topic was heading. How was this related to the question he had asked earlier? "My mother is quite good-looking, right? When she was younger, she was even more beautiful than she is now. Almost ethereal," continued son Baolu. "That doesn't sound like something a son should say about his mother. It's better to be more discreet in front of outsiders," Li Huowang reminded him. From the looks of it, son Baolu still wasn't entirely sober. "Senior Li, if my mother was as beautiful as I said, then what do you think she did in the Liang Kingdom before?" Son Baolu looked at Li Huowang with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat. He chose to remain silent as he waited for Baolu to continue explaining. My mother was only 14 when she was dressed up and hired at a noble's mansion to serve as a beauty paper. Son Baolu shivered as he uttered a phrase that Li Huowang couldn't comprehend. What's a beauty paper? Asked Li Huowang. My mother used to clean people's buttocks with her tongue. That's what it means to be a beauty paper. Son Baolu gnashed his teeth as he finished the sentence. This revelation stunned Li Huowang. He finally understood why Baolu's mother felt ill when discussing the Liang Kingdom and why she believed that they treated people inhumanely. Previously, he had thought that being a concubine or a prostitute still implied a sense of humanity. However, in the Liang Kingdom, these beautiful women were valued solely to wipe people's buttocks. You think that's too disgusting? Wrong. That is just the beginning. What do you think beauty pots refers to? Those Liang Kingdom people have all sorts of twisted ways to dehumanize people, shouted Son Baolu as he stormed away, leaving Li Huowang standing alone in the cold outside. As he watched Son Baolu's departing back, he felt a little regretful. However, that regret soon turned into disgust. Compared to what he had just heard, even the abyss of benevolent nunnery seemed clean and pure. But just as the feeling of disgust settled in, he also felt a profound sense of helplessness. He should have known that there was no utopia in this insane world. Why did I even bother traveling thousands of miles? I should have just taken over the Zephyr Temple when I had the chance. However, this was just a passing thought. After all, he still needed to think about those who needed to go back to their homes. Senior Li, are you okay? Bai Ling Miao poked her head out of the tent, feeling concerned. She was worried about him having another episode. Yes, I'm heading in soon, replied Li Huowang. The party within the tent continued, but at this point, Li Huowang had completely lost his appetite. Chapter 228, Hysteria. Li Huowang opened his eyes after the pounding pain eased and found himself lying in a small tent. By his side was Bai Ling Miao, wearing nothing but a belly band. At this moment, she was silently combing her hair with a comb fashioned out of a bull's horn. After a moment, Li Huowang reached out and pulled her into his arms. Just as she was about to undo her belly band, Li Huowang shared with Bai Ling Miao what he had learned the previous night. As she listened, her bashful gaze gradually turned into one of horror and disgust. Son Baolu's mother had been through far more than anything she could have imagined. How could someone commit such acts against a fellow human being? So, it appears that the Liang Kingdom isn't as wonderful as it seems, murmured Li Huowang as he placed his fingernail-less hand on Bai Ling Miao's shoulder and let out a sigh. But where I come from, these things don't happen. My hometown is great, said Bai Ling Miao weakly. Li Huowang chuckled. Of course, that was something true for Bai Ling Miao. In their small and simple world, the vast majority of commoners spent their whole lives within 20 miles of their houses. As a result, they were more or less unaware and oblivious to the outside world. At the same time, Li Huowang was aware that it was presumptuous to judge the entire Liang Kingdom based purely on the experiences of Son Baolu's mother. Hers might just have been exceptional cases. Nevertheless, Li Huowang always thought about the worst-case scenario. He needed to be prepared to be able to survive in this world. Thus, Li Huowang lovingly embraced Bai Ling Miao, buried his nose in her soft neck, and took a deep breath before saying, "Don't worry. I didn't say that we are not going back. But we should reevaluate the situation after we enter the Liang Kingdom." Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost thought that Li Huowang had decided not to accompany her home. Let's get up. Now that Son Baolu has returned home, we should also continue with our journey, said Li Huowang as he patted her head. Although this was a nice place, there was no reason for them to stay in Qingqiu when there were still potential dangers. They could rest all they wanted when they eventually reached their destination. When the two of them emerged from the tent, they noticed that everyone else was already awake. After last night's drinking session, it was evident that the others had grown quite close to Qingqiu residents. They even went so far as to wash up at the river while linking arms and chatting. They were speaking to each other, but it was clear that neither side could understand the other's language. The morning air was quite refreshing. As Li Huowang stood in front of the tent while surveying the lively surroundings and took a deep breath, he felt his spirit being lifted. He scanned his surroundings and eventually settled his gaze on Son Baolu. Surprisingly, despite having consumed so much alcohol the previous night, Son Baolu had woken up quite early. He was currently busy herding some of his sheep. What are you doing? There's no need to send any more sheep with us. We might not even be able to eat all the sheep that you've already given us, said Li Huowang as he approached Son Baolu. After returning home, Sun Baolu seemed to have become a bit more cheerful. He wore a bright smile on his face as he spoke to Li Huowang. No worries. If you can't finish eating them, then you can just sell them. Qingxiu's sheep fetch a good price in the Liang Kingdom. Consider it an early gift for you and Junior Bai. As soon as Sun Baolu finished speaking, he sensed that Li Huowang was ignoring him. His eyes appeared to be empty as his body swayed, and his face became very unsightly. This is bad. Li Huowang suddenly squatted down and clutched his head, startling Sun Baolu. Baolu, quick! Go get a chain from Gao Zhijian and tie me up. It's happening again, exclaimed Li Huowang in agony. Sun Baolu quickly realized that Li Huowang was having another one of his episodes. He immediately threw down the whip he was using to herd the sheep and ran toward the cowhide tent in the distance. When he returned with a group of disciples, they found Li Huowang standing upright, tilting his head back and muttering to himself. Wang Wei, I have nothing much to say to you. Please leave. I am very clear about my situation. Don't even think about using reverse psychology. Someone has already tried that on me before, and it won't work again. Just when the disciples were unsure of what to do, Li Huowang seemed to sense their presence nearby. He spoke as calmly as he could, instructing them. Have you brought the chains? If you have, then stop dawdling and tie me up. I'll do my best to stay still. After you've tied me up, go and pack your things. Once all of you have had breakfast, we'll continue with our journey. Hearing Li Huowang's instructions, the others immediately snapped to attention and worked together to securely bind Li Huowang with the chains. Even so, when they recalled their previous experience, they didn't dare to take any chances and quickly moved away from him after they finished chaining him. Is it any of your business who I talk to? Here we go again. If you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me today. Otherwise, get the hell out of here, said Li Huowang. After saying this, Li Huowang fell silent, and just when the others thought that it was finally about to end, he suddenly erupted into a furious roar that startled them. Do you want to die? I'm mentally ill now. Killing someone isn't a crime for me. Bound by his shackles, Li Huowang abruptly stood up upright like a zombie. This scene instantly caused the onlookers to step back in fear. Meanwhile, realizing that something was amiss, the other Qingqiu people gradually gathered around, with Sun Baolu repeatedly explaining what was happening to Li Huowang. Soon, several hundreds of people formed a circle as they watched Li Huowang's performance. By this point, he'd gone from being an enraged figure to one filled with tremendous helplessness and frustration. Mom? Why are you here? I was just angry. I didn't want to kill anyone. Please, don't cry. My condition hasn't worsened, Li Huowang begged. Then, as if he had heard something, Li Huowang's expression slowly shifted from one of resignation and irritation to one that was filled with pain. He gradually collapsed to the ground, curling into a fetal position. Mom, I'm begging you, just let Dr. Wang leave. I don't need treatment. I know my situation. Don't waste any more money hiring experts. Please, just keep it for your own use, pleaded Li Huowang. Seeing his labored breathing and increasingly pained expression, Bai Lingmiao could barely hold back her tears. She wanted to rush over and hold him, but was pulled back by Luo Wanhua and Chun Xiaoman. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Senior Li can kill you with just a single touch, reminded Xiaoman. Li Huowang seemed to be listening to something. Soon, his face contorted in pain as he twisted on the ground like a worm, repeatedly rubbing his face in the grass. His tears mixed together with the dew on the grass, slowly turning indistinguishable from one another. Mom, are we short of money at home? If we are, then just tell me, and I'll figure something out. Don't lie to me. You've even cut your own hair with scissors. I can tell. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly sprang up from the ground, his face contorting with anger as he screamed into the air. Wang Wei, shut your mouth. It's none of your fucking business. Chapter 229, Unexpected. You don't need to remind me that she is fake. Even if my mom is just a hallucination, I still wouldn't want her to be hurt. Bound by chains, Li Huowang roared in frustration, his veins bulging on his neck. But in the next moment, he slumped down again. Agony covered his face as he knelt down on the ground, repeatedly hitting his head against the earth. His banging started creating dents in the ground, each dent being larger than the last. When Li Huowang finally stopped, he made every effort to keep his emotions in check and calm himself down. Mom, can you go outside for a moment? Don't worry, I'll have a good talk with Dr. Wang. It will be fine. I'm securely bound. I can't hurt him even if I tried, said Li Huowang. At that moment, Bun suddenly emerged from the crowd, holding something in its mouth, ready to go close to Li Huowang. However, it was quickly held back by Gao Zhijian. Don't go. What do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to exploit them, then I won't let you off. What responsibility do you have? Just take your money. Can't you just deceive her and tell my mom that you're powerless? Li Huowang exclaimed. I've told you before. People like you can't help with my affairs. Fine, I misspoke. Hallucinations like you can't help me at all. What are you trying to do? I won't try? Everything here is fake. It's all fake. As he spoke, Li Huowang twisted his head, plunging his entire head under the grass, burying it completely. After a while, there was a loud boom. Then, Li Huowang lifted his head from the grass and shouted into the air with a distorted expression on his face. Do you think you're tough? All you do is just stand there, blabbering on and on. You dare to say that you understand me? What do you understand? Do you know what I've been through? How could you possibly empathize? Take both sides seriously? That's easy for you to say. If you have the ability, then why not put yourself in my situation and try it? Have you ever tried eating chocolate balls on one side, while someone tries to force-feed you iron nails on the other? I don't care about myself. I don't even mind swallowing nails. But I have people I care about, and I'm afraid of losing them. I'm afraid that one day, while I'm using chopsticks to pick up food on one side, on the other side, I'm shoving chopsticks into Bai Lingyao's eyes. I won't give up. Someday, I'll find a way to get rid of these hallucinations. I won't suffer like this forever. Someday, I too will be normal. Li Huowang appeared to have seen something that caused his face to be in a state of disbelief. His pupils continued to twitch as his breathing grew even faster. Then, Li Huowang abruptly turned again. At the same time, his worm-like, bounded body burrowed into the earth, and he shook his dirt-covered head vigorously. No, Li Huowang, you've already fallen for this twice. You can't fall for it again. This is fake. You can't become confused again. The others are still trying to survive. If you get trapped again, what will happen to them? Under the gaze of the onlookers, Li Huowang kept rolling on the green grass, ruining the neat arch beyond recognition. An hour later, Li Huowang finally stopped. He lay there motionless, no different from a corpse. I'm fine now. Release me, said Li Huowang, his hoarse voice filled with exhaustion. However, just as the others were about to rush forward, Bai Lingyao stopped them. You guys stay here. I'll go alone. Senior Li doesn't want to see anyone right now. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Bai Lingyao knelt beside Li Huowang and gently began to undo the chains. She was not bothered by the fact that he was caked in dirt and directly cradled his head in her arms while using her fingers to massage his temples. Li Huowang inhaled deeply before exhaling all the stale air from his lungs. He stared blankly at the sky and murmured, "Meow meow, they kept on forcing me. I am so exhausted." As she heard his voice, Bai Lingyao was on the verge of tears. But given the circumstances, there was little she could do to help. All she could do was hold Li Huowang's head and give it a light massage. Li Huowang looked at her, his expression somewhat hesitant. After a while, he whispered again, "Meow meow, please stop treating me so nicely. It feels too surreal. I fear that everything here is merely a hallucination." Bai Lingyao's eyes glazed up as she lay on Li Huowang's chest and choked on her tears. After a while, Li Huowang held up his right hand in front of him. Then, he grabbed a dagger with his left hand and severed a portion of his little finger. As he experienced the pain, he silently closed his eyes. At the same time, the flicker of doubt between his brows dwindled away. What a joke. How could this type of intense pain be faked? Woo! At that moment, Bun approached them and gingerly walked around Li Huowang while holding something in its mouth. Seeing it, Li Huowang picked up the severed part of his pinky finger and tossed it toward the mutt's feet. Woof! Bun immediately spat out the snake-like black object from its mouth and excitedly used its front paw to hold down one end of the little finger while using its teeth to delicately start nibbling away at it. Meanwhile, Li Huowang sucked on his bleeding right hand before patting Bai Lingmiao on the back to comfort her. "It's okay, don't cry. Get up. Look, everyone is secretly watching us." Once she rose from his chest, Li Huowang carefully loosened the ribbon from Bai Lingmiao's wrist and put it on her eyes. "The sun is quite strong during the day. Remember to cover your eyes up, or the sunlight might hurt them," reminded Li Huowang. Then, Li Huowang led the blindfolded Bai Lingmiao back toward their carriage. Following this incident, the residents of Qingqiu all had strange expressions on their faces when they looked at Li Huowang. Li Huowang didn't mind this since he was leaving and was unlikely to see them again anyway. He didn't give that much thought to what people said behind his back or how they perceived him. "Until we cross paths again, Baolu. Goodbye. Do not forget to write us letters whenever it's convenient." Li Huowang stood by the carriage as he spoke to Sun Baolu, who was holding a Qingqiu girl. Hearing this, Sun Baolu looked somewhat helpless. Senior Li, I don't know how to read or write. Li Huowang said hoarsely. That's all right. Take care of yourself. With that, he led the others and left the group of tents. Li Huowang wasn't really interested in finding out more about what Sun Baolu had been hiding under his clothes. He wasn't such a gossipy person. Puppy, Gao Zhijian, and the others went over to embrace Sun Baolu. Many of them were overcome with emotion. They were like brothers who had been through thick and thin. The thought of never being able to see each other again was quite heartbreaking for them. Bun, being a dog, couldn't comprehend these emotions. It just kept circling Li Huowang while holding an object in its mouth. As Bun's tail brushed past his leg for the 5th time, Li Huowang sighed. Lowering his gaze to face Bun, he said, "Spit out whatever's in your mouth. If you go around picking up random things again, then I'm going to make stew out of you." Bun spat out the object in front of Li Huowang and sat down while wagging its tail and staring at him. "What exactly is this?" "Shed snakeskin." "Does Qingqiu have snakes this big?" asked Puppy as he used a knife to lift the object brought by Bun. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side, startling everyone. Seeing it, Li Huowang, who had been utterly unconcerned until now, rushed toward it. As he held the object in his trembling hands, it was evident that he was quite excited. This is the Black Taisui. Chapter 230 Source. "Senior Li, what's the matter?" asked Puppy cautiously, his heart thumping loudly when he saw Li Huowang suddenly start to chew on the object. Oh no, Senior Li is having an episode again. However, Li Huowang completely ignored what Puppy thought and focused on slowly savoring the taste of the layer of skin. The more he chewed, the more excited he became. This taste is unmistakable. It's definitely the skin of a black Taisui. I can finally do something about my hysteria. Though the skin was completely dried up, Li Huowang had seen it once before, and he knew that the black Taisui would turn into a puddle after it died, leaving behind only this layer of skin. The reason why it became like this was that the black Taisui would be dehydrated after its death. Currently, he didn't have any methods to deal with his hallucinations, and finding a method to resolve the issues related to being a strayed one was simply a distant dream with extremely slim hopes. However, a black Taisui could help him isolate the hallucinations, something which was very useful even if the effect was just temporary. "Bun, where did you find this thing?" Li Huowang turned to ask Bun. "Woof woof." The dog's ears drooped as it cocked its head toward him, clearly not understanding what he was trying to ask. Seeing this, Li Huowang directly placed the black Taisui skin in front of its nose. "Smell it. Find where it came from." Woof woof. This time, Bun seemed to understand Li Huowang's intention. It sniffed the black skin, and then turned around before running toward the nearby grassland. "Leave the ox carts with Sun Baolu for now. We're not leaving yet. We will only leave after we find the black Taisui," instructed Li Huowang as he used his crutch and started hobbling to chase after Bun. Though the others did not know what Li Huowang was up to, they still followed after him. They were afraid about him having another episode in his current state. This time around, Bun ran quite far away, to the point that even Li Huowang's armpits began to bleed from the friction caused by the crutches rubbing against his armpits as he chased after it. Data. At that moment, the sound of horse hooves rang out, causing Li Huowang to turn over and see Sun Baolu, who was riding a horse with some Qingqiu people following behind him. "Senior Li, what are you looking for?" "Get on the horse, and I'll bring you there," said Sun Baolu. Hearing this, Li Huowang stepped onto the saddle and mounted the horse, and then pointed toward Bun, who was running into the distance. "Follow it." The horse was obviously much faster than Li Huowang, and so they would at least not be left behind. As the sun gradually rose higher and higher into the sky, the air around them became noticeably hotter. So far, where did Bun find the black Taisui from? As he thought about it, Li Huowang touched the sword on his back. Black Taisui may have been dangerous to him previously, but it was definitely less so now. Right now, he couldn't consider whether or not the black Taisui would threaten him. Instead, he had to consider how he could capture it alive, imprison it, and then consume its flesh in a sustainable way. While Li Huowang was busy pondering these issues, Bun, who had been running ahead frantically, suddenly vanished. When the horse passed by, Li Huowang found that Bun had not truly disappeared. Instead, it had run into a low-lying area of a grass field. There was an irregular round hole on the left side of the depression, one which resembled the rabbit holes commonly seen on the grasslands. However, no matter how one looked at it, This hole did not seem like it was something that was dug by a rabbit. It was too large and was at least a foot wide. Li Huowang dismounted and approached Bun, who was circling around the area. As he approached, he noticed the traces on the ground, which seemed like the traces left behind by a black Taisui. The scattered black skin had been dispersed by the Qingqiu wind, and only some pieces were left behind. However, the traces of blackened water had not yet vanished completely. Li Huowang recognized this black water. It was something sprayed out by a black Taisui right before its death. In the area he was standing, any grass that had been touched by this black water had withered completely. The traces of the black water extended from inside the round hole. Li Huowang could roughly ascertain the situation based on what he had seen so far. The black Taisui should have been living within this hole, but had somehow suffered some sort of fatal injury. Then, it used the last of its energy to climb out before finally dying outside. Then, the skin it left behind was picked up by Bun and brought back to him. Well, hopefully there was more than one black Taisui within this hole. As his thoughts reached this point, Li Huowang vigilantly approached the dim, round hole. "Hold on," shouted Sun Baolu as he rode his horse and rushed up before blocking Li Huowang's way to the entrance of the hole. Terrified, he jumped off his horse and grabbed Li Huowang. "Senior Li, you must not enter. You really must not." Sun Baolu's face was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed like he was terrified of the round hole and did not even want to look at it. "You've been here?" Li Huowang asked. Anyone who wasn't blind could see the terror he felt toward the hole. "Senior Li, I beg you. Please, leave quickly. It's very dangerous here," pleaded Sun Baolu. Sun Baolu was almost kneeled down, but Li Huowang still didn't budge. What joke is he playing? How can I let a black Taisui run after finally finding some clues about it? "Baolu, calm down. It's safe here. No one can harm you here." Li Huowang soothed him, gradually calming Sun Baolu down. Then, Li Huowang took a water gourd from Gao Zhijian and passed it to Baolu. "Take a sip. Your lips are cracking up." After Sun Baolu drank all the water within, Li Huowang asked him once again, "What do you know about this place? What's inside here? I need to find something in there, and your information can help me a lot." "Senior Li, you really mustn't go in there. Qingqiu has no evil spirits, not because they vanished without a trace, but because they have all hidden themselves under the grass. That is the entrance to their hideout," said Sun Baolu. Hearing this, Li Huowang looked down toward the hole in the green grass, which Sun Baolu was pointing his trembling finger at. If that's the case, then everything under Qingqiu's surface was evil? Li Huowang shuddered at the thought. After some consideration, he felt that this was within the logical limits in this crazy world. Otherwise, a black Taisui wouldn't randomly appear in a place like this. That's all. Anything else? "What else do your tribesmen know?" asked Li Huowang. "Senior Li, don't go in. No one else knows what's inside. In Qingqiu, there are orders not to even allow anyone to discuss what's inside this cave. Just mentioning its name and imagining its appearance can bring about a disaster," pleaded Sun Baolu, trying to convince him. After listening to Sun Baolu, Li Huowang pondered for a moment and then spoke. "All right, I got it." Then, he used his crutches to walk toward the hole behind the horse. "Senior Li, I've already made it so clear to you. Why are you still trying to enter it?" "You will really die," shouted Sun Baolu, jumping from anxiety. Li Huowang looked at him, and then recalled the hallucination from earlier in the morning. At this point, he truly craved a black Taisui which could help him isolate those hallucinations. "I have already come across quite a few evil entities before, and I'm not a fledgling like before. Meeting one wouldn't necessarily mean defeat for me," said Li Huowang. He truly did not want to experience the entanglement of the two worlds anymore. In fact, Li Huowang had little confidence in himself. He was afraid that he would end up delving deeper into the hallucinations if he experienced them a few more times. Chapter 231, Sun Baolu's Secret. "It's very dangerous inside. All of you stay here. I can deal with this myself." After Li Huowang, instructed by Ling Miao and the rest, he walked into the cave on his own. However, those words instantly displeased all of them. Puppy was the first to say something. "Senior Li, you can't do that. We can help you if we end up meeting trouble." Li Huowang looked at Puppy's skinny body and felt annoyed. "And what can you help with? Even Bun is more useful than you. If you come with me, then I would have to protect you instead." Hearing that, Puppy lowered his head in shame. "How could you say that?" "I actually had to gather a lot of courage to bring myself to say that. I also trained myself with a blade, or at the very least, if your illness strikes again, then I could tie you up with the chains." "Senior Li, even if Puppy is useless, we can still be of use to you. You can enter, but you must bring us in. Bai Lingmiao's face was serious as she held her drum and whip in her hands. Even though she had always been meek, her heart had always been abnormally resolute in dire situations. She would always take charge in certain situations. At the same time, Gao Zhijin stepped forward as well. Even though he didn't say anything, his clenched fist already told everyone about his decision. Seniorly, since the Black Taisui can help suppress your illness, all of us are more than happy to help. The more people we have, the better. Also, we are different from Puppy, said Chun Xiaoman as she held the bronze bell in her hand. Staring at their serious faces, Li Huowang felt happy in his heart. Fine, but be careful. If there's anything wrong, then we must immediately head back out. After saying that, Li Huowang turned around as he prepared to bring the rest of them into the cave. However, at that moment, Sun Baolu ran forward and stopped all of them. Why are you so persistent? Get away, snapped Li Huowang, finally getting annoyed. Hearing those words, Sun Baolu's eyes went wide with agitation and he started taking off his clothes. His hands continuously trembled while untying the knots. Seniorly, listen to me. I went in there once. If you think you are fine with becoming like me, then I won't stop you. Seniorly, you once asked me why I hide my body, right? It's because I'm different from everyone. No matter what deformities you have, at least all of you are still human. But me? I'm a monster. As Sun Baolu's shirt started to slide off, Li Huowang saw a small pit the size of a thumb at the base of Sun Baolu's neck. What's that? Is that a belly button? Wait, that is a belly button. But why is Sun Baolu's belly button at the base of his neck? At that moment, Sun Baolu removed his shirt and showed everyone his body. With the exception of Chun Xiaoman and Bai Lingmiao who had turned around, everyone who saw Sun Baolu's body gasped. Son, why are your organs messed up? Puppy stammered. At this point, Li Huowang finally understood why Sun Baolu had hidden his body from them all this time. It was because Sun Baolu's body was completely messed up. To be more accurate, all of his organs were located in the wrong places. Sun Baolu's anus was located on his belly, while his belly button was at the base of his neck. His genitals were growing from where they shouldn't be growing, while his nipples were nowhere to be seen. It was almost as if a child had used some clay to make Sun Baolu's body. Meanwhile, as Sun Baolu saw their horrified faces, he felt more and more ashamed. He had always had nightmares about people finding out what his body looked like, and so he kept hiding it. To think that there would come a day when he would have to show it to everyone on his own. After a moment, Li Huowang sighed and hobbled over before helping Sun Baolu wear his clothes. What happened to you? Whispered Li Huowang. Something touched me inside the cave, and I became like this. Back then, it was too dark, and so I didn't see what it was. I just felt a giant brush touch my body, and then I became like this. Sun Baolu trembled from fear as he recalled what had happened to him in the past. Back then, I was still quite young. I was only 7 when some of the lambs I was herding ran into this cave. Even though the adults had said that the caves were dangerous, me and my 4 friends thought that it would be fine. In the end, I was the only one who managed to escape. As he spoke, Sun Baolu stared at Li Huowang with agitation. Seniorly, you've saved my life and allowed me to finally come back home. I'm deeply indebted to you, and I cannot let you die in there. Even now, Sun Baolu was still trying his best to persuade him. Li Huowang sighed. He could feel the concern in Sun Baolu's voice. You should know that there is probably a black Taisui in there, right? Do you know what that means to me? As he spoke, Li Huowang calmly explained why he needed to enter the cave. This is why I must enter the cave at all costs. If I don't, then I will forever be haunted by my hallucinations. It's the only cure that I know of. I know that you have good intentions and I appreciate it. But if you want the best for others, then you must never force your kindness on them. Instead, you should let them choose. Thank you for the information. It will be very useful to me. Li Huowang patted Sun Baolu's shoulder before heading toward the cave. He was adamant about capturing a black Taisui. The others looked at each other before quickly following Li Huowang. As Sun Baolu saw all of them disappear into the dark cave, he did his best to stop his legs from trembling. After hesitating for a while, he finally relented and followed after them. Since all of you are entering the cave, then I will come as well. I've been here before, and I can guide you. As they entered the cave, they took out the glowing green rocks. Everything around them had become eerily quiet. The sound of wind, as well as the warm sunlight, had disappeared completely. Li Huowang exhaled lightly, and white mist came out from his mouth. Baolu, has the cave always been this cold? Li Huowang's voice startled the tense Sun Baolu, but he quickly nodded. Yes, it was this cold before as well. The deeper we walk, the colder it will get. As he spoke, Sun Baolu quickly walked past them. I will take the lead, but you guys must follow me closely. If we go slightly further ahead, then we will reach the point where I lost one of my friends. Sun Baolu's warning immediately made everyone tense up as they held onto their weapons. The cave was extremely silent. There were no other noises besides their footsteps. It was not a limestone cave, but a rocky one instead. The cave was slanted ever so slightly downward. This meant that the more they walked, the further away they were from the surface. Translator's thoughts. Finally, I get to show you Sun Baolu's fan art. Credits to Guzi de Lanchi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 232, Cauldron. They slowly made their way down the cave. No one said anything as they walked. Even though they continued walking for a long time, they had yet to reach the bottom. It was as if the cave was never ending. Luckily, the deeper they walked, the wider the cave got. Due to this, it was not as oppressive as it had been near the entrance. Wait, stop. Huowang saw something and kneeled down. He stared at the footprints within the cave. These are the footprints of an adult. Looks like someone else also came into this cave before. Everyone, be careful. Let's continue walking. Huowang stood up and continued walking down the cave. Compared to the evil beings, he was more afraid of encountering another human. After all, if a human could enter this cave filled with evil beings so easily, then that would mean that the human had to be extremely powerful. After a while, there was a turn in front of them. Sun Baolu stopped nervously and spoke. Back then, when I passed through this point, one of my friends disappeared. Sun Baolu's fears soon affected everyone else, causing all of them to become a lot more alert. Huowang pulled Sun Baolu back and walked to the front of the bend. He held his sword and stood there while surveying his surroundings, but in the end, nothing attacked him. Are you sure it's here? There's nothing on the ground except for 2 dead lambs, asked Huowang. Dead lambs. Sun Baolu and the rest carefully approached Huowang and raised their glowing rocks. Just like Huowang said, there were 2 dead lambs and nothing else within the darkness. Looking at their mummified bodies that were covered in dust, it was clear the lambs had lost their way in here and then died from hunger. After a moment, Huowang sliced open the mummified lambs, causing the dried-up organs within them to fall out. However, Huowang did not stop there and stomped the corpses of the lambs to bits. He was being cautious of the lambs suddenly being reanimated and attacking him. Even though it might seem like he was being overly cautious, he would rather be safe than sorry in this situation. After turning both the lambs to dust, Huowang sheathed his sword and continued walking. Even though the cave became wider and larger the deeper they went, Huowang still couldn't see what was within the darkness. The darkness within the cave was bizarre. It was as if it was even darker than the darkness found in other places. The glowing rocks in their hands only allowed them to illuminate a short distance away, while Huowang's eyes could barely see any further than that. After walking for some time, they soon encountered even more mummified lambs. But this time Huowang did not destroy them. There were just too many of them. They were littered across the floor, and there were at least 800 of them. We could attribute there being 1 or 2 dead lambs to them wandering in here and getting lost. But more than a few hundreds? It's clear that someone did this purposefully. Someone herded the lambs into the cave and waited for them to die. But who did this? Huowang pondered out loud. The body of the lambs were fine as well. There were no traces of them being bitten. With all these indicators, it was clear that the black Taisui was not around here. After all, it would never give up on the lambs since it required their meat to survive. After giving it some thought, Huowang took out the dead black Taisui skin from his pouch and once again placed it in front of Bun. Bun, smell this and help us find its source. Bun licked its lips and hesitantly walked forward. Huowang waved his hand, and everyone quickly followed after him. Stay close. Don't fall behind. It should be fine in the short path ahead, but if we walk for another 7 minutes or so, we will arrive at the place where I was hit by the brush last time around. That was also the farthest I went back then, Sun Baolu nervously reminded them. The dead lambs littering the ground did not stop as they went deeper and deeper into the cave. Finally, after walking for 10 minutes, they saw something different. It was a massive bronze cauldron, roughly 10 feet tall. The giant bronze cauldron was covered in green rust and dust. It was as if it hadn't been used in a long time. Huh, this wasn't here when I last came here, said Sun Baolu, confused. This fact instantly caused Huowang to raise his guard. He looked at the cauldron and then at the mass of dead lamb behind them. He felt that both of them were somehow connected. Li Huowang knew that a cauldron was an important object in ceremonies. After a moment, Li Huowang circled around the cauldron and looked behind it. Just as he had expected, he found plates made from white jade, as well as the rotting carcasses of several animals that had been used as a sacrifice. This place was indeed being used by someone for ceremonies. Didn't Baolu'S say that this was the place where all the evil beings hid? Then why is there a ceremonial ground here? Unless, was it the evil beings who were conducting the ceremony? If so, what are they worshipping? Li Huowang carefully approached the cauldron and looked inside. However, other than ashes, there was nothing else inside it. Ah! At that moment, a sudden cry rang out, surprising Li Huowang. When he swiftly turned around, he saw Bai Lingmiao hugging her second deity tightly. What's wrong? Did you see something? Li Huowang quickly ran forward and asked. Lamb! The lamb! Shouted Bai Lingmiao as she pointed toward the left side of the cave. At the same time, she hugged the second deity even more tightly. Seeing this, Li Huowang carefully approached the location that Bai Lingmiao was pointing toward and illuminated the area with his glowing rock. There, he found even more lamb corpses. However, these corpses were different. These corpses were half human and half lamb. The corpse of an old man was just beneath Li Huowang's feet. When he checked, he saw that the old man had spiral horns growing out from his forehead. Right before his death, the old man had been touching his face with his hooves, his face filled with despair. There was another corpse right beside the old man's corpse. The top part of this corpse belonged to a lamb and had been skinned, but the bottom half was distorted, looking like a combination between a human and a lamb. This was merely the start. As Li Huowang raised his glowing rock and illuminated even more of the dark corner, he saw more and more corpses that were transformed halfway through, each more horrifying than the last. It was no wonder that Bai Lingmiao was so scared. As he looked at these half-human, half-lamb corpses, Li Huowang instantly remembered the lamb corpses he had seen before. Those weren't lamb corpses. Those were humans. They were transformed into lambs and then made into sacrifices. After coming to this realization, Li Huowang quickly ran toward the cauldron and saw rows and rows of lamb corpses, each of them placed neatly. Upon realizing that the lambs were originally humans, it finally dawned on Li Huowang just how much danger they were in. Someone had killed thousands of people over here just to offer sacrifices and worship. Chapter 233, Lion Dance. When Li Huowang realized that all these dead lambs were humans that were transformed, he was beyond shocked. Numerous questions raced through his mind. What are they worshipping, and who are they? However, in the end, Li Huowang kept going back to the same two questions. He needed to get the answers soon. If there was an evil sect within the depths of this cave, then he might have to reconsider whether he wanted to leave immediately or not. While it was worth the risk to enter the dangerous cave to get his hands on a black Taisui, it was not worth it to risk everyone's life. At that moment, Sun Baolu noticed something. Wait, Senior Li, something's not right. Look at how the offerings were placed. It's backward. Someone was offering the animals to the dead lambs. They are not worshipping some deity but the lambs. Li Huowang frowned as he continued to observe the dead lambs and the offerings. Is it a lamb god? Sun Baolu, is there a lamb god in Qingqiu? Puppy asked. Lambs are just livestock. Why would we worship livestock as gods? Qingqiu doesn't have such a rule, replied Sun Baolu. Meanwhile, Li Huowang quickly tried to recall the names of various sects and their powers. The righteous monastery worshipped the lustful flesh Buddha. The Ao Jing sect worshipped the pain-giving Bahui, one, and the benevolent nunnery worshipped the decaying Bodhisattva. As he thought about all this, Li Huowang had a sudden idea and accidentally said it out loud. I get it. They are not worshipping the lambs themselves. The lambs are merely a metaphor or a vessel. They are worshipping death itself. Huh. No one else understood what he meant. They didn't understand it, but Li Huowang did. He stood above the giant cauldron and stared at the corpses of the lambs below. Someone or something had chased thousands of people in here and transformed them into lambs. Then, those that failed to undergo the transformation were cast aside, while those that managed to complete their transformation into lambs were herded and killed at the same time. Once the lambs died, they started their ceremony. They were not worshipping the lambs, but the death of the lambs itself. As he carefully thought about the clues presented to him, he slowly deduced the intricacies of this world. Not only were the evil beings of Qingqiu all trapped underground, there was even a sect that worshipped death itself. Worse still was the fact that Li Huowang didn't know whether this sect was formed by humans or something else. Since the sect worshipped death, That meant that their powers were closely related to death. Just based on that information alone, Li Huowang realized the strength of their enemies and just how much danger all of them were in. Realizing all this, Li Huowang quickly ran down and warned everyone. Run! We need to get out of here now. It's no longer an issue about facing a mere evil being anymore. Li Huowang was just about to lead everyone out when the sound of smacking would suddenly rang out. Dak dak dak. Hearing this sound, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword while quickly scanning the darkness. Dak dak dak. The sound of smacking wood was rhythmic, and it came from everywhere, making it so Li Huowang could not determine where it originated. Given that he did not know where the enemy was located, Li Huowang dared not rush in a single direction, afraid that he would crash into them. Li Huowang bit his lips and focused, trying his best to locate the enemy based on the sound. He needed to know where the enemy was right now. The sound slowly got louder and closer. Finally, Li Huowang's sharp senses allowed him to determine the source of the sound. "It's above us," shouted Li Huowang as he quickly looked up into the darkness and threw out the glowing rock in his hand. The glowing rock got stuck within the cracks of the ceiling, its light illuminating the top of the cave. Finally, they saw what it was. A massive human face, one larger than a dinner table, was being illuminated by the green light of glowing rock. The face was completely flat, and it seemed like a man. Its skin was pale, and it had an extremely large mouth. At this moment, two eyes the size of lanterns were staring at Li Huowang. Behind the neck of the man was not a humanoid body, but a caterpillar-like body. At the same time, hands of various sizes could be seen holding the sheet together. The rhythmic sound of smacking wood was originating from the body. Li Huowang immediately recognized what it was. He had just seen it at the Women's Mountain. Is that the lion dance from the Lion Dance Palace? That can't be. It has a flattened dead human face and not a lion head. Were they the ones who conducted this ceremony? Are they not from the Lion Dance Palace, but the Death Dance Palace, too, instead? Regardless of what it was, Li Huowang could not ignore that massive being at the top of the cave. After a moment, he decided to be the one to make the first contact with it. Li Huowang carefully worded himself. "Masters from the Lion Dance Palace. I, Xin Yang, greet you humbly. I have no intention of causing trouble for you by trespassing into your territory, but there is an underlying issue. I need to find a black Taisui that can be refined into a pill. I've heard there was one in your territory, and so I came here to seek one. If the masters from the Lion Dance Palace could help me find one, I will give a bountiful reward to the Lion Dance Palace." While he didn't have a reward, the first thing he needed to do was get out of this situation. This was the best he could do for now. But the lion dance did not react. It just continued to hang from the ceiling without saying anything. One might even have mistaken it for a hanging stone statue instead. Why aren't they saying anything? Maybe they don't understand my language and can only speak the native Qingqiu language? Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Huowang turned around and instructed Sun Baolu what to say to the lion dance above. However, just as Sun Baolu was about to talk to the lion dance, Li Huowang's body tensed up as he sensed an intense feeling of danger coming from behind him. He immediately dodged to the left, but it was too late. Something hit his back forcefully, the impact causing him to be flung away. "It's an ambush. The lion dance above is just a decoy," shouted Li Huowang as he crashed into the darkness and struggled to stand up. When he finally managed to get up, he quickly inspected his back, but was surprised to see that it was fine. "Huh? What's going on?" Li Huowang felt his back before finally touching the profound records embedded underneath the skin of his back. At that moment, he realized that it was the profound records that had blocked the attack. Even though the embedding process had been very painful, it was very useful. He now had armor on his back. However, Li Huowang didn't have time to be happy. He quickly found his crutches and hobbled back to the light, finally seeing what it was that had ambushed him. It was another lion dance, but this one had a flattened woman's face with red lips. Ao Jing sect is infatuated with stealing the power of Bahui, and they actually worship the sacrificial god. Likely mistake by the author, similar to the earlier chapter. 2. Character for lion and death have almost the same pronunciation. Translators' thoughts: one of my favorite fan art so far. This is their version of lion dance. Credits to Guzidev Lanshi Bazal on Douyin. Chapter 234 Death. The sounds of the bronze bell and drums filled the dark cave. Ring 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 dong dong dong. Amidst the harmony of the two sounds, the wandering gods, the second deity, and all of Li Huowang's companions were fighting off against the female lion dance. Li Huowang did not run to help them. Instead, he focused on the lion dance on the ceiling that was falling downward. He couldn't let the two lion dances trap them. Jiang. Li Huowang unsheathed his sword and ran as fast as he could toward the male lion dance. Meanwhile, the various black legs of the lion dance under the white tassels and white sheet of the lion dance started to tap aggressively as it ran towards Li Huowang. Soon both of them were close enough to see each other's faces, and both of them saw the killing intent contained within the other's eyes. Both of them clashed. The giant lion dance rammed into Li Huowang, brushing the white tassels on its body toward Li Huowang. But both of its attacks missed. On the other hand, Li Huowang raised his sword and sliced it downward toward the side of the lion dance. Both of them quickly ran past each other. Li Huowang was unharmed while several feet of the lion dance were cut off. What the lion dance saw was just an illusion of Li Huowang. Li Huowang had already separated his main body and illusion before he ran over here. Staring at the unharmed Li Huowang, the lion dance's massive lantern-like left eye moved upward, revealing a round black hole. Then, 7 to 8 arms resembling dried-up monkey paws extended outward from behind and placed themselves neatly into rows like eyelashes. Soon, several irregularly shaped eyes filled the empty eye socket. At the same time, the man's face became very scary with the several small eyes all staring at Li Huowang's true body. Li Huowang clenched his teeth, feeling a chill run down his spine. Regardless of what it was definitely not a lion dance. After a moment, Li Huowang threw his crutches away and stabbed his broken leg into the ground. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, "Come!" Then, he held the sword in front of him before swiping his left hand toward the sword. Instantly, 2 of his fingertips were cleanly cut as they started expanding in midair. With a pop, the sharp bone exploded from the flesh and flew toward the lion dance. The bone bullets were extremely fast. The lion dance failed to avoid them, and soon, 2 bloody holes appeared on its large face. The 2 bone bullets had penetrated the face and continued to penetrate through its entire body. Accompanying the sound of tearing flesh was the sticky black blood flowing down the feet underneath the white sheet. The performers of the lion dance were hurt, but they did not give up. The lion dance shook its body rigorously, and the white tassels shot themselves toward Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang had already anticipated this. He quickly took out a plier and pulled 2 of his molars out of his mouth. The 2 molars exploded in the air, causing the white tassels to be torn apart and fall listlessly toward the ground. At the same time, the lion dance itself was also torn by the shrapnels from the exploding teeth. Reddish-black blood seeped out of the white sheet, making it look even more fearsome. At this point, while the lion dance had realized that it was no match for Li Huowang, it still didn't say anything. The feet below the white sheet quickly moved as they dragged away its torn body into the darkness. But how could Li Huowang let it escape so easily? He quickly shoved the pliers into his mouth again. In the face of Li Huowang's attacks, the wounded lion dance soon died. Then, without waiting to catch his breath, Li Huowang quickly ran over to help out his comrades. Once he joined in, the other lion dance also fell quite quickly. Li Huowang leapt onto the lion dance head and stabbed his sword down, slicing right through the neck and chopping off the lion dance's head. Without the head, the lion dance soon slumped onto the ground. Bam! The lion dance fell heavily and thick blood seeped out from underneath it, staining the ground with reddish-black blood. Li Huowang retrieved his sword and leapt down. Then, he looked at everyone who had been spooked and asked, "Is everyone all right?" "Everything's fine. It's just that Gao Zhijian's left ear was touched by the white tassels, causing it to shift downward by an inch. Those white tassels were most likely the things that Sun Baolu had touched before." Chun Xiaoman answered him. Li Huowang nodded when he saw Gao Zhijian now have one ear lower than the other. Then, he wiped the blood off his sword and placed it back into its sheath before turning around and inspecting the 2 lion dances. Behind the flattened faces of the lion dance were not live humans, but masses consisting of fleshy corpses. The entirety of the lion dance was just one body. It didn't matter whether they were the hands or the feet. All of them originated from a single, grotesque body. Underneath the white sheet, various organs were connected to each other with blood vessels, confirming Li Huowang's suspicions. Li Huowang didn't know whether these beings were born like that, or whether they were made by humans. But no matter what, their situation was quite bad. In fact, it might have just gotten even worse. The truly scary thing about the lion dances was the fact that they were not confined to the underground, and that they could appear in the open in Qingqiu. They were even accepted as a part of life by the people of Qingqiu. But while Li Huowang was sad, he was no longer surprised anymore. Heavens! What is this? Puppy was too shocked to even speak properly. I'm impossible. This cannot be right. Son Baolu stared at the lion dance corpse with a complicated look on his face. Everything that he had learned to accept in the past 10 years was toppled over just like that. Seniorly, what? What are they? At this moment, Li Huowang was standing beside the male lion dance corpse. He didn't have the luxury to think about what would happen to those living within Qingqiu. In the end, they were just passers-by who were passing through Qingqiu, so it didn't matter to him. Instead, he was thinking about another problem. Li Huowang stabbed the organs and flesh of the lion dance as he tried to find something. Seniorly, what are you finding? Asked Puppy. I'm finding death, answered Li Huowang. However, Puppy didn't understand what he was saying. What? Li Huowang was too lazy to explain and just continued examining the massive corpses in front of him. Something's not right here. The righteous monastery had the lustful flesh Buddha, and those monks could use powers related to flesh. The benevolent nunnery had the decaying bodhisattva, and they could use powers related to decay. But these lion dances, they did not use any powers related to death, even though this place worships it. Unless there's another sect underneath here. As his thoughts reached this point, Li Huowang turned to look toward the giant cauldron. His body felt numb from the cold. This place was far more crowded than he had originally thought. Chapter 235, Black Taisui. Woof! Bun's barking broke Li Huowang's train of thoughts as he saw Bun heading into the darkness. Daoist, go and chase after it. The dog just caught a sniff of what you were looking for. Monk's illusion quickly reminded Li Huowang. Black Taisui. Li Huowang took a glance at the illusion and quickly hobbled after Bun. Everyone else followed after him. Bun ran faster and faster through the cave. After a couple of turns, Li Huowang also started getting excited. He too could smell a black Taisui. The black Taisui is nearby. Li Huowang's heart started beating rapidly. But just as he was about to run faster, Li Huowang felt his scalp tingle, and he immediately ducked. Thankfully, he managed to duck just in time, allowing something to swing past where his head had just been. Bam! Gao Zhijian slammed that thing with his mace and helped Li Huowang escape whatever it was. When Li Huowang stood up once more, he saw that the thing had slipped back into the darkness. Everyone else grouped around Li Huowang and readied their weapons. Li Huowang's body was tense as he asked Gao Zhijian, "Did you see what it was?" Meat hook. Gao Zhijian explained what he saw. A meat hook? Another evil being is here? Why can't we just catch a break? Li Huowang stared into the darkness alertly. Did you see it? Li Huowang spoke to Monk's illusion. No, I was distracted, replied Monk. Dak. At that moment, something came from Li Huowang's left side, causing everyone to point their weapons there, only to find that it was Bun running toward them. Bun placed its head onto the ground and barked at Li Huowang. Daoist, it's asking why aren't you following it, suggested Monk. Li Huowang frowned. Shut up, as if you know how to talk to dogs. Seeing this, everyone was surprised as they stared at Li Huowang. Seniorly, please don't get one of your episodes over here. If you do, then we will really be done for. Puppy trembled. Li Huowang frowned at him and then looked at Bun. Why did that thing attack me and not Bun? But no one could answer him. Meanwhile, Bun just wagged its tail and walked around in circles. Looking at how impatient it was, the thing they were looking for should be close. Staring at the darkness ahead, Li Huowang decided to follow Bun. They were already here, and it would waste all of their efforts if they decided to turn back now. Come, everyone, follow me. Remember, don't lose track of anyone and don't fall behind, instructed Li Huowang. In order to prevent another ambush, all of them huddled around before walking forward carefully. Because of the thing just now, Li Huowang kept looking upward to see if there's anything on the ceiling. On the other hand, when it saw its owner start to walk, Bun continued to trace the scent into the cave. Nothing happened for the next 2 hours. Neither the meat hook nor the lion dance made an appearance. It was quiet, too quiet. All of them were feeling oppressed by their surroundings. Within the dark and silent cave, everyone was tense. After all, anything could leap out from the darkness at any time. Cold sweat dripped down from their faces. Chill. Quiet. I think we found it. Li Huowang stared at the writhing tentacles within the darkness. Even though it was still blurry, Li Huowang was sure that it was a black Taisui. The black Taisui was curious by the sudden light and extended one of its tentacles to touch the glowing green rock. We finally found it. Li Huowang's breath became soft. It was as if he was afraid of scaring the black Taisui away. Seniorly, how should we bring it back? Son Baolu whispered. Li Huowang stared at the black Taisui and pondered about it. This black Taisui was quite a bit bigger than the one in the Zephyr Temple. Jijian, bring me the chains that all of you used to tie me up. We might need to surround and ambush it. When we act later, be careful not to kill it, said Li Huowang. As everyone moved around slowly, the chains slowly wrapped around the black Taisui. When Li Huowang gave the signal, Gao Zijian raised his mace and ran over to the black Taisui, as if about to smash it into pieces. Bam! At that moment, several translucent tentacles exploded from the black Taisui's flesh and stabbed toward Gao Zijian. In the instant it attacked, everyone raised the chain and ran around it. They were trying to bind it. Li Huowang also shot forward and cut down the tentacles with his sword. Compared to the lion dance, the black Taisui was an easier foe for them to subdue. Even so, it was a ridiculously hard task to capture it without killing it. They could use all of their techniques to kill the lion dance, but they couldn't use them against the black Taisui. After all, they could neither be too hard on it nor too soft. Li Huowang's group wanted to use the chains to capture it, but the black Taisui's tentacles kept disrupting them. The situation got chaotic very fast. At this point, Li Huowang's plan has gone completely awry. The tentacles did not disappear after he chopped them off. Instead, even more of them extended from where he had cut them. At the critical moment, all of them heard something coming from their left. Something was approaching them. Peng, Shua. The sound was too bizarre, completely unlike anything Li Huowang had ever heard before. Shit. Something is coming and I can't wait any longer. I guess I have no choice. Making up his mind, Li Huowang took a deep breath and quickly took out a dagger before cutting off the skin on his torso. He peeled off the skin and flesh, revealing his white ribs to the air. Then, without heeding the pain that almost made him pass out, Li Huowang threw the large piece of skin towards the black Taisui. It quickly expanded and captured the black Taisui. No matter how many tentacles the black Taisui spawned to stab at the skin, it was useless. Let's go. Li Huowang ignored his pain and ordered everyone to run in the opposite direction with the black Taisui. They were faster than whatever that thing was, and so the sounds slowly grew silent. Seniorly, you are hurt. Bai Lingniao glanced at Li Huowang's shirt, which was gradually becoming more and more red. As she spoke, she took out the golden moon medication and spread it across his torso. Li Huowang almost had the urge to kill himself from all the pain and the medication, but when he saw Gao Zijian dragging the black Taisui, he once again found the drive to live. Li Huowang smiled. Amidst the intense pain racking his body, he started laughing. Finally, he had found the method to stop the hallucinations once and for all. Wang Wei, didn't you say that? That side is reality? If you can still drag me back to reality after I consume the black Taisui, then I will believe you. Li Huowang laughed, mumbling within the darkness. Chapter 236, Darkness. Seniorly, who's Wang Wei? Hearing his mumblings, Bai Lingniao asked out of curiosity. Li Huowang shook his head. Hee, Wang Wei is just a nobody. He doesn't exist. Bai Lingniao helped him up, and they quickly retraced their steps. Compared to when they came in, the road back wasn't as bad. Since none of them died, and they even found the black Taisui, everyone felt relieved. Still, they wanted to head out as soon as possible. Seniorly, once we get back out, can we rest at Sun Baolu's place for a few days? I want to eat more roasted lambs before we leave. I feel like I've lost 6 months of my life. Puppy pleaded with Li Huowang, his white patchy face revealing a tired expression. Li Huowang looked at everyone else and noted their tiredness before agreeing. Sure, it's thanks to everyone that we succeeded this time. We should get some more rest. In the end, everyone was a living human. He had to consider the limits of their physical capabilities as well. Hearing Li Huowang's agreement, Puppy clenched his fist in excitement. Just the thought of the lamb meat already caused him to start salivating. Haha, the things I had heard about the roasted lamb meat of Qingqiu was not exaggerated in the slightest. Other places simply can't compete with it. Wait, Puppy, what are you holding in your hands? Asked Li Huowang when he saw some white threads floating in Puppy's fist. Puppy opened his fist and showed Li Huowang. Oh, these are the white threads on the lion dance. I cut down quite a lot of it. Since it could turn Sun Baolu into what he is today, this must be quite a special item. I think that I can sell it once we reach someplace big, like the capital of Liang Kingdom. We should also consider our finances as well, right? After all, we've already used a lot of our money throughout our journey. Within Puppy's fist was a pouch woven from thick cloth. Inside the pouch were bundles of white threads that looked like cotton. Li Huowang shook his head. Puppy never failed to surprise him when it came to money. The lion dances are already dead, and so these might not even work anymore. And yet, you still took them with you. Puppy heard Li Huowang's words and felt that it was indeed possible for them to no longer work. His heart started pounding as he gingerly extended his pinky finger and swiped it against one of the white threads. At that moment, Puppy saw with his very eyes as his fingernail shifted to the other side, while his fingerprints shifted to where his fingernail was before. This. Puppy checked his pinky fingernail and stared at Li Huowang helplessly. Senior Li, it's still working, but now, my pinky finger is upside down. Why are you panicking? It should be fine, plus there's no need to sell them for money. Why don't you research how to use them to kill enemies? For example, tying one of them to a needle and shooting the needle through a blowpipe or something, suggested Li Huowang. Li Huowang's advice caused Puppy's eyes to light up. Hey, you are right. Senior Li is indeed a knowledgeable person. You are so much smarter than me. Puppy was excited. With these white tassels, he too could also be considered someone with supernatural powers. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake, but now, I will also be able to show off to the women and make them want to marry me. I will also be able to help Senior Li next time if there's trouble. As he thought about this, Puppy ignored his inverted pinky finger and quickly kept the pouch of white tassels securely inside his shirt. While Puppy was busy considering the possibilities, everyone else started to slow down. Wait, this isn't right. We've walked so far, and yet we still haven't even reached the cauldron. Li Huowang's words were like a splash of cold water on all of their faces. Not only did it extinguish all of their happiness, it even made them feel somewhat scared. All of them stared into the darkness, trying to find something familiar they could recognize. But everything within the darkness looked the same to them. This place isn't right. It could make us lose our way. At this point, all of their relief was gone, and they started panicking again. Don't panic. Look at the footprints. We just need to use them to retrace our steps, said Li Huowang, causing all of them to lower their glowing rocks toward the ground. Seeing the clearly visible footprints, they finally calmed down a little. Let's slowly retrace our steps, instructed Li Huowang. Everyone followed Li Huowang's orders and slowly retraced their steps, even if some of their footprints weren't all that clear in certain places. There was also the trail of blood that Li Huowang had left from when they were walking just now. An hour passed as they continued to retrace their steps, but they had yet to reach where the lion dance corpses were. They were certain they hadn't walked so far away. Even so, the blood stains continued leading them into the darkness. Sun Baolu was the first one to start despairing. Senior Li, we can't go out anymore. The cave has eaten us. Li Huowang wasn't feeling good about being forced into the dead end either. However, at that moment, he heard something. Sh. Li Huowang lowered his body and placed his ear onto the ground. Li Huowang slowly crept forward. Everyone, hide your glowing stones. Someone's coming. Hearing his words, everyone kept away their glowing stones, allowing the darkness to engulf them. All of them were feeling afraid as they held on to each other to prevent themselves from getting separated. What do you mean you heard someone? I'm not hearing anything, asked Puppy. However, just as he said this, Li Huowang silenced him by covering his mouth. They continued walking slowly until Li Huowang suddenly stopped. Everyone tried their best to listen but heard nothing. However, Li Huowang heard it clearly. It was an old man's voice. Let me test you. We are born as humans, but what is a human? Asked the old man. A child's voice answered him. Humans are made of flesh, so the flesh is human. Li Huowang frowned and stopped as he listened to their conversation. Wrong. The flesh is nothing but a vessel, said the old man. But Master did not say that. He just told me to stop thinking too much and taught me that humans are made of flesh, said the child. Shill, don't listen to Master. That old man is just making stuff up. Everything is a lie, said the old man. Can you stop talking in circles? If you don't want to tell me, then don't. It's so annoying, snapped the child. At this point, the old man's voice became conceited as he started explaining. Humans are one, and one is humans. Everyone has one, and one becomes two. From there the cycle of life and death is born. 2 becomes 3, and then it becomes the 3 corpses and 7 emotions. The path to cultivating the Tao is to cultivate the One. In order to do so, we must first abandon the 7 emotions and kill the 3 corpses to return back to 1. Chapter 237, Sheng, Erzi. Li Huowang was crawling on the ground while trying to pinpoint the location of the 2 voices. He started listening to their conversation. Cultivation of Tao. Is he a Daoist? Is he talking to someone else? But it doesn't seem like a Daoist that I know, or at least I don't know any Daoists that cultivate the One. As Li Huowang continued listening to them, The two of them continued with their discussion. The girl was scoffing at the older man. What rubbish are you talking about? Your mother was pregnant for 10 months before she gave birth to you. Don't you think it's stupid to abandon your flesh? Said the girl. No. You must be thinking that the flesh on our bodies, the 7 emotions, and the 3 corpses all belong to us, but that's wrong. They all belong to someone else. Even life and death belong to someone. It was them who gave it all to us, said the older voice. They belong to someone. That's correct. The pain of our body, the smile on our faces, our previous lives, and our future lives all have an owner. Do you think it's good for us to carry all that with us? No, they are all shackles. We need to remove all of them. 50 major Daoists, and the heavens controlled 49 of them. On the other hand, we humans only needed to have access to one. That is how we become one. After hearing all that, the girl asked the question that Li Huowang wanted to ask. What happens after we become one? After we become one, no one owes anyone anything. Then, we will all be truly free from the 3 realms and 5 elements. What are they talking about? What owners and what one? Li Huowang frowned and tried his best to understand their conversation. Do all of them have their respective owners? Pain belongs to Baolu'S, while happiness belongs to the god of prosperity? At that moment, Li Huowang instinctively remembered the big cauldron. Are they worshipping the owner of death? Li Huowang shook his head and cast aside all excess thoughts. No, I can't let myself get roped in by them. They might just be talking about what they believe in, and it might not even be real. They might as well be another Dan Yangzi, thinking that they know everything while truly knowing nothing. I shouldn't be thinking about this right now. I should be thinking about how to react if I happen to meet them and how to get out of here. Should I just reveal myself to them? Li Huowang thought about it, but felt that it was too risky. Staring at the darkness around him, Li Huowang thought about another idea. Should I slowly tail them and hope that they will leave the cave? No, this is even worse than last time. Just as Li Huowang was thinking about how to deal with both of them while escaping the cave, someone pulled on his sleeves. Seniorly. Quiet. Li Huowang was getting angry. If those 2 people heard them, then they might lose their only chance to escape the place. Seniorly, someone is holding my wrist, but there's no one on my left. Sun Baolu was almost crying as he said that. Hearing this, Li Huowang gulped. He slowly moved his hands across Sun Baolu's sleeves. He felt a very rough hand. When Li Huowang held that hand, it instead grabbed onto him and pulled him toward the darkness. Immediately, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword and swung it down. At the same time, upon sensing the movement within the darkness, Chun Xiaoman brought out her glowing stone. A green glow illuminated their surroundings, but there was nothing there. While Li Huowang was looking around, a young Daoist ran toward them. The Daoist was wearing a yellow Daoist robe while his cheeks were sunken. He wore black cloth shoes and a crown with a picture of the Taiji. Compared to Dan Yangzi, this fellow actually looked like a Daoist. When the Daoist and Li Huowang saw each other, the Daoist stopped in his tracks and suddenly shouted at them, revealing his black and rotten teeth. Run. Sheng Erzi is coming. Li Huowang recognized that voice as the one who had been speaking just now. However, he looked much younger than his voice would indicate. When all of them saw the Daoist running into the darkness, Li Huowang and the rest immediately followed after them. They didn't know what Sheng Erzi was, but they knew it would definitely be terrifying if it was something that lived within the cave. Compared to that man, Li Huowang's group was considerably slower due to having to drag the heavy black Taisui around. Just as Li Huowang was beginning to think that the Daoist might be using them as meat shields, the Daoist suddenly turned back. The Daoist bit both his fingers and blood flowed out from the wound. He used the blood to quickly draw a talisman in the air. Hide the lights. Staring at his thin back, Li Huowang hesitated for only a moment before ordering everyone to hide their lights. Within the darkness, the Daoist started to chant. It was a peculiar chant. It wasn't the chant of a sutra or a spell, but seemed like a completely different system. When the chant was over, a peculiar pressure enveloped them. Li Huowang felt goosebumps rising all over his body, as if something unidentifiable had covered it. He then felt his body temperature to drop rapidly. Shoo! The Daoist shushed them and told them to stand there quietly. At that moment, Li Huowang felt something hairy hiding beneath his 2 feet. Sensing the trembling, he knew that it was Bun. Bun was afraid of something that was approaching them. Li Huowang felt the ground trembling, as if something massive was closing in on them. The trembling gradually became stronger, and Li Huowang was barely able to see something massive coming out from within the darkness. Huff! A warm gust blew Li Huowang's hair. The rancid stench indicated that something massive had just exhaled at them. Then, a rusty scale dropped in front of Li Huowang from the darkness above. The scale was tied to a rope, and the rope in turn was tied to a pair of cloth shoes. Cloth shoes? When Li Huowang saw what it was, the scales suddenly tipped, and the cloth shoes fell downward. Shua? A female corpse clad in red clothes with a long tongue suddenly dropped in front of Li Huowang. Both of them were just an inch away from each other. Chapter 238, Sent Off. Staring at the corpse that was just an inch away from him, Li Huowang almost reflexively unsheathed his sword. However, he suppressed his movements to the limit in order not to unsheath his sword. That was because Li Huowang saw that the thing was not staring at him. It really was just a corpse and not Sheng Erzi. Li Huowang carefully looked up and saw a mass of darkness up there. Thinking back upon the shaking earth just now, he somehow guessed what it was. The corpse is just part of it. Maybe it's just a finger. The thing hidden in the darkness is the real Sheng Erzi. The thing did not attack them immediately. It was clear that the Daoist's method was working. After thinking about it for a moment, Li Huowang started to study the corpse in front of him. The woman's clothes were red. Within the darkness, it appeared to have a deep crimson color. Wrinkles covered her face, and she had white hair. She was an old lady. She just hung there in the darkness, her wax-like eyes staring at Li Huowang without moving. Minutes passed, proving that Li Huowang was right. If he didn't move, the corpse didn't do anything to him. It was just like a puppet. Within the darkness, everyone just stood there motionlessly. If it wasn't for their pale white breath signifying that they were alive, then they would be no different from statues. Li Huowang finally understood the meaning of living through days as if they were years. His limbs started to go numb from not moving for so long. No one knew how long it was before the rope started moving once again. The corpse slowly floated back upward, leaving Li Huowang's field of vision. Li Huowang gently shifted his gaze upward, only to see the corpse entering the being within the darkness. Li Huowang didn't know what the old lady's corpse meant for Sheng Erzi. Was it a part of its body or a decoration? Sheng Erzi means son of ropes, right? Why is it called as such? Then, the trembling sound started again as the being went further and further away. Time slowly passed. Once the trembling had gone far enough, the invisible pressure around them receded as well. Flash. At that moment, a light illuminated everyone's pale face. It originated from a yellow talisman being lit on fire. The Daoist was holding it with 2 fingers. He first saw Li Huowang's exposed ribs and then chuckled nervously. Daoist, Sheng Erzi has left. We are safe now. When they brought out their glowing stones and saw that all of them were still alive, they finally sighed in relief. At the same time, they were all quite amicable with the other Daoist after the latter saved their lives. When the Daoist saw how weird all of them looked, Li Huowang tried to explain their situation to him. Ho ho, no worries, no worries. I am a disciple of Luoism. My name is Han Fu. Pleased to meet you. The skinny Daoist bowed to Li Huowang while revealing his rotten teeth once again. His teeth were yellow and black. They grew wildly in different directions, and he had plaque caking his gum. The stench from his mouth made all of them take a step back. It was not your everyday normal bad breath, but one that could rival a toilet. However, even though he wasn't a hygienic man, Li Huowang did not mind it, not after having been to the benevolent nunnery. Compared to his bad breath, Li Huowang was more interested in what he had just said. Luoism? Is it a branch of Taoism? But he did not say it out loud, fearing that it would reveal him as a fake. Instead, he chose to respond with a similar greeting. Zephyr Temple, Xianyang. Pleased to meet you. Li Huowang was happy that not only could they communicate, Han Fu didn't seem like he wanted to kill him either. Maybe they really could find a way out of here with their help. Oh, are you also a Daoist? I thought you were someone from the Ao Jing sect instead. Han Fu was happy to talk to someone as well. I used to be from the Ao Jing sect, but I've left it due to personal reasons. Li Huowang made up a random excuse. Where's the other person he was talking to? Did Sheng Erzi catch her? Why isn't he sad? No, I can't ask him or he would know that I had been listening to them just now. Li Huowang didn't have the time to care about others right now. He pointed to the black Taisui behind him and said, Master had instructed us to come and capture some guiding drugs, but we ended up getting lost. We are fortunate to be able to meet a fellow Daoist as well. I hope Senior Han can lead us out of here. With those words, Li Huowang had not only presented what they needed him to do, he had also implied that he had a master, ensuring that the other party would not act rashly. While Li Huowang was sizing up Han Fu, the latter was doing the same. When Han Fu saw Li Huowang's bronze coil veil, he paused for a moment, and then laughed. Sure, and no need to be polite. We are fellow Daoists after all. Come, let me bring you out of here. You can't walk around here randomly, or you will end up dead. As they followed Han Fu into the darkness, Li Huowang thought about something and asked, Senior Han, what was that evil being? We have never seen one like it before. Finally, having met someone knowledgeable, Li Huowang decided to seize the opportunity. Without a master, this was probably the only choice he had. Han Fu was more than happy to answer him. That was Sheng Erzi. Sometimes an elderly might not have children to take care of them, or maybe their children didn't want them. Whatever the reason, there's a saying that an elderly person could go and find Sheng Erzi to help take care of them before it sent them off to the afterlife. Li Huowang recalled the female corpse and was surprised. That thing could actually take care of someone? Haha, are you stupid? They are just lying. Anyone with eyes would be able to see that something like that would never take care of the elderly. Old people, they are useless. They can't do anything, can't tend to the fields, and are basically just eating for free. When the time is right, the villagers choose a good day and carry the elderly on a chair before sending them to Sheng Erzi. They would even play drums and musical instruments to liven things up. As for the elderly's money and the house, everyone would get a share of it, explained Han Fu. At that moment, Puppy suddenly spoke up. I know. In my village, this is called eating the final member. Yep, it's called eating the final member, as in robbing the assets of the last surviving member of a family that has no descendants. But since it doesn't sound nice, they just refer to it as sending them to Sheng Erzi to be taken care of. That way, it sounds much better, said Han Fu. As he heard Han Fu explain it, Li Huowang was filled with anger. He was angry that people would do something like that. But in the end, there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 239, Daoist. To think that they would send one of their own to the evil beings just to obtain their assets. Li Huowang had never thought that there would be such a disgusting practice behind such a funny name. Sheng Erzi must be happy seeing so many people being offered to it, asked Li Huowang. Of course, whenever it sees a new elderly, it becomes very excited. If it had hands and feet, then it would be pouring tea for them, replied Han Fu. After talking for so long, Han Fu and Li Huowang had become closer, at least on the surface. Senior Han, how long until we reach the surface? Asked Li Huowang while staring at the darkness surrounding them. Tui. Han Fu spat on the ground and said nonchalantly, almost there. You need to remember that within the phone capital, if you want to get out, then you must always move up. Never go down. The further up you go, the closer you are to the surface. Even if you meet a dead end, you need to just dig a hole and go out. Phone capital, muttered Li Huowang, finally learning the name of the interconnecting cave systems beneath Qingqiu. After a moment, Li Huowang gently stepped on the ground and felt the slight incline. He sighed in relief. Looks like we are indeed heading up. Sigh? It's so tiring to do anything these days. I thought that Daoists had a lot of free time, but I was wrong. Xinyang, don't you think being a Daoist is hard? Han Fu raised both hands and stretched his back. You are right. In this world, nothing is easy. Li Huowang did his best to answer. Where's the girl? He was talking to her until just now, but he doesn't look too concerned about her absence. Maybe she's not dead? Li Huowang looked around cautiously. Even after they had gotten friendly with each other and survived their encounter with Sheng Erzi, Li Huowang still didn't trust Han Fu. Look, we are almost there, said Han Fu, pointing toward a glowing white light. From the looks of it, that was the entrance. Everyone sighed in relief when they finally saw the entrance again. After staying in the dark for so long, they were beyond ecstatic to finally see a sliver of sunlight. Everyone followed Han Fu's lead while carrying the black Taisui. Even though they were almost there, Han Fu still continued to chat. Hey, did you know about the natural disaster that occurred on that day? I heard everyone had been waging wars against each other when the natural disaster happened, and that was the reason why everyone stopped the wars. That's natural. After all, decay disappeared from the world, said Li Huowang while counting his group to ensure that everyone was there. I remember that the last time a natural disaster happened, I was still 3 years old, recounted Han Fu. Li Huowang was focused on the white that in the distance that was gradually becoming larger, but he was distracted by Han Fu's words. You mean the natural disaster has happened more than once? Li Huowang was shocked. He suddenly realized that despite having been here for so long, he knew far too little about the world. He suppressed his excitement and asked Han Fu calmly, do you remember what happened during the last natural disaster? Oh, so you don't know? I thought you knew. I remember that last time, the lies disappeared, and it was very amusing. I heard my master say that back then, The members of the sitting Oblivion Dao were so bored that they almost killed themselves. Haha, said Han Fu, happily laughing away. Lies disappeared? Li Huowang could never imagine what kind of world that would be. Everyone could only tell the truth. However, before he could ask anything else, Han Fu asked him something first. Xinyang, do you know why a natural disaster happens? Han Fu teased him. Does Senior Han know about it? Inquired Li Huowang. Han Fu got close to Li Huowang and whispered, I can tell you, but you mustn't tell the others. This was what my master said. Just as Li Huowang was anxious waiting for the answer, Han Fu lashed out with his right hand and quickly swiped it at Li Huowang's face. Patek. Immediately, Li Huowang's bronze coin mask fell onto the ground. Li Huowang quickly tried to use his hands to hide his face, but it was too late. Han Fu had already seen his face by then. With this, Han Fu's curiosity was satisfied, making him feel quite pleased with himself. And here I thought who that man is. He's a strayed one. At that moment, the shrill voice of a girl came from within Han Fu's body. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, a fist-sized baby head popped out from within Han Fu's clothes. The baby head had sparse hair and was wearing the same Daoist crown as Han Fu. A yellow-robed Daoist with a normal head and a small head. It was too bizarre. It was no wonder that he was fine when he saw Puppy and the rest. Han Fu was even more of a freak than them. Li Huowang growled. There had never been two people. It had always been just one. Han Fu was just talking to the other head. Senior Han, what is the meaning of this? Do you think the Zephyr Temple doesn't have backup? Li Huowang gripped his sword and stared at the odd Daoist. He really didn't want to fight without knowing how strong Han Fu was. Hee hee. Han Fu's two heads chuckled at the same time, both revealing the exact same type of rotten teeth. So you are a strayed one. You should know what I want to do now, yeah? Hee hee, guess, said the little head. Han Fu formed a seal with his hand and placed it on his chest. Immediately, the darkness behind him came to life and enveloped Han Fu. He's trying to kill me, shouted Li Huowang as he slashed at whatever remained of Han Fu, his one eye that had yet to be enveloped by the darkness. Li Huowang managed to cut the darkness in half just as it enveloped Han Fu, but it was too late. Han Fu was already gone. Brat, since you have come to the phone capital, then you can just stay here. The two heads' voices intersected with each other and rang out from all directions. Li Huowang stared at the surrounding darkness and fixated on the white light in front of them. He immediately pointed toward it and shouted at everyone, Run. We need to head out now. No matter what Han Fu was planning from within the darkness, they had to get out first, or there was nothing they would be able to do. Translator's thoughts. Han Fu. Pretty interesting character design. Credits to Guzidev Lanshi Bazal on Douyin. Chapter 240, Lion Dance Palace. When everyone heard Li Huowang's command, all of them brandished their weapons and moved at the same time, running directly toward the light. As they ran toward the exit, Li Huowang did his best to listen to his surroundings. Now that Han Fu had disappeared into the darkness, they were surrounded with danger. He could ambush them at any time. Since the two-headed Daoist knew his identity, there was no way that he would let them go. A friend had become an enemy just like that. He once again realized that humans were always worse when compared to evil beings. There's no such thing as a good person here in this crazy world. Everyone is twisted and no better than livestock. As they closed in on the light, it dispelled the darkness around them. Everyone was happy to be basked in the light. They did their best to reach the outside and ran even faster. But they slowly stopped, going from a full-blown run to a slow jog to just regular walking before stopping completely. At the same time, they stared in despair at the sunlight. The light in front of them was impure. There were even many stains on it resembling hands and feet. An extremely large jade plaque sat above the light with 3 big characters etched onto it, Lion Dance Palace. What they had been running toward was not the sun. Instead, it was the headquarters of the Lion Dances, the Lion Dance Palace. The massive lump of light was formed by numerous lion dances gathering together and amplifying their light. Han Fu had lied. He had never wanted to bring them outside, even before this. Hearing the sudden movements, the huge faces of the lion dances turned to face Li Huowang and blocked the light. They stood in rows until all Li Huowang and the others could see were rows and rows of flattened, dead human faces. All of them were staring at Li Huowang with their lantern-like eyes. The pressure they gave off was immense. It wasn't just 1 or 2 lion dances here, but hundreds of them. Li Huowang had killed 2 of them before, and so he knew just how strong they were. Run! Li Huowang shouted and brought everyone back into the darkness. Then, Li Huowang turned around, glaring at the lion dances that existed in all directions, from the floor to the ceiling. He knew that someone had to intercept all of them here while the others retreated. At that moment, Li Huowang decided to stand his ground as he swung his sword toward his body. But suddenly, someone burst forth from within the darkness below and stopped Li Huowang. He held a bronze coin sword that had 3 yellow talismans attached to it. The sword was aiming precisely for Li Huowang's waist. Jiang! The talismans burst into flames, and the 2 swords clashed. The owner of the sword was none other than Han Fu. However, Han Fu didn't want to fight Li Huowang openly. After clashing once, Han Fu's 2 heads smiled as he returned back to the darkness of the ground. Without waiting to understand what was happening, Li Huowang instinctively ducked down upon sensing a dangerous attack. He barely managed to avoid the white tassels that one of the lion dances had shot toward him. Han Fu had never wanted to fight against Li Huowang openly. He only needed to interfere with Li Huowang and allow the lion dances to kill Li Huowang instead. Now, his goal has been achieved when Li Huowang saw that the lion dances were very close to him. All of them opened their mouths to reveal 6 rows of sharp teeth. Li Huowang's legs hadn't been healed yet. Thus, in terms of speed, he was quite a bit slower than the lion dances. After a moment, Li Huowang looked back into the darkness and saw that everyone else was gone. He decided to make his last stand here and brought out the flint before placing it against his body. However, before he could light himself up on fire, a familiar drum sound rang out and a person in red ran on all 4 toward him. Then, a beast head appeared from underneath the red veil, bit onto Li Huowang's neck, and dragged him into the darkness. Bai Lingmiao's body was very agile when she was in this form. She never slowed down, even while carrying Li Huowang. With her help, they gradually outrun the lion dances. The lion dances tried to stop them by shooting out the white tassels, but all of them were destroyed by Li Huowang sacrificing his teeth. However, thanks to that, Li Huowang soon ran out of teeth. He was just out of harm's way when a new danger appeared. As Li Huowang was being dragged across the ground, a bronze coin sword appeared from within the ground and aimed for his back. Just as Li Huowang was about to be stabbed by it, he suddenly turned around and stabbed his own sword into the ground. Upon feeling the peculiar feeling he felt when he did so, he knew that he had managed to stab Han Fu. You think you can use the same trick twice? As he spoke, Li Huowang stabbed the ground once more and blood appeared on his sword. At the same time, a painful grunt could be heard coming from within the ground. But Han Fu did not stop this time. Suddenly, he once again stabbed his bronze coin sword above ground, this time with numerous talismans and blood covering his sword. Just as Li Huowang raised his sword to block the attack, he suddenly heard Han Fu start chanting something. Soon, the chant was completed and the entire bronze coin sword exploded, turning into individual bronze coins that dodged Li Huowang's sword before regrouping once more into the original sword with talismans on it. Then, the sharp bronze coin sword stabbed the talismans into Li Huowang's waist, embedding them deep into his body. The intense pain made Li Huowang howl loudly, but he chose not to run away. Instead, he started stabbing again and again into the ground. He was attacking recklessly in hopes of being able to kill Han Fu. As Li Huowang and Bai Lingmiao were retreating, his and Han Fu's blood started intertwining. Soon, Han Fu could no longer withstand the attacks and had to bring his sword back underground. On the other hand, after they finally managed to defeat Han Fu, Bai Lingmiao continued to drag Li Huowang through the cave while running as fast as she could. She could not stop for even a moment. After all, the lion dances were right behind them. Compared to Han Fu, they were much deadlier. Chapter 241, Exit. Li Huowang's shirt was torn from getting constantly dragged against the ground. Even so, he was staring at the lion dances that were relentlessly chasing after them. With the aid of the white, glowing light emanating from their bodies, Li Huowang was barely able to discern something even larger behind the lion dances chasing after them. Li Huowang didn't know which sect the lion dance palace belonged to, but he was certain there must be power differences between the various lion dances. The 2 lion dances he fought from before were likely some of the weaker ones. Second Deity, run faster. The lion dances behind us are only the smaller ones. There's a massive one behind them, shouted Li Huowang. Hearing his words, Bai Lingmiao ran even faster. However, she did not run blindly, instead following the sound of the drum. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly heard something and patted Bai Lingmiao's shoulder. Head east. Listen to me and head east. Instantly, Bai Lingmiao slammed all 4 limbs onto the ground and leaped toward the left wall. Then, She ricocheted off the wall and turned toward where Li Huowang was telling her to run. It wasn't long before they arrived at a forest within the darkness. The trees were just hanging corpses. There were so many of them that they resembled the trees of a forest. It was the same as what Li Huowang had seen just earlier. At that moment, Li Huowang felt a gaze trained on him, causing his thoughts to slow down. This was the territory of Sheng Erzi, and at this moment, it was looking at them while hanging from the ceiling. But Li Huowang was not afraid. He was certain that compared to the two of them, Sheng Erzi would be a lot more interested in the group of glowing lion dances. Just as he had expected, Sheng Erzi was attracted to the lion dances after sensing the massive disruptions brought about by them. The hanging corpses slowly floated toward where the lion dances were. With the aid of Sheng Erzi, Li Huowang, and Bai Lingmiao finally managed to escape from the lion dances. As they went further away, the sound of footsteps and the intensity of the white glow gradually reduced before disappearing. Without anyone chasing them, Li Huowang and Bai Lingmiao followed the sound of the drum and finally reunited with everyone. The others were relieved to finally meet with Li Huowang again. They huddled around and asked him a lot of questions. No need to be worried. Han Fu is nothing because he's weaker than me if he fights me head-on. We just need to avoid being ambushed by him. Li Huowang encouraged them. But Senior Li, where should we go now? We don't even know where we are. Chun Xiaoman stared at the darkness surrounding them. She felt hopeless about their situation. Even though they had beaten back Han Fu and managed to escape the lion dances, the situation was still grim. The caves were somehow able to confuse them, and even if they didn't have such power, without any landmarks to guide them, everything around them looked the same. As long as they couldn't escape the caves, they would get attacked by Han Fu or the lion dances again sooner or later. Hearing this, Li Huowang looked around and saw the bell on Chun Xiaoman's waist. Give me the bell. We still have other methods to navigate here. We can ask the wandering gods to find the exit for us. Chun Xiaoman only just realized that the wandering gods could also be used in such a manner. She was just about to hand over the bell when she retracted it. Senior Li, I'm younger and have a longer lifespan. Let me use it instead. Without waiting for Li Huowang's answer, she quickly rang the bell. Soon, several wandering gods flew into the darkness. At the same time, Li Huowang saw Chun Xiaoman grow slightly taller. However, he wasn't so sure. Time slowly passed within the oppressive cave, but the wandering gods did not return. Thus, their hopes were dashed once again. Maybe the wandering gods were eaten by some evil beings? Puppy came up with the worst-case scenario. Li Huowang frowned at their current predicament. Disregarding Han Fu, who was waiting to ambush them from within the darkness, if the lion dances took care of Sheng Erzi and then chased after them once more, then they would be dead. They needed to get out of here quickly. He tried to recall the profound records and the various rituals recorded on it. He sieved through all the information, but in the end, didn't find anything useful for them. The profound records was an indispensable item of the Ao Jing sect. It recorded various rituals and methods to torture oneself and others, but there was nothing it could do for now. Li Huowang was about to ask whether Bai Lingmiao could request aid from the immortal families when he saw Gao Zhijian pointing his finger up into the air with a serious expression. Holding onto the wound on his body, Li Huowang asked him, "What are you doing?" Gao Zhijian did not answer him. Instead, he placed his finger into his mouth, sucked on it, and raised his finger once again. Seeing this, Li Huowang understood what he was doing. Are you using your fingers to detect the direction of the wind? Is there wind? Did you find the exit? Gao Zhijian lowered his hand and nodded. He pointed towards the west. This way. Gao Zhijian. Good job. Li Huowang patted his shoulder heavily and ordered everyone else to immediately run toward the west. The wind direction was not linear and billowed through the cave system. Sometimes it shifted upward while at other times it shifted downward. Meanwhile, Li Huowang re-evaluated the big man in front of him once more. He was impressed that Gao Zhijian could think of such a method to find the exit. This is not something an idiot can come up with. His background must be special. But right now, there was no time to ask Gao Zhijian about his background. Everyone bend down. The ceiling is quite low in front, instructed Li Huowang. Hearing this, everyone couched and shuffled forward. The hole gradually became narrower. It was only after the cave became narrow to the point that Gao Zhijian almost couldn't squeeze through that it started growing wider once more. At the same time, a howl could be heard in the distance. Li Huowang heard it and was elated. That was not a wolf's or a ghost's howl, but the sound of wind passing through the narrow holes. Gao Zhijian was right. There was indeed an exit there. Everyone else noticed it as well and celebrated internally. After running around in the dangerous cave for so long, all of them were already tired. Still, they squeezed whatever remaining strength they had and started running. They ran through the curving cave and were soon greeted by a sudden burst of light. They saw an opening at the top of the cave. The wind was blowing in from the opening. The light coming from the exit was not the bright, glowing light of the line dances, but the silvery moonlight. At this point, it was already dark outside. Soon, they walked under the opening and saw stars within the skies. While this was not the place where they came in from, it was still an exit they could use. Chapter 242, Talisman. Within the intersecting darkness of the cave, Huowang and the rest were standing beneath the sliver of moonlight, staring at the exit of the cave. That's too high up. How should we climb up there? It's almost vertical. Puppy stared at the hole high up on the ceiling with despair. However, while this might have been a big problem for regular people, it was all too easy for Huowang. Even if he didn't know how to solve it, the others would. Huowang turned around toward Bai Lingmiao and raised his chin to signal to her. She hesitated for a moment, before nodding and covering her head with the red veil. Huowang said nothing as he looked at her seriously. Dong dong dong. Veil covering the head, legs stomping on the violet earth. We seek the auspicious Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper, the sixth elder of the Southern Dipper, and the crepe myrtle hidden in the mouth of the Northern Dipper. With the aid of the drum, Bai Lingmiao was soon possessed by one of the immortals, and her head shot backward. She gazed through the red veil, toward the starry night. Her body started to tremble and shake. When it was over, she grabbed the chains they used to tie down Huowang from Gao Zhijian and placed them on her body. Then, without any warning, her body collapsed onto the ground as if she had lost all her bones. After that, she started wriggling her limp body like a snake as she climbed up the smooth walls of the cave. Even though the walls were vertical, Bai Lingmiao was still capable of reaching the top and crawling out of the hole. Once outside, she tossed the chains back into the hole. The end of the chain fell in front of everyone, resolving their problem. You guys go up first. I will bring up the rear, said Huowang as he stood motionlessly within the moonlight and used what remaining light they had to stare into the darkness. Senior Li, you are already gravely injured. You should go up first. Sun Baolu expressed concerns when he saw Huowang's wounds. It wasn't wrong of him to think like that. Huowang had indeed suffered many injuries. Not only were his left hand's fingers cut off, a large chunk of flesh and skin from his torso had also been torn away. His body was already in tatters. Stop whining and get up now? Huowang declined his good offer. He knew that he was the strongest person in their group, and he had to be the one taking up the rear. That way, if anything happened, then he could handle it himself. If someone else were to take the rear, then they might die if an evil being passed by. Under Huowang's command, everyone started climbing up the chain one by one. The difficult part was getting the black Taisui up. It continued to wriggle, even though it was trapped. It took them a long time before they managed to tie it up and pull it upward with Gao Zhijian's help. Meanwhile, Huowang raised his head and saw everyone climbing up with difficulty. Just as he was calculating how much time they would need, he sensed something and turned toward his left, his face filled with hostility. At that moment, Han Fu walked out from within the darkness with his two heads. Blood stained his yellow robes from where Huowang had attacked him. Han Fu did not step into the moonlight, choosing to stop at the edge of darkness. He chuckled when he saw Huowang gripping the sword tightly. Xianyang, it seems that the minor characters have finally left, right? Yeah, they have. Huowang cracked his right fist in anger. Senior Li, are you alright down there? Who are you talking to? Puppy shouted down from above. Hearing the voice from above, Huowang frowned. Don't worry. I'm just talking to my illusions. You guys continue to climb up. Then, Huowang glared at Han Fu coldly. You were already here from the start, weren't you? Do you think you can win against me one-on-one? Han Fu shook his head and smiled. Hehe. Did you not realize that I've already stabbed several talismans into your body? They are already enveloping your organs. Having said that, Han Fu splayed his arms open. Then, the sound of wind came from his wide sleeves and surrounded Huowang. At the same time, a massive rune floated out from the ground. The rune had the same color as Han Fu's teeth and immediately enveloped Huowang the moment it appeared, making it hard for him to move. Han Fu immediately started chanting, causing the rune to start wriggling. Then, it split into numerous black lines before entering Huowang's body through his wounds. When Huowang suddenly stopped moving, Han Fu was delighted. It's so easy to capture a strayed one alive. I wonder why the others always said that we shouldn't fight a strayed one head-on. What do they know? Strayed ones are hard to come by. How could a group of people who have never seen one of them ever have the experience of capturing one? Explained the small head on Han Fu's shoulder. Han Fu walked over and started looking at the frozen Li Huowang. I don't see anything special on the outside. Who should I sell this rare ingredient to? I don't think we should sell him. Maybe they would directly rob it from us if they were stronger than us. We might as well use it ourselves, suggested the little head. How should we use it? Skin him and toss him into a pot to cook him? I only know that strayed ones are rare, but I have no idea why they are rare. We should just sell him, said the normal-sized head. We don't even know why they are rare in the first place, nor do we know the price. What if we end up selling it for too low? We should ask Master. They should know since they are very knowledgeable, suggested the little head. But what if Master robs us of the strayed one and kills us? Questioned the normal-sized head. As Han Fu's two heads were discussing what to do with Li Huowang, the frozen Li Huowang suddenly lunged his arms forward. Han Fu failed to react, and a sword was stabbed into his stomach. Impossible. I had just sealed you. Han Fu's blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the angry Li Huowang. Shitty bastard. If you can't do it right, then don't try to copy others to come and kill me. Li Huowang growled and took his blade out of Han Fu's body before slashing downward. Han Fu hadn't given up just yet. However, just as he was about to form a hand seal, Li Huowang's sword reached first. Han Fu's fingers were chopped off in one swift motion and blood sprayed everywhere. Impossible. Amidst his dying howls, Li Huowang quickly sliced up Han Fu, starting from the neck, followed by the mouth, the nose, and finally the forehead. Chapter 243, Li Huowang. Han Fu's blood sprayed all over Li Huowang. He just stood there and stared at the mangled corpse in front of him. The Daoist that had tried to capture him, Han Fu, was dead just like that. Li Huowang was in disbelief. Compared to the enemies he had faced before, Han Fu was far too weak. It was as if Han Fu was just playing around. Li Huowang even doubted whether this was Han Fu's real body. After a moment, he kicked Han Fu's bloody head and felt disgusted. You are so weak and yet you want to rob someone. He now understood that everyone in the world wanted to capture a strayed one, regardless of their strength. Even if some of them were weak, they would still give it a shot to try and capture one. By this time, Puppy had already crawled up the hole. He peeked into the hole and shouted, "Senior Li, are you all right?" However, when he saw Li Huowang's bloody face, Puppy felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He swallowed with difficulty. "Do you want us to come down?" "No need. I'm coming up now," replied Li Huowang as he grabbed the chains and started climbing up. But then, he stopped and came back down again. He rummaged through Han Fu's body and found some yellow talismans. I wonder if I can use them even though I have never learned how to use them. He rummaged further and found several small beads wrapped in talismans. Li Huowang opened one of them and saw a familiar bead. This is a lifespan pill. Li Huowang had seen one before and knew just how valuable it was. Seeing how the lifespan pill was about to disappear, Li Huowang quickly ate it, instantly feeling his body become lighter. He rummaged around and found 19 lifespan pills. Overjoyed, he quickly kept them away. He continued rummaging about, but didn't find anything else besides tools and materials used to make talismans. Finally, Li Huowang picked up the bronze coin sword and placed it on his back before turning around to leave. Having lost some of his fingers and having blood all over his body, climbing the chain had become extremely difficult. Even so, Li Huowang climbed up slowly. All the while, he was thinking about the now-dead Han Fu. I wanted to ask him more about the world. Too bad he's dead. Senior Li, quickly climb up. Hurry. When he looked up, Li Huowang saw their nervous faces through the hole. When he looked down, he saw Han Fu standing up once more. Han Fu was barely capable of standing up despite having almost his entire body bisected. Then, the shrill voice of a girl came from his corpse. "You killed him. How am I going to live now?" Wah. The voice was so shrill that it hurt Li Huowang's ears. It even resonated throughout the cave. He's not dead. Realizing this, Li Huowang sliced off the final finger on his left hand and used the profound records. The finger bulged and exploded in midair, sending a sharp bone spike flying down toward Han Fu and pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Huowang continued climbing up. He had no time to think about whether Han Fu was still alive or not. Just then, the entire cave rumbled. A bright light illuminated the dark cave. Li Huowang looked down and saw a massive white snake, one larger than the cave itself. It was attracted by Han Fu's voice. But this white snake didn't have any scales. Instead, it was composed entirely of the white tassels found on the lion dances. At that moment, Li Huowang finally understood the true nature of the lion dances. The flattened, dead human faces, the bloody flesh within their bodies, the hands and feet, all of them were fake. The white tassels on their bodies was the true body of the lion dances. When Li Huowang saw the white snake, the snake saw him as well. Instantly, the entire snake collapsed and the white tassels flooded everywhere within the cave, from the walls to the ceiling. Senior Li, seeing the situation, everyone immediately acted and started pulling up the chain. Li Huowang continued to climb while they pulled the chain. At this point, he was barely able to avoid the white tassels. 30 meters, 15 meters, 9 meters. Just when Li Huowang was almost out of the cave, the white tassels formed into a massive hand that grabbed him. Then, amidst everyone's shouting, Li Huowang was dragged down from the chain into the cave. The chain was also ripped out from everyone's hand. It slipped through their hands and fell into the cave. Only a portion of the chain that was attached to the ground remained above the hole. Bai Ling Miao collapsed onto the ground, tears flowing down her eyes. Everyone was shocked. What should they do without Li Huowang now? After a moment, Bai Ling Miao suddenly moved and ran toward the hole with the second deity. Seeing this, Puppy grabbed Bai Ling Miao to stop her before Gao Zhijin appeared behind her and the second deity and restrained both of them. At the same time, Chun Xiaoman approached the struggling Bai Ling Miao with tears in her eyes and slapped her. Can you stop being crazy? Finally, Bai Ling Miao stopped and slumped down like a puppet. Just as everyone was unsure about what to do next, the sound of the chains rang out once again. Puppy was the first one who heard it. Wait, the chain is moving. Senior Li is not dead. Haha, I knew it. Senior Li would never die. Puppy's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. They looked toward the chain and saw that it was indeed rattling lightly. Puppy was just about to start pulling up the chain once more, but Chun Xiaoman stopped him. Careful, it might not be Senior Li. Pull me up. At that moment, Senior Li's voice rang out from down below. With this, everyone stopped thinking about it and grabbed the chain to pull it up. With everyone's help, a mangled hand soon appeared from the hole. The hand was truly mangled. The fingers were twisted and the skin was torn apart, almost as if it was a claw made by piecing together different pieces of flesh. At the same time, several white tassels were stuck to the twisted hand. The mangled hand dug into the ground with its nailless fingers and trembled as Li Huowang used all of his strength to pull his body up. Finally, Li Huowang's body appeared in front of everyone's shocked eyes. It was indeed Li Huowang, if he could still be called as such. Chapter 244, Treatment. Laying down on the soft grass, Li Huowang panted while staring at the wriggling black Taisui. He was very happy. The last time he was this happy was when Yang Na gave him chocolate. His entire body was aching all over, and he could barely muster any strength. Even so, his objective behind risking his life by entering the cave had been achieved. With the black Taisui, he would finally be able to get rid of the hallucinations and would never be plagued by them again. He would finally be able to get rid of the sense of confusion and doubt that all the strayed once suffered from. They told me that I can't keep eating the black Taisui or it would grow within my belly, but I don't trust them. Even if that really is the case, all I need to do is to open up my stomach and dig it out. Then, I can just eat it again, muttered Li Huowang. While Li Huowang was thinking of the possibility and the chances of success, he suddenly saw everyone staring at him weirdly. They had already managed to escape from the cave, and yet, they were still horrified. None of them even tried to help Li Huowang despite how injured he was. Stop staring and come help me pull the chain up. I tied Han Fu on the other end of the chain. His other head is still alive. Pull him up and I will try to pry out some information from Han Fu, ordered Li Huowang. Even so, none of them made a move. What's wrong with you guys? Li Huowang tried crawling toward them, but all of them took a step back. Senior Li? Are you really Senior Li? Bai Ling Miao hugged her arms, her eyes filled with tears and fear at the thing in front of her. Finally, Li Huowang realized that something was amiss with his body. He raised both his arms and was horrified to see what had happened to them. His single eye underneath his ear closely examined his arm. When he tried to move his fingers, he saw the fingers stuck to his wrist move ever so slightly. Impossible. What has happened? Li Huowang turned around and looked down on his body. Underneath the moonlight, he almost screamed from shock when he saw what his body looked like now. He barely recognized his mangled body. Sun Baolu's body would be considered normal when compared to him. His body had been twisted and mangled, his various organs shifted into different locations. The white tassels dotted his entire body and flowed gently. He was no longer human, or at least, he didn't look like one. It's the white tassel's power. After it dragged me down, I was transformed into this. Li Huowang grabbed one of the white tassels and saw with his own eyes as the fingers touching the white tassels slowly shifted away from his hand. Can I still be considered a human being? Li Huowang gingerly touched his twisted face. All of his facial organs had been reorganized and were no longer at their original places. Impossible. This is too surreal. Is this world really that bizarre? Li Huowang shivered. No, you have to calm down. This is nothing. It can be fixed. With this in mind, Li Huowang turned around and faced the others with a confident expression. Don't worry. This can be fixed. As he spoke, Li Huowang grabbed a dagger with his twisted right arm and stabbed it into his face. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, he opened a slit on the side of his face toward where his ear had shifted to. Li Huowang carefully grabbed the ear and forcefully dragged it along the wound before placing it at its original location on the side of his head. But the ear just fell down onto the ground. Looking at his ear on the ground, Li Huowang smiled instead. Wait, that's a good idea. Since I can recover my body, I will just cut off all the organs and let them regrow back. I will just become an amputated man for a few days. There's nothing to worry about. With those words, Li Huowang grabbed the dagger and aimed it toward his eyes. When Puppy saw what he was planning to do, he tried stopping him from afar. Seniorly, don't do that. You can still be fixed. Puppy had lied. He didn't know what to do, but Li Huowang just looked too horrifying. At this point, he felt that it was probably better to just commit suicide. Hearing Puppy's words, Li Huowang stopped trying to stab himself and looked at his twisted thumb. Another idea had just popped up in his mind. Wait, since the white tassels caused this, then technically, I could use them to fix myself too. Li Huowang grabbed one of the white tassels on his hand and tried to place it beside his eye. However, the white tassel continued moving around, all the while twisting his fingers even more. Stop moving. Li Huowang tossed the white tassel onto the ground and stomped on it before once again placing it on his face. Soon, Li Huowang felt his vision start to move under the effect of the white tassel. Then, Li Huowang used his other 3 fingers to gently move his eye back to its original location. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it back to its correct location. Shua. After a while, Li Huowang decided to carve a slit near where his eye was and forcefully move it back to the correct location. Is it back in the right place? Asked Li Huowang while panting. Once he got their approval, he started moving his other organs back to their original place. It took him quite some time before he managed to get all of his facial organs back in place on his face. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. What are you guys staring at? Come and help me, said Li Huowang. With this, everyone crowded around Li Huowang and started helping him to move his organs back to their original locations. It was not an easy process, and while the white tassels did help in moving the organs back to their original location, it was not very accurate. Thus, Li Huowang had no choice but to use the dagger to forcefully correct the placements. Meanwhile, Puppy's hands trembled continuously as he moved Li Huowang's left ear that had fallen onto the ground. Then, he picked it up in panic and quickly spat on it before placing it back on Li Huowang's head. At that moment, a hand tapped him on his shoulder. When he turned around and saw that it was Bai Lingmiao, he almost jumped in fright. Let me help suture it, said Bai Lingmiao. Hearing this, Puppy sighed and gave her the ear. The entire process was akin to torture, but Li Huowang managed to endure it. No one knew whether it was because he was happy at having managed to capture a black Taisui, or whether it was because he had already gotten used to such pain. By the time they finally finished shifting all of Li Huowang's organs back to their rough original locations, it was already daytime. Throughout the process, Li Huowang had been grunting and shouting in pain. Translator's thoughts. Welp, here's the jumbled up Li Huowang. Credits to Guzidev Lanshi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 245, Black Taisui. Alright, let's stop for now. Once my wounds recover, we can slowly shift them back to the proper location, said Li Huowang. Hearing those words, everyone sighed. Staring at the bloody Li Huowang, Chun Xiaoman finally stopped enduring and fell knee first onto the ground. She crouched and vomited, emptying everything in her stomach. But there was nothing else to vomit out. She had already vomited twice before this. On the other hand, Bai Lingmiao shakily stroked Li Huowang's hair, her eyes filled with tears. She didn't know what to say. Why are you crying? We should be smiling instead. Not only is everyone alive, We even managed to capture the Black Taisui and Han Fu. This is good news. What's even better? Meow meow. Now I can rearrange my face. Anytime you get bored looking at my usual face, you will be able to change it. Li Huowang did his best to console them. Li Huowang knew just how bad he looked and just how much pain he was in. But he had to act tough. If he kept complaining, then not only would his problems not get solved, even their group's morale would drop as well. It was something he had learned from Lu Jiren's wife, Luo Wanhua. When you are in a situation beyond your control, you have to act as if it doesn't bother you so that the people around you don't end up becoming sad. However, Li Huowang had failed to learn the essence of this trickery from Luo Wanhua. The louder he laughed, the harder Bai Lingyao cried. Exhausted, Li Huowang finally closed his one remaining eye and said, I will rest first. We will find our way back once I get up. After saying that, Li Huowang passed out. In the haze between consciousness and unconsciousness, something familiar appeared within his mind, bobbing up and down. He wanted to know what it was, but couldn't figure it out. In between his bouts of consciousness and unconsciousness, he kept forgetting what he was about to do. It was as if his memories weren't intact. Suddenly, a sea of stars enveloped his mind. Li Huowang suddenly remembered the night where he and Yang Na stayed up to watch the night sky at the rooftop of their school. He realized that he was seeing one of his past memories. Yang Na, I'm sorry. I'm ill, and I need to stop coming to school so that I can get treated. The youth hugged the girl. When will your treatment be completed? Will it take long? Asked the girl while holding his hands and swaying them. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too long. I will do my best to follow their treatment and get discharged as soon as I can, for your sake. After all, I've promised you that we will enter the same university and get married once we both graduate. The girl blushed and nodded. Okay, I will wait for you. Both of them gradually got closer before finally hugging together. Huowang, are you okay? Senior Li, are you alright? Li Huowang, snap out of it. Little Li, which side do you think is real? That side or this side? Various people were talking and tearing his most precious memory apart. Li Huowang didn't want to go back. He wanted to stay in this wonderful moment, but he knew that it was impossible. Soon, everything started to crack and splinter, and his dream came to an end. Li Huowang opened his eye, covered in cold sweat. Then, he saw that his head was placed on by Ling Yao's lap as she gently fed him warm milk. Feeling the warm goat's milk in his mouth, Li Huowang's scattered senses soon started to consolidate. Currently, he felt like his brain was akin to a rusted machine that sputtered and squeaked from time to time. Where are we? Asked Li Huowang as he looked at the top of the cowhide's tent. Seeing Li Huowang awake, Bai Lingyao sighed in relief. This is Sun Baolu's house. He used to herd the lambs around here, so he brought us back. Also, you've been passed out for more than 10 days. It's a relief that you finally woke up. Li Huowang quickly removed the blanket covering his body and inspected his body. By now, the massive wound on his torso had almost completely healed, while the other smaller wounds had already finished healing. But his body was still slightly twisted in some ways. At the very least, someone normal wouldn't have their navel growing on their hips. But, at the very least, he looked much better compared to when he had just crawled out from the cave. He looked human. More importantly, his left foot had regrown halfway through. Now, he would no longer have to hobble around everywhere. After he inspected his body, he did not rest and quickly asked Bai Lingyao about the Black Taisui and Han Fu. No worries. Everything has been prepared, but we have to thank Sun Baolu and everyone else. If it weren't for all of them, then we would not have been able to haul both of them back. All of us borrowed 2 cowhides' tent. We also borrowed 2 more tents from them and set them up further away from the others. The Black Taisui and Han Fu are being guarded by us. So you can just lie down and rest for now, explained Bai Lingyao. No, we have to go to the Black Taisui now, said Li Huowang. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wore his clothes and directly walked out of the tent. When he got out of the tent, he saw many people looking at him. At this point, the Qingqiu people were no longer looking at him with curiosity, but with wariness instead. It was only natural. If they were able to stay friendly despite seeing what Li Huowang currently looked like, then it would be even more unsettling for him. He greeted them and walked away from the other tents before approaching the 2 lonely tents a distance away in the grassland. When Li Huowang was walking over to the tents, he met Lu Zhuangyuan, who was herding the lambs back. Lu Zhuangyuan saw the wounded Li Huowang and was surprised. Young Daoist, I can't believe that you can already walk around after resting for only 10 days. I knew it. With your supernatural powers, no evil beings can win against you. But Li Huowang was completely fixated on the black Taisui. He didn't even bother with Lu Zhuangyuan's flattery. After confirming that Han Fu's little head was still alive, Li Huowang entered the tent containing the black Taisui. This was the most important thing for him right now. When he entered the tent, he saw that the black Taisui's tentacles were impaled onto the ground with spears, imprisoning it within the tent. Li Huowang circled around the black Taisui and inspected it. After confirming that it looked the same as the one he had seen within Zephyr Temple, he reached out for the black Taisui and grabbed a piece of its oily flesh. Then, he carefully cut away the piece of flesh with his dagger, causing the black Taisui to immediately release a sharp cry as sticky black fluids flowed out from its wounds. He looked at the piece of flesh in his hand and saw that a part of it was slowly transforming into tentacles. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and placed it in. However, just as he was about to bite down, he paused. Chapter 246, Box. What? Senior Li, did we go through all that trouble just to retrieve something fake? Puppy's voice was filled with nervousness when he saw Li Huowang pause there. He really hoped that this thing would be useful since Senior Li was quite difficult to deal with when he was having an episode. On the other hand, Li Huowang just shook his head with a frown, holding the black Taisui while frozen in place. What am I hesitating about? It's just a hallucination over there. He lifted the black Taisui to his mouth, yet hesitated once again. Everyone in the tent could tell that Senior Li was deep in thought after recovering from a major illness. When Chun Xiaoman returned from her sword practice, she approached Bai Ling Miao to inquire about what was happening. Meanwhile, Li Huowang slowly returned the flesh in his hand back to the black Taisui's body. Miao Miao, how much gold do we have left? Inquired Li Huowang. Bai Ling Miao felt that it was quite strange that he would ask about this right now, but still answered honestly. We exchanged some silver at Women's Mountain earlier, so there should still be a few dozen taels, one left. A few dozen taels? That's not enough, Li Huowang mumbled to himself, then turned to look at Sun Baolu. Your people should have some hard currency, right? Can you help me borrow some? Don't worry, we will return it once we're done. A rare trace of hesitation flashed across Sun Baolu's face as he replied. All right, I'll go ask. Senior Li, what do you need so much gold for? Yes, we should have enough money to reach the Liang Kingdom. Faced with all these questions, Li Huowang sighed. He shook his head, opened the curtain, and prepared to step out of the tent. Stop asking, it's none of your business. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Sun Baolu was even more efficient than Li Huowang had anticipated. He had only just taken the first bite of his meal when Baolu returned, carrying a small, round package while leading his mother into the tent. Sun Baolu did not speak first, and instead cast a questioning glance at his mother. Upon seeing his mother nod slightly, he carefully unwrapped the cloth in his hands. The gleaming gold within almost dazzled all their eyes. It was an oval-shaped, palm-sized gold box, inlaid with various pieces of fine-quality agate and jade. Inside this golden box, there were several gold ingots and some jewelry. While it did not seem big, gold was very valuable. This small bundle was worth quite a lot. Seeing Li Huowang's surprise at the value of this item, Sun Baolu's mom could understand that he was wondering about how a commoner could get their hands on something so valuable. She said, Daoist, there's no need to treat this as taboo, as this is not something taken from graves. It is my dowry, given by the host family back then. The host family? Questioned Li Huowang as he reached out to take the box, nearly dropping it due to the heavy weight of the gold. The woman's expression was rather complex as she explained, yes, the host family gave it. After all, those that can afford to use a beauty paper are all very wealthy. This item may be priceless to the common folk, but it's practically nothing in the eyes of some. Daoist, you saved my son, so consider this as repayment. I hope you will accept it. I don't want it, and am merely borrowing it. I will return it to you once I'm done, replied Li Huowang. From the looks of it, she wanted to use this object to pay off the favor. She seemed to be unwilling to come into further contact with Li Huowang, and bowed respectfully before leaving through the curtained door. What's up with your mother? Why the huge change in attitude? Asked Li Huowang. Sun Baolu was evasive, as though he could not express what he wanted to. Senior Li, you've likely frightened many by returning here. Being able to get out of that place alive while bringing back 2 strange items. It's likely that the tribe members are gossiping about you behind your back. Never mind. Also, I don't want your family's item. When I'm done with it, you can take it back. Do you understand? Said Li Huowang. There was some uneasiness in Sun Baolu's eyes as he asked. Then, Senior Li, when do you plan to use this gold? Li Huowang held onto the golden box and looked slightly dejected. In a bit, though, even I don't know when. Baolu, I appreciate all your help. We may have to stay here for some time. Senior Li, you're being too courteous. You have saved my life, replied Sun Baolu. In the following days, the other disciples all found that Senior Li, who was recovering, always kept the golden box by his side. One might think of him as a miser, but they knew that he was not like that. Among them, only Bai Lingyao knew some details. She understood why he was behaving like that. At night, Bai Lingyao turned around to see that the person beside her was sitting up straight while clutching the golden box motionlessly, almost looking like a wooden statue. Seeing this, Bai Lingyao sighed softly, then turned slightly away from him. Senior Li, are you very reluctant to leave that place? Or do you still think that there's a possibility that it's real over there? In the darkness, Li Huowang did not reply. Then, Senior Li, do you hope for that place to be real or fake? Faced with those questions, Li Huowang sighed deeply before his extremely exhausted and hoarse voice echoed within the tent. I, too, wish to know the answer to that question. As the days passed, Li Huowang, who had become almost unrecognizable after so many changes, gradually returned to his original appearance. His wounds had almost healed completely, and so, he was about to go and question Han Fu. At this point, Baolu walked in. He was now dressed in Qin Qiu's local attire. Senior Li, the tribe chief has asked me to ask you some questions, said Sun Baolu. What is it? Li Huowang looked through what he knew quickly. Things had been calm in Qin Qiu recently, and there were no significant matters. It's about those women you rescued from the bandit village. Some of them have caught the eyes of a few young men, and the chief wants to probe them a little. However, if you don't agree, then they won't dare to act recklessly either, said Sun Baolu. Sure, why not? Li Huowang readily agreed. From Baolu's mother's attitude, staying in this place seemed like a stable option. It was definitely better than following him everywhere and risking their lives. Back at the border of Hoshu, quite a few of them had died because of Peng Longteng. If these women continued to follow them, who knew how many of them would be left by the time they arrived at the Liang Kingdom? All right, then I'll head back and report to the chief. After receiving Li Huowang's approval, Baolu was back to normal and no longer as taciturn as before, his personality returning to his cheery self. Just as the excited Baolu was about to leave, Li Huowang reached out and grabbed his arm, instantly turning it black and blue. Sun Baolu turned back to see Li Huowang looking at him fiercely as he shouted, Hurry, get Jijian to bring the chains over. All right, replied Baolu. Sensing his surroundings change around him, Li Huowang hurriedly stashed the golden box into his arms. Soon, the noisy and bustling tent was replaced by the quiet and clean hospital ward. It was night here, and Li Huowang noticed that his mom was sleeping on the chair beside him. At this moment, she was covered in a small blanket that he used in his own room. Mom. 1. Tails refers to both the unit of the currency and the weight. Here's its referring to the currency. Chapter 247, Sun Xiaoqin. Mom, wake up, please, called out Li Huowang. As Sun Xiaoqin seemed to hear her son calling out to her, she was in a daze. She thought that she was dreaming. When she rubbed her eyes and got up from the reclining chair, she was surprised to see Li Huowang looking at her. Son, you've finally awakened again. Sun Xiaoqin quickly took out the nearby calendar and started to jot down. Son, look at the time intervals at which you've awakened. They seem to be shortening. Does this mean that your illness is improving? Li Huowang smiled at her and nodded. That's right. Maybe it really is getting better. That's wonderful. By the way, are you hungry? How about an orange? Ah, when you're not awake, you keep talking nonsense, and I don't even know if you've eaten enough, said Sun Xiaoqin as she took out a red plastic bag filled with oranges and began to peel one of them. Mom, I'm not hungry. Have you been accompanying me all this time? Asked Li Huowang. Sun Xiaoqin sat by his bed while extending her right hand with an orange peel as she gently stroked his face and looked at him lovingly. Don't worry, Mom is here. Dr. Wang has also said that me staying by your side and seeing you every day might help improve your condition. Don't listen to him. He's a liar. Li Huowang's voice quivered as he looked at his mother. All right, I'll listen to you. We won't call him anymore. Look at how he's even beaten my son up. When we've saved enough money, we'll go abroad and find the best doctor, said Sun Xiaoqian. Hearing her soothing tone, Li Huowang's lips trembled slightly. Tears began to slowly flow down from his eyes. Son, don't cry. Why are you crying? Did that Wang Wei bully you while I wasn't around? Tell me, and I'll deal with him. Sun Xiaoqin's brows raised sharply, and her indomitable spirit was back. Li Huowang shook his head vigorously, either to deny her words or to shake off his tears, he didn't know which. Mom, my hands are a little numb. Can you help untie me? Ah, of course. Son Xiaoqin readily agreed, and immediately started to untie the wide cloth straps on his hands. She did not even consider the possibility that he would suddenly go crazy and attack her. After all, he was her flesh and blood. Li Huowang controlled his newly freed hands and massaged his numb wrists, then wiped the tears off his face. Then, he reached into his blanket and slowly pulled out the golden box that he had brought from the other side. Mom, here. This is all for you. Li Huowang smiled as he softly explained and passed the golden box to his mom. This, Sun Xiaoqin was clearly flustered at the sight of the object. Her thoughts were jumbled. Where did all this gold come from? Li Huowang took out a small ingot from the box and placed it in his palm before her. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he said, Mom, look. With these, not only can you buy back our house, but buy a few more as well. You can even buy some shops to rent out. In the future, you won't have to work anymore and can have a steady income every month. Also, didn't you say that you wanted to travel abroad after retirement? There's no need to wait that long anymore. You can just go now. With all this gold, you can travel wherever you want. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out an exquisite pair of jade earrings, and then passed them over to her. Mom, this is the birthday gift I owe Nana. Please pass it to her. Also, help me tell her. He paused, struggling with his expression as he recalled those memories. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his emotions before continuing. Mom, help me tell Nana, I am sorry. Tell her not to wait for me anymore. Hearing all this, Sun Xiaoqin began to panic. It almost seemed like her son was saying his final goodbyes. She quickly placed the golden box on the table and dashed out before shouting toward the empty corridor. Doctor! On-call doctor, come now. After that, she hurried back and anxiously held Li Huowang's hands as she choked out. Son, what's going on? Did you run into some trouble? Tell Mom about it. I'll find a solution for you. No matter how big the problem is, I can help you to solve it. Don't scare Mom like this. Li Huowang smiled as he watched tears flow down his mom's face. He held the golden box between them and said, Mom, why are you crying? You should be happy. Look at all this gold. Our family is rich. I don't want the gold. I just want my son to come back. Sun Xiaoqin leaned forward and hugged Li Huowang's head as she sobbed loudly. As he heard those words, Li Huowang's heart ached deeply. He even considered not eating the black Taisui so that this side could continue to be with him, and so that he could be together with them. But when he recalled the swollen face he had given by Ling Miao, he once again steeled his resolve to never look at this side. I can't abandon my reality because of this fake hallucination. I must take responsibility for my actions. But it feels so real. Is all this really fake? Li Huowang held his mother tightly as he took in all her strong emotions. At that point, Li Huowang saw Wang Wei, who was clad in white, entering the ward with his student. Li Huowang smiled at him. Dr. Wang, I'm leaving now, and we might never see each other again. How about we make a bet? Didn't you say that this side is reality? If you have the ability to make me awaken again, then I'll admit that this side is reality. He continued to hug his mom as he said his final words, and then closed his eyes while smiling. When he reopened them again, he found that he had returned to the vast Qingqiu. He looked around at the azure sky and the green grasslands, then took a deep breath. When the others finished removing the chains that bound him, Li Huowang looked at all of them. Then, he approached Sun Baolu and passed the golden box back to him before turning toward the tent that held the black Taisui. Chun Xiaoman watched his back with some concern. When he had been suffering from his hysteria, he had been half laughing and half crying. Keep an eye on him. I feel that Senior Li is a little different today. Shortly after, they arrived at the tent and saw their Senior Li emotionally holding a piece of the black Taisui flesh. Senior Li, what's going on? Eating this thing should temporarily cure your hysteria, right? Isn't that a good thing? Then why is he crying? Asked Sun Baolu. However, his questions went unanswered. All of them just stood there silently, watching Li Huowang cry as he consumed the flesh in his hands. Chapter 248, Show Off. Yang Xiaohai woke up from his dreams and looked at the cowhide tent above him, and then inexplicably chuckled to himself. A stinky foot suddenly kicked over from beside him. Do you want to die? What are you doing lying in bed and laughing so early in the morning? Yang Xiaohai sat up and looked excitedly at Puppy, who had his eyes closed and was rubbing his nose. Senior Chow Chow, we don't have to do anything now, and we still get to eat meat every day. Shouldn't we be happy? This was genuine meat. and he had never eaten so much of it in his entire life. Even the emperor may not be living such a grand life. Look at you, getting so happy over just a few meals. Kids will always be kids, sighed Puppy. He was different. He had higher aspirations. After a moment, Puppy got off the bed and patted the snoring Gao Zijian's leg. Simpleton, get up. We'll likely be leaving in the next few days. We're leaving so soon. Young Xiaohai asked reluctantly. Senior Li has cured his hysteria, and so leaving is next. Why? Did you plan to live here forever? Asked Puppy. Young Xiaohai frowned and mumbled. It's not a bad idea. Hey, do you think that this is your own home? You're just a guest here. That's why the others are treating you so well. If you stay any longer, then they're going to start throwing plates and stools at you, said Puppy. After lecturing Young Xiaohai, Puppy saw that Gao Zijian was still asleep. After a moment, he lifted the blanket and grabbed Gao Zijian's pants, and then abruptly yanked them downward. Puppy sniggered as he saw the half-asleep Gao Zijian frantically grab his pants, and then headed outside the tent. After he stepped out, he walked barefoot into the river and began to carefully wash up. He hadn't been so diligent before, but Xiaoman had told him that women liked clean men, and so he started to maintain his hygiene. Your face has white and yellow patches, and you look like a rat. If you also appear messy, then you might as well just die. This was what Chun Xiaoman had told him originally. Puppy had thought about it, and felt that she had a point. Hence, he had started to groom himself more. Surprisingly, after he started to take care of his appearance more, some of the women from the bandit camp had become a lot more willing to talk to him. Puppy knew that he had to work harder. After all, there were also those men from the Qingqiu tents that had started to show interest in those women, making him more anxious. It was not a problem for him to pick from amongst the leftovers, but he was afraid that they would all be selected, and he would be left with nobody. After cleaning up thoroughly, he untied his belt and let out a stream of urine into the river. Then, he took out a crumpled-up red flower from his pocket and placed it on his ear before swaggering back toward the tents. After he entered the camp, Puppy noticed Li Huowang's figure. He was just about to greet him, but noticed that Li Huowang was messing around with his horrifying torture tools that were scattered everywhere. Oh, Senior Li, what are you planning to do again? Puppy was not going to invite misfortune for himself, and thus quietly decided to tiptoe past him. He did not go directly to the women's tents, and first came to the entrance of the Liu family troops' tent, and then whispered from outside. Xiaotsai, Xiaotsai, coming, replied a voice. Not long after, Liu Xiaotsai came out with a milk mustache and said, Let's go. I'm done eating. The two of them walked together as they walked toward the women's tents. How is it? Is my flower nice? Asked Puppy. Men shouldn't wear flowers. Only women should, replied Liu Xiaotsai. Why can't men wear them? Where I'm from, men who bring flowers often attract young ladies, retorted Puppy. When they arrived outside the women's tents, they didn't enter immediately and only quietly waited outside. However, their mouths never stopped as they squatted there and discussed which women were the prettiest, or who had the biggest butts or assets. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they had a lot to talk about on such matters. As the sun gradually climbed higher into the sky, those women finally emerged. Each of them was carrying their clothes as they walked toward the river to wash up. Ah, here they are. Hurry, follow them, said Puppy. Then, he spat into his palms and combed his sideburns before laughing and following behind them. The women weren't afraid when they saw the two men approach them in such a lively manner. They just gathered around and seemed to discuss something while occasionally bursting into laughter. Under the moonlit willow tree, people gather. At noon, Liu Xiaotsai's sudden voice caused Puppy to jump and also attracted the attention of those women. Xiaotsai, what did you say? Asked Puppy. I don't know either, I only know that line. My dad said that women these days prefer cultured men, replied Liu Xiaotsai. Hearing this, Puppy looked at him with disdain, then swiped the flower on his ear and continued to grin as he walked toward the women. Soon, they arrived at the riverside, and Puppy really found himself chatting with the women. Having spent so many days together, these women had all learnt that Puppy was just all talk. At the start, Puppy had thought that his words had worked. However, after some time, he understood that they were all only asking about Gao Zijian. At that point, a bunch of Qingqiu men with bare arms rode their horses and whooshed by, attracting the attention of the women. After circling around, one of them suddenly led his horse through the water and smiled at a big-mouthed lady before extending his hand toward her. Hurry, this man is not bad. Look at those muscles. Right, Lonner? Didn't you say you were interested in him last night? We can't afford to be picky, Lonner. When Lonner was led onto the horse, the crowd be it male or female, all started to cheer, except for one. What's the big deal? Puppy felt frustrated. Under the moonlit willow tree, people gather At noon, shouted Lu Xiaotsai. All right, Xiaotsai, stop howling. Has anyone even glanced at you after an entire hour of howling? Asked Puppy as he looked condescendingly at the young man beside him. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have partnered with him today. He was completely useless. I don't believe it. I can't be overshadowed by that dark, short guy? Puppy paused, then took out a small wooden pipe from his waist and a needle wrapped with white silk. He inserted the needle into the pipe. Cough, cough. Ladies, watch closely. This is a skill that I learned from a true master. This is a supernatural ability. As everyone's eyes turned to him, Puppy felt proud of himself and began to show off with the pipe. Hee, what's the big deal about horse riding? Can it compare to this? Look closely, don't blink. This is not something that just anyone can see, said Puppy as he led over a sheep and placed the wooden pipe at his mouth before pointing it toward the sheep's head and taking a deep breath. The next moment, his face turned red as he frantically clutched at his neck. Caca? Chapter 249, Success. Lu Xiaotsai was quite puzzled as he watched Puppy's face turn red while the latter clutched his neck. Didn't this guy say he was going to display a supernatural skill? Why does he look so deathly now? Could this be the supernatural ability that he was talking about? Anyone could do that. Cough. As Puppy bent over in a violent coughing fit, the short needle wrapped in white silk finally came out and fell onto the ground. My heavens, I nearly died here, muttered Puppy as he looked at the needle wrapped in white silk with some lingering fear in his eyes. His brain had nearly frozen just now. He had been prepared to take a deep breath before blowing out, but instead, he ended up inhaling that thing into his throat. Suddenly, Puppy remembered something and leapt up from the ground. Terrified, he opened his mouth wide toward Lu Xiaotsai and asked, Quick, help me see if there's anything inside my mouth. What? There's nothing. But why is your throat so small? It feels a bit sticky on the side, responded Lu Xiaotsai. Upon hearing this, Puppy was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. After a moment, he reached 2 fingers into his mouth and hurriedly probed around his throat. Though it caused him to gag, Puppy found that aside from his throat shrinking a little, there were no other issues. That's good. Fortunately, it got stuck in the throat and didn't go down any further. If I had swallowed it, then I might have ended up like Senior Lee previously, muttered Puppy. He knew that he didn't have Senior Lee's capabilities. He would have definitely turned into a monster. Finally feeling relieved, he heard laughter coming from the riverside, causing his face to turn red from embarrassment as he quickly bent down to retrieve the needle from the grass. Puppy felt that he had been humiliated before these women, which in his opinion was something much more serious than the mistake that he had just committed. This doesn't count. Let's try again, shouted Puppy. He was unwilling to give up and directly placed the needle wrapped in white silk back into the small pipe. After his previous bitter experience, he didn't dare to be careless again. He took a deep breath and placed his mouth at the end of the small pipe, and then blew hard toward the grazing sheep. Swoosh! The needle flew out from the pipe and pierced into the base of the sheep's black horn. Then, everyone saw as the sheep's horn rapidly slid down on the wool, directly reaching its chin. Instantly, there were exclamations and screams, all of which made Puppy feel extremely satisfied to the point where he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. However, he pretended to have a nonchalant look on his face as he asked, How about that? Didn't I say that I have supernatural abilities? Who else could do this? As he spoke, Puppy took out another needle and blew it onto the sheep. This time, it hit its front hoof. Immediately, the sheep's foot twisted, causing it to stumble and fall onto the ground. This thing is really effective. Next time we encounter bandits, I'll use this to deal with them. But I must remember to take a deep breath before blowing it. Just as Puppy was feeling satisfied with his masterpiece, one of the women washing the clothes in the river approached him. She had a pear-shaped face, and her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at the pipe in his hands and asked, What is this, my lord? Puppy was delighted to be called a lord, his grin stretching from ear to ear. This is the magical tool I use to display my divine abilities. You can look at it, but you cannot touch it. Ordinary people must not touch it. With this topic, the two of them finally began to chat properly. On the other hand, seeing this scene, Lu Xiaotsai felt extremely envious. But all he could do was watch on. He did not possess any such items. Time passed quickly, and the women soon completed washing their clothes. As he watched them leave, Puppy was happily looking at a white stone in his hands. This was given to him by that woman. She said that she had picked it up by the roadside. It was a very ordinary stone, at best a little rounder and brighter than the others. But the object itself was not important. What mattered was the intent behind her giving this stone to him. The flower by Puppy's ear was also gone. He had given it to the woman. Hee, Xiaohai, I'm going to get married. Puppy sniffed the stone and then carefully placed it in his pocket. As he saw Puppy acting like this, Lu Xiaohai started sulking. He felt that this was extremely unfair. Puppy looked like that, with yellow and white patches all over his face. How was he deserving of this? No, the flower is too insignificant. I need to give her something more valuable. I'm going to go and borrow some silver from Junior Bai. Puppy said excitedly while preparing to leave. Ah, Puppy, hold on. Lu Xiaohai shouted. What? Want to borrow this? I risked my life to obtain this thing. Puppy walked to the strange-looking sheep and removed the needle before storing it carefully. Who wants to borrow that broken toy? I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. It's just that before leaving, my dad asked me to talk to you about something, said Lu Xiaohai. Puppy was about to leave, but turned his head back unexpectedly. Lu Zhuangyuan had never asked him about any matters before this. How was the Daoist's facial complexion today? Asked Lu Xiaohai. Why don't you go and see for yourself? He's not too far away, replied Puppy. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Lu Xiaohai. Hey, it's already saddening enough that no woman bothers with me. Puppy, help me this once. I really dare not go there, pleaded Lu Xiaohai. What? What did you call me? Asked Puppy, his brows raised. Chow chow, brother, chow chow. I beg you. You're about to get married soon. Adults should be magnanimous, said Lu Xiaohai. Seeing his pitiful look, there was a hint of glee on Puppy's face. What's there to be afraid of? Can Senior Li eat you? Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. The riverside was not too far from the tents. Not long after, they leaned against the side of a tent and looked at Li Huowang in the distance. Is he sharpening knives? Lu Xiaohai asked cautiously. No, those are his special instruments that are used for torture. He probably thinks that they have dulled after use, and so he's sharpening them, replied Puppy. I can't see his face. Brother Chow Chow, could you help me get closer for a look? Request Lu Xiaohai. Hey, why should I go and see? It's your business. Why don't you go yourself? Questioned Puppy. But why does your dad want to ask about Senior Li's facial expression? Does he want to discuss something with Senior Li? I don't know. My dad has been more worried lately, replied Lu Xiaohai. At this point, the two of them suddenly noticed that Li Huowang was looking directly at them. Seeing this, Puppy pushed Lu Xiaohai on his back, sending him out from behind the tent's cover. Then, he walked out as well, while smiling widely at Li Huowang. At that point, Puppy noticed that Senior Li had put away all his torture tools and hanged them on the lower row of the cowhide bag. Then, he turned and walked toward the two lonely tents in the distance. Senior Li isn't going to the Black Taisui's tent, but the other one, commented Puppy. Puppy, what's in that tent? Lu Xiaohai squinted. Puppy looked at him with disdain. That's none of your business. Go back and tell your dad that Senior Li's temper hasn't been good these past few days. If there's anything he wants to discuss, then he should wait a few more days. Chapter 250, Enquiry. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Huowang. Now, as for you guys who tried to ambush me previously, I have forgiven you for that. After all, being a strayed one, it's only natural that you would like to snatch me, coveted me just like a ginseng. This time around, I am here to discuss another matter. In a nutshell, I am very unfamiliar with this world and would like to gain more knowledge about it through you. Of course, there's another reason as well. You are aware that I'm a strayed one, and I'm also looking for a way to get rid of this problem. If you know something and tell me about it, then I'll truly appreciate it. Li Huowang sat on the chair as he spoke to Han Fu in a serious manner. His conversation target was not the larger of those two blurry fleshy heads drooping before him, but the fist-sized head around Han Fu's neck region. The ability of the white tassels hadn't been kind on him either, completely changing up his face. Though Li Huowang called it a head, it was more like a lump of flesh with twisted organs attached to it. This being was extremely peculiar. Its main body had completely died, and yet it was still alive and well. Li Huowang wondered how the disciples of Luoism cultivated such techniques. What's your name? Also Han Fu? Questioned Li Huowang. The small head simply sneered and did not reply. There was a clattering sound as various shiny torture tools were laid out in a row before Li Huowang. Then, he picked out a half-spherical iron tool and carefully brought it toward the small head. Ah! The sharp cries of the small head pierced through the air. Meanwhile, Li Huowang opened the tent cover beside him and threw the small eyeball in his hand toward the black Taisui. Still not willing to talk? Asked Li Huowang. The small head used its one remaining eye to look at the assortment of various strange-looking torture tools before finally showing a hint of fear. However, that fear was soon replaced by determination once again. You Ao Jing madman. Will you let me off if I speak? Asked the small head. I won't. But dying directly and dying through slow torture are two different matters, replied Li Huowang in a matter-of-fact manner. Did you know? I was never really good at torture, but I have experienced a lot of pain and various kinds of tortures. Do you want me to make you live through everything I have ever experienced? Seeing Li Huowang wiping the blood on a nearby towel, and then picking up a barbed hook, the head began to struggle. But at this point, its four limbs were already completely broken. Its resistance was simply futile. I don't know. I really don't know. We just left the mountain not long ago, screamed the small head. Really? If you just left the mountain not long ago, then the 19 lifespan pills were gifted to you by your master for your travel expenses? Asked Li Huowang. At the same time, the barbed hook pierced through Han Fu's flesh and slowly pulled out some things. Then, Li Huowang then picked up the coarse salt he had borrowed from Sun Baolu and evenly applied it on the wound. The small head twitched in pain, and foam mixed with blood began to spew from its mouth. After a while, Li Huowang kept his torture tools away and took out the fiery scripture and began to recite the obscure incantations with a merciful expression. Immediately, the solidified white wax melted and turned into a pool of fire centipedes that climbed onto Han Fu's body. Then, amidst the crackling and roasting sounds, the centipedes started healing the injuries caused earlier. The screams echoed into the distance, frightening many of the Qingqiu kids in the tents. They also unsettled the adults into keeping their distance. After several rounds of torture and healing, the small head finally gave in. I'll talk. All right, then let's start with the simple questions first. Can this lifespan pill be used as currency? Asked Li Huowang as he took out a pill wrapped in yellow talismans. When he saw the other party nodding numbly, Li Huowang directly stuffed the pill into the gourd and continued. Is it very expensive? Is there any point of reference? One lifespan pill can hire someone like Han Fu to help you one time, replied the small head. Li Huowang nodded in understanding. How does one obtain lifespan pills? By killing others. However, ordinary people won't do. They need to have been born on a Yang day, in a Yang month of a Yang year. Do you want to know the refining method? No need. Next question. Han Fu mentioned that you are a disciple of Luoism. Where is your temple located? Liang Kingdom's Snakebone Mountain. How many people are there in your temple? 57. How many heads? 224 heads. What are you? I am Han Fu's nascent soul. Li Huowang continued to ask various small questions to confirm the authenticity of the information. He already knew the answers to some of the questions, and just asked them to test if the other party was trying to deceive him. Once he confirmed that the other party was not lying to him, Li Huowang began asking the more crucial questions. What is a strayed one? How is one formed? How many strayed ones are there in this world? I really don't know about these things. The information about strayed ones was only something casually mentioned by my master in passing, said the small head. When the small head saw Li Huowang slowly reaching for the torture tools once again, it cried out in fear. Snot and tears flowed down from its face as it pleaded. I really don't know. My master just told us that strayed ones are extremely rare treasures, and that they are not to be missed if we encounter one of them. Then, how do you confirm whether someone is a strayed one? Asked Li Huowang. He had been thinking about this question for a long time. Why could everyone he encountered immediately recognize his identity at just a glance? I don't know how the others identify them, but my master said that everyone has 3 fires on their shoulders. It's normal for these fires to be big or small, but only the fire of a strayed one appears and vanishes intermittently, replied the small head. Li Huowang looked down toward his shoulder, but didn't see any so-called fire. That's enough. It's time to ask the most important question. Li Huowang looked at the small head, and after contemplating his words for a while, he spoke again. Have you heard, either from your master or on your journey, the method to break free from the bewilderment and sense of doubt that the strayed ones suffer from? No, you are the first strayed one we've met. Li Huowang carefully examined the deformed head. This statement was likely to be true, since Han Fu was just a neophyte. Even if there was a method for one to break free of the bewilderment and sense of doubt that a strayed one suffered from, he may not necessarily be aware of it. Then, what do you know about the sitting oblivion Tao? Asked Li Huowang. I know this. They are a group of scammers who love to deceive people. What are their names? Continued Li Huowang. I heard that their names all represent the various mahjong tiles, like Baolu'S and Sanbing. But I have heard that these names are just aliases. When one Baolu'S dies, another one replaces him. Then, is there one called Bei Feng in the Sitting Oblivion Dao? Do you know anything? What's his strength like? Asked Li Huowang. This person was the strayed one that had managed to break free from the bewilderment and sense of doubt that strayed one suffered from. If Li Huowang wanted to completely break free from his own bewilderment and sense of doubt, then this person was very important to him. I don't know. I haven't dealt with the Sitting Oblivion Dao, replied the small head. Following that, Li Huowang asked some more questions about the Sitting Oblivion Dao, but the information known by the small head was very limited. After a while, Li Huowang looked at the small head in front of him, and then stood up with both hands on his knees. The chair creaked as he stood. Very well, I've finished asking everything. Now, I need to confirm the truth of what you said, said Li Huowang as he reached for the torture tools once again.